Lincoln Airport.
Joe?
Yeah, Emily?
Did you just call me, darling?
No, I didn't, hon.
Oh, the phone rang a minute ago, but whoever it was hung up before I could answer it.
Oh, well, it wasn't me. Probably one of your boyfriends.
Now, is that a nice way for a husband to talk to his wife?
Oh, hon, can't you take a joke?
Sure, darling. I was only kidding, too. Look, I'm going down to the grocer's. Anything special you want me to get?
No, anything you get's okay.
All right. I'll get something I know you like.
Swell.
Bye, darling.
Bye, hon. See you at dinner.
Well, howdy, Joe.
Oh, hello, Tex. Say, I've got
look,
something...
Joe, what's the Aronca out number 2 runway for? You taking a little private trip?
No, Tex, I was just about to tell you. I took that offer Lenny Powell made us. I'm going to fly her to Blancheville.
Well, boy, howdy, that's all right, son. Did you tell Bill we're getting $5,000 for the whole?
No, I didn't, but I'm going to as soon as I see him, which maybe won't be till I get back. Powell's here now.
Oh, he is? Where?
Over in the administration building, making a phone call, I guess. He's going to be right back.
Hey, why is Mike taking the Aronca out? What kind of a freight line are we running?
Howdy, Bill.
I'm glad you showed up, Bill. I wanted to tell you. I'm taking the Aronca out today, and it's going to save our airline for us.
Yeah? What are you going to do, Joe? Sell the thing?
No, I'm flying Lenny Powell to Branchville, and we're going to get $5,000 for the job.
We're going to get 5 G's? Just to haul a guy to Branchville? What, this guy Powell must be nuts.
I don't care what he is. We can use a few more like him.
You said it.
Oh, but look, don't tell anybody Powell's here or that we're taking him anyplace. I promised him nobody but the 3 of us would know this. But he's carrying $25,000 in cash with him.
Wow.
$25,000 with him, huh?
Yeah.
We sure could use money like that.
Yeah, Tex, we sure could.
Where'd you say he is, Joe? Over at the administration building?
Yeah, Bill, making a phone call.
Mm-hmm. Well, give him a good trip to Branchville, Joe, and get that $5,000 from him. We need it. See you later.
Yeah, bye.
I gotta run a little errand.
Long, Bill.
Tex, you hold down things at the office, will you? I gotta get something over at the hangar.
Why, sure, son.
You won't be running off now, will you, Tex?
No, stay right here, chum.
Okay, see you before I take off.
Sure, see ya. Well, boy, howdy. Those 2 aren't leaving old Tex here to answer the telephone. Not when he's got something more important to do.
And now, on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Emily.
I'm over here, Tex, darling. Behind the garage.
Well, boy, howdy. You sure know the good hiding places around this airport. Are you, honey?
Oh, Tex.
Oh, baby. Nobody saw you come here, did they, honey?
No. As a matter of fact, I called Joe from across the road. Told him I was at the apartment, just leaving for the grocery store. He thinks I'm still in town.
Boy, howdy, you sure can give that husband of yours a first-class runaround, can't you?
You aren't objecting, are you, Tex? I'm doing it for you.
I'm mighty glad you are, sugar. Oh, I'm all for you. Hey, look, I only got a couple of minutes.
Oh.
I'm supposed to be in the office to answer the telephone.
But, Tex,
I wanted to tell you, we got a big job, so the airline's going to keep running all right.
That's good, but it doesn't help us any, Tex. I'm not going to give Joe the air until we have some money of our own.
Don't you worry, sweetheart. We're going to have money, and a lot of it, and sooner than you think.
Hello, Avery. This is Powell, Lenny Powell.
Oh, hello, Powell. Where are you?
Still in the city, Avery. Been trying to phone you for 15 minutes. I'm just about to leave for Branchville.
Oh, that's fine, Lenny, as long as you get here with that money in 2 hours.
Look, I'll be there in less than 2 hours, Avery. I'm flying up. I've chartered a private plane.
Fine. Now, don't forget to bring the money with you.
Yeah, $25,000. Right here in my briefcase.
Well, you put it right here in my hands inside of 2 hours, Lenny, and the deal's closed.
Don't worry. You'll have it. See you in Branchville, Avery.
I'll be looking for you, Lenny. Bye.
Bye. Oh, hello there. Just about time to take off? Hey, what are you doing? No. No. No, don't. Don't.
Sit down. I said sit down, Joe.
Now, you don't have to push, Tex.
I got to do something. Boy, howdy, somebody's got to do something. We're in a jam, the three of us.
Huh. We thought things were tough when we didn't have money enough to keep this airline going. They're really tough now. We've got a murder on our hands.
All right, that's what I'm trying to clear up. Now, looky here, you two guys. All three of us are in this thing up to our sombreros. We got to cover it up somehow.
That's no good, Tex, no good. It's like I've been trying to tell you. Sure, that Powell guy was killed out here. Sure, the 25 G's he was carrying is missing, but we got to turn this over to the cops.
You left out one sure, Joe. You forgot to say sure only the three of us knew he was here and carrying that dough. That makes it look like one of us killed him. I say no cops.
Sure, you say that. Why shouldn't you say that? You probably knocked him off. That's why you don't want the cops in on it.
I said before for you to shut up. Maybe this will help convince you. I meant it.
Hey, cut it, fellas.
All right.
Okay, Tex. This has been cooking for a long while. You want to play, I'll play like this.
All right, that suits me if that's the way you want it.
Break it up, will you, Tex? Joe, cut it out. Cut it out, Tex.
I'll cut his heart out. That's what I'll cut out.
Why not? One murder more or less?
Why, you dirty...
Stop. Both of you. Quit it now. We've got enough trouble without fighting among ourselves.
Trouble? We don't know what trouble is yet. Bill, look at the facts. Only Tex and you and I knew about Powell. Powell's dead, okay. But if we don't go to the cops, what happens to us? They'll find out he was killed. They'll find out he was here, and we'll all go to the chair.
They gotta find out first.
They'll find out, Tex. The police always do. I go along with Joe.
That's good, Bill. That makes it pretty clear who must have killed Powell, the one that doesn't want the police in.
You know you're just about asking for something, Joe.
I'm asking for plenty. I'm asking for the police to be let in on this so that nobody slips me a bum rap. I had nothing to do with Powell's death. I got nothing to worry about if the cops show up here at the airport.
None of us has. Except the one that killed Paul.
Okay. This kind of looks like a showdown, don't it, boys? All right, it's a showdown. I'm saying go ahead. Bring the cops in if that's what you want to do. Call them, bring them in. They won't prove nothing against me.
You're too sure of yourself, Tex. We'll call the cops, all right. But I'm going to do something else, too. I'm going to see Boston Blackie. If the cops don't find out anything, I got news for you. Blackie will. That's the way it was, Blackie. Bill went on an errand somewhere, and Tex didn't stay in the office the way he promised.
You sure of that, Joe?
Yeah, Blackie. He was going to stay in the office while Bill and I were out, but he wasn't there when I got back.
And he wouldn't say where he'd been?
No, in fact, he got kind of excited when I asked him. Sort of sore about it.
Mm-hmm. I see.
So do I, Blackie. And you got to help me. Either Bill or Tex killed Powell, and I've got to know which one it is. You will help me, won't you, Blackie?
Don't you think you should go to the police for help?
We called the cops, but we didn't tell them all the details. I knew you'd find the murderer before any cops.
Thanks for the confidence. You say we found the body. Who's we?
Bill, Tex, and me. We went to the administration building to get Powell, and boom, there he was.
With the $25,000 gone.
Yeah, it was gone.
Then Powell was slugged and killed by someone who knew he was carrying that money. Now, who besides you, Tex and Bill, knew Powell had $25,000?
Nobody else. That's why I know it's Tex or Bill who killed him. It's got to be one of those two.
Yes, that's right, Joe. It has to be Tex or Bill. That is, if it isn't you. Tex, Bill, and Joe, all three found the body, Faraday. That's definite.
All three of these guys found it, huh, Blackie?
Well, according to what Joe here told me.
And I guess Joe said it was me. Huh, Blackie?
Yes, I did. I said it was either Tex or you.
Trying to pin this on me, are you? I don't have the daylights out of you.
Well, boy, howdy, you better work on him soon, Bill, because I'm going to take a crack at him, too.
Nobody's taking any cracks at anybody, kids. Right now, all of you listen. Nobody but you three fellas, Tex, Bill, and Joe, knew Powell had that $25,000 with him.
That's right. So it's one of these three who killed Powell.
Marvelous deduction, Inspector. Even they admit that.
You mean Joe here admits either Tex or I killed him?
Okay, Bill, relax. The point is that none of the three of you can prove where you were when Powell was killed.
Anybody mind if I butt in a minute?
Who are you?
For me, I just work here. That's what I want to do, work.
Oh, this is Mike, Inspector Faraday, head of our ground crew. Just stand by, Mike.
Okay. See you later.
Well, Mike, how's your dad feeling?
Oh, not good, Tex. Got another wire this morning. Old man's pretty sick.
Sorry about that, Mike.
Thanks, Bill. I wouldn't worry so much, except he's stuck way up there in Kansas. The doc has to drive 50 miles to get to him.
No hospital in the town, Mike?
Hospital, Blackie? No town. Ever hear of a thing called Plainsville, Kansas?
Can't say I did.
Nobody else has either, except my dad and about 30 other landowners. Oh, well, I'll just sit tight till I get more orders, huh?
Yeah, Mike, sit tight. This thing will be cleared up pretty soon. Don't you think so, Inspector Faraday?
I sure do, Joe. I'll tell you what else I think. Maybe you're all guilty, so I'm going to arrest all three of you.
You can't do that. No, Faraday, don't do that. Confine them to the field, if you like. But don't make any arrests.
What?
I'll tell you which of these three killed Powell, and I'll tell you soon.
Yes.
Mrs. Emily Carrington?
Yes.
Joe Carrington's wife?
Uh-huh.
I'm Boston Blackie. You probably know your husband is involved in a murder out at his airfield. And
Yes, I know. He called me a little while ago and told me. You want to talk to me about it, don't you?
Yes, about it and about Joe.
Oh, well, come in then.
Thanks. Your husband needed money rather badly, didn't he, Mrs. Carrington?
Yes, he did.
To keep his airline or to keep you happy?
I don't think I like that implication.
And I don't like murder, Mrs. Carrington. Now, suppose you...
Excuse me while I answer the phone.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Hello?
Hello, Emily, honey. This is Tex.
Sorry, Joe. I can't talk to you now.
Emily, I said this was Tex, not Joe.
And I said I couldn't talk
Here, let me talk to him.
Let go of that phone. You let go of that
Too
phone.
late. Hello, Joe?
Boy, howdy. What's the matter up there? This isn't... Uh-oh.
Uh-oh is right, Tex. When a man answers in a spot like this, you ought to hang up, especially if I'm the man. Hello? Hello? Well, I got what I wanted anyhow.
Well, satisfied now, Blackie?
Satisfied and surprised, Mrs. Carrington. Naughty, naughty. Married to Joe and in love with Tex. Tell me, did Tex kill Powell for the $25,000 by himself, or did you go out and help him this afternoon?
Look, I never go out to the airport.
No? That's funny.
What is?
That red on your shoes. That's a peculiar colored mud, Mrs. Carrington. There's only one spot around here where it's found.
Oh? Okay, I was there today. I went to meet Tex, but I didn't have anything to do with killing that Mr. Powell, and I don't know who did.
That's your story. Thanks for telling me that you were at the airport. You see, I don't really know what color mud there is out there. I never bothered to notice. Besides, I'm not very interested in mud. It's the dirty work of this case I want to figure out.
Blackie, for the last time, I'm telling you, get out of my office. Better still, get out of my life.
What life? You don't call that thing you're living a life, do you, Faraday? Nothing doing, pal. But there's plenty doing between Tex and Joe Carrington's wife, Emily.
You said that. So what?
So I know this much. Emily Carrington either killed Powell herself or Tex killed him, and she knows it.
You think so, huh?
I certainly do. She's the key to the whole thing. Get her to talk, and your troubles are over.
If I ever get you to shut up, they'll be over.
Inspector Faraday.
Yeah, Burke, what do you want?
Nothing, Inspector, but here's something I think you'll want.
What is it?
A report just came in over the teletype. There's been a murder up in Northside.
Well, who got it this time? As if I don't have enough trouble with the Powell murder.
Well, this has some connection with it, Inspector. Victim's name was Emily Carrington.
And now, back to Boston Blackie. Tex, Joe, and Bill, pilot owners of a small freight-carrying airline, are chief suspects in the robbery murder of the wealthy Lenny Powell. Each thinks one of the other two is guilty of the crime. Investigating the murder, Blackie sees Joe's wife, finds she is in love with Tex, and was at the airport at the time of the crime. But later, Joe's wife is a murder victim, too. So, as we return to our story, Blackie and his girlfriend, Mary Wesley, walk into the airport hangar in search of further clues.
Blackie, is that the fellow Joe you were looking for?
No, I don't think so, Mary.
Oh.
Looks like Mike, the mechanic.
Hey, Mike!
Oh, hi, Blackie.
What are you doing, Mike? Hammering that plane apart?
Me? Nah, trying to hammer it back together.
Where's Joe?
In one of the rooms in back. He'll be out in a minute.
Good. Oh, look, before he comes out, why don't you tell me what you know about Powell's murder?
And about Emily Carrington's murder, too, Blackie. Don't forget that.
I'll settle for finding out who killed Powell first, Mary. What do you know about it, Mike?
For me, nothing, Blackie.
You didn't see Tex or Joe or Bill come out of the administration building about the time of Powell's death?
No, how could I?
Well, if you were here in the hangar, you could look out
Well,
the
what
door.
makes you think I was here in the hangar?
I didn't say you were, Mike. I said if you were.
And that's a big if.
And you're a little girl, Mary, and little girls...
Should be seen and not heard. I know I'll be quiet. Especially if Mike will talk.
Well, me, I ain't got nothing to talk about.
Why not, Mike? You're the most talkative guy on the field.
Oh, hello, Joe. I want to talk to you.
Well, if it's about Powell's murder and Emily's death, you'll be wasting your time. I've already told you all I know.
Well, maybe I haven't told you all I know.
Oh, yeah? You know something?
Uh-huh. Your wife was planning to divorce you and marry Tex.
Oh, is that supposed to be news?
Well, it was to me until Tex told me.
Well, it was to me, too, when I figured it out a couple of months ago. Tex killed Powell to get money for Emily, huh?
Or you killed Powell to get money for Emily.
Blackie. I'm no killer. She deserved what she got, but I didn't do it.
Oh, I see. Then you're not sorry Emily was killed.
I'm not glad, but I guess she had it coming to her. Who killed her? Tex?
Or you?
What about Bill?
I think it's a toss-up between you and Tex.
Why? Because of Emily?
That could be the reason.
Well, Bill needs money as much as Tex and me.
Maybe so, but Bill didn't have the incentive to get it. Don't go away. I'll answer this.
You just take over no matter where you are, don't you, Blackie?
I have to sometimes. Funny, the phone only rang once.
In the airline office with you, Inspector Faraday?
No, he isn't. Who's this?
Hey, wait a minute. What's going on here? Is that you, Faraday?
Yeah, this is Faraday. Who's that, Blackie?
Oh, yes. Well, where are you, Faraday?
Up here in the airline's office. Where are you?
Over here in the hangar. How did you happen to answer the phone?
It rang here, that's why. Why did you answer?
Because it rang here, too. Who's on the other end of the line?
I am, Blackie. This is Tex.
Oh, Tex, huh? Oh, where are you calling from?
Lunch wagon across the road from the field.
Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot, Tex.
Thanks. What for, Blackie?
What for, Tex? Well, unless my hunch is wrong, when I answered this phone, I found the answer to who killed Lenny Powell and Emily Carrington.
Look, Blackie, will you quit questioning the three of us blue in the face and find out which one of us did it?
That's really what I'm trying to do, Joe. Now, I want to ask you each just one more question. You first, Tex. Where are you from?
Well, boy, howdy, you can't tell that. I'm from Texas. Orangeboro, Texas.
Uh-huh, you, Bill. Where are you from?
I'm from Halpern, Maine.
You know, I have ways of checking this.
Go ahead, check. Halpern's a small town. Everybody in the county knows me.
All right, I'll take your word for it for now. Joe, where are you from?
Right here.
Local boy, huh?
Yeah, and I figure on making good as soon as you tell me which one of these two guys killed Powell and my wife, and I can get back to work.
Anxious to get in one of your planes and fly away, huh, Joe?
You think I did it, huh?
I've stopped thinking, Joe. I know who's guilty now.
Yeah? How do you know, Blackie?
The evidence is graphic, Bill. Geographic.
Look, Blackie, I got other things to do besides hang around out here on a flying field.
What other things, Faraday? You haven't had anything to do since I came on this case, and you know it.
I don't know anything.
You're not kidding, pal.
No.
Faraday, my friend, you ought to do something instructive with that badge of yours. Use it to pin your suspenders together or something. Certainly doesn't mean anything where it is.
Oh, yeah?
That's what I like. Snappy answers. Now, if you'll be quiet just 1 second, I'll tell you what we're waiting for.
Well, it's about time. Hey, here comes that mechanic, Mike. What you have to say is going to have to wait, Blackie.
At least it gives you something to look forward to, Inspector.
Inspector Faraday.
Well, what is it, Mike? What is it?
This telegram I just got, Inspector. Here, read it.
I'll take it, Mike.
You'll take nothing, Blackie. Give it to me, Mike. Thanks.
What's it all about, Mike?
That's from my old man, Blackie. He's pretty sick out in Plainsville.
Plainsville? Where's that?
If you could read, Blackie, you'd know where it is. It says here on the telegram. It's in Kansas.
You're reading the telegram, Faraday. I'm not.
Oh.
Okay, never mind. What's the matter with your father, Mike?
Well, I don't know. He's been sick a long time, and, well, he's getting old. I got to go see him, Inspector Faraday. I ain't seen my old man in 9 years.
Okay, you can go, Mike. But keep in touch with us, and make sure you come back.
Oh, don't worry, Inspector. I'll be back, I promise.
Be sure you do keep that promise, Mike. But I'll tell you a little secret, something even Inspector Faraday doesn't know.
Yeah, what?
I don't have to worry about you coming back. I already know who killed Lenny Powell and Emily Carrington.
Hey, look, Blackie, you forced me to tell those three partners they could come and go as they pleased. All right. Why wouldn't they fly out of town instead of taking a train?
This is a rather odd case, Faraday, so expect a rather odd finish to it.
It's odd, all right. I don't even see the connection between the murder of Powell and the death of Emily Carrington.
It's just a hunch, Faraday, but I think it's a good one. Emily was at the field when Powell was murdered.
Yeah?
She saw the killer. She tried to blackmail the killer for part of the robbery money. The killer wouldn't pay.
So Mrs. Carrington paid, huh?
Yes, with her life. Blackmail's a dangerous business.
And so standing in a railroad station when we ought to be watching that airport.
Oh, no. Hey, there goes our killer, Faraday.
Huh? Where?
There, getting into car 409. Come on.
Hey, that's Mike.
My, what a memory for faces. And names, too.
But, Blackie, you said...
Never mind what I said. Listen to what I say now. Hey, Mike.
Huh?
Wait a minute.
Oh, Blackie, hello.
Hello, Mike. Traveling rather light for a trip all the way out to Kansas, aren't you?
Me, yeah, but I don't expect to stay in Kansas very long.
You're not even going to Kansas, Mike. You're going to jail.
Me? Jail? What for?
Murder, Mike. The murder of Lenny Powell and Emily Carrington.
Are you kidding?
No, I'm not kidding, Mike.
This guy committed those murders? You're nuts, Blackie.
Yeah, tell him, Faraday.
Let me have that suitcase, Mike.
Let go.
Grab him, Faraday, while I take this
go.
suitcase away from him.
I get him, but I don't know why.
There's nothing in there but my clothes.
No.
Let go.
Well, yeah, now, wait till I open it.
You won't find anything.
Hey, relax.
Well, look what the well-dressed murderer is wearing this season. Folding money. Rather expensive material, isn't it, Mike?
Hey, how much is in there, Blackie?
I don't even have to count it. I think you'll find $25,000 in here, Faraday. The money he took from Lenny Powell. Well, Faraday, I close this suitcase and your case at the same time.
Blackie, why are we taking a plane to Branchville?
To close that deal for Lenny Powell's company with this $25,000. And for the ride, too.
But why did the Powell's company ask you to go to Branchville for them?
Well, I closed a tough case of Faraday. They think I can close a tough deal for them.
Ooh, my, aren't you modest?
No, just lucky. I had no idea Mike was the guilty one until Tex made that phone call, and I answered it in the hangar at the same time Faraday answered it in the office.
Well, what did that prove?
It proved the hangar phone was an extension phone, and any telephone conversation from the office could be overheard by Mike at the hangar.
Oh, so Mike could have heard Lenny Powell making arrangements with the partners to be flown to Branchville, and so he could have known about the $25,000.
Smart girl.
Yes, cleverness must be catching.
Thank you. Yes, Mary. Up until that one little break, I thought only Tex, Bill, and Joe knew about Powell and his money. And if only those three knew about it, one of those three had to be guilty. Catch on?
That I do. Hey, look who's coming across the field. It's Faraday.
And running, too. Wonder what he's excited about.
Hey, Blackie, I want to talk to you.
What's the matter, old pal? You need me to solve another case for you?
No, I want to know something.
Well, if I tell you, it'll be one thing, you know.
Oh, look, you. I called Plainsville, Kansas, where Mike's father was supposed to be sick. He didn't send Mike any telegram today.
Oh, that's right, Faraday. I forgot to tell you about that. I figured Mike killed Powell and Mrs. Carrington, who saw him do it, so I sent that telegram myself.
You sent it?
But why, Blackie?
For a very simple reason, Mary. I had to be sure. And one way was to find out whether or not Mike had stolen the money. I knew he was too smart to hide it here at the field or at his home, and I knew he wouldn't spend any of it here.
Oh, I get it. All Mike needed was an opportunity to get out of town naturally. You knew that his father was sick and had wired him once, and you knew that even Mike wouldn't suspect it was a trick if he heard from his father again.
That's right, Mary. So when Faraday here gave Mike permission to leave town, Mike felt it was safe to pick up the money and beat it out of town.
Well, I'll be. So you tripped Mike with that wire, huh?
Yes, Faraday, and because of that wire, you got a confession from him with no strings attached.
What is it?
It's another case for Nick Carter, master detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective, presented by the three great Linex home brighteners. Linex clear gloss varnish, Linex cream polish, and Linex self-polishing wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of fine Acme quality paints. Today's curious adventure,
Mind Over Murder, or Nick Carter and the mystery of the missing John Doe.
In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter found out who John Doe really was and who was behind the murders of the two men John Doe thought he had killed. But first, here's a tip for good homekeeping. Millions of American homemakers have discovered how Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, keeps their walls fresh and lovely. Now they're discovering how the three great Linex home brighteners bring sparkling cleanliness to furniture, woodwork, and walls. Linex clear gloss varnish gives lustrous, longer-lasting protection to every wood and linoleum surface. Linex cream polish renews the sleek, gleaming beauty of fine furniture. And Linex self-polishing wax lends rich, satiny loveliness to any floor, wood, linoleum, or tile. Take the modern shortcut to new home beauty with the three great Linex home brighteners. You'll find them all at your hardware, paint, or department store. Your headquarters also for Chemtone, the miracle wall finish. And now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. Today's story starts in Nick's office as Nick and Patsy are interviewing a stranger, a young man who has just called to consult Nick.
Well, how did you happen to come here?
Well, I asked a policeman where I could find a good detective, and he gave me your name.
Suppose you tell us what's bothering you.
Well, 3 mornings ago, I woke up in a strange bed in a strange apartment. Until the young lady whose apartment it was told me, I had no idea where I was.
Well, judging by the bandage around your head, you must have had an accident. Was that before or after you woke up in this strange bed?
It must have been before. I don't remember anything about it. The girl whose apartment it was told me she found me on the steps of her apartment house last Friday night. Or rather, Saturday morning as she returned from a party. Well, she saw I was injured, so she managed to get me up to her place and called her doctor. Well, he said my injury wasn't serious, but I had to be quiet for a few days. So she let me stay there for the night. But the next morning, even though I was able to answer her questions, I knew nothing about myself. I had to tell her something, so I invented a name, and I told her some story about being from out of town, having had a bad fall, and so on.
What name did you give him?
John Powell.
That name doesn't mean anything to you?
No, I just picked it out of the air.
What makes you think you may be a criminal?
This. Look.
Good grief, Nick. Look at all that money.
Yes. There's over $10,000 there. And look at this.
Oh.
Well, diamond lavalier. One like that, even though it's pretty old-fashioned, must be worth at least $5,000 or $6,000.
And those diamond eardrops are pretty special, too.
Did you find anything in your pockets that might help you establish your identity?
No. The suit I was wearing the night she found me was bloodstained, so I bought this suit and hat this morning at a small store I passed. I left the other suit at the cleaner's, but I went over it thoroughly first. All I found was this.
A calling card. Warren McAllister. No address or anything.
Does this mean anything to you?
Not a thing. I looked in the telephone book and found there is a Warren McAllister on East 81st Street. I thought maybe I was he, so I called up and asked for him, but whoever answered said Mr. McAllister was just leaving for the country and couldn't come to the phone.
What do you want me to do?
Find out who I am, if you can, and especially find out whether or not I'm a criminal.
Come on, Nick. We've got nothing better to do. Why don't you help him out?
All right. First, what's the girl's name and address?
Her name is Laura David. She lives at 7684 Windsor Road.
And what about the doctor?
Well, Miss David called him Dr. Bourne. That's all I know about him.
And where'd you leave your other suit to be cleaned?
Here's the claim check for it. I'm sure he won't find anything.
You never can tell.
Where are you going to be?
I don't know, but I'll let you know as soon as I get settled.
Very well, Mr. Powell. Meanwhile, Patsy and I'll start by calling on Miss Laura David.
Apartment 3D, David. Well, he told us the truth about this, anyway.
Come in.
Riley, what are you doing here?
I was just going to ask you that. What do you know about her?
About who?
The dame who rents this apartment, wise guy.
We never even heard of her until half an hour ago, Lieutenant.
Oh, you don't say. You just dropped in to pass the time of day, I suppose.
We came to see her about a client of ours.
Hey, look here, Riley. What's this all about? And why are you here?
Right now I'm asking the questions. What's the name of this client of yours?
He told us his name was John Powell.
And what did he want you to do for him?
He wanted us to find out who he is. He has amnesia from a sock on the head.
Oh, so that's what that note meant.
Well, what note's that, Riley?
We found it on the table here, with a $100 bill pinned to it. Here it is.
Dear Miss David, thanks for all you've done. I can impose on your hospitality no longer. Please reimburse both the doctor and yourself for any expense you've been put to on my account. Gratefully yours, John Powell. Well, doesn't say much.
The David girl will tell us what it means once we start working on it.
Why, where is she?
In the jug.
Oh.
A cop on the beat found her trying to hide a gun in an ash can on her way to work this morning. He brought her and the gun down to headquarters. She claims she found it on her steps last Friday night and was trying to get rid of it.
Well, maybe she's telling the truth, Riley. People do that, you know. Anything wrong with the gun?
Plenty. In the first place, it was a Swedish gun, a Bofors .32 caliber. Now, you just don't find them on your doorstep. In the second place, we checked it and found it was the gun used to knock off a stiff who was killed near the waterfront last Friday night.
Oh, is that so?
So you better kick in with what you know about this so-called client of yours.
Well, I'd be glad to let you talk with him, Riley, but I don't know where to find him.
For the love of... You got a client and you don't know where to find him?
Just as soon as he gets in touch with us, we'll let you know. In the meantime, how about letting us talk to the David girl?
Sure. Anything I can do for you, Mr. Carter, will be a pleasure, even though you won't do nothing for me. Come on.
Well, Patsy, we certainly didn't get much out of that David girl.
No, she just told us the same thing she told Riley.
Oh, yes, please.
We want to see the suit this check calls for.
Oh, yes, sure. Just a minute. I'll get it for you. I ain't sent it out yet. I knew that stuff on it was blood. Said he had an accident, if it is.
Thanks. No. No. Pockets all empty. Just as he said they were. No labels. Oh. Look here, Patsy.
A hole right through pocket, lining cloth, and everything. Smells of powder, too, Nick.
Yes. He fired the gun right through the pocket. Didn't have time to draw it.
Nick, is this part of the lining of the jacket, or is it something in the lining?
Let me see.
Here.
Feels like something in the lining, I should say. Yes. There's a hole in the pocket here. Just a second. Here it is.
But what is it, Nick?
It's one of these small labels you paste on your baggage showing the ship you sailed on.
Oh.
This one came from the Abercrombie.
Well, does that help?
It may. We'll find out later. Well, that's all we can do here. Now let's call on Mr. McAllister.
The lieutenant is expecting you in the library.
Hey, Nick, what's the...
Hold it, Patsy. We'll find out fast enough.
Well, what took you so long, Nick? Did you get a flat tire, maybe?
Thanks for the welcome, Riley. Hey, what's going on here?
As if you didn't know.
But I don't. Well, Riley, what is it?
Uh-oh. Look there, Nick.
Is that McAllister?
Yes, it's McAllister. And dead as a doornail. And don't tell me you don't know nothing about it, because I wouldn't believe it.
Well, so McAllister is dead, too. How is this going to affect Nick's efforts to learn who John Powell really is? Or does John Powell know more about this than he's told Nick? We'll see in just a moment. Folks have a habit of forgetting to use the doormat, whether they come home through winter snow and spring rain or from summertime swimming pools. And the water they track in certainly spoils the appearance of shining, freshly clean floors. But those floors look spick and span again in a twinkling when you keep them protected with Linex clear gloss varnish, because it keeps both dirt and water right there on the surface where they're easy to whisk away. That same protective finish gives sparkling beauty to woodwork and furniture as well. For Linex clear gloss has a gleaming, transparent luster that provides a background of distinction for all your household things. And how Linex clear gloss wears. It resists damage by hot grease, boiling water, fruit acids, perfume, even alcohol, which means it's as fine for use on tabletops as for wood floors and linoleum. What's more, Linex clear gloss varnish is so easy, so smooth to brush on that it's no job at all. And once applied, it gives your home the handsome, well-kept appearance in which you take such pride. So ask your dealer now for Linex, Lin-X, Linex clear gloss varnish. You'll find all three great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere. And now back to our story. We left Nick and Patsy facing an angry Lieutenant Riley, who was accusing them of knowing more about the murder of Mr. McAllister than they pretended.
Yes, it's McAllister, and dead as a doornail. And don't tell me you don't know nothing about it, because I wouldn't believe it.
But we don't, Lieutenant, honest.
Of course we don't. Now, what happened, Riley?
He was just about to learn the details when you drove up, so we waited for you to join us.
Well, thank you, Riley. I knew I could count on you to do the right thing.
What? Why,
Watch your blood pressure, Lieutenant.
I ought to throw you both in the clink for 99 years.
All right, all right. Now, how about finding out what happened to McAllister?
All right. Now, you, chauffeur.
Yes, sir.
What's your name?
Barry, sir.
All right, Barry. Tell us what you know about this, and don't leave nothing out.
Well, I was driving Mr. McAllister home from the bank, and I stopped in front of the house, same as always. I was just going to get out and open the door for him when a man came up to me with a gun in his hand. He told me to keep my hands on the wheel and to look straight ahead, not to pay any attention to what I heard.
Go on. What happened then?
Well, I heard the car door open behind me. Mr. McAllister started to say something, and then I heard a shot. Then I heard a man say, "Come on, Mike," and they ran up the street. I turned around, saw Mr. McAllister slumped down in the back seat and two men running toward a car.
Where was this other car?
In the middle of the block on the other side of the street. The men got in, and it drove off.
You got any idea who them men were, what they was after?
Oh, no, sir.
All right, Barry. That's all for you for now. But don't go away. We may want you again in a few minutes.
Oh, sure, Lieutenant. I'll stick around.
Now, you. What's your name? What do you know about this?
The name is Stover, Lieutenant. I was Mr. McAllister's butler, sir.
Oh, just a moment. Stover, did a man named John Powell call here today?
Yes, sir, he did. Just as Mr. McAllister was leaving, sir. But Mr. McAllister said he didn't know anyone by that name, so he didn't speak to him.
Did you recognize the voice?
No, sir. But I'm almost sure it was the same person who called about an hour ago and asked if Mr. McAllister had returned yet. I told him I expected him in about half an hour. I asked him his name, sir, but he hung up.
So, Mr. Detective Carter, this guy Powell didn't just happen to call you two up and tell you he knocked off this guy, too, now, did he?
He couldn't have called us, Lieutenant. We haven't been back to the office since we left you.
Then how did you happen to show up here just when you did then?
We found McAllister's card in Powell's wallet.
That's right, Lieutenant. Powell asked us to see if McAllister knew anything about him, who he might really be.
I'd sure like to get a look at this client of yours. He seems to have a finger in every murder that goes on around here. You wouldn't let me just take a little peek at him, would you, Nicky? Just for the sake of our long and lovely friendship?
Riley, I mean it. I haven't the
Hey, what's going on?
Nick, there goes McAllister's chauffeur.
I told that guy to stick around here.
He'll be right back, sir. He's just taking the car round to the garage on the next avenue, the same as he always does when it's not being used.
But we got to go over that car for fingerprints as soon as my men get here. I'll go get him. I'll have him back here before you can say John Joseph Michael Riley.
Stover, what do you know about that chauffeur, Barry?
Why, not much, sir. He came to work here about 3 months ago. Mr. McAllister hired him himself.
Did you see any part of what happened when Mr. McAllister was shot?
Just the end, sir. I heard the car drive up, and I went to open the door. Just as I did, I heard a shot and saw the two men start toward the other car.
And Barry was sitting in the front seat, the way he said?
Yes, sir. He was sitting there with his hands on the wheel. As soon as the men started running, he called me, and I went to see how badly Mr. McAllister was hurt.
I see. Oh, by the way, Stover, do you happen to know where the chauffeur Barry lives?
I think he has a room over in the next avenue, sir. Number 7612, I believe it is. It's over a bakery.
Thank you. Well, Patsy, I think that's all for us here.
Where to now, Nick?
I think we'll take a trip down to the waterfront. I want to call on the purser of the Abercrombie.
Did you say the Abercrombie, sir?
Why, yes. Why?
It's probably only a coincidence, sir. But Mr. McAllister was very much worried last Friday night because a man he was expecting on the Abercrombie failed to show up.
That's so. Who was this chap who didn't show up?
I don't know, sir. Mr. McAllister was looking forward to seeing him. He was bringing him something important, I believe. He sent his car down to the pier to meet him, but Barry reported that he wasn't on the boat.
Was Mr. McAllister interested in anything besides his bank?
Oh, yes, sir. He was the head of several committees which were acting against enemy propaganda in this country.
Combating enemy propaganda, huh? Oh, this thing is beginning to make sense, Patsy. Now I'm more anxious than ever to talk to the purser of the Abercrombie. Will you tell the purser I'd like to see him, please?
This doesn't look like an American ship, Nick, even though it is named the Abercrombie.
It isn't, Patsy. It was originally the Prince Knut, a Danish vessel. It was
Oh.
taken over by the English when Hitler rolled over Denmark. Now sails for Sweden, I believe.
You think that the label we found in John Powell's clothes may mean that he came in on this boat?
I hope so, Patsy. And there's another thing makes me think that may be true. The gun that Miss David found, the one that Powell must have dropped on the steps of her apartment house, was a Swedish gun, remember?
Yes.
A Bofors 32?
Mr. Carter, you want to talk to me, yes?
Yes. Was there a passenger on your boat this last trip by the name of John Powell?
Jan Powell? No, we have only 3 young gentlemen traveling alone. I remember well. One Swedish-American, Mr. Lars Sjöström from Michigan, one Norwegian, Mr. Halverson, and the young South American, Mr. Richard Vallon.
Richard Vallon, huh?
Doesn't sound much like Powell, Nick.
You are from the police, maybe?
Well, yes, in a way. Why?
Then I think maybe this Mr. Vallon could be the one you are looking for. We had trouble with him on the way.
What kind of trouble?
Oh, it was not serious. Just his room steward report to me that he was armed, that he had seen pistol on his dresser. So I call on him and ask him to give me pistol for the trip. It is rules, you know.
Yes, I understand.
But he did not want to give it to me. He talked about it for a long time. Then at last he gave it to me, and I put it in safe. And when we dock, I give it back to him.
Very interesting. Did you notice the make of it?
Oh, yes. It was Bofors 32 caliber.
The Bofors 32.
Could you describe this Richard Vallon for me?
He was young man, slender, good-looking, blonde hair, about my size.
That's Powell, all right, Nick.
Oh, purser, did you happen to notice if a car met him at the dock?
But yes, when he leave the boat, he get into big black limousine. They start away, and then about the block from the dock, the car stop again. It was too dark to see what was happening. I think maybe there was trouble with the engine because I hear a backfire, and then the car go on again. But that was same place where police find dead man next morning.
Nick, it all adds up, doesn't it?
Yes, Patsy, I think it does. Well, thanks for your trouble, purser.
Oh, it's no trouble, thank you.
Patsy, I think we'll have a look at this room where Mr. McAllister's chauffeur lives.
Do you expect to find Barry here, Nick?
I rather hope not. I'd like to get a look at his room without his knowing it.
Oh.
Are you looking for someone?
Yes. We have an appointment with Barry, Mr. McAllister's chauffeur. He told us to come here and wait for him. Said you'd unlock his door so we could wait inside.
I don't unlock no roomers' door for no strangers.
Oh, yes, you do. See this?
Oh, sure. Sure, I'll open it for you. Don't have to act like that about it, though.
Go ahead, open up. Is it on this floor?
Yeah, right over here. There you are. Hurry up, will you?
Now, sit down inside here where I can see you.
Okay.
That's it. All right, Patsy, shut the door.
Okay.
Now, let's see what we can find here.
Hey, look. Hurry up, will you? I got work to do. I can't sit here forever.
You'll sit there till we finish this search.
Nick, what do you suppose is in this little can? I can't open it.
Huh? Hey, Patsy, let me have that.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yes, the cover is on pretty tight.
Well, that's movie film, isn't it?
Certainly is. Well, let's see. Oh, boy, look at that.
Well, what is it, Nick?
Looks like pictures of German atrocities and destruction in some of the conquered countries.
Oh.
Oh, these are brutal. Where did you find this, Patsy?
In the bottom drawer, wrapped up in some long underwear. There's a briefcase there, too.
Briefcase. Let me see it.
Here it is.
Yes, that's it, all right.
Come on, Patsy.
No, but Nick...
No time to lose. We're going to take this stuff down to Riley to be turned over to the FBI. They'll be very happy to get it.
Maybe they would, but they ain't gonna.
Barry.
Now, Carter, take a look at this gun of mine and then hand over the film and the briefcase. I'll take care of them myself.
Barry, I'd like to make a deal with you.
Yeah? What kind of a deal?
Excuse me, do you mind if I get my handkerchief?
Never mind the funny business. Give me the stuff you found here.
Very well. Here. May I get my handkerchief?
All right, but I'm watching you, so don't try anything.
I don't carry any guns in my breast pocket. I just want my handkerchief. There.
Hey, what was that? Why, you... Oh.
All right, Patsy. You can stop holding your breath now. We get out of here fast. Find a cop and bring him up here quick.
Right, Nick. Gee, I'm glad I realized what you were doing in time, so I didn't get knocked out, too.
That little flask of quick-acting knockout gas comes in handy sometimes. Now, my unconscious friend, I'll just collect the film and the briefcase and turn them over to Riley to be forwarded to the FBI. They'll be glad to get evidence like this.
So Barry was only working for McAllister so he could keep an eye on him, huh?
Yes, Riley. McAllister was very active in combating enemy propaganda, and Barry was on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that as soon as he, Barry, found out the names of the men McAllister was working with, he had him killed. Well, with the pictures and other data in that briefcase, the FBI should be able to make short work of the whole crew.
Yeah. Oh. Lieutenant Riley, homicide speaking. Oh, sure, send him right in.
Something interesting, Riley?
Could be. Well, Schultz?
I was on my beat tonight when a big car goes around the corner fast and the guy falls out. Lands with his head up against one of the L pillars, out cold. I got an ambulance and took him to the hospital.
Well?
Well, I found these things on him, Lieutenant. That's why I come direct to you.
Nick, Powell's lavalier and eardrops.
Yes. And there's McAllister's card and all the money.
You mean that guy could be John Powell?
Certainly could be, Riley.
So he wasn't no crook, eh? Well, this sure looks like it.
Well, I'm sure he wasn't, Riley.
I'm going to the hospital and have a look at that guy. You want to come?
Right you are. Grab your hatchet, Patsy, and let's get going.
It's wonderful, Nick. When you ride with the police department, you don't have to watch out for traffic or red lights or anything.
That's more. You save gas when you don't use your own car. That's mighty
Calling
important.
Lieutenant Riley. Headquarters calling Lieutenant
that
Riley.
calls for me. Hold everything. Schultz, this is Lieutenant Riley. Go ahead.
We just got a call from the guy we took to the hospital last night, Lieutenant. He says he saw a car used by McAllister's killers. Says car license is KX56-7D. I checked that number and it belongs to Gussie Lang.
Gussie Lang? Schultz, send out some men at once and pick up Gussie and his gang and bring him in and hold him for questioning. Get going fast. That's all.
Right, Lieutenant.
We'll take care of him fast enough. Well, step on it, Rice. What's holding you back?
So, Powell, you actually saw McAllister killed last night.
Yes, plain as I see you now. I was waiting for him to come home in the hopes that he could identify me. When the killers started off, I jumped on the rear bumper of their car, but when they went around a corner, I got thrown off. Hit something, I guess.
You hit your head on an L pillar. Best cure in the world for amnesia. Practically never fails, Mr. Vallon.
Vallon? How'd you know my name? I only knew it myself a few minutes ago.
We find out things. Now, suppose you tell us what happened when you landed off the Abercrombie last Friday night. That is, if you can remember now.
I remember, all right. I got off the boat, and McAllister's chauffeur met me. We drove a block or so from the dock, and he stopped. Two men opened the car door and started to get in. I saw they had guns, so I fired at one of them. Then something hit me on the head, and that's the last I knew.
Now, look here, Powell or Vallon or whatever your name is. Where'd you get all that money we found on you? Them sparklers. They don't look honest to me.
The jewels belonged to my great-aunt Miriam. I took them across to have them recut in Amsterdam. Then the Germans took Amsterdam, so I had to bring them back. The money belonged to a refugee I met who asked me to deposit it to my account until he could get over here. But I still don't see why those men tried to hold me up. Nobody knew I had the jewels with me.
It wasn't the jewels they wanted, Valen. It was the roll of film and the envelope of documents you had in your briefcase.
Were they important?
Where did you get them?
Well, a friend of my father's gave them to me. Asked me to give them to Mr. McAllister when I got over here. But what were they, Mr. Carter?
The film showed Nazi atrocities in conquered countries. The documents were pictures, descriptions, and names of active workers in anti-American activities here in this country. McAllister's chauffeur, Barry, was one of the head workers. When you prevented those men from getting what they wanted, Barry dumped you out of the car and took the film and the papers to his room to hold until he could dispose of them safely. But we got there first.
Well, Lieutenant, are you satisfied that Mr. Powell, or I should say Mr. Valen, is innocent?
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, come on, Riley. Cheer up. You've got the film and the anti-American data. You've got McAllister's murderers.
Yeah.
And you're going to get all the credit for solving the case.
Huh?
What more do you want?
In just a moment, Nick and Patsy will bring you a preview of next week's exciting case. But before they do, think this over. The more home-like the place you live in, the more fun you have inviting folks to share your hospitality. And these days, every home can look its shining best with very little effort when you depend on the three great Linex home brighteners. Take Linex cream polish, for instance. In one quick, easy application, it reveals your fine furniture in all its original gleaming beauty, renews the appearance of the wood, frees it from the dull cloudiness of dust, old polish, and finger marks. You see, Linex cream polish actually cleans as it polishes, cutting your job in half, saving one whole step. And when you're through, you'll find that Linex cream polish has left no oiliness on the surface of your furniture. It dries hard, bright, and dustless. Yes, in every way, Linex cream polish for fine furniture is the modern shortcut to furniture loveliness. Be sure to ask your dealer for it by name. Linex cream polish for fine furniture, which cleans as it polishes. You'll find all three great Linex home brighteners, Linex self-polishing wax, Linex clear gloss varnish, and Linex cream polish at your nearest hardware, paint, or department store. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. Well, Nick, how about a peek into next week's story? Got a few hints for us?
Well, next week's story, Ken, is about one of the wildest and most exciting nights Patsy and I ever spent.
I should say it was.
What happened, Nick?
4 rich old Tories during the Revolution buried all their valuables in a small rocky island. Their heirs had found a clue to the burial place of the treasure and called me in to solve the clue, which was in code.
But they didn't figure on the one man who wanted it all for himself and who was willing to kill to be sure he got it.
What do you call the story, Nick?
It's called 4 Rings of Death.
Or the mystery of the Tory Island murders.
I hope you'll be with us next week. So long for now.
So long to all of you. See you soon.
And so long to both of you, Nick and Patsy. We'll be here waiting for you next week. Next week at this same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, entitled
4 Rings of Death, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Tory Island Murders.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is featured in Street and Smith magazines. Lon Clark is starred as Nick with Helen Choate as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White, and the programs are written and directed by Jock McGregor. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented at this time and over these same stations each week by the 3 great Linex home brighteners, Linex clear gloss varnish, Linex cream polish, and Linex self-polishing wax, created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme fine quality paints. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is Mutual.
as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Diamond Detective Agency, Handy Hints on Homicide.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Just pick a victim.
All right.
Got it?
Yes?
6 of spades.
Oh.
Hello, Helen.
Hi. Am I going to see you tonight, Rick?
Depends on how many lights you leave on in the study.
But are you coming over?
Wouldn't miss it. I've been puckered up since 8 o'clock this morning.
Francis has the night off. I'll have dinner for you in by the fire.
Well, take it easy. The last time you built a fire, it got so hot I had to keep basting myself for a week.
Oh, Rick.
Sure. The next day I walked by Linda's and some guy grabbed me and shoved an apple in my mouth. Said he'd get fired if I didn't climb back in the window and lie down.
Oh, I'll see you tonight.
Bye.
Bye.
Now, let's see. Where did I put the soap?
Mr. Diamond?
Well, it depends on what you want him for. If it's the rent, he's being buried over in Jersey this afternoon.
My name is Dr. Edward Gerson from Bellevue Hospital. I have nothing to do with the rent.
Well, if you're with the Sanity Commission, Diamond's still in Jersey.
It is apparent that you are behind in your rent and you wish to remain buried in Jersey for the moment.
Well, it's not as bad as it sounds. Are you a potential client?
I'm a psychiatrist, Mr.
Well, pick a good one. How about Apple Knocker?
All right. I'm in a rather peculiar position, Mr. Apple Knocker.
Oh, I don't know. I always sit like that.
For the past 4 days, I've been treating a young man for an unusual type of shock.
What did he do? Run his electric train in the bathtub?
You're quite an interesting case yourself. Are you always so unconcerned when someone comes to you with a problem?
Look, Doctor, everybody's got a problem. That's why I'm in business. If you've got a big one, you'll get by my little remarks, and I'll be glad to see what I can do for you.
Quite a philosophy. All right, then. Let's both get down to business, Mr. Apple Knocker.
Oh, now, what's your trouble?
This boy I mentioned, he disappeared 5 days ago.
You said you'd been treating him for 4 days. He couldn't have been gone very long.
A day and a night. He was found the next morning wandering through the Bowery, unable to speak, unable to understand anything.
I see.
Someone took him to Bellevue. Luckily, the family's private physician is also on the staff at Bellevue. He saw the boy and called the family immediately.
And you've been treating him ever since?
Yes. Last night, the boy began to talk, make reasonable sense. Now, this would continue for perhaps a few hours, then he would lapse into a complete state of confusion. Each time he was given a sedative, and each time, as the sedative wore off, he talked for a while, knew who he was, start to tell about the missing night, and then lapse once more into this state of, well, confusion.
And you think something happened during this missing night, and he doesn't want to remember it?
Correct. Did you ever study psychology?
Every day, Doctor. I get enough screwy cases in here to make your clientele look like a bunch of Einsteins. And now stop unlocking my mind. There's a draft.
Well, as you said, this boy won't let himself remember something that happened on that missing night. He'll talk about everything up to that point, but the minute he reaches it...
Yeah, he jumps the tracks.
Well, yes.
What do you want me to do?
You know what I want you to do, Mr. Diamond.
Okay. Now, here's one that will throw you. You know what I want you to do?
The boy's family is quite willing to meet any expense that you feel is necessary.
Oh, remind me not to take you on a double date.
If I don't discover what happened to this boy on the night in question, I'm afraid he might lose his mind permanently. These periods of confusion are becoming more frequent, and sooner or later, he won't be able to distinguish between the real and the unreal. I'm going to put him under narcosynthesis this evening, and I'd like you to be present.
All right, Doctor. What's the boy's name?
William Carter. Be at Bellevue at 8 o'clock and ask for me. The boy's family will be there also, and you can tell them about your fee.
Now, just give me a quick answer and leave my motives alone. Is his family wealthy?
Quite.
And I'll see you at 8 o'clock, Dr. Gerson.
You would have anyway. Goodbye, Mr. Apple Knocker.
You know, you can feel pretty silly when a guy like that walks in and answers all your questions before you got time to think them up. Anyway, I remembered my dinner date with Helen and put in a fast call to the little redhead. She was unhappy, naturally, but she said something about me holding the pucker and to drop around whenever I had the time. At 8 o'clock, I was standing in the long hall at the Bellevue Hospital.
Dr. Murray, report to the second-floor desk, please. Dr. Murray to the second-floor desk.
Good evening, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, hello, Dr. Gerson.
What's the matter? You look a little nervous.
Well, hospitals bother me.
That's very interesting. The family is at the end of the hall. Let's go down.
Tell me, Doctor, just what exactly happens when you put William Carter under this narco-synthesis?
It's an intravenous injection. It unlocks those little doors in the back of his mind. Gets him to talk. You'll see. It's really very amazing. Right here.
Good evening, Doctor.
Mrs. Carter.
How's the boy?
Not much change. This is Mr. Diamond, Mr. and Mrs. Carter.
How do you
How
do?
do you do?
How do you do?
Mrs. Carter, Dr. Gersten wants me to find out what happened to your son the night he was missing. Have you any idea?
He said he had a date, and when I asked him who it was, he wouldn't tell me. That's all we know.
I think William will be able to recreate what happened for you, Mr. Diamond. Now, I'll leave you to discuss business. And when you are through, stop at the desk. They'll show you where I am.
Well, I...
Yes, Mr. Diamond. What is your fee?
Oh, thank you. Believe me. 100 a day in expenses.
And your retainer?
1 day's work.
Mr. Diamond, can you help our boy?
Mrs. Carter, I don't really know.
I'll write you a check.
Oh, thanks. Mrs. Carter, whatever it is that's strong enough to make your son lose his memory, it might be...
Think maybe it's something bad?
I know it's something bad. How bad, I've got to find out. I hope it's not more serious than I think.
Oh, yes, I know.
Here you are, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, thanks. I'll keep in touch. I left the Carters with that lousy feeling in my stomach. I looked at the check. $200. For what? Maybe a down payment on a man's sanity. Maybe not. William Carter could have done a lot of things that missing night. Maybe that $200 was going to be a mortgage on murder. I went down to the desk, and an intern showed me downstairs to a small room with one desk lamp in the corner.
I'm glad you didn't take too long. The patient will be down in a minute.
Oh, isn't this a little irregular, Doctor? I mean, me listening in on a man's secrets?
If he's done something against the law, I want you to find out whether it really happened.
Well, if he tells you about it, it must have happened.
He might have thought it happened. I can't take the chance. If he's committed some sort of a crime, I don't think I'll be able to do much for him. Now, I want you to sit behind that screen there and be perfectly quiet.
Sure.
Comfortable?
Oh, yes. The needle can't reach this far.
This should be quite interesting for you, Diamond, particularly in your kind of work.
You can find out about anything you want with this stuff, can't you, Doctor?
If it's a recent shock, why?
Oh, I was just thinking about a little blonde I know.
Now, here he is. Roll him right over here. Now lift him over on the bed. It's all right, William. Everything's going fine. All right, thank you, nurse. How do you feel, William? Can you understand me?
Say it again. Say it again.
Can you understand me, William?
Yes, but keep talking. Say anything. Just make my mind stop jumping around.
Sure. It's nice in this hospital, isn't it?
Huh?
It's nice in this hospital.
Yeah. Oh, what's the matter with me?
Just be quiet. Think about lying in a boat under the warm sun.
Lying in a boat. Lying in a boat. Lying in a boat.
Uh-huh. Just lying in the sun, rocking back and forth.
What are you going to do?
This won't hurt. You're going to have a nice, long sleep.
Oh, yeah, please. I want to sleep.
There. Now start counting.
Do what? Do what? Tell me again.
Start counting. 1.
1.
2.
2.
You're doing fine. Keep counting.
3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9.
I sat behind the screen and listened to the doctor begin. At the start, Carter seemed almost glad to talk about it. He described the beginning of the evening. He had a date. A girl named Helena on 53 East 51st Street.
Did you have a good time with Helena?
Wonderful time.
We went dancing.
Where did you
He
go
kept
dancing?
talking all about the evening. They danced and drank.
We went to a little
The doctor kept digging, working at him, looking for every little detail.
After you got through dancing?
We went to our apartment. We had some more drinks. Pretty strong ones.
Who made them?
What?
Who made the drinks?
Helena did. Then he came in.
Who came in?
He did. The man.
The man? The man just came into Helena's apartment.
Who are you? Helena, who is this guy?
What are you doing here, William?
What are you doing? What do you want? Get out. Get out. I don't care who you are.
I'm not going to get out, William.
I don't believe it. You're not her husband. Stop it. Take your hands off her.
He's hurting Helena.
Yeah. I'll fix you.
Helena needs help.
There.
You hit him.
Yeah. Gotta get out of here.
Why do you?
I gotta get out. He's dead. I killed him.
Well, Diamond, did you hear enough?
Yeah.
It's up to you. Find out if he really did it.
Okay.
Thank you.
For what? Well, according to William Carter, he'd gone to a girl's apartment. The husband had come in, and he'd killed him. Cases like that don't make me a happy gumshoe, but I had a $200 retainer in my pocket, so I had to keep going. My first stop was the 5th Precinct Police Station and Lieutenant Walt Levinson. When I walked into the squad room, I spotted Sergeant Otis tying a square knot in his shoelace.
I'll be right with you, Gumshoe.
Hey, Otis, what happens when you break one of those shoelaces?
Oh, what do you think happens? I get a new one.
For those shoes? What do you use, a mooring line off the Queen Mary?
Oh, why don't you lay off? I thought we was pals.
Is the lieutenant in?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Otis, if your shoes wear out, why don't you do like the Dutch do?
Oh, what's that?
Wear wooden ones. Just go out and rent yourself a couple of rowboats.
Oh.
Hello, Walt.
Good evening, Mr. Diamond, and thank you for stopping by so late.
Well, now, what do you mean?
You've got some horrible scheme up your sleeve, but I don't have to play straight man. I'm off duty in exactly 3 minutes.
It'll take 2.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. I want a list of DOAs for the night of November 12th.
What's the matter? Can't you find a little old corpse all by your lonesome?
Oh, shut
Or
up.
does the police department have to furnish you with one?
Well, if you just cooperate, Sassy, you'll be out of here in 2 minutes.
All right. Here.
Now, thanks. Wow. 3 of them, huh?
If that's what it says, why? Is there one we haven't found?
2 women and a man.
Yeah. The man's my department, homicide.
Herbert Fisher, found in his wife's apartment on 51st Street, married to Helena Fisher. What about Helena, Walt?
We're still looking for her. Neighbors say she and her husband hadn't been living together for several months. The old boy must have come home, found her with another guy, and got heated up. Either the wife or the other guy killed him.
Oh? How do you know there was another guy?
Well, the neighbors say a young guy started seeing her about a week before. Came up with her that night. We haven't a line on him yet, but we're checking.
What killed him?
Poker from the fireplace, beaten over the head.
Oh. No prints?
Nope, clean as a whistle. Say, what's with you? What are you so interested in this killing for?
Oh, I just like to hear about crimes.
Oh, now stop that. If you know something.
I do know something, Walt.
Yeah, what?
One word.
Will it help me solve this case?
I don't know.
Well, what is it?
Bye. I left the precinct and headed back to Bellevue and Dr. Gerson. I had a hunch that was growing roots, and if William Carter's sanity was going to be saved, it would have to be done in a hurry. Up till now, only 4 people knew who was in that apartment when Fisher was killed. Myself, a missing girl named Helena, the potential killer, William Carter, and the good doctor.
The girl hasn't gone to the police? Why, if William Carter did it?
Well, that's what I've been asking myself all the way down here, Doctor.
Unless she wants to protect him.
That's the only one I could come up with. I want to ask you 2 questions, Doctor. First, do you think William Carter would pick up a poker and beat a man on the head?
That's hard to say. He might.
Would he then wipe his fingerprints off?
According to what he told me, he killed the man and rushed immediately from the apartment. I'd say no to the fingerprints.
That's what I'd say.
He suffered the shock immediately after he killed the man. He knew he had to get out, but after that, he can't remember a thing.
May I use your phone?
Certainly.
Doctor, how could Carter be sure that he'd killed the man?
Why, I don't know. If you remember, he didn't say. He just said he'd killed him.
Homicide, Lieutenant Levinson.
I thought you were going home.
I got to sit up with a headache.
Oh, well, I want some information. Where did the murdered man live if he wasn't staying with his wife?
Oh, now, wait a minute. We know who did it.
You do?
Sure, some guy named Carter, William Carter. I sent some of the boys over to his house 10 minutes ago.
How do you know he did it?
Because Helena Fisher walked into the station and told us so.
You got the girl?
Yeah, we're holding her till we pick up the Carter guy. Seems Carter was in her apartment with her.
I know the story.
You do? You do?
I'll be right down. Well, they've got Helena, Doctor. She says William Carter killed her husband.
Yes, I heard. Well, I'm afraid I can't do much for him now.
I think you can. There's one thing that smells too rotten to make sense. Why did William Carter take enough time to wipe off those fingerprints?
Because he didn't want to be discovered.
Well, if he didn't want anyone to know he did it, why didn't he kill the girl?
Oh, good Lord, I never thought of that.
I got an idea. And it may mean you bending the law a little, Doctor, but it might save William Carter.
What do you want me to do, Mr. Diamond?
Is there any way you can find out from Carter exactly what he did after he struck the man?
Of course. When he comes out of his sleep, he'll be able to talk about it.
Can he be moved?
Well, yes, if it's necessary.
Then get him out of here. Take him somewhere. Even if his family covers for him, it's just a matter of time until Lieutenant Levinson finds out he was picked up and put in here.
Oh, this is extremely dangerous.
Look, if he believes he killed this guy, the girl's story will hold water. The only way that I can see to make him snap out of it is to prove to him that he really didn't kill anybody.
That's right. Don't you think he did kill that man?
Maybe, but I doubt it. Can he walk?
Yes.
Good. Take him down to my office. Here's the key. Stay there until you hear from me.
You know, I like you, Diamond, and I respect you, but this is...
You want to save the boy's life?
Of course.
Then get him down to my office. I left the hospital and grabbed a cab back to the 5th Precinct. Sometimes when things don't add up like ABC, you've got to go out into left field for the answer. Everything pointed to William Carter, and he believed it himself. But I kept thinking about those fingerprints. I told Walt my idea.
Are you crazy? So the guy did wipe off the prints but didn't kill the girl. Whatever. People do crazy things the first time they knock somebody off. Besides, you can't go around posing as a police sergeant.
Oh, now stop that, Walt. Admit it. There's a hole someplace.
But you told me yourself the Carter guy admits killing the girl's husband.
In his condition, he'd admit anything.
He says he did it. The girl says he did it. What more do you want?
I don't want any doubts at all. Will you just try the idea?
If you'll tell me where you've got William Carter.
Promise not to have the boys there? Just you?
Yes, I get mixed
He's
up
in my office.
Wouldn't you know it?
Okay, Walt. Get the girl in here and tell her just what I told you.
I don't need any rehearsals. Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Send Mrs. Fisher in here.
Right.
I hope you know what you're doing. You're putting me in an awful spot.
Well, if it works, Walt, the state won't burn an innocent man.
Yes, but this...
Mrs. Fisher, Lieutenant.
Oh, come in, Mrs. Fisher.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Sit down. This is Sergeant Diamond.
Oh. Well, how do you do, Sergeant Diamond?
How do you do, Mrs. Fisher?
We've checked your story, and everything seems to be all right. You can go home, but please don't leave town.
I'm terribly sorry about this. I know I should have told you sooner, but William was... Well, I didn't know what to do.
You did the right thing.
Have you found William yet?
No, but we will.
But didn't you check his house? Isn't he with his family?
No, he didn't come home at all. Oh, and that reminds me. You know, you're the only witness who can prove he did kill your husband.
Why, yes, I guess I am.
Well, I'd be extremely careful. He just might,
Lieutenant? You don't think he might try and kill me, too?
Well, you never know. After a man kills once and he's got time to think about it, he's liable to do anything.
Well, then, I demand police protection.
And you'll get it. Sergeant Diamond here has been assigned to the case.
Oh, how nice.
I'll do as much as I possibly can.
Well, when do you start?
Right now. I'll meet you out in the squad room right after I have a few words with the lieutenant.
All right, Sergeant. Thank you, Lieutenant.
Perfectly all right. This is ridiculous.
All right. You get over to my office and pick up William Carter and the doctor. I'll stall Mrs. Fisher. Take her to a bar or something.
All right. But if the commission hears about this, Sergeant Otis will be the new head of homicide.
This is nice, Sergeant Diamond. Do you always guard people like this?
Just the pretty ones.
Oh, thank you. If you really think William might try to harm me, you'll have to stick pretty close, won't you?
Mm-hmm. Do you mind?
Not at all. What time is it?
11:30. Getting tired?
Yes, a little. It's been a hard day.
I'll bet it has.
What if William comes to my place in the middle of the night? Where will you be?
Watching the front door, baby. He won't get in.
Watching the door from inside or outside?
Outside, baby. Sorry.
Yes, so am I. Here's my apartment, Rick.
Oh, nice place.
I don't like it very much since... Look, couldn't I stay in a hotel?
Oh, no. Too many ways for a killer to get in.
But do you really think William might try and get me?
What's he hiding out for?
Well, he could be scared.
All the more reason. Men like that don't hide out for a week if they're going to give themselves up. And if William isn't going to give himself up, he'll probably try to get rid of the one person who knows he did the killing.
But William isn't like that. He wouldn't...
Wouldn't what?
I was just going to say he wouldn't kill anybody.
But he did. He knows he did.
Yes.
Well, I'm going out in front and check the building. I'll be back.
Oh, do you have to go?
That's a good idea. You just take it easy.
But William has a key.
Oh, well, then you better give me one, too. I'll be right out in front.
Oh, all right, here. Don't be too long, Rick. I can't stand this place long if I'm alone.
Sure, baby.
Over here, Rick.
Yeah, I spotted you when you drove up. Hello, Doctor.
I hope your plan works, Diamond.
Yeah. Well, hello, William.
He can't hear you. I put him into a deep sleep. He'll only answer my voice. There's only one way that we can get him into that apartment.
Well, let's go. Mrs. Fisher is scared stiff.
William?
Yes?
Get out of the car.
Come on, Walter. You got to be there to hear it.
If we solve this one, I'll never tell anyone how.
Let's go.
Come with me, William. Now, William, remember, you are to go up to Helena's apartment and go in.
Here's a key, Doctor.
Do you understand, William?
I am to go up to Helena's apartment and go in.
Here's the key. Use the key to let yourself in.
The key to let myself in.
When you're in, close the door and stand in front of it. And that's all. All right, Mr. Diamond.
Here we go. The four of us went in through the front door, and Dr. Gerson briefed William once more. Then we led him up the stairs and up to Helena Fisher's apartment. I could hear her humming as soon as William tried the key. We all ducked.
Who's there? Rick? Answer me. Who's there? William. What do you want? William, what are you doing here? William, say something. Don't just stand there. Oh, You've got to get out. The police are looking for you. There's one downstairs right now. Well, say something. Stop staring. William, get away from that door. Please, William, please, please. I know what you want, William. I won't tell anyone. William, say something. Don't look at me like that. You're going to kill me, aren't you? Look, William, you didn't do it. I killed him. I just told you he was dead after you hit him. When you left, I killed him with a poker. William, please!
All right, Helena.
Greg. Oh, he was going to kill me.
Oh, sure. Like he killed your husband.
How's William, Doctor?
I'll wake him up when he gets back to the hospital. He'll be all right when he reads Mrs. Fisher's confession.
What's going on here?
You better go along with the lieutenant, baby.
Why?
We heard your whole confession from outside the door.
What? Why, I just said he was going to kill me.
Also, we found some of your fingerprints on the poker.
You're crazy. I wiped them all.
She's all yours, Walt.
Let's go, Mrs. Fisher.
You tricked me. You tricked me into saying that.
Come on, lady. I don't want to get rough.
I'll kill you, too.
I think you can take her along now, Lieutenant.
Holy cow.
Why, Doctor.
Well, I've never hit a woman before, but This one made me very unhappy.
Well, you're a good doctor, but you're certainly no gentleman. You should have kicked her.
Rick, what kept you out so late? It's after midnight.
Oh, I had to stick around and watch Otis turn into a pumpkin.
Now, that's Cinderella.
Yeah. Can you imagine Sergeant Otis as Cinderella? The good prince would slip his sacrum trying to haul his slipper around.
Tell me a fairy story, Rick.
Well, once upon a time, there were two idiots.
Rick.
And they lived happily ever after.
Sing.
Don't like it?
Sing.
I liked it.
Sing.
I'll do as I please.
Rick?
I love those dear hearts and gentle people who live in my hometown, because those dear hearts and gentle people will never, ever let you down. They read the good book from Friday till Monday. That's how the weekend goes. I've got a dream house I'll build there one day with picket fence and rambling rose. I feel so welcome each time that I return that my happy little heart keeps laughing like a clown. I love the dear hearts and gentle people who live and love in my hometown. Well, how was that, honey?
Well, Harold Appleknocker, where'd you pick up that there song?
Well, my hometown, Mountain View, back up in the hills of Arkansas.
Oh, that sure was mighty fine.
Well, Lulu Bell, I'm glad you liked it. Mind if I bust you up with another 8-bar?
Nope. Bust away.
I love the dear heart and gentle people who live and love in my hometown. Da-da-da-dee. Well. Yeah, I think I did pretty fine that air song.
Oh, yes, sir. You done busted me up right proper.
Oh, you ought to come over to Mountain View sometime, Little Bell. Got dear hearts and gentle people all over the place.
Oh, I'd like to make the trip.
Oh, you'd love the people. You'd love to see them, love to greet them. How would you greet them, Lula Bell? How would you greet them? What would you say?
Howdy.
Oh, they'll love you, Lula Bell.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg, Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Joan Banks, Sam Edwards, and Norman Field. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written and directed by Blake Edwards. Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Now, this is Eddie King inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week, when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. What's on NBC Sunday? There's a full evening of great entertainment in store for you tomorrow on NBC. You'll hear rib-tickling comedy on the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. And for mystery, there's Sam Spade's latest caper. Tomorrow, Sam meets a Mr. Tom Turkey. For the very best radio fare, always tune to NBC. Coming up, it's Brian Donlevy and Hollywood Star Theater on NBC.
The Linux Show, starring Nick Carter, Master Detective. Presented by Acme, America's great producer of fine quality paints. This is the story of a man known the world over as one of the most daring and resourceful characters in the history of detective fiction. A man whose name has become a symbol of the triumph of right and justice over the sinister forces of crime and lawlessness. A man recognized as one of the great masters of deduction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. today's exciting case,
The Vanishing Lady.
Another exciting chapter dramatized from the life story of Nick Carter. In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter traced a woman who vanished on the steps of the Mercy Maternity Hospital and found out what really happened to her unborn heir. But now, no ordinary phrase is heard oftener than what's new. And this is the answer wise homemakers are giving these days. The three great Linex home brighteners. Linex self-polishing wax, Linex cream polish, and Linex clear gloss varnish. The modern shortcuts to perfect care for floors, woodwork, and furniture. Linex self-polishing wax, the amazing new wax product, beautifies floors with a satiny yet tough anti-skid finish. Linex cream polish cleans as it polishes, leaving no oily film on your furniture. And Linex clear gloss varnish, which is brushed on, dries to an elastic, transparent surface that protects all wood and linoleum in your home. Do as thousands of modern homemakers do. Save hours of work each week. Enjoy sparkling new beauty in your home. Get the three great Linex home brighteners now. You'll find them all at your hardware, paint, or department store. Your headquarters also for Chemtone, the miracle wall finish. And now for today's exciting case from the life of Nick Carter. As we look in on Nick Carter today, we find him in his laboratory at the top of the old brownstone house on the corner of 5th and 4th. It is night. The laboratory is dark except for the strange, unearthly glow of a small mercury vapor lamp which casts an eerie light into the intent and watchful eyes of the great detective, Nick Carter. There is silence. Someone moves in the shadow.
You're right, Patsy. The ultraviolet ray shows that 2 different inks were used in the writing of this will. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the whole job's a forgery. That's all. Turn on the lights.
Oh, praise be. Now I can go home and get a night's sleep for a change.
Oh, no, not yet. Get the vaporizer ready. I want to test this sheet of paper for latent fingerprints.
You want iodine, osmium, tetroxide?
Tetroxide. I want to take pictures.
Okay.
Iodine just isn't photogenic. Now, take it easy, Patsy. It's only the night bell. Somebody's at the front door, so.
I guess I'll never get over having my stomach do nip-ups if a phone or a doorbell rings suddenly in the middle of the night. Here, you take this stuff. I'll go down and see who it is.
Mr. Carter, you are Mr. Nick Carter?
Why, yes. What seems to be the trouble?
It's my wife. She's disappeared. We had a quarrel, and now she's gone.
Well, I wouldn't be too upset, Mr.
Ashford, Harold Ashford. But I am upset. Anyone would be. You see, she's going to have a baby.
When?
Now, any minute. I mean, any hour. She was on her way to the hospital. That's when she disappeared, right on the steps of Mercy Hospital.
Why weren't you with her at the time?
I just told you we had a quarrel. Don't you see?
Now, look here, Mr. Ashford.
Oh, just a minute, Nick. I think we'd get more information if we gave Mr. Ashworth a chance to collect himself. Here, sit down in this easy chair.
Thanks. You're very kind, Mrs. Carter. I guess you've been through this yourself.
Oh, no, my name's Bowen. Miss Patsy Bowen.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
That's perfectly all right, Mr. Ashworth. You see, I was one of a large family, so I do know a little about these things. Mr. Carter, on the other hand...
Now, look here, Patsy. Mr. Ashworth didn't come here to...
Quiet, Nick. You may be tops when it comes to scientific detection, but how you ever passed in applied psychology? Now, Mr. Ashworth, suppose you tell us all about it, from the beginning.
Yes. Yes, of course.
Patsy, sometimes I have to hand it to you.
Thanks. All right, Mr. Ashworth, you and your wife are expecting a baby. What's her name, by the way?
Nora. She was Nora Brent.
Mm-hmm.
Her 2 uncles own the Brent Tubing and Appliances Company.
Then she has money.
Oh, no. Her father was a minister. He died before we met. Her uncles never approved of me. You see, I'd been married before.
Widowed or divorced?
Divorced. That's what her uncles didn't approve of. And besides, Nora's a good 10 years younger than I am. They say I married her on the rebound. You see, she had a childhood sweetheart, Jim Stanley, a boy she'd known all her life. He was reported missing with a carrier that went down in the Pacific. That was 2 years ago. Nora was pretty cut up about it. My first wife had just run away with another man.
So you consoled each other?
Well, maybe just at first, but it didn't take long for us to realize that we were made for each other. You've got to believe me, Mr. Carter. We loved each other. We were ideally happy.
No arguments? No differences of opinion?
No, never. That is, not until today.
And what happened today?
This morning, a letter came for Nora. It was addressed to Nora Brent, not Mrs. Ashford, mind you. And up in the corner of the envelope, the sender's name and address read, Chief Petty Officer Jim Stanley, Tappan Haven Hospital.
But that's the man she was in love with. The man who was supposed to be dead. Now he's in a hospital only 5 miles down the bay.
I take it she got excited when she saw the letter.
I knew she would, Mr. Carter, and, well, maybe it was jealousy. Maybe I was afraid of what might happen. You see, we were expecting the baby almost any time, so...
So, what?
So I destroyed the letter.
Very short-sighted.
I realize that now, but I couldn't bear to think of losing her. I'd have done anything to prevent it.
It would have been much better to have brought the whole thing out into the open.
It's too late now. It's happened. Just what I was afraid of. We were sitting in my den after dinner tonight. I was so worried I just couldn't seem to take my eyes off her. Pretty soon I realized I was making her nervous, so I said I thought I'd go to bed and read. I'd just got into my pajamas when the phone rang. I let Nora answer it because her uncle, Timothy Brent, generally called about that time to find out how Nora was feeling.
Oh, so the uncles had forgiven her for marrying you.
Oh, yes. Tim Brent's a swell guy. He came right around to see us as soon as Paul, the other uncle, died 5 months ago. Paul never forgave us. Even cut Nora out of his will.
Stubborn old customer, huh? And was it Uncle Tim on the telephone?
No. I could hear Nora's voice, but not what she was saying. She was talking on the extension in the dining room. Well, pretty soon she opened the bedroom door. She was sort of quiet, white.
Harold, what did you do with that letter?
What letter, Nora?
The one from Jim Stanley. I just talked to him.
But, Nora, there wasn't any letter. You mean Jim's alive?
Harold, you've never lied to me before. How could you? How could you?
Nora, please, I can explain.
I don't want any explanations. I don't want...
Nora, darling, what's wrong? What's the matter?
Baby, I've got to get to the hospital. I've got...
Nora, please, darling, don't be frightened. Just as soon as I get dressed again, I'll
take it. It's probably Uncle Tim. Hello? Oh, yes, Uncle Tim. No, something's happened. It's the baby. I'm going to the hospital right away. Please call Dr. Jenkins and tell him that I need him. Tell him to come right away.
Nora, for heaven's sakes, wait just a minute until I get...
No, Harold, I'm going for good. I don't ever want to see you again.
And she left without you?
Yes. I heard the front door slam while I was putting on my shoes. I ran after her, but it's too late. Old Joe, that's the man who has the taxi on our corner, pulled away just as I ran out the front door. It was 20 minutes before I got another cab. I drove to Mercy Hospital as fast as I could make the driver go. It couldn't have taken us more than 12 minutes to get there, but it seemed like hours.
What happened when you got to the hospital?
I rushed up the steps into the reception room and demanded that the nurse ask at the desk to take me to my wife.
And?
They said they hadn't laid eyes on her.
Maybe she went somewhere else.
That's what I thought. I thought maybe she'd been in an accident, or maybe the baby had been born in the way. I thought all kinds of horrible things. Then I remembered Joe, the taxi driver, who owned the cab my wife had driven off in, so I drove back home again. Joe swears he drove her straight to Mercy Hospital. He even watched her go up the steps and open the big front door.
Very interesting. Patsy, I think we shall have to interview both Joe and the nurse at the desk.
Well, I was hoping you'd say that, Mr. Carter. I brought Joe along. His cab's waiting outside. He can drive us to the hospital.
Well, what can Joe tell Nick about the vanishing lady that he hasn't already told her husband, Harold? And how could Nora open the big front door of the hospital and yet apparently never enter it? We'll see in just a moment. If you've used new Linex self-polishing wax, then you know firsthand how different, how perfect a quick-drying wax can be. If not, it's high time you tried it, because here at last is sparkling new beauty, new protection, new skid resistance for all your floors and linoleum. Developed by leading research chemists to give you the best, Linex self-polishing wax lends handsome appearance, lasting protection, real anti-skid finish to every floor surface in your home. Yes, Linex self-polishing wax is made from a formula that's completely new. It has the highest possible content of genuine carnauba wax, and it has been proved by the underwriters' laboratories that linoleum, hardwood, and rubber tile are actually less slippery after application of Linex self-polishing wax. When you walk on a Linex surface, you can actually feel the difference. What's more, it dries quickly to a satiny luster without tiresome rubbing, and it takes only a jiffy to wipe on. So do as wise modern homemakers have learned to do. Choose genuine Linex self-polishing wax. If you want the modern finish of the brush-on type, which gives even longer-lasting protection, use Linex Clear Gloss Varnish, which dries overnight to a beautiful gloss finish and gives your floors and linoleum amazing protection for months. Whether you prefer Linex Self-Polishing Wax or Linex Clear Gloss Varnish, you get the best when you ask for it by name, Linex. You'll find all 3 great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish that dries in 1 hour, at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere. And now, back to our story. As we see Nick Carter again, he and Patsy and Harold Ashforth are in old Joe's cab, which is whirling them off to Mercy Hospital, on whose steps Mrs. Ashforth disappeared less than an hour previously as she was on her way there to have a baby. Nick is questioning the driver.
Look here, Joe.
Yeah?
You're sure it was Mrs. Ashforth you drove to Mercy Hospital tonight?
Sure, I'm sure. I'd know her anyways.
When you got to the hospital, did you help her up the steps?
No, I helped her out of the cab, and just as she opens the door, a man comes out from under the portico, and she runs to him. He puts his arms around her. So I guessed it was somebody she knowed, and I drove off.
Who was this man? What did he look like?
Well, I couldn't rightly say. It was too dark.
I see.
Well, here you are. Here's the hospital.
Oh, wait here, Joe. We may need you again.
Yeah, sure.
The reception desk is over here, Mr. Carter. That's the nurse that told me, my wife. What? Well, look who's there talking to her. It's Uncle Tim.
What's been going on here, I'd like to know? What if the baby did decide to arrive ahead of time? Plenty of hospital is here to take care of cases like that.
But I tell you, Mr. Brent, we didn't turn your niece away. Mrs. Ashford never came here. I swear to you, she never walked in that door.
Then why did I just get this wire saying you were full up?
Mind if I have a look at that telegram, Mr. Brent?
And who in blazes are you?
This is Nick Carter, Uncle Tim. He's trying to find out what's happened to Nora.
Why in thunder didn't you stick with Nora? You'd done your duty as a father. We'd know where she was.
Suppose you let me look at that telegram, see what I can make of it.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course.
Mercy Hospital full. Mrs. Ashforth taken elsewhere. Everything under control. No cause for anxiety. Signed, Mrs. Mary Brown. Who's Mrs. Brown?
Never heard of her. You, Harold?
Name means absolutely nothing to me.
Mary Brown. Nice indefinite sort of name. Let's see. This telegram was handed in at the Midtown station at 10:45.
That was only a few minutes after Nora left the house.
Yes. Interesting. When did you receive the telegram, Mr. Brent?
About 10 minutes ago. I came right over here. I only live 3 blocks away.
Why didn't you receive it earlier? Should have had it 3/4 of an hour ago.
I suppose I would have if I'd been home, but I went to a late movie.
Patsy,
Yes, Nick.
suppose you go to the telegraph office this wire was sent from. See if you can get a line on who handed it in. Then get hold of a nurse's registry. It's just possible there may be a nurse by the name of Mary Brown.
Okay.
There is, find out what hospital or sanatorium she works out of. Report back to Mr. Ashforth's apartment.
Right, Nick. I'm on my way.
And you, Mr. Ashforth, I suggest you go home. I have a hunch you'll get a telegram yourself in the not-too-distant future.
You think so? Maybe there's one there already. I'll see you later.
Mr. Brent, tell me, you really think your niece is still in love with this fellow, Jim Stanley?
It's my personal opinion, Mr. Carter, that she found she didn't love her husband. She took that way out to sort of keep him at arm's length. Well, I guess I'll be getting on home. Is there something more I can do for you?
No, I think you've done everything we could expect, Mr. Brent. But there are still a few questions I'd like to ask the nurse at the reception desk. Good night.
Good night, Mr.
Now then, sister.
Honest, Mr. Carter, Mrs. Ashford didn't come here tonight. We don't turn away cases like hers ever.
Mr. Ashworth's doctor. What's his name?
Stevens. He takes care of all the Brents and the Ashfords.
Did he show up at any time tonight?
Oh, no, sir. He hasn't been here all either.
And yet Nora told her uncle to get hold of him. I wonder. Oh, I see there's a telephone down the hall. Suppose you ask the operator to connect me with the ambulatory ward at Tappan Base Hospital. And while I'm getting that call, you might phone Dr. Stevens' house and find out for me why he didn't get round to deliver the Ashforth baby. Oh, let him think it's a routine inquiry from the hospital. Will you do that for me?
Oh, anything I can do for you is a pleasure, Mr. Carter, I'm sure.
Thanks, sister. I'll take the call down here.
Gee. Myrtle, connect the gentleman on the hall phone with the Tappan Base Hospital. Yeah, the Tappan Base Hospital, the ambulatory ward. Yeah, it's Mr. Nick Carter, the detective. Hurry up, will you, Myrtle?
Hello? Is this the doctor in charge of the ambulatory ward?
That's right.
Nick Carter speaking. I want to find out about a patient named Jim or James Stanley.
Oh, yes, of course, Mr. Carter. What would you like to know?
Where is he now?
Well, I don't know. He made a telephone call earlier in the evening, and apparently it upset him very much. He said he had to get into town at once, so, well, we let him go.
He didn't say where he was going?
No, but I gather it was somewhere in town. If you think there's anything that I can do...
No, that's quite all right. Thanks.
Oh, Mr. Carter, I got Dr. Stevens' house. He's out on an emergency. He never got the call about Mrs. Ashford. Gee, it must have been a big emergency. Hey, where you going, Mr. Carter?
Prevent another emergency, I hope. Thanks, Joe.
Okay.
Which is the Ashforth apartment?
Ground floor right, just inside the front door.
Thanks. Oh, yes. Somebody there, all right. Lights lit, shades drawn. What's that? 2 figures. Male. Great Jupiter, one of them's got a gun. Well, Nick, old boy, no time for a door. Here we go through the window. All right, up with your hands, both of you.
But he shot at me.
Maybe, but he didn't hit you. He undoubtedly would have if he meant to kill you.
That's right. I was just trying to keep him off me. He's got some crazy idea that I ran away with his wife.
I take it you're Chief Petty Officer Jim Stanley.
That's right. I found out today this guy had married Nora. Well, she sounded sort of upset when I talked to her on the phone, so I thought I'd just drop around and size up the situation. If he wasn't treating her right, I was going to beat his ears in. Nora and I grew up together. We were like brother and sister.
You see, Mr. Stanley, unfortunately, Mr. Ashforth's wife disappeared just after you talked to her. And somehow we rather imagined she might have run away with you.
So that's why he jumped me. Oh, but he's got it all wrong about me and Nora. Oh, we had a crush when we were in school, but I married a girl in Australia 3 years ago. I wrote Nora at the time, and she wrote back wishing me luck.
Well, she never told me that.
We women do strange things sometimes to keep our boyfriends guessing.
Oh, Patsy, stay away from that broken window. Wait for me outside.
Don't worry, I'm not the one who takes chances. Oh, look, Nick, I found out about the telegram. And there's no Mary Brown, Miss or Mrs. in the nurse's registry. And the telegram was handed in by a man.
In fact, I think he sent another. I ran into Miss Patsy coming round the corner.
Oh, Miss Brent, hello. Yes, I had a hunch you'd get another wire. Let's have a look. No, don't try to come in. Patsy will hand it up.
Here you are, Nick.
Thanks. Your grandniece and her mother doing beautifully at Clay Sanatorium.
What?
Come and bring the papa. Mrs. Ashforth keeps asking for him. And no signature.
She wants me. Nora wants me. And the baby's here. I have a little girl. It's wonderful. Where's my hat? No, I haven't got time. Come on, everybody.
Well, Joe, we seem to have kept you rather busy tonight.
Yeah, that's all right by me. It just shows me meter keeps ticking.
I'm a father. Father of a baby girl.
Cheer up, Harold. Maybe you'll have better luck next time. After all, you and Nora are still young.
And just what did you mean, Mr. Brent, about better luck next time? Anything unlucky about a baby girl?
My brother, as you probably know, disinherited Nora. However, he did leave a codicil to his will. He couldn't bear to think of the Brent factory going out of the family. So he said that if Nora ever had a son, he would inherit my brother's share of the business. You see, my brother was a woman-hater at heart. So having a girl baby cost Harold $500,000.
I see.
Well, here you are, the Clay Sanitarium. Fancy-looking place, ain't it?
Fancy and expensive.
Well, some of the very best babies get themselves born here. Old Dr. Jeremiah Clay is famous for that. He's brought more millionaires into the world than you can shake a stick at. Too bad Mr. Ashford's daughter isn't a millionaire, too.
Oh, money doesn't matter. It's my wife and daughter who really count now.
Well, I'm glad you've come. Welcome, Mr. Brent, and congratulations to you, sir. You must be the father.
Sorry, I haven't that honor. This is Mr. Ashford.
Oh, yes, of course. This way, Mr. Ashworth, please. The new mother is so anxious to see you. This way, please. Such a curious case. Women are often most unreasonable at these times. Didn't want the family informed. Of course, the minute it was all over, when she saw the baby, complete return to normalcy. Wanted the family at once. This is her room. Sorry, I'm afraid only the father can go in. Just at first, you know.
Nora. Oh, Nora, darling.
Oh, Harold.
Dearest. Oh, my darling.
Oh, Harold, don't. Please, darling. It really wasn't so bad. I had a very easy time. It's a girl, you know. I'm sorry.
Oh, dearest, I don't care what it is. Just as long as you love me.
Silly, of course I do. Funny when they showed her to me. It's like being introduced to a perfect stranger.
Darling, we'll get acquainted with her. Together.
Well, come on, Nick. Our job's finished. Let's go home.
Oh, Dr. Clay.
Yes?
I think I'd like to have a look at Mrs. Ashforth's baby.
Of course. I'll have her nurse show it to you. Just a moment, please.
This is the first time I ever knew you to show an interest in the nursery.
I'm playing a hunch, Patsy.
Oh?
A hunch that may split this case wide open.
Mr. Carter, this is where we keep the babies. I'm sorry you can't go in, but I've asked the other nurse to bring the baby to the window. I'll motion to her.
You haven't many babies here, have you?
No, this is a small private hospital, you see. Oh, there she is. It's a fine, healthy-looking little girl, isn't she?
So that's supposed to be the Ashforth baby.
What do you mean, supposed? There's her name on her tag. I put it there myself.
That baby's at least 3 days old. Moreover, forceps were used at her delivery. Patsy, you heard Mrs. Ashforth say she had a very easy time.
Nick, you mean it's been a mistake?
Mistake nothing. It's been a criminal substitution. Nurse, how much did Mr. Timothy Brent pay you to substitute a girl for a boy baby?
How dare you? I'll call Dr. Clay and have you arrested for slander.
No, you won't. Of course, if you do, I'll insist that the police take a blood test of that baby. And if that test proves the baby's blood does not belong to Mr. and Mrs. Ashforth's blood group, you'll end up behind bars for a long, long stretch.
Oh, no. No, don't. I'll tell you everything. I did it for Timothy Brent. He said his niece would lose her mind if she had a boy baby. He said that...
You lie. I had nothing to do with it.
You did, Mr. Brent. You brought her here. You arranged for the whole thing.
Why, you double-crossing little...
Easy. You'll wake the patients. Now then, nurse. Where's the real Ashworth baby? The boy?
In the first crib by the door, Mr. Carter.
You're sure there's no mistake this time?
Yes. That's the Ashworth baby.
Very well. Patsy, I think we'll introduce him to his mother. We'll talk to you later, nurse. And to you, Mr. Brent.
I wouldn't have done it, but Mr. Brent said...
I have nothing to do with this, Mr.
Later, Brent, later. All right, Patsy. Go get the baby.
Don't you want to carry him in, Nick?
Oh, good heavens, no. I'm afraid I might break him.
Here we are.
All right,
come on
Patsy.
now.
Come on.
Come in.
Mrs. Ashforth, it seems there's been a slight mix-up. The baby they brought you before belonged to someone else. So we thought you might like to see yours. It's a boy.
A boy?
Bring him in, Patsy.
Okay. Young man, this is your mother.
Oh, give him to me, please.
Here you are.
Oh, Harold. Oh, Harold, look at him screw his face up. Oh, he's so homely and so darling. I'd know he belonged to us anywhere.
In just a moment, Nick will tell you the clues that enabled him to solve the case of the vanishing lady. But now, there's always added warmth of hospitality in a home that's beautifully cared for. See to it that your home extends that sort of hospitality. It's easy when you have the 3 great Linex home brighteners to help you. For example, notice how your furniture takes on new loveliness after you've used Linex cream polish, because it cleans as it polishes. One quick, easy application of Linex cream polish erases finger marks, removes dust and old polish deposits, helps conceal scratches, all at the same time. So save half the time, half the fuss of furniture upkeep. Depend on Linex cream polish, the modern shortcut to furniture protection. Get it at your dealers now. Linex cream polish, which saves one whole step in your cleaning day routine. You'll find all 3 great Linex home brighteners, Linex self-polishing wax, Linex cream polish, and Linex clear gloss varnish at your nearest hardware, paint, or department store. Your headquarters also for Chemtone, the modern wall finish that covers in one coat, dries in 1 hour. Now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. Nick, why didn't you have that old reprobate Uncle Tim Brent arrested?
Yes, Nick. How come you let him go free?
Well, when the DA's office goes over his books in order to straighten out the kid's inheritance, they'll do plenty to him without my help.
Oh, of course. So that's why he had to change the boy for a girl. He's been up to some shenanigans with his brother's fortune.
Obviously.
Well, Nick, when did you first suspect the uncle?
Right away.
Oh, just like that, eh?
Well, it couldn't have been anybody else. The man who met Nora on the hospital steps had to be responsible for her disappearance. Only 2 men knew she was on her way to the hospital. Her husband and her uncle.
That's right.
Her husband was left at the post, never caught up with her. Therefore, it had to be the uncle.
Well, Nick, that was quite a story. Now, what can you tell us about next week's case?
Well, let's see. Next week, I think I'll tell you about the pompous chemical magnate who rang our doorbell one evening, clad in pajamas, overcoat, and bare feet.
And the pajama legs were partly burned off. In fact, that was the 3rd night in a row that the old boy had been thrown out of a hotel because he...
Hold it, Patsy, hold it. Let's not give the whole plot away. That comes next week.
Well, what do you call that story, Nick?
I call it The Strange Case of the Involuntary Firebug.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is featured in Street and Smith magazines. Lon Clark is starred as Nick with Helen Choate as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White. The programs are written by Edith Miser, and any resemblance therein to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. The entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented at this time and over these same stations each week by the 3 great Linex home brighteners. Linex clear gloss varnish, Linex cream polish, and Linex self-polishing wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme fine quality paints. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
What's the matter, Ed? Can't you find a telephone number?
Yeah, here it is. Under registered nurses, Sam. Wesley Mary, RN. 1019 Dale Avenue, Plaza 10610.
Oh, good. Plaza 1.
You're sure she'll be all right, Sam?
Well, she'll have to be. Hospital says she's the only registered nurse available for a private case right now.
Well, we certainly have to have a nurse.
Yeah, it's too risky without one. Gotta get this Wesley girl.
Hello?
Miss Wesley.
Yes?
You're the Miss Wesley who's a registered nurse?
Well, yes, I am, but I haven't been on a case in a long time.
Well, this is urgent, Miss Wesley. This is Dr. Sam Jones. Your friend Dr. Wallace has had to leave town, and I'm handling a case for him.
Well, Dr. Jones, I think you better get someone else. I think that Dr. Wallace will tell you he hasn't used me.
Yes, I know. He told me that, Miss Wesley, but he also told me that you're an excellent nurse, and this is an emergency. Now, I've tried everywhere, and you're just about the only registered nurse available, so if you'd please, Miss Wesley.
Well, it's been a long time, Dr. Jones, but if you think
I'm quite certain you'll have no difficulty with this case, Miss Wesley, so could you come on duty this evening?
Well, it looks like I don't have much choice, do I, Doctor?
Well, fine. The address is 10 Eastern Boulevard. It's a private house. The name is Rogers.
Well, now, just a minute. Rogers, 10 Eastern Boulevard. All right, Doctor, and what time do you want me there?
8 o'clock, please.
I'll be there.
Thank you very much, Miss Wesley. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Sam, what you say?
She'll be here, Ed, at 8 o'clock. She fell for the Dr. Wallace angle and everything. This is going to be easy.
And now, on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Good evening. I'm Mary Wesley.
Oh, yes, come right in, Miss Wesley. You're the nurse Dr. Jones sent for.
Yes, I am.
Well, I'm Ed Rogers, the patient's brother.
How do you do, Mr. Rogers? Is your brother very ill?
He was hit by an automobile yesterday.
Good heavens, why isn't he in the hospital?
He was, but I thought he'd be more comfortable here. Dr. Jones equipped a room here with all the necessary hospital facilities. Dr. Jones is with my brother now. Are you ready to go to work?
Oh, yes, of course.
I'll take your coat.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. My brother's room is that first door off the hall there.
Oh, thank you very much.
My brother's sleeping, I think. Just go right in, Miss Wesley.
I will. Dr. Jones?
Yes, I'm Dr. Jones. You must be Miss Wesley?
Yes, I am. How is the patient?
He's resting comfortably. I've had to administer a sedative to make him sleep. His injuries are rather painful, but not serious. That's why I thought it would be quite safe to move him here to his home.
Well, from the looks of this room, I'd swear I was in a hospital, Doctor. It looks like a hospital room right down to the last detail.
Yes, it does, doesn't it? About the patient, Miss Wesley, there's little you have to do for him but watch over him tonight. I don't think he'll wake up until morning.
I see, Doctor.
But when he does wake up in the morning, please telephone me.
Oh, just a moment, if you'll excuse me. I'll get a piece of paper.
On the night table over there.
Oh, yes, thank
The number is Harrison 49767.
49767, yes, I have it.
All right. I live just 2 blocks from here, so I'll come right over.
And you want to be called the moment he wakes up. I understand, Doctor.
Fine. Well, good night, Miss Wesley, and thank you very much for making yourself available.
Well, I was very glad to be able to do it. Good night.
Good night, Miss Wesley.
Sam, is everything all right so far? Will she do what you asked her to do?
She's a nurse, Ed. She thinks I'm a doctor. She'll do what I ask her to do.
Great. Now what?
Well, your brother won't come out from under the hypo that you shot into his arm until sometime tomorrow morning. Then we'll get what we want.
Nurse.
I'm right here, Mr. Rogers. Good morning.
Get me the doctor. I want to see the doctor.
All right, I will, but now you just lie still. I'll get the doctor right away.
Yes, get me the doctor. Right away, please.
Mr. Rogers.
Yes, nurse. Is my brother awake?
Yes, he is, and I'm supposed to call the doctor right away. Where is your telephone?
Right there in the library, Miss Wesley.
All right, thank you. And maybe you better go in and stay with your brother until I get back.
Yes. Yes, I think I will go in and see him.
Fine, I'll be right back.
Nurse, did you get the doctor?
The doctor will be here in a minute, Bill.
Oh, it's you, Ed. Get out of here.
Now, take it easy, Bill. Take it easy.
No, get away from my bed. I don't want you near me. All I want to do is to see the doctor.
You'll see him, Bill, in just a minute.
No, I won't. Not with you here. You were here at the hospital the last time I called for a doctor, and you stuck a needle in my arm. It was a drug. It put me to sleep. I've got to talk to the doctor.
Do you? Why?
I'm sorry, Ed, but I have to do it. Even if you are my brother.
Well, all right. Whatever it is you have to say to him, you go right ahead and say it. I know you wouldn't do anything you didn't have to, so you go right. Oh, here's the doctor.
Well, Mr. Rogers, I just dropped in as the nurse was calling me. How are you feeling this morning? A lot better?
No, just about the same, Doctor. Say, you're not the doctor I had yesterday.
Well, no, I'm not, son. Dr. Wallace was called out of town. I'm Dr. Jones, taking Dr. Wallace's place for a few days.
Oh, well, all right, you'll do. I want to talk to you, Doctor. Alone.
Alone? Well, all right. Maybe you'd better go outside with Miss Wesley, Mr. Rogers.
Oh, sure. Anything you say, Dr. Jones.
Is he gone?
Yes, he's gone, Mr. Rogers. Now, what is all this business you have to talk to me about alone?
It's about Ed, Dr. Jones. You see, Ed and I both work for the Acre Manufacturing Company.
Yes, I know.
But you don't know this. Nobody knows this but me. That's why Ed tried to kill me by running me down with his car yesterday.
What's that? You say your brother Ed was the one who ran you down? Oh, now, come, Mr. Rogers. You don't really mean that.
Oh, but I do mean it, Doctor. I saw the car just before it hit me. I know it was Ed's. He tried to kill me because I know he's embezzled thousands of dollars from the company we work for. I was on my way to the police after I told Ed I could prove everything. That's why he tried to kill me before I could get to them.
You can prove your brother is an embezzler?
Yes, the phony checks are made out in payment of false invoices from the A.H. Latimer Company, which doesn't even exist. Oh, and the checks are cashed at the Harrington Bank. Isn't that proof I know what I'm talking about?
Well, if what you say is true, it certainly is, but why are you telling me all this?
I want you to write out what I just told you. Bring it to me, and I'll sign it. You've got to do it, Doctor. And then you've got to take it to the police. Please, Doctor.
Very well. Now, you just take it easy. I'll have my secretary type up the statement for you to sign.
Please hurry, Doctor, before my brother does something to me again.
Don't worry. You'll be all right.
How is he, Doctor?
Ed, your brother's going to be all right. Miss Wesley.
Yes, Doctor.
Our patient is a little overexcited this morning. I think we'd better put him to sleep again. Will you administer the opiate, please?
Of course, Doctor.
No more than the usual amount, nurse?
Certainly not, Doctor.
Doctor?
No, I'm Miss Wesley, the nurse.
Oh, is the doctor coming back?
He hasn't even gone. He's just outside in the hall. Now, you aren't a sissy about a hypodermic needle, are you?
No. Oh, but what are you going to do?
Well, Dr. Jones wants you to go to sleep for a little while, that's all. Now, this won't hurt one bit.
I won't go to sleep right away, will I?
No, not for 10 or 15 minutes yet.
Oh, that's good. I must sign something first.
Okay. There, now it's all done. You feel better, don't you?
Yes. That's a lot better, nurse.
Oh, that's good. Now, you just lie still, and I'll be back in a few minutes. Oh, Doctor, he seems to be feeling very much better since he talked to you.
Yes, nurse, I think he's going to be all right now. You gave him the hypodermic?
Yes, he should be asleep in about 10 or 15 minutes.
Oh, that's fine. Miss Wesley, Mr. Rogers here will pay you for your services. I don't think we'll need you anymore.
You don't need me anymore.
The patient seems completely out of danger now.
But
Thank
Doctor,
you very much for your troubles, Miss Wesley, and goodbye.
But, Blackie, I tell you, there's something very strange going on in that house.
Oh, now, Mary, what are you trying to do? Stir up excitement?
No, Blackie, please believe me. I've never been on a case that was so strange. The room in that house was fixed to look like a hospital room, exactly like one, even to the color of the walls and the curtains on the floor and all the hospital room equipment.
So maybe there used to be an invalid in the house.
Well, all right, maybe there was. But you don't fix up a room to look like a hospital room for an invalid. You want the room to look home-like.
You may have something there at that. Well, maybe they wanted your patient to think he was still in a hospital.
Well, I guess that must be it. But what about the way Dr. Jones let me go? Just after I gave the hypodermic to the patient. I've never been discharged from a case so abruptly in all my life.
You gave the patient a hypodermic, and then the doctor discharged you just like that, huh?
Not 2 minutes after I gave the hypo. Just like that. Oh, Blackie, that just isn't done. Please. Please, let's go down there and see if everything is all right.
Well, I think you're being unduly suspicious, Mary, but if it'll make you feel any better, we'll go down there and see what's what. But when we find out everything's all right, I want you to remember something.
What?
Please don't think every case for you has the possible making of a case for me.
Well, Ed, I guess we can pat ourselves on the back, huh?
We sure can, Sam.
Dr. Jones to you.
Oh, no, that's the end of that. I won't be needing your services any longer. And I don't think that my dear brother will, either.
we worked this out rather cleverly, I think. That embezzlement can't possibly be traced to you in any way now.
No, Sam, I'm in the clear. My only link to what's happened is you.
Huh?
And you've been paid. So now suppose you get out of here and get lost.
Here's the house, Blackie. 10 Eastern Boulevard.
Some house, Mary. The Rogers must have a lot of money.
Yeah, they sure must have, judging by what Ed Rogers paid me for one night's duty. But, come on, let's go see if that patient is still all right.
I'll guarantee he is. I think I'll get out your side.
Okay. I hope you're right, Blackie.
I know I am. You've just been around me so long that you're starting to look for trouble, too.
Maybe.
Hey, what's that lying up there in the driveway?
Well, I don't know, but it looks like
Hey, Mary, it's a man. Come on.
A man? Blackie, look, the third story up there. A window's open.
And look at this man here, Mary. He looks as if he's fallen at least 3 stories.
I've looked. He's dead, isn't he?
Very. Do you know who he was?
Yes, Blackie, I do. It was Bill Rogers, the patient I was worried about. And you said that nothing was going to happen here, Blackie.
Yes, and I was right. Nothing is going to happen here, Mary. It already has.
And now back to Boston Blackie. In addition to being Boston Blackie's best friend, Mary Wesley is a registered nurse. As such, she is called in on a case in a private home. The patient, injured when hit by an automobile, speaks privately to a man he thinks is his doctor and reveals that his brother is a swindler. When Mary is released from duty suddenly, she becomes suspicious and returns to the home with Boston Blackie, only to find the patient dead from a suicide leap out the window. As we return to our story, Blackie is in Inspector Faraday's office.
I tell you, Faraday, Bill Rogers didn't commit suicide. He was murdered.
Oh, so he was murdered, was he, Blackie? Just what makes you think so?
I just think so, that's all. Mary was the nurse on that case, and she's convinced there was something very wrong going on there.
Oh, I suppose she was there when Rogers was murdered.
No,
huh?
she left the case at 9 o'clock this morning.
9 o'clock? Then what makes her think Rogers was murdered? According to the coroner's report, Rogers didn't die until almost 1 o'clock this afternoon.
Oh, even I know that, Faraday. Mary and I found his body just a little after 1. And I could tell that he'd been dead only a few minutes. But I still say it wasn't suicide.
Oh, it wasn't, huh? Well, suppose I show you a suicide note.
You can't do it because there can't be one.
Why not?
Because according to what Mary tells me, the guy was in good spirits when she saw him last, and he had no reason to kill himself.
Well, if what you say is true, maybe it is murder after all.
Then you'll investigate Roger's brother and that Dr. Jones Mary told me about?
You think they killed him, huh, Blackie?
Maybe. They were still in the house with Rogers when Mary left. I think they ought to be questioned.
Well, if you think they ought to be questioned, I ought to question them, I guess.
Faraday, what's going on here? You're too agreeable this afternoon.
Am I? Well, I have something here that isn't going to be so agreeable. You know Bill Rogers didn't kill himself because there's no suicide note. Well, what do you call this, a love letter?
What is it?
A statement admitting he embezzled money from the Acre Manufacturing Company, ending with the sentence, "There's nothing to do now but kill myself." And it's signed by William Rogers.
What? Let me see that.
Go ahead. Look at it.
I'm looking at it. Well, how do you know this is Bill Rogers' signature?
Because we checked on it, and it is.
Oh. So, Bill Rogers was an embezzler, huh? Well, guess he did kill himself after all. So long.
So you thought you could tell me something about this case, huh?
Yes, and I still think so. And what's more, I'm going to prove it.
Hello, Sam.
Ed, you fool. I thought we weren't supposed to see each other again. What are you doing here at my home?
This is important, Sam. No one saw me come here. That part's all right.
Everything's all right, isn't it? Your brother's dead. He signed a confession against himself instead of a statement against you.
Sam, there's one flaw in our plan. One thing wrong with it that can send us to prison for murder. One flaw.
One flaw? Well, what?
You ought to know what. Just think a minute.
Yes, you're right, Ed. You're right.
Of course I'm right.
Rather stupid of us, wasn't it? But no one will ever know about it.
No, what about Miss Wesley? If she's any kind of a nurse, she'll find the hole in our plan.
Yes, I guess you're right.
Sam, who are you phoning?
Our friend, Miss Wesley. I think we'd better bring her down here and have a little talk with her.
Find out what she knows, huh?
Yes, and see that she doesn't tell anyone what that is. Listen to this. Our friend Dr. Wallace is back in town now. I've checked with the hospital. I'm going to try and imitate his voice.
Hello?
Miss Wesley.
Yes?
Miss Wesley, this is Dr. Wallace.
Oh, hello, Dr. Wallace. I thought you were out of town.
I just got back, Miss Wesley, and I have a case for you this evening. It's an emergency.
Oh, Doctor, I'd much rather not.
I'm sorry, Miss Wesley. This is urgent. It's at 1919 Downey Street. The name is Adams. Now, how soon can you be here?
All right, I can leave right away.
Oh, that's fine. I'll try to get there then, too. Thank you a lot, Miss Wesley, and goodbye.
Goodbye, Dr. Wallace.
Well, it's all arranged, Ed. She thought I was Wallace.
She's coming here, fine. But then what? What are we going to do then?
What are we going to do?
Yeah.
Well, it was a simple matter to throw your brother out of an upstairs window when he was asleep. It should be easier to do the same thing to Miss Wesley. She isn't even a relative.
Good evening, Harry.
Hi.
Taking good care of Miss Wesley's building these days?
Hi, sure, Blackie. But say, Miss Wesley isn't in this evening.
Isn't in?
No.
She's got to be. We have a date for 7:30 this evening.
Yeah, I know. She tried to phone you, but you were out. So she told me to tell you that when she got here, see?
Told me what?
Well, she's been called out on another case for Dr. Wallace. She said you could reach her at 1919 Downey Street if you wanted to talk to her.
Another case for Dr. Wallace.
Yeah.
There's something crazy going on here. Dr. Wallace doesn't use Mary more than twice a year, and then all of a sudden he uses it twice in 24 hours. Look, I'm going to use the phone in your lobby.
All right, go right ahead, Blackie. Go right ahead.
Watch my car for me, will you?
Oh, you're leaving it in good hands, Blackie. Don't worry. It's all right, just where it is.
Hope I can get him.
Dr. Wallace speaking.
Hello, Dr. Wallace. This is Boston Blackie.
Well, hello, Blackie. And how's that lovely Miss Wesley these days?
Well, you ought to know, Doctor. You're keeping her pretty busy all of a sudden. What's the idea?
I'm keeping her busy, Blackie. Why, I haven't seen her for a long time.
You haven't called Mary on 2 cases in the last 24 hours?
No, of course not.
Look, Doctor, I have a hunch about something. Maybe you can clear it up. Mary gave a patient a hypo to put him to sleep at 9 o'clock this morning. How long would that drug keep him out?
Well, if it was the drug normally given in cases like that, the hypodermic would have kept him asleep for at least 6 to 8 hours.
6 to 8 hours, huh? Thanks, Dr. Wallace. Thanks a lot. Goodbye. Faraday, you better be in your office this time. You've just got to be. You've got to listen to me, too. Come on, ring.
Faraday speaking.
Faraday, this is Blackie.
Oh, hello, Blackie. Did you make any more wrong guesses today?
Look, Faraday, never mind the funny stuff. Listen to me and listen fast. I've got absolute proof now that Bill Rogers was murdered.
What? That again?
Yes, that again. Never mind how I know. All I want you to do is to get to 1919 Downey Street with a police car fast. Mary's in trouble. Get there as fast as you can. I'm closer than you, and I'm leaving now. But you hurry, too, will you?
All right, Blackie, I'll hurry. But if this is another one of your tricks, so help me out.
Never mind about helping me, Faraday. Get down there to Downey Street and help Mary. She needs it. Uh-oh. This is what I get for doing 60. Oh, nuts.
Now, just where do you think you're going in such a hurry?
Look, officer, I'm Boston Blackie.
Boston Blackie, huh? Well, so you are at that.
Swell, I'm glad you know who I am. Look, I'm in a hurry.
Yeah, so I noticed.
But it's important, officer. I've got to get somewhere fast.
Yeah, that's what they all say.
But I tell you, this is important. Let me go and then check with Inspector Faraday. He'll tell you all about it.
Oh,
I'll check with Inspector Faraday, shall I? Well, I've heard a lot about you and the inspector, and it hasn't been good.
Well, this time it's all right. Just call his office and he'll...
And he'll what?
And he won't do anything. If he's doing what I asked him to do, he's not in his office.
Oh, he's not in his office, is he? Well, now, isn't that too bad? Because you're going to stay right here with me until he is.
Well, Miss Wesley again. What a surprise.
And Dr. Jones again. This is indeed a surprise.
Well, not too much, Miss Wesley. I handle a great many of Dr. Wallace's cases.
Oh?
Come in, won't you?
Thank you. Where is the patient?
Well, we'll see him in a moment, Miss Wesley. I've been thinking about the Rogers case. I've been wondering if you were aware of anything unusual about it.
Well, yes, in a way I was, but nothing specific.
You don't think Bill Rogers killed himself? Do you?
Well, the police seem satisfied, and Blackie.
Oh, yes, your friend Blackie. You told him all about it, I imagine.
Oh, yes, I did.
Did you tell Blackie that you administered a hypo to the patient at 9 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
Well, now, think a minute, Miss Wesley. You know something about drugs, don't you?
Well, enough to administer them.
Well, then, Miss Wesley, you ought to realize something.
Why should? What?
You administered the drug at 9 o'clock. Bill Rogers, an injured man, supposed to be asleep, climbed 2 stories and threw himself out of a 3rd-story window at 1 o'clock, 4 hours later. Is that possible?
Why, no, of course it isn't. Dr. Jones, Mr. Rogers was murdered. He'd have to be. He was asleep when he died. Look, we've got to tell the police right away.
No, I don't think we ought to do that, Miss Wesley.
Why not?
If you'd pushed Bill Rogers out the window, would you want to tell the police?
If I... You killed Mr. Rogers, didn't you?
Yes, but you won't be talking to the police because, well, you recognize a hypodermic needle when you see one, I'm sure, and this one contains the same drug we gave Bill Rogers.
Help somebody, please, please. Oh, thank goodness for you, whoever you are. Look, this man is... Oh.
Know who I am, Miss Wesley?
Yes, I do. You're Ed.
All right.
Bill Rogers' brother.
Grab her, Ed. And
No!
give her this hypo, and then she'll go out an
No,
upstairs
help!
window, too.
Help!
I've got
Let
it.
go of me, please,
Miss
don't.
Wesley, don't struggle that way. It won't do any good.
Stop
Really,
it.
it won't.
Stop it, don't.
I don't think they will, Mary.
Let the lady go, you guys, and just stand right where you are till a few of my friends get here.
Oh, Blackie, am
Duck,
I
Mary, one of
dead?
those guys has a gun. Look out, officer.
He's the one to look out.
Good shooting, officer. Now I'll get his gun.
Yeah, see that you do that, Blackie, while I keep an eye on my gun on these 2 bums.
Why don't you relax? I'm not going to move.
Here's our friend's gun, officer.
Okay, thanks. Hey, lady, you all right?
Yes, thank you, officer. I am now, anyway. Oh, Blackie. Do you know, I'm so glad to see you, I could give you a great big kiss.
Well, give the kiss to my friend, the policeman here. If he hadn't believed you were my dying grandmother, he'd still be bawling me out for speeding.
Here's Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Diamond Detective Agency, the Smiling Gumshoe.
Rick.
Sign up for our new contest and win yourself a beautiful all-chrome, pre-tested, genuine electric chair.
Oh, lovely. What do I have to do?
Just tear off your scalp and send it along with 25 words or less why you love Richard Diamond.
I can do it in 2 words.
What are they?
You're pretty.
Oh, you win, you win. Where do you want the chair sent, madam?
975 Park Avenue, but I think I have AC current.
No problem with the Jiffy Toaster chair. It works on any current, AC, DC. And we have it in 3 speeds, 45, 78, and long playing.
Oh, no. Oh, Rick, that's awful.
Hello, baby.
Hi. What are you doing?
Oh, nothing. What's with you?
Oh, I just thought I'd call and find out if I'm still going to see you tonight.
Yes, ma'am. We going to stay in?
Well, I thought I'd have Francis fix dinner and we could sit around and listen to records or something, but if you'd rather go out,
No, baby. I think that would be lovely. And so does my bank account.
Oh, broke again?
Not quite. A little bent. I hope the next client I get has a big, fat trust fund.
Well, don't you worry about it. I'll see you around 8.
Okay. Bye, baby.
Bye.
Now, let's see. 6 shirts, 4 pairs of socks, and... Hey, how did that get in there? Well... Oh, okay. Yeah?
Well, what's the matter with you?
You lost up my laundry.
What are you talking about? Today isn't Tuesday.
Okay, Walt, so it isn't Tuesday. Nothing's happening around this place. I felt like doing some washing.
Why don't you put it away and come on down here? I'll give you something to do.
What do you mean? You sound like you're surrounded by Sergeant Otis's relatives.
I got a big headache. I think maybe you can help me with it.
Trouble?
All over the place. You don't have to, but I'd like to, well, sort of kick it around with you.
Sure. I'll throw a few more things into soak, and I'll be right down.
Oh, thanks, Rick.
Hey, it's really serious, isn't it?
Now, what makes you say that?
Look, Father, every time your ulcers hold a rally and you want me to come down and join in, you say, thanks, Rick, just like I'd laid an egg or something for you.
Oh, you think you're pretty smart, don't you?
Sure. If I listen to everybody who thinks I'm not, I'd wind up playing mumbly peg in a straitjacket. I'll be right over. Well, that's the way trouble can get in the way of an otherwise quiet afternoon. Walt doesn't usually call me like that, but when he does, I know things are bound to get pretty rough. I tossed all of my shirts into soak, closed up the office. 20 minutes later, I was walking into the squad room of the 5th Precinct Police Station. I spotted Sergeant Otis hopping around like a crapshooter on his 10th pass. Well, what's with you, Otis?
Huh? Oh, don't bother me now, Shamus. I gotta get these reports into Lieutenant.
Well, get you. What's the matter? Did you suddenly discover you were working for the police department?
Now that's very funny. Ha. Okay, you gotta laugh. Now beat it. The lieutenant expects you.
Well, all right, but for Pete's sakes, Otis, stop acting like that and don't bust into the lieutenant's office like that. You'll swear you've been doped and start an investigation.
Shamus, someday I ain't even going to bother to answer you.
Sergeant, the day you don't open your mouth to say something stupid, the whole world will start singing.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. And when I think about it, why don't you start combing your hair?
What's the matter with it?
Looks like a mattress after the lions got through with it.
Oh.
Hello, Walt.
Hello, Rick. Sit down.
Oh, maybe I should have worn black. That or a propeller on my hat. First, I run into Otis, acting like he was shot out of a cannon. Then I waltz in here, and you give me that big hello like you just discovered a body in your desk.
Lan Jacoby is back in town.
What?
Yes.
Oh, but we got an indictment on him. Got him deported 6 years ago.
Look, Rick, there's no mistake. One of our stoolies brought us word.
Oh, but that's crazy. Jacoby knows the feds will pick him up in a second. How'd he get back in?
Who knows? Florida, maybe. Last we heard, he disappeared in Italy, and about 6 months later, we got a report he was seen in Cuba.
Oh, are you just going to take the stoolie's word for it? What else have you got?
I got 3 bodies to date, and they're all very dead.
Jacoby?
It's got to be.
Why?
Well, the first two are the guys that turned state's evidence and helped to put Jacoby away. You remember them, Ross and Kreisel. Jacoby swore he'd get him someday.
Who's the third?
The stoolie who gave us the tip. Walked out of the station, and somebody with a Thompson scattered them all over the front steps.
Right in front of the station?
Yeah, it'll be in the evening papers. The commissioner is very unhappy.
How about the feds? Are they working on it?
Up to their necks, but nobody can find out how he got in or where he might be hiding out. Oh, here's something else that makes us sure it's Jacoby. In this town, there are at least 5 of Jacoby's old mob. The minute this thing broke, we started to check. They've all disappeared.
You think they're organizing again? Oh, Walt, come on.
Rick,
now.
I don't know what to think. That's why I wanted you to come down. You're one of the guys who worked on the Jacoby case. You remember a lot about it.
Well, sure, but... Oh, now you can't tell me Jacoby is going to try to start operating again. It's a one-way pass to that little green room up at Sing Sing.
I know it, but you tell me. I don't know how to figure it.
You can't find anybody else who's seen Jacoby. Huh?
No, just the stoolie. He's going to make a swell witness.
Yeah.
Lieutenant.
Yeah?
We just got a report on the teletype.
Jacoby?
Yeah. Florida reports the body of a man found out in the Biscayne Keys. They checked and found out he was a Cuban, chartered boats for fishing trips. And the immigration boys checked with the authorities in Cuba, and it turns out that this dead guy took a party of 2 out for a trip and never showed up again.
Wait a minute. You said a party of 2?
Yeah, a dame and a guy.
Well, what makes you think the guy with the dame was Jacoby?
Because the description fitted Jacoby exactly. And the feds say that Jacoby married a dame in Italy. And the dame that got on the boat fits the wife's description.
Mm-hmm. Well, Rick?
That's ridiculous.
Okay. We now agree on 2 things. Leon Jacoby is back in the States, and it's ridiculous. Will you give me a hand? I need somebody who really knew Jacoby.
Hey, Diamond, did you really know Jacoby?
Sure, Otis. We used to go out and shoot dumb police sergeants together.
Oh, hey, Lieutenant, why don't he ever give me a straight answer?
Because it wouldn't fit your crooked head. Now go out and dig up some more reports.
Oh, okay.
All right, Walt. Now let's say Jacoby's going to start operating again. He's made sure of one thing. Nobody who's seen him is alive enough to testify.
So?
So this. I'll 8 to 5. Jacoby's going to make a quick haul someplace and do one more killing.
You expect the killing?
I expect an attempt. He's gotten 2 of the guys who put him away. He's just got one more guy to tag.
He said he'd do it himself and with a knife. That means he's got to find you.
Yeah. The haul must be really important for him to risk coming into the States. He probably needs money to keep going, so he'll pull off the job and then try to get me.
And he'll leave the country the same way he came in. Nobody can ever swear they saw him.
Except the 5 guys in his mob. I think he'll kill every one of them, too.
That's a lot of doing.
Jacoby's a lot of killer. Now, we've got to find out where at least one of those guys is. We'll find Jacoby and try and stop the slaughter.
Yeah, but you've got to watch your step, Rick. There's no telling when he's going to pull off the job and try to go to work on you.
Look, I'm not happy about it. I'm really the guy who's responsible for putting Jacoby away, and I know him pretty well. He's got a vendetta, Walt, and guys like Jacoby don't figure they're their brother's keeper. The score is 2 out of 3 with 1 to go. He'll try his best to kill me and even it up.
Well, where do you say we start?
I know. Oh, give me a list of the 5 guys you think are with Jacoby and all the information on them you got.
It is right here.
All right. Put 2 of your best men on these 3 guys at the bottom of the list, and you and I will start with these 2 on top.
Okay, but I hope we find Jacoby in time.
Walt, so do I. The way he uses that knife, I'll have to have all my clothes made out of bandage. Walt assigned 2 of his best men to start checking on the 3 names at the bottom of the list, and we took off for Flatbush. Our first man was a hoodlum named George Vale, and one of his favorite hangouts was a pool hall on Church Avenue.
Snooker or straight pool?
We want to talk.
You want to talk? Go over to the park. Get yourself a box.
Oh, look, your wisecracks can only give you a hollow mouth. Show him the badge, Walt.
Oh, cops. Well, what do you want?
You know a man named George Vale?
Nope.
Let's go.
Hey, wait a minute.
Look, I'm not going to fool around. The answers here will be a lot easier. We know Vale comes here a lot. If you don't want to tell us about him, the boys at the station have got time to help your memory along.
You can't haul me in. What's the charge?
Withholding police evidence. It can get you a couple of years.
Let's go.
Hey, wait a minute. Okay.
Okay, what?
Oh, wait a minute. I just want to be sure no one sees me talking to you. Okay. I don't know much. Vale ain't been in here for a couple of days.
Where does he live?
I don't know. I swear I don't, but I do know it's in the neighborhood. Sometimes I see him coming out of a little delicatessen across the street with a bundle of groceries.
Let's go, Walt.
Yeah. Oh, thanks, Sporty. It's guys like you who make the police department such a happy little group.
So afternoon, gentlemen.
You own this place?
Yes, there's something wrong.
Does a man named George Vale come in here much?
Oh, something is wrong. I told Mama that George was on no good.
Then he does come in here.
You're a policeman, maybe.
Yes, we're policemen. Now, would you mind telling us, please, if whether...
Mama! Mama! Oh, she must be out and back. I want to show her. She liked this George fellow. He was always with the flattery. Now I want to show her what happens to that no good. Mama!
Please. We haven't got much time.
Oh, I'm sorry, gentlemen. You must excuse an old man. There's so little excitement. So, now what can I do for you?
Do you know where George Vale lives?
Sure. I'm sending him over stuff lots of times. It's up 2 blocks, but he ain't there.
How do you know that?
Because his wife, she's coming in for the last couple of days. She said he was out of town on business.
He's got a wife?
Sure. A blonde. She's not bad looking. Well, you know.
Yeah. What is Vale's exact address?
Here, I'll write for you on a piece of paper.
What time you got, Rick?
2:30.
There are, gentlemen. I hope you catch him for whatever he's done that no good.
We'll have to ask you not to mention this to anybody.
Not even to Mama.
Well, okay, to Mama, but you tell Mama to keep it a secret.
Oh, a secret. Well, maybe I'm not telling her for a couple of days yet.
Come on, Walt.
We going down to see Vale's wife?
No, I got a better idea.
Don't you think she'd know where Vale is?
Maybe, but she's not going to tell us. But if we throw a scare into her, she might tell her husband something.
If she knows where he is.
Get Otis down here with a recording outfit. We'll wait until we see her leave the apartment and bug the place. No sense in tailing her. If Vale is with the Jacoby, he wouldn't give her the address.
Maybe he didn't tell her anything. Maybe he just took off.
That's a chance we got to take. Maybe he gave her a phone number where he could be reached. On the way down to the Vale address, put in a call at the precinct.
Right. KXKB to KQAR. I'm at the corner of Flatbush and Church. Have Sergeant Otis report to me on a code 3 and tell him to step on it.
Walt finished his report, and we both went over and talked with the landlady in Vale's building. She told us that Mrs. Vale was still in her room and gave us an accurate description. Also, she agreed to pull down her window shade when Mrs. Vale left the building so that there wouldn't be a chance of missing her. Then we went back to the car to wait. In about 15 minutes, Otis showed up carrying a small, portable recorder.
Here you are, Lieutenant.
All right. Get in the back seat.
We're going to wire somebody's apartment?
No. I just thought it might be fun to play cops and robbers. Now, relax. We might be here for quite a while.
Not so long, Walt. Look, there goes the landlady's signal.
Yeah. Mrs. Vale should be... There she comes.
Yeah. Otis, get set. We got to go up there and plant a bug before she comes back.
I'm set.
I got 4 cars at the intersections just in case she's got a car. If she walks, I got 4 men to tail her, depending on her direction.
She's crossing the street.
KXKB to KQAR. Cars 7, 9, 3, 14. Stand by. Rick, you notice. Get up there with a bug.
Right. Come on, Otis.
Yeah. Right with you.
Attention. The suspect is turning into Church Avenue, heading for New Lot. Blonde, 5'4", wearing checkered coat and carrying a black bag.
In here, Otis.
Yeah.
Well, this is her room. The landlady said she'd unlock it for us as soon as Mrs. Vale left the building. Bingo. Go on in.
Okay.
Now, plant it just like you knew what you were doing, Sergeant. I'll take the box down in the basement where we can listen. Give me 5 minutes and then give me a quick test.
How long have I got to set it up?
Who knows? Don't worry about it too much. If Mrs. Vale comes in, just tell her you're selling tape recorders.
Oh, she won't believe that.
Otis, with your face, you'll have to believe something as stupid as that. I dropped the wire out of the window and went out and down into the basement. It was a slipshod way of wiring a room, but we were in a hurry, and it would have to be enough. I set it up and waited for Otis to start crooking.
Okay, Diamond. I'll start counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
6.
Hey, I think I hear somebody coming. I'm going out the window. I'll see you in the basement.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
Gee, she nearly caught me. I come down the fire escape.
Well, come on in.
Yeah. Hey, how's it working?
All right. Listen.
Hey, she ain't got a bad voice.
You probably got me plugged in with Morton Downey.
What are we going to do? Just sit here and listen?
The lieutenant's going to give Mrs. Vale a scare, Otis. Then we're going to listen.
I don't get it.
That's Walt.
Who's there?
The police, Mrs. Vale.
Huh? Oh, well, wait just a minute.
Hey, it sounds pretty good, don't it?
Shut up, Otis.
Yeah?
I'm looking for your husband, Mrs. Vale.
He isn't here. He's out of town. What's wrong?
He's wanted.
For what?
Murder. Mind if I come in?
Got a warrant?
Okay, make it tough. Where's your husband?
I told you.
Well, we're out of town.
You didn't tell me.
Okay, I'll be back with a warrant.
Now we'll see if it works.
Oh, operator. Evergreen 33349, please. Yeah. Oh, is George there? Oh, tell him Mary. Hello, honey. Oh, look, I'm sorry. Yeah, I know, but this is one of those times. Yeah, a cop was just here. Yeah, cop. Murder. I don't know. No, I didn't let him in. Huh? Oh, I never thought of that. Okay, I won't call again. Bye, baby.
Okay, Otis. Stay here and keep this thing going. I got to get back to the lieutenant.
Did it work?
Yeah, like a dream. She called Evergreen 33349 and talked to George.
I'll check the number. You start driving north, so we'll be in the general exchange area. KXKB calling KQAR, code 600 and Evergreen 3.
We headed across town while Walt put in the code to the precinct. In less time than it takes Sergeant Otis to say, oh, yeah, we had our address. Well, wouldn't you know it? Another pool hall.
Yeah, guy must like the game.
Hope he's in.
Pretty crowded, I don't... Oh, yeah. Yeah, there he is.
He sees us. He's going for the back door. Let's grab him.
Right.
Hey, let me go. Get your hands off me, Joe. You're busting my arm.
Just take it easy, Vale. All we want to do is talk to you. Come on, outside.
Okay.
Go on, Vale. In the car.
Quit shoving. I'm going.
Walt, I'll wait.
Now, Rick.
Where did that shot come from?
Got Vale in the chest.
Yeah, across the street. Stay down. Here, look. Look, Vale, you're not going anyplace now. We know you're working for Jacoby, and we know he's close. The guy who just shot you is working for Jacoby, too. You're not going to cover up for a louse who just fingered you, are you?
Jacoby's looking for you, too, Diamond. He's going to cut you up bad.
Where's the hideout, Vale?
I'm going to put in an 800 on this, Rick. I want this whole area surrounded.
Come on, Vale. Where's Jacoby?
455.
Vale. Oh, swell.
Repeat, code 800 from Central Park West to 10th, from 59th Street to 64th Street, KXKC, now at Pool Hall, 9th Avenue, 60th Street. Okay, Rick, what's with Vale?
Yeah, nothing.
Dead?
Yeah. Gave me half of Jacoby's address, 455, and then made the trip.
455? Well, come on. There can't be too many 455s within walking distance.
What about Vale?
Yeah, I'll call him for the wagon.
Go ahead. I'll start checking apartment numbers.
Now, you wait a minute. You better take it easy. Jacoby would like nothing better than to have you go knocking on his front door.
If I know Jacoby, Walt, he's got the radio on, and he knows just what you're doing. Besides, that fingerman will tell him about Vale. Somebody's got to find him before he makes a break. He's done enough killing.
Well, if you do run into something, you wait for the boys.
Walt.
Yeah?
I took off and started checking addresses that began with 455. The first was Cold Turkey, nothing but a married couple who looked like they were in training for Madison Square Garden. I moved on. Somewhere in that neighborhood, Leon Jacoby was listening to his radio.
Car 3, code 800, 455 to 61st Street. Car 16, 17, and 18. Shut it off,
61st
Jane.
and 10th Avenue, same
You're surrounding
code.
this whole area.
Shut it off.
All right. All right. I wish the boys would get back.
All right, take it easy. Take it easy.
Yeah, who is it?
Eddie, boss.
Okay. Boss, the cops...
Come in.
2 cops picked up Vale in the pool hall.
Oh, so that's what it's all about. That Vale talk.
No, he won't.
What do you mean?
Well, I waited across the street. Got veiled when he came out with the 2 pigs.
Oh, you did, huh? Well, you did me a favor, Ed.
When I figured he didn't want anybody around that might squeal, you know, veil, wife and everything.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what else you did, Ed?
What? No, what?
When you plugged Vale, you brought the whole New York police force right down to my neck.
Huh?
Yeah. So, I gotta return the favor.
Well, what do you mean? I just didn't think.
No, you didn't.
Leon, come on. We got to get out of here.
Will you shut up?
Hey, now, wait a minute. What's with you?
I got a present for you, Ed.
Huh?
Leon!
Oh, no, boss. Put that knife away.
Sure.
Oh,
Leon.
Oh.
Oh, Leon. Oh, no. No.
What's the matter with you?
What did you do that for?
I'm in a tough spot. I go faster alone, baby.
Alone?
Yeah, baby.
You mean...
Yeah, that's right.
You'd leave me.
Look, I got no choice. You know how it is, kid. 1 might get through, but 2, no chance. Nothing to say, baby?
Yeah. Go on, get out.
Just like that, huh? Then what would happen to you? You might help the cops find me, huh? Tell me, aren't you a little scared?
No. Just sick. I've been sick since we got here. I wish I'd known what you were really like. I'd have laughed at you when you asked me to marry you.
Oh? Well, go on, baby. Laugh now. Maybe it'll help. Well, go on. Laugh your head off. Trying nothing funny. You're trying not to act scared. Jacoby don't scare you none, huh? Now I laugh. You're scared plenty because you think I might kill you. Well, say something. Don't just stand there. You're scared. You gotta be scared. Everybody's scared of Jacoby. You slapped Jacoby. Okay, baby. Nobody slapped Jacoby. Not you, not the cops, not anybody. Maybe you like to beg me not to kill you, huh? Good. Go ahead, go on, beg. Oh? Okay. I think about you when I'm back in Forenzi, baby. Arrivederci.
Jacoby, hold it.
What?
Stop, Jacoby. Well, Jacoby had waited 6 years to get a crack at me, and it looked like he was going to finally get his chance. The alley was a dead end. I stopped and listened. The back of the alley was stacked with boxes, and along the sides, garbage cans. He could have been hiding anywhere along the line. I'm coming in, Jacoby. You want to give it up, or do you want to play? The block's surrounded.
Okay. I ain't got a gun.
Come on out.
All right. Only don't shoot, Diamond.
Walk over here.
Hey, you see, I ain't got a gun. Now, don't shoot, please.
Shut up, slob, and start walking out.
What you gotta act like that for, huh, Diamond?
Come on, Jacoby, move.
So, what do you cops got against me? What'd I do, huh?
Nothing, Jacoby. Not a thing. Start moving.
Well, why you gotta get so tough? Or maybe you're scared.
Scared to death. Now, if you don't hurry up and move, I'm going to shoot you full of holes. I'm so scared.
All right, Diamond, all right. I ain't got no gun, so you can push me around like that. What are you going to do to me, huh?
Why, not a thing. Haven't you heard? The city went out and bought you a yacht. They like the way you kill people, so they're going to give you the yacht and send you back to Italy. Now, walk out of that alley.
Okay.
Now, you dirt.
Rick! Over here, Walt. Over here.
He pulled his knife on you, huh?
Yeah, I didn't think I'd see it.
Well, you're lucky you're dead.
Yeah, well, I expected it. There used to be an old saying 6 years ago. When Leon Jacoby wants you dead, he'll use a knife and you'll lose your head. Yeah, he should have remembered. I keep up on slogans.
Rick, that's an awful story.
Well, you wanted me to tell you about it.
But it's so terrible, and you're so lucky.
Yeah, I guess so.
You'll certainly know better next time.
Oh, I'll never make the same mistake again.
Oh, I should hope not. Imagine being in such a hurry you've forgotten threw your socks in with all those lovely white shirts.
Plaid now, baby.
The color run that much?
Sweetheart, when I got back to the office, it looked like Picasso had been in my wash basin. My shirts are ruined.
Well, don't you fret. Mommy's going to buy little old Rick a whole new batch tomorrow.
Oh, no. Really, I couldn't. It's just against my principles to take anything from a woman.
It is, huh?
Definitely.
What's that song you're playing?
16 neck, 33 sleeve. What?
Oh, you idiot.
Oh, I bet. I dropped a real old hint.
Well, I'll drop a little old hint, too. Very subtly, of course. Sing.
Oh, baby, you're the subtlest.
Baby, you're the craziest.
What? Now, where did you pick up that expression?
Oh, I get around now and then. I know a couple of musicians.
Oh, I bet they all play lead kazoo.
Come here.
What do you want?
I want to lay one on you.
What? Oh.
What'd you think of that, Pops?
You want the honest truth?
Uh-huh.
Solid.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg. Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, David Ellis, Gene Bates, Edmund McDonald, and Charles McGraw. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written and directed by Blake Edwards. Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Now, this is Eddie King inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Sunday evening means stellar listening on NBC. Tomorrow, be sure to hear the American theater's foremost acting couple, Alfred Lunt and Lynn Fontanne, in the whimsical comedy The Great Adventure on the Theater Guild on the Air. And for another great adventure in comedy tomorrow, remember to hear the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. Great entertainment Sundays on NBC. Next, it's Death in the Rain with Maureen O'Hara on NBC.
All right, Inspector Faraday, you got a reporter from every paper in town in your office now. Start talking.
Yeah, Faraday, what's the big news?
My editor says I'm supposed to pick up the hottest story in years. What gives?
This is your moment of glory, Faraday. Better stretch it out.
Shut up, Blackie. All right, you guys. Quiet down. Quiet! You've been giving it to me long enough. Now I'll give it to you.
What do you mean we've been giving it to you?
You know what I mean. Every time I pick up a paper, I read how Boston Blackie has outsmarted me on every case. You've made me sound like a flatfoot with a flat head.
Well, we just report facts, Inspector.
That'll be enough of that. Now listen, and get this.
Did you get what he just said to you, Faraday?
Quiet, Blackie. You can have your say when I'm through with mine. All right, you guys. Here's your story.
You better be good, Faraday.
Oh, we'll forget how to spell your name.
Oh, you'll spell my name right this time, and put it in capital letters, too. I've recovered that $100,000 worth of diamonds stolen from Gotham's.
Is this on the level, Faraday?
Yes, I recovered them last night. And what's more, I got the guy who stole them, too.
Hey, this is all right, Faraday, if it's true.
It's true, all right. Here are the diamonds wrapped in this cloth on my desk. Take a look at them.
Hey, the diamonds are terrific. I'd like to get a look at the guy who stole them.
Would you? Well, here's the real story on this case. I've got the guy right here. Boston Blackie.
What? I don't believe it.
Ah, this is a gag, Faraday. You've never pinned anything on Blackie yet.
Yeah, well, I've got something pinned on him this time. I caught him trying to get rid of the rocks. Of course, he tried to duck out on me, but I got him.
Hey, Blackie, what about this?
You'll pull down a stiff sentence if Faraday really has the goods on you, Blackie.
So they tell me.
Well, aren't you worried about it? You've got a defense, haven't you? You got an alibi.
I'll beat this, boys. Haven't missed yet, have I? So far, I've been able to get out of everything but my skin.
That's right, Blackie. But if you don't beat this thing at the trial, the only thing you'll have to get out of is jail in 20 years.
And now, back to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Order! Order in the court! Will the defendant please rise?
Good luck, Blackie. I'll keep my fingers crossed.
Thanks, Mary. But it's a little late for that now.
Boston Blackie, the evidence for and against you has been heard by this court. And after due deliberation, you have been found guilty as charged. Have you anything to say before I pass sentence on you?
No, Your Honor, I haven't. At least not anything you'd care to hear.
Very well, then. But before I pass sentence, I want to say this to you. There's no question but that you have done a great deal of good in this community. And there's no one in this court who is not familiar with the able assistance you've given the police of this city. But we cannot let gratitude stand in the way of justice. By the evidence presented in this court, you have been found guilty of a grave crime. Therefore, there remains nothing for this court to do but to punish you to the full limit of the law and sentence you to not less than 10 nor more than 20 years in the state penitentiary.
How can you do this, Inspector Faraday? How can you do this to Blackie?
I did the only thing I could, Miss Wesley.
You didn't do anything. You just stood by and let them send Blackie to prison. I thought you were his friend.
I gave him every chance in the world to defend himself, but he didn't. And why? Because he couldn't.
But you could have helped him. You could have tried to prove it was someone else who stole those jewels. I just don't believe that Blackie did it.
I didn't believe it either at first. It was a real shock when the evidence piled up against him. And even when I found him trying to sell the jewels, I still didn't believe it. I begged Blackie to tell me who really stole them, or...
But you know that he didn't steal them. Even if he did, he had a reason. He's always been able to explain everything he's done, and you know that. Why didn't you give him the benefit of the doubt this time?
Because this time it was different, Miss Wesley.
Oh,
Sure. I've always said how anxious I was to send Blackie to jail. But I never really meant it. I was trying to keep him from interfering with the police.
I don't believe it. You're jealous of Blackie. Maybe you even framed
Miss
him
Wesley,
so that...
you have to believe me. Ask Rollins. Ask the commissioner of police. Ask anyone who had anything to do with the case. I gave Blackie every chance in the world to clear himself. But he couldn't. This is one time he slipped up.
It's impossible. It's just not true. I must be having a bad dream.
I wish it were just a bad dream, Miss Wesley. Blackie's my friend, too.
Yes, he's your friend. But are you his?
Of course I am. But I'm also a policeman. What should I have done when I found out Blackie was guilty? Resign? And let someone else arrest him? Would that have been helping any?
No, that wouldn't have helped. And I guess you're not going to be any help now either.
What can I do, Miss Wesley? How can I help?
You can prove who really did steal those jewels, but you won't. So I'll do it myself. I don't know how, but I will. You just wait and see.
Your visitor's in booth 3, Blackie. You got 5 minutes. Don't let it try to pass anything to you through the screen. You'll be watched.
Thanks for the warning, pal. I'll tell her to keep a shotgun in her purse.
Blackie. Oh, Blackie, they are letting me see you.
Oh, yes, they're very big that way up here. I can have visitors once a week. How are you, Mary?
Miserable. Just miserable.
Don't make it any tougher, Mary. I'm going to be a good boy while I'm here, and I'll be out before you know it. Especially if you brought me a cake with a saw in it.
Oh, Blackie, how can you joke?
Why shouldn't I, Mary?
Yes, but how can you in this awful place?
Oh, it's not so terrible. The company I keep isn't exactly inspiring, but I'm getting to bed early now and getting my beauty sleep.
Blackie, I'm going to get you out of here. I'm going to prove that you didn't steal those jewels, or if you did, that you had a reason.
Don't, Mary. You don't think I wanted to be sent to prison, do you? Of course I didn't. I just thought I was smarter than I am. I had an idea that because I'd outfoxed Faraday so many other times, I could do it this time, too. It was not a very good idea.
Well, you're not guilty. You can't be. I just don't believe it.
Thanks for having so much faith in me, Mary. But you know I wouldn't be here if I could have prevented it.
I don't care. I'm not going to stop trying to prove that you didn't do it.
Okay, Jackson,
I'll tell you...
time's up. You'll make 5 minutes short up here, huh, guard? Okay. So long, baby. I'll see you next week, huh?
You too, Blackie. Your time's up, too.
Just a minute. Well, Mary,
Blackie?
Come on,
Who's that terrible-looking prisoner the guard just spoke to? I've seen him somewhere before.
You've seen his picture, Mary. He's Bill Jackson. And, incidentally, he happens to be my cellmate.
Oh, no.
That's the only thing wrong with this place, the inspiring company.
Blackie, time's up.
Oh.
Come on.
Coming. Goodbye, Mary. See me again as soon as you can, will
I'll
you?
be here just as often as they'll allow it, Blackie. Goodbye.
Bye.
All right, come on, you two. Back to your cell. Blackie, you and Jackson walk ahead of me. In step.
Sure. Hey, Blackie. That's some babe you got. Some class.
How would you know, Jackson?
Still think you're too good for me, huh, Blackie?
Much too good.
So, they even get you smart guys sooner or later, don't they?
After they've finished with all you dumb ones.
Come on, Blackie. Thaw out. You and me as roommates. I give it a chill because I thought you was a stool. Now I know you ain't.
Okay, so you know that. So you know this, too. I'm a little antisocial, Jackson. Maybe we share the same cell, but as far as having anything to do with you is concerned, I'm in solitary.
Come on, you guys. Get those towels out of those sterilizers and into those wash tubs. Come on, snap it up.
Someday I'm going to hit that guard with a lead pipe.
And no talking, Jackson. Just work.
Sure.
Hey, you, Blackie. Get over by that row of tubs there and wring out those uniforms.
Yes, sir?
All right, you guys. Move over and let the new guy have a hand wringing out those clothes.
Here, Blackie. You can stand here.
Thanks, fella.
Yeah.
No talking.
Almost all set, Harry. And you're in.
Everything's fixed, huh?
Yeah.
Great. Great. Count me in, too.
Don't worry.
Hey, what are you guys talking about?
Huh? Nothing.
Come on, what is it?
Nothing.
Get to work over there. Cut the talking.
Boy, these uniforms are heavy when they're wet.
You're telling me. What are they made of, sponge? Hey, look, what were you guys talking about?
Go ahead and tell him, Toms. He's one of us.
Yeah, so I hear.
Well, then, what's up?
Break.
Yeah? No kidding. I want in.
That won't be easy.
No, why not?
Well, Jackson's leading the break. He says who's in.
And you and him ain't been hitting it off so good.
But I want out of here, so maybe I'll try to get in with Jackson.
I've had enough of this slop they call food. Me too, Toms. I'm not eating any more of it.
Quiet there!
Quiet, huh? I'll show him. Are you with me, Jackson?
Sure.
Bang your cup.
Quiet! Quiet, you guys!
Come on, start banging your cups, everybody. Start banging.
Quiet!
You too, Blackie. Come on.
Okay.
Quiet!
Quiet, you guys. You don't eat.
Keep it up, you guys. We can't eat this stuff anyhow.
Cut that out, all of you. Quit that noise. Cut it out.
Ah, you bunch of bums. What's the matter? You afraid of the guards? Keep it up like me.
You better stop it, Jackson. Here comes one of the guards.
You ain't stopping, Blackie. What are you trying to do? Trying to prove you're tougher than me?
That's not hard.
All right, Jackson. Blackie, cut that out or you'll both wind up in solitary.
What? Just for banging a cup around? I like music.
Look, wise guy, just because you're Boston Blackie don't mean you can
Go
do
ahead,
it.
Blackie. Pick a fight with this guard and see where it gets you. He's really tough.
Look how I'm shaking. Hey, guard, do everybody a favor. Get lost.
All right, Blackie, you better come with me.
I'm staying here.
Oh, no, you're not.
Hey, take your hands off me.
No, you won't.
No. What do you call it?
Look him again, Blackie. All he's got to fight you with is a club.
Okay, Blackie, you're practically baked for this. Don't any of you guys move. Not one of you.
What did you do, guard? Kill him, maybe, huh?
Shut up, Jackson. Gotta pick this guy Blackie up. If he's alive, I take him to Warden. If he's dead, I take him to morgue.
And now, back to Boston Blackie. Incredible as it seems, Boston Blackie, who has always done everything in his power to help the police in their fight against crime, has himself stepped outside the law and is now in prison, serving a 10 to 20-year sentence for robbery. In the prison dining room, Blackie has a battle with a prison guard and is knocked unconscious. As we return to our story, Blackie has been revived and is in the warden's office.
He's come out of it now, Warden.
Well, it's about time, guard. Can you hear what I'm saying, Blackie?
Yeah. But I'll hear better when the buzzing goes out of my head.
Well, listen to me. You're not a privileged character here, Blackie. Looks as if we're going to have to teach you a few things while you're here.
I think I've learned something already, Warden. I've learned my head isn't very hard.
You're going to learn a whole lot more before we get through with you.
We'll give him special lessons, Warden. You'll want him in solitary, won't you?
I don't know yet, guard. Maybe I better teach him something personally. Wait outside a few minutes.
I get you, Warden. Okay, make it good.
Now, you listen to me, Blackie. Just because you were a name on the outside is no reason to think that you're...
It's all right now, Blackie. The guards can't hear us. You weren't badly hurt, were you?
Well, that club of his isn't made of feathers.
Well, I'm sorry about that, Blackie, but this was all your idea, not mine. You might have ended up with a concussion.
Maybe I have one now. I have the nicest headache I've had in years. How long was I unconscious?
About a half hour. Oh, I was pretty worried. But the prison doctor said you'd be all right. As soon as they brought you in here, I called the city for... Oh, here he is now, I guess. Come in.
Hello, Warden. I got here as soon as I could. Is he all right?
I think so, Inspector Faraday.
Yes, Faraday, I'm all right. For the first time in my life, I have a headache that you didn't give me.
Blackie, I told you this was a fool way to try to contact me.
But how else could I do it, Faraday? It had to be the real thing. When that guard hit me, Jackson might have gotten wise. It took almost a week for me to convince him I wasn't put there as a plant.
He believes you're a real prisoner now, though, doesn't he?
Sure. I've been playing hard to get so long, I have him trying to break me down.
Good. But you still haven't been close enough to him to get what you came for, huh?
No, not yet, Faraday. But I'll get it soon.
It may not be soon, Blackie. It may take you a long time.
It can't be a long time, Warden. We've got to find Jim Baker right away. Baker's a killer. Sure, he's been quiet since he killed those two policemen in Wisconsin and murdered that bank teller in Oklahoma, but he's not going to be quiet much longer.
You're convinced he's in the city, are you, Faraday?
Positive, Blackie. And unless we get him, and get him quick, there'll be a lot more innocent people dead from his gun. Why, he's killed crazy.
Well, I'll find Baker for you, Faraday. In fact, I'm going to let Jackson lead me right to him.
He'll never crack, Blackie. He has 25 years to go before he gets out of here. Make him tell you where Baker is hiding out, and we'll do the rest.
It's going to be easier to let Jackson lead me to him. You see, there's going to be a prison break pretty soon.
A break?
When, Blackie?
I don't know when, but I hear it soon, and I'm in on it. Better be prepared for it any minute.
Then you're getting out of here right now.
I'm getting out all right, Faraday, but I'm getting out with Jackson in that break.
No, Blackie, you can't. It's too dangerous. We can't let this go as far as a break.
But it's the only way I can get Jackson to tell me about Baker.
No, Blackie, we'll have to let the whole thing drop. Or try something else. A break is out of the question. especially with you in it. There'll be shooting. Maybe somebody will be killed. And that somebody might be you.
I can take care of myself.
Not against prison guards with machine guns, Blackie. And we can't let any of the guards in on what we're doing. Word may get back to the prisoners, and then they'll kill you.
I know that. So don't tip off the guards. Be prepared for a break, and let it get as far as the main gate before you stop it. If Jackson thinks we're really getting out, he'll tell me where I can find Baker.
But, Blackie, we will stop the break. And you may get stopped while we're doing it.
I know that, Faraday, but it's the only way I'll ever get Jackson to tell me where Baker is. And if I don't find out where Baker is, we can't stop him from going on a killing rampage.
Blackie, I can't let you do it.
Sorry, Faraday. It's just as good as done. Plans for the jailbreak are already made. I heard about it in the laundry this morning. We'll just have to let everything come out in the wash.
Hey, Jackson. When are we busting out of here?
Shut up, Thoms, and keep walking around like you're enjoying your exercise.
Exercise, yeah. I'm saving my strength for when we get past these walls.
Get away from me, Thoms. The guard up on top of that wall is watching me, so scram. You'll know when it's time.
Okay.
Hello, Jackson.
Scram, Blackie, and get some exercise.
I've had enough for now. I've walked around this yard 3 times. Come on out into the center of the place. I want to talk to you.
Okay, I got something to say to you, too. We're busting out of here.
Yeah, I know.
You know?
Walk over this way, away from the wall. I'll tell you all about it.
How did you find out, Blackie?
Skip that. The important thing is I went in.
How do I know I can trust you?
Look, when the guard knocked me out, they took me to the warden, didn't they? I could have told the warden about the break then, couldn't I?
Oh, you knew about the break, huh?
Sure. I heard about it from Tom's and Harry in the laundry. If I'd wanted to tell the warden, I could have. Come on now.
Watch it. Guard's looking at us.
Let him look. We're talking about the weather. How about it, Jackson? I want in on that break.
Well, you didn't tip off the warden. I guess you're okay.
I didn't ask you what you thought of me. I told you I wanted in.
Sure. You're in, Blackie.
Good. How about a gun?
I got one for you in the drain pipe of our cell.
Swell.
The break's tonight, just after lights out. I'll go over the plans with you when we get...
All right. Fall in, you guys. Exercise is over. Fall in.
You see that guard there, Blackie? That's the baby I'm going to get.
You get him.
All right, in line.
I'll get the one that I want, too.
In you go, you guys. March.
What time is it, Jackson?
Almost lights out, Blackie.
Don't you think it's time that I knew what was going on?
Sure. It's like this. Only the guys in this block are making the break, see? The switch that unlocks all the cells here is down at the end of the hall.
But how did we get there?
I've been working on that a long time. I got the lock on my cell fixed so it won't close. Got a piece of tinfoil jammed into the catch so it clicks shut, but not all the way.
Good. Yeah, that's taken care of then. But after we get out of here, then what?
Then we beat it down to the end of the hall. You and me. Throw the switch that unlocks the cells. That'll set off an alarm. The guard will open the door to find out what's going on. We get him, grab his keys, get through the outside door and out in the yard.
And then?
And then it's every man for himself till we get to the main gate.
Well, how do we get through the main gate?
I got that fixed, too. Help from the outside.
Everybody knows you were Jim Baker's number 1 man. Who's going to open the gate, Baker?
No, some of Baker's men.
Great. We get through the main gate, and then what?
Then we head for Baker's.
But what if we're separated? Does everybody know the way to Baker's?
No, only me. It's going to stay that way till we get to the main gate. Anybody caught before that might squeal to the cops about where Baker's hiding. I don't want that. This is going to be...
Uh-oh. That's lights out.
Yeah, there they go, too. You know your way up the hall in the dark?
Yeah, I think so.
There goes the no-talking bell. Shh. The guard's at the door at the end of the hall.
I know. I can see him.
But he won't be there long.
Quiet back there.
We better be quiet for a few minutes, Jackson. He'll go out in a minute.
Yeah.
There. He's gone. Sure this door of yours is unlocked?
Here, I'll show you.
Shh.
There. That's enough. We can slip out now, huh?
Easy. Which side of the hall is that switch on?
I'll show you. You pull the switch that opens all the cells. I'll wait by the hall door for the guard to come in.
Good. Just tap him on the head. A shot will ruin everything.
Don't worry. He's not the one I want. You got your gun ready?
Right here.
Good. Here's the switch. Stand here and pull it as soon as I give you the word.
Okay.
I want to get right up here by this door, and when that guard comes running in... Now, Blackie. Now!
Come on, boys. We're on our way out. Let's go.
Get away from the hall door, Tom. The guard will plug you first thing.
I'm out of the way, Harry. Come on, everybody. Over here. Let's go.
Look out, fellas. Here comes that guard.
Hey, what's going on in there?
Listen to what one of you guys gave Blackie.
I got the guard's keys, Jackson. Let's go. Come on.
Come on, all of you, let's go.
Hey, wait, Jackson. I'm going to stick with you.
Well, come on, man. This corridor will be full of guards in a minute.
Still clear all the way out to the door into the courtyard, Jackson. Yeah, but it won't be clear out there.
Run ahead, Tom, quick. You got the keys. Yeah. Get that door open fast. We'll be piled up behind it.
Okay, I'm doing it.
Look, Jackson. They've got the floodlights on in the courtyard.
I told you this was going to be tough, Blackie, but you're in it now.
I know.
Hurry, Tom, to open that door.
I'm opening as fast as I can. There it is.
Come on, let's go. Stick close to the wall, Blackie. They'll get you.
Maybe.
Hey, they got a couple of guys already.
Jackson, you all right?
Yeah, we got to duck the searchlights.
Well, over here. This way. Looks like a blind spot.
Shoot out that searchlight, Blackie. Shoot it out.
I'll try.
That way, Blackie. You got it.
Yeah, nice shooting, Blackie. First shot.
Glad I came along with you, huh?
Yeah, but I won't be real glad till we're across the yard and out the main gate.
We can run along this wall here for a few feet. Come on.
Yeah, but make it quick.
I made it.
Me too. I just did. But they got a couple of more. Where's Harry?
He's one of the guys they got. But he's just wounded. He's crawled back into the cell block.
Let him go. They can't get nothing out of him. Let's try for the gate, Blackie. When we get there, they can't touch us.
Yeah, but can we get there? Maybe if we zigzag. Let's go.
Okay. Fast now.
We made it, Jackson. We made it.
You mean we almost made it? There's still the guardhouse between us and the gate.
But we're under cover of the wall now, Jackson. Short dash around the guardhouse and we're at the gate.
Yeah, and it's open, too. I got a quick look at it.
Then we're as good as out.
You bet.
Those bullets are too close for comfort. Look, just in case something happens, you'd better tell me where Baker is.
I said I'll tell you when we get out.
Well, we're as good as out now.
Yeah, I guess we are. Okay, I'll tell you in case we have to separate. Baker's working in Begley's grocery store on Chester Street under the name of Ken Welch.
Got it. Well, let's try and make that gate, huh?
Yeah, come on. Let's go, you guys. Fast now. We'll be on the good side of these walls. Let's go. Around the guardhouse, quick. Come on, Blackie.
I'm right with you, Jackson. And the rest of the guys are right behind.
Hey, look. They got machine guns lined up across the gate. Get back. Get back. Well, looks as if we're not getting out of here after all. We better... Hey, Blackie, you did this. You tipped off the warden. Okay, this gun will get me even. Here's where you get it, Blackie. Oh!
Jackson's dead, and all this will be if we don't give up. What do you say?
All right. We quit. Okay, we quit.
That's what I thought they'd say.
All right. You two can laugh about it now. But I didn't think it was so funny at the time.
I'm sorry, Miss Wesley, but we were afraid to let you in on the secret.
But why?
I'll tell you why, Mary. It was for your own protection. We were afraid Jackson would be suspicious of the whole trick, and maybe Baker's gang would have made you talk. Faraday is a big man on account of me.
What?
I found out where Baker was, and he grabbed him.
All right, I'll forgive both of you this time, but next time it's going to be different.
There won't be any next time, Mary. This was all a little too real to suit me. Gosh, when that judge sentenced me, I could have sworn he meant every word of it.
Well, that's what you get for fooling judges.
Oh, he was in on the deal, Miss Wesley. And so was the prosecuting attorney.
That's right. The fix was in, Mary. They sent me up, and I fixed up Mr. Baker when they did.
What's the matter? What is it?
It's another case for Nick Carter, master detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Presented by the three great Linx home brighteners. Linx Clear Gloss Varnish, Linx Cream Polish, and Linx Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of fine Acme quality paints. Today's curious adventure.
Death behind the scenes. Or Nick Carter and the mystery of the persecuted actor.
In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter solved the mystery of the persecuted actor and prevented death behind the scenes from becoming a grim reality. But now, a word to the women. Millions of homemakers can't be wrong. For example, the millions who have learned what wonders Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, can do. And those same homemakers are now discovering the modern way to new beauty for their floors, woodwork, and furniture. The three great Linx home brighteners. Linx Self-Polishing Wax, which beautifies your floors with a satiny, yet tough, no-skid finish that resists wear, water, and dirt. Linx Cream Polish, which cleans as it polishes, leaving no oily film on your furniture. And Linx Clear Gloss Varnish, the durable super varnish that dries to an elastic, transparent surface which protects all wood and linoleum in your home. You'll find the three great Linx home brighteners at your hardware, paint, or department store. Your headquarters also for Chemtone, the miracle wall finish. And now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. As today's story begins, we're backstage at the Republic Theater, where Charles Forrest is directing a rehearsal of his new play, Lord Byron.
But it will not be possible for us to live our lives as we want to. We must live for those nearest and dearest to us.
You're right, my darling. I see it all now. Nothing that may happen to us can ever change the fact that I love you. Love you with every fiber of my being. Love you with a depth I'd never thought possible. Nothing will ever change that.
And I feel the same way, Robert. And I always...
Well, go on, Miss Davis. She can't go on, Mr. Forrest. That's Weimar's cue to enter. As usual, he isn't here. Paul, that's your cue. I don't see why we always have to wait until Paul Weimar condescends to honor us with his presence. We spend more time waiting for him to pick up his cues than we do rehearsing.
Take it easy, Dick. You don't have to go griping about Weimar all the time. Paul, on stage, please. We're waiting for you.
Coming, Mr. Forrest. Just a moment. Coming, Mr. Forrest. Why can't he stay here the way the rest of us do?
You forget, Dick. Mr. Paul Weimar is a great foreign star.
Hooey.
You coming, Paul?
Oh, sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Forrest. Oh.
Paul, what's happened?
It's happened again. It's happened again. I can't go on.
What is it, Paul?
Another accident. Again, someone tried to kill me. This time it's a sandbag that drops almost on my head.
Bradley, what's going on up there?
Sorry, Mr. Forrest. Line holding the sandbag must have come untied. I'll take care of it.
I'm through. I give up. Things break when I sit in them. Things fall over on me, and now this bag drops on my head.
I'm sure it was an accident, Paul. Come on, let's get on with this scene. We open in 3 days,
No, I do not open in 3 days or ever. I'm through.
Look, Paul, you can't quit on me now. It's too late. We're almost ready to open.
I will not stay here and get killed.
Paul, suppose I get Nick Carter to come down here and find out what's going on. He can stop all these accidents you've been having. Will that satisfy you?
You will get the great Nick Carter to make an investigation?
I will if you'll stay with me. He'll see that nothing more happens to you.
Yes, Mr. Weimar. Mr. Carter will protect you.
Oh, shut up, Dick. This is serious. Will you get to work if I get Carter down here, Paul?
Very well. I will try it once more. But if there are any more of these accidents that nearly kill me, I shall go home and stay there, Carter or no Carter.
All right. Betty, take over the rehearsal. I'm going to get Nick Carter right now.
You say you're having trouble with the new play, Forrest?
I certainly am, Carter. It's supposed to be the life of Lord Byron, the poet. So to play the lead, I brought an actor over from Paris, a man named Paul Weimar. He looks almost exactly like Byron, and he's a good actor.
Doesn't sound like trouble so far.
Wait. Ever since we started rehearsals, one accident after another has happened to Weimar. So that by this time, he's getting so jittery that I'm afraid he won't be able to go on with the play.
Well, what kind of accidents, Forrest?
Well, one time a heavy door almost fell on him. Just missed him. Another time, a chair he was sitting in collapsed under him and sent him to the hospital for 3 days with a wrenched back, and so on. Today, the final straw, a heavy sandbag counterweight, fell and almost on top of him as he crossed the stage.
I don't blame him for being jittery.
Any idea what's behind all these things?
Either one of two things. Either somebody's trying to kill Paul, or they're trying to scare him out of the show. And there's only one person, as far as I know, who'd profit by getting rid of Paul.
And who's that?
Richard Rowland, my American star. He was so upset at not being given the part of Byron that he swore he'd never act for me again. And suddenly he agreed to play the second lead, which surprised me, even though it is a pretty fat role.
Then if Paul Weimar had to give up the role for any reason, I suppose Roland would automatically step into the part?
Yes, of course.
Well, it certainly gives Roland a motive, doesn't it?
Will you take the case, Nick? If you don't, I'm afraid Weimar will walk out on me, contract or no contract.
When do you have your next rehearsal?
Tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock, if the rest of the scenery is hung and ready.
All right. I'll be there at 10:30 to look over the ground. Will you see to it that every...
I'll take it, Nick. Nicholas Carter's office. Yes, he's here. Just a minute. It's for you, Mr. Forrest.
For me? Oh, thanks. Hello? What? No, don't let anybody get away. Keep everything just as it is till we get there. Yes, I'm bringing him with me. Yes, right away. Goodbye. That was Barry, my assistant stage manager. Roland is supposed to fire a shot at Paul in the second act. But when he fired just now, it wasn't a blank. It was real.
Was Weimar hurt?
No, fortunately, the bullet missed him.
Another accident, huh?
Yes, another one. Heaven only knows what Weimar will do now.
Let's get down there immediately. I want to start working on this before it's too late.
Who wrote this play you're doing, Mr. Forrest?
One of the best-known writers, Bert Levant.
Oh.
A very rich man, a successful playwright. Writes for his own amusement.
Didn't I read somewhere that he doesn't smoke or drink and that he never married?
That's right. He's a peculiar duck.
What? No weaknesses?
No. There's a reason for that, Carter. He had a younger brother who went to Paris for training in art. He met a wild crew there, got to drinking and carrying on, and ended up in an insane asylum, where he died a year or two later. Levant has never touched liquor or tobacco from that day to this.
Well, I've enjoyed life for many years without smoking or drinking. Oh, this is theater?
Yes, and there's Fred, my doorman, waiting for us. Fred, this is Mr. Carter. He's in charge now.
Hello.
Hello, Fred. Has anybody left here since the shooting?
No, Mr. Carter. Nobody been out or in.
And through this way, Mr. Carter. Quiet, please, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mr. Nick Carter. He's in charge here now, and whatever he says goes. That's Paul Weimar over there, Mr. Carter, and Richard Rowland next to him.
How do you do? Now, first, let me get the facts. Oh, Roland, suppose you tell me what happened.
Well, in the second scene in the second act, Lord Byron is threatened by the husband of a lady to whom Byron's making love. I play the husband, and I'm supposed to shoot him. Instead of the old-fashioned pistol we'll actually use in the play, we've been using a small automatic with blanks. When I fired it just now, it wasn't a blank, but a real bullet. Fortunately, it missed Weimar, but I'm sorry to say it struck a stagehand who just happened to be in the line of fire.
Was he badly hurt?
No, it just scratched his cheek.
Where's the gun you used?
Oh, right here on the table.
32 Colt. Only one shell in it, and that's been fired. Roland, who has charge of this gun before it's given to you?
Rogers, the property man.
Get him, please.
Rogers, on stage.
Will everybody please take the same positions now that you were in when the shot was fired?
This is about the way we were, Mr. Carter.
Good. Is everybody here now?
Where's Barry?
Right here. I was off stage making a phone call when Roland fired, so I'm staying out of sight now.
Okay, stay there for now.
Where's the property man?
Rogers, where are you?
Here I am,
Rogers, where were you when the gun was fired?
in my property room.
What can you tell us about this?
Nothing. I loaded the gun, same as usual, with the blank.
Anybody see you do it?
Sure, Bradley, the stagehand, was with me. Then I left the gun on the table and went out to talk to Fred, the doorman.
And while you were gone, someone took out the blank and put in a real bullet.
Could be. I wouldn't know.
Anybody see anyone near the property room while Rogers was not there? Oh, come on, speak up. Did you see anyone near the gun after it was loaded? Now listen, if you know something, speak up. This isn't acting, it's murder.
Mr. Carter.
Did you see anyone near the property room after the gun was loaded?
Well, yes, I did. My girlfriend and I were having a smoke behind one of the wings, and we saw...
Well, go on. Who went in there?
Well,
It was I, Carter. I went in there to find a match, but I didn't touch the gun.
Oh, you did it on purpose, you jealous...
Careful, Weimar. Don't start calling names.
You shot at me on purpose. You want to play the leading role, which I play. Of course
Do you think Roland could have done it, Nick?
No, it's too obvious, Patsy. Right now, I'd like to have a look at the bullet that was fired from the gun.
How could you find it? It could be anywhere in here.
Oh, no, it couldn't. Look here. It started from where Roland is standing. Went across the stage to where the stagehand is standing. Must have gone through those two flats behind him and into the wall. Come on.
Okay.
Now, if we line up Roland at the holes in these flats, we should find...
Sure, Nick, there it is. In that big wooden post.
Ah, yes. Right, let me get my tweezers. I'll have that bullet out of there before you can see. There.
That was easy, wasn't it?
Patsy, look here. This bullet is a 38. The stage gun is a 32.
You mean that bullet didn't come from Roland's gun?
No, Patsy. Whoever fired this bullet stood off stage and used the sound of Roland's gun to cover his own shot.
But that would be murder.
Yes, Patsy. Cold-blooded, deliberate murder.
How much longer do you want these people, Mr. Carter?
Oh, they can go. I'm through with them for now.
That's all for today, everyone. Tomorrow morning at 11 sharp.
Mr. Carter, do you think I'll be safe now?
Yes, you're safe enough for now, Weimar. But I suggest you go to your hotel. I'll see you there later.
I shall do it. Thank you very much, Mr. Carter.
Before you go, Carter, I'd like to have you meet our author.
All right, Forrest. Was he the one in the stage box on the other side?
Yes, come on over. You'll like him. Mr. Levan,
Yes?
I'd like you to meet Mr. Nick Carter. Mr. Carter, Mr. Levan.
How do you do?
Glad to know you.
Have you learned anything, Mr. Carter?
Yes. The gun Roland used was not the gun that fired the bullet. That I know definitely.
What? That means the shooting wasn't an accident?
It means if the one who did the shooting had been a better marksman, Weimar would be dead right now.
What's your next step, Mr. Carter?
I think I'll go back to the office for a while and do a little thinking. Then I'll drop in on Paul Weimar and see what his side of the story is. Shall we have dinner first?
An excellent idea, Carter. I'll pick up my coat and hat and be right with you.
I left my things in the box I was sitting in. I'll get them and join you in just a minute.
I'll see you outside, Nick. I want to powder my nose.
All right, Patsy. Just have a look around while I wait.
Carter, what is it?
What's the trouble, Carter? Fall over something?
No. Something fell over me. I started to cross stage and something knocked me over. Almost knocked me out.
What's going on in here?
Mr. Carter's had an accident.
Wait, another of them accidents?
That flower pot was on top of that pedestal. For some reason, the whole thing fell over on him.
You all right, Carter?
Yes, I guess so. But let's get out of here before the roof falls in on us. So you see, Patsy, it has to be that way.
You say every member of the cast was on stage when the shot was fired.
Yes, and they were all in plain sight of each other. That leaves only 4 persons, as far as we know, who were backstage and who could have fired the offstage gun. Rogers, the property man, Fred, the doorman, Barry, the stage manager, and the stagehand, Bradley.
And Fred says Rogers was talking to him near the entrance, which gives both of them an alibi.
Apparently. And Barry says he was telephoning, and we found that a call was made from that phone at that time, which seems to let him out.
And Bradley was shot by the bullet, so he couldn't have fired it.
No.
Which accounts for all 4 of them.
Which means there's something somewhere we don't know yet. That's one reason I want to talk to Weimar. He may be able to throw some light on the subject. Oh, here you are, driver. Come on, Betsy.
All right.
Clerk. Paul Weimar is in 279, isn't he?
Yes, sir. Who shall I say is calling?
Oh, never mind announcing us. We're expected.
Well, what's the name, please? You must be announced.
The name is Nick Carter, and don't announce it.
But it's a rule to announce all guests.
We can walk, Patsy. It's only the 2nd floor.
Why didn't you want to be announced, Nick?
Just second nature. They don't know I'm coming to see them. They can't get ready to receive me. I like the element of surprise when I go calling officially.
Room 279. That must be right here in...
you get it.
Well, Paul Weimar seems to attract trouble as honey attracts a bee. What has happened now? Are his unfortunate accidents not confined to the theater after all? How is Nick going to unravel this tangled thread and reach a solution? We'll see in just a moment. Whatever your family's preference may be, in home decoration, your home is bound to be more beautiful when its floors are well kept and shining. And with Linex self-polishing wax, floors always look their very best without tiresome rubbing or polishing. Yes, with Linex self-polishing wax, which is simply wiped on, your floors are handsome for a long time because Linex self-polishing wax dries to a rich, satiny finish that really lasts, thanks to its high content of genuine Carnauba wax. And the finish may be renewed wherever and whenever you like, without re-waxing the whole floor. What's more, Linex self-polishing wax is easy to keep lovely, for you whisk surface dirt away in a twinkling with a damp cloth. And Linex self-polishing wax is the anti-skid floor finish, for the underwriters' laboratories have proved by test that wood, linoleum, and rubber tile floors are actually less slippery after Linex self-polishing wax has been applied. Be sure to ask for Linex, Lin-X, Linex self-polishing wax. You'll find all three great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere. And now back to our story. We left Nick and Patsy racing toward Paul Weimar's hotel room, from which are coming cries for help.
Oh, Nick, we've got to get in there. He's in trouble.
I know. Let's see if I can open this door.
Oh, hurry, Nick, hurry.
You told me I wouldn't be safe here.
What's happened?
A man broke in through the window, tried to strangle me.
Where's he now?
He heard you at the door. He ran into the bedroom window out by the fire escape.
In here? No, there's no one in here now.
Oh, fine thing. Even in my hotel, I'm not safe.
You ever seen him before? Can you describe him?
No, it was all too sudden. How long is this going on? I can stand it no more. Every day it is something.
You say you never saw the man who...
Oh, what's that?
That's only the telephone, Mr. Weimer.
I won't answer it. I won't. It might be trouble.
You better answer, Patsy. Take the message.
Certainly, Nick. Hello, Mr. Weimer's room.
Is Mr. Weimer there?
Yes, but he can't answer the phone just now. May I take a message?
Yes. Tell him Mr. Forrest called and wants Mr. Weimer to meet him in Mr. Weimer's dressing room at the theater at 8:30 tonight.
Tonight? Are you sure of that?
Yes, he was very specific. Said something about some revisions in the play that had to be made tonight to be ready for rehearsal tomorrow.
All right, I'll tell him. Thank you.
Was it bad news quick?
Oh, not at all, Mr. Weimer. That was the clerk downstairs.
Oh.
She said Mr. Forrest wants to see you in your dressing room tonight at 8:30. Something to do with revisions in the play. And it must be tonight.
Oh, that is a relief. I must prepare myself to leave. You will excuse me.
That's quite all right, Mr. Weimer. Patsy and I must be running along anyway. See you tomorrow at rehearsal. Good night.
Good night, and thank you.
Good night.
Oh, splendid, splendid. I couldn't have arranged it better myself.
Nick, are you feeling all right?
Oh, never better, Patsy, never better.
But why all the unconcealed joy?
I'd expected this case would come to a head faster now that I was in it, but I hadn't hoped it would come quite so fast. The end is now in sight, Patsy. You go back to the office and wait for me.
Where are you going?
To the theater. And I must get there before Weimar does, if his life is to be safeguarded. Here you are, driver. Keep the chain. Good evening, Mr. Carter. Why, Fred, what are you doing here at this time of night? You have to guard the door 24 hours a day?
Well, no, sir. Mr. Forrest said he was expecting some crops about supper time, but they ain't come yet. Told me to wait for 'em, and I'm waiting.
I see. Good. Oh, has anybody been here recently?
Why, no. Brad was here about a half hour ago, but he only stayed a couple of minutes, long enough to get something he forgot, that's all.
Mr. Forrest hasn't come down yet?
No, he hasn't. Was he coming back tonight?
I understood so, but I may be wrong. Oh, is it okay to go in? I want to have a look at something.
Oh, sure thing. Want some lights?
No, thanks. I have my flash.
Okay, watch yourself, though.
This ought to be Weimar's dressing room. Ah, yes. It's the cane he was carrying in rehearsal this afternoon. Uh-huh. Seems to be no concealed bombs, no booby traps. Well, okay for now. Nothing to do now but wait until he arrives.
Oh, Mr. Carter, what are you doing here?
I'm here protecting your life, Mr. Weimar, whether you know it or not.
But Mr. Forrest was...
Mr. Forrest knows nothing about this. The call you got came from the would-be murderer. He wanted to get you down here so he could finish his job tonight.
Finish his job? How? What do you mean?
That's what I want you to tell me. Oh, before you touch anything or sit down, look around this dressing room. What do you see that doesn't look natural in here?
Not look natural? What do you mean?
Oh, anything out of place. Something here that shouldn't be here. Something missing.
Oh, I see. Now, oh, yes. Someone has been smoking my cigarettes. I left nearly a fresh pack here, I remember. Now, look, there are only 2 cigarettes left.
Yes. I might have expected that.
Will you have one?
No, neither will you. Unless you want to die fast.
I don't understand.
Wait. Yes. These cigarettes have been treated with a deadly drug. One so rare that he could only get enough for 2 cigarettes. That's why the rest of the pack is missing, so you'd be sure to be killed almost at once. That, Mr. Weimer, was why you received the message to beat Mr. Forrest in your dressing room. You'd smoke at least 1 cigarette while you waited. And that one would be your finish.
But who wants to do this to me, and why?
I know the answer now, but I'd rather not say until I can produce the killer himself. As soon as I can,
You interfering meddler! You'll never live!
Sorry, I had to shoot out the lights, but I didn't want him to hit you.
Mr. Carter, are you there? What is it that has happened?
Stay here, Weimer. You're safe for the moment. I want to stop that man who just ran off. Your life's in danger as long as he's loose.
Where are you going, Mr. Carter?
Sit tight. I'll be right back. Fred!
Yes, Mr. Carter, did I hear some shooting?
You did. Who was it just ran out here?
Nobody.
But he went out some way. I heard him slam the door.
Well, he must have gone out that little back door out behind the dressing room.
You mean this isn't the only way out of this theater backstage?
Oh, no, there's that other little door, but that's supposed to be kept locked all the time. That leads out to the other street.
Oh, I see. Oh, well, where's your telephone?
Right there in the office, Mr. Carter.
Good. Let me make one phone call, and I'll show you a would-be killer.
But I tell you, you can't do this to me.
Maybe we can't, but we are, so just pipe down.
Why won't you tell me what I'm accused of?
Because I don't know. I'm acting under orders from... That is, I'm doing what Nick Carter suggested. And Nick's a pretty clever guy, if I do say so. So
Thanks
you just...
for those kind words, Riley.
Well, where the deuce have you been? We've been waiting here in my office since...
Yes, I know. I came as soon as I could. I got in a little traffic jam.
Well, there he is. We picked him up just as he came in his hotel lobby, just like you said. Now, what do we do with him?
He's the man who's been trying to kill Paul Weimer, and who almost succeeded tonight.
That's a lie.
Is it? What did he have in his pockets, Riley?
Oh, well, here it is, Nick. It's the usual stuff.
Ah, yes. The usual stuff. But not with the usual implications.
Now, never mind those $2 words here. What do you see there that's so interesting?
These loose cigarettes, for instance. There must be about 10 or 12 there, about half a pack.
Hmm?
And they're Paul Weimer's brand.
So what?
And this little box, Riley.
Huh?
If you'll have your chemist examine these 2 cigarettes that were left in Weimer's dressing room, I believe you'll find them full of the same drug that was in this box.
What?
You'll undoubtedly find traces of it there now.
So, well, now you begin to make sense.
This is all a pack of lies, a frame-up.
It isn't either, and you know it. I am willing to bet that your fingerprints are on the doorknob of the little back door where you made your hasty exit from the theater tonight.
What's that?
Together with a few prints belonging to your assistant Bradley, the stagehand. And I imagine that Bradley will be very willing to talk when he finds he's up on an attempted murder charge.
All right, Carter. You win. I did it. I hate that man, Weimar.
But why should you hate him so, Mr. Levant?
Because he was the leader of the gang in Paris who helped my brother drink himself into the insane asylum in the grave. He was more to blame than my poor brother, who knew no better. I wrote this play, Lord Byron, just to get him over here where I could work on him. I suggested him to Forrest as the man for the part, and Forrest fell for it.
Why didn't you kill him and be done with it?
I wanted him to suffer as my brother suffered. But when you got into the case, Carter, I knew I had to finish it up quick or be caught.
Bradley let you into the theater tonight through the little back door, didn't he?
Yes.
And it was Bradley who phoned the message to Weimer to get him to come down to the theater tonight, wasn't it?
Yes.
And it was Bradley who worked the backstage accidents after you had planned them, wasn't it?
Yes. He thought it was all part of a practical joke. He didn't know I intended to kill that...
All right. Watch your language now. There's a lady present here.
I thought everybody had forgotten about me being over here in the corner. I was just sitting here listening.
You fired that shot during the rehearsal, didn't you, Levant?
Yes, and I wished I had aimed straighter.
How come you hit the stagehand?
Pure accident. I didn't even see him until after I'd fired.
And in a way, it saved us from suspecting he had a hand in these things because it didn't make sense that he should get shot if he was in it. But after a while, when I began to see things the way they were going, I saw it could be nobody but you working with his help.
Well, Nick,
Yes, Patsy?
may I ask a question?
Oh, yes, Patsy. One little one.
Did you see who shot at Weimar in the theater tonight?
No, it was all too fast.
And how did you know it was Mr. Levan?
Well, even before I got to Weimar's dressing room tonight, I felt quite sure that Levan was guilty. And then when I entered the room and found that it smelled very strongly of that highly scented eau de cologne that Levan uses, I was positive.
By golly, you're right there, Nick. Sure, he smells like a perfume counter at the Five and Dime.
Decidedly. That was the first thing I noticed about him when I met him earlier today.
That was his only weakness, wasn't it? His excessive use of that scented eau de cologne.
Well, maybe so, Patsy, but as far as I'm concerned, attempted murder is also a weakness. One that has to be punished.
In just a moment, Nick and Patsy will bring you a preview of next week's exciting case. You want to take it a little easier? Then listen. Everybody's days are busy. We've all filled our daily schedules full to overflowing, doing our own home front jobs and helping with the all-out effort toward victory in every way we know how. So we appreciate more than ever before what it means to relax and how much easier it is to relax when a home is pleasant and inviting. American homemakers are learning how much easier it is to keep a home that way with the 3 great Linex home brighteners. For example, they're learning that Linex cream polish restores the original handsomeness of fine furniture in one quick, easy application. Banishes messy finger marks, helps conceal scratches, does away with cloudy old polish and dust. You see, Linex cream polish for fine furniture actually cleans as it polishes, saving one whole step in the cleaning day routine of busy homemakers, cutting their work in half. Let your fine furniture regain its loveliness with Linex cream polish. Remember always to ask your dealer for Linex cream polish, which cleans as it polishes. It's the streamlined way to furniture care. You'll find all 3 great Linex home brighteners at your nearest hardware, paint, or department store. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. Well, Nick, what's your story about next week?
Next time, Ken, I'm going to tell you about an experience that Patsy and I had in one of the great movie studios. Started out very simply when the studio lost a reference book containing information about all kinds of poisons.
You could look in that book and find out just what poisons to use for anything you wanted. It was much too dangerous a book to be at large.
The unfortunate part of it was that I was called in too late to save the man whose body we found a few minutes later.
Oh, but we did save the old man, Nick. If it hadn't been for you, he'd certainly have been killed.
That's true enough, Patsy.
What do you call the story, Nick?
I call it Death at the Studio.
Or The Mystery of the Murder book.
That's all for now. So long.
So long, everybody.
And so long to both of you until next week. We'll look forward to seeing you then, same as usual. Next week at this same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, entitled
Death at the Studio. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Murder Book.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is featured in Street and Smith magazines. Lon Clark is starred as Nick with Helen Choate as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White, and the programs are written and directed by Jock McGregor. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented at this time and over these same stations each week by the 3 great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss Varnish, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme fine quality paints. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is Mutual.
here's Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Diamond Detective Agency, a corpse to fit every pocketbook.
Rick?
Oh, hello, Helen, baby. Let me sit down. Oh.
Rick, what's the matter? You sounded like your arches just broke.
You got the right idea, baby. Oh, but your geography is cockeyed.
Are you really hurt, Rick?
Now, believe it or not, I was trampled by a herd of horses.
Oh, Rick, you idiot. Now tell me what did happen.
Okay, one horse. He ruined me for life.
You went horseback riding? Oh, I don't believe it.
Yeah, want to see my bull legs?
You actually did. Uh-oh. Took a girl to get you to ride a horse. But it was some slinky blonde.
No, baby, it was a Palomino. And look, let's get off horses. I've had enough to last me. What's with the early call?
Early? Rick, did you just get in? It's after 11.
I was dreaming of you, baby. You wouldn't have wanted me to stop just to get into the office.
It's probably a whole harem.
Helen, you got to stop that peeking.
You read the morning papers?
They come out in the morning?
Now, you stop that. Did you read them?
Oh, didn't have a bet down. Why? You in the society page again?
Oh, much more exciting than that. The police commissioner's house was robbed of $50,000 worth of diamonds last night, and his gardener was murdered.
What?
I thought that would fetch you. Better get a paper. The commissioner's statement's written in blood.
Yeah. And if things don't wind up fast, tomorrow's statement will be in Walt Levinson's blood. It'll be his case.
Now, you stay out of it, Rick. This thief cuts throats.
Yeah, I'm scared.
Are you, Rick? Well, come over tonight, and I'll frighten you at close range. Say 8.
I'll practice my knee knocking so I'll be in good form.
And stay in. No nightclubs.
At the sound of the castanets, Francis can open the door. It'll be me and my knees. See you tonight, baby. Bye.
Is this the Diamond Detective Agency?
Just like it says on the door. Come in and close it gently. My Japanese beetle's still asleep.
Asleep?
He's got a better union. Sit down, Mr.
Burton, Phineas Burton.
What can I do for you, Mr. Burton?
Well, I want to hire you if it's agreeable.
For $100 a day in expenses, I'm pretty agreeable.
Well, that's fine. I have a package I want you to deliver to a party in Philadelphia.
You can get a messenger for $5, or if you're hard up, a carrier pigeon for a handful of popcorn. Why a detective?
Well, I'm perfectly capable of judging for myself what I need, Mr. Diamond. Now, here's $300. There will be $200 more for you after you make safe delivery of the package.
Why?
Well, why?
3-letter word meaning why you want to pay me for 5 days when the trip to Philly and back can be done in a few hours.
Well, Mr. Diamond, I simply want you to drop everything else and take this job immediately. And that is my reason for the added payment.
Oh, all right. I'll take your money. Just as soon as you tell me what's in the package, who it goes to, and why it's so important that I take it personally.
I can't tell you that.
Okay, it's your problem. Now, where did I leave my soap chips?
Do you have to know?
Of course. How can I do any washing without soap?
I mean about this package.
Oh, no. I can recommend another agency who will do it for $25 and no questions.
Oh, very well. Mr. Elliott will meet you at the Philadelphia Station Information Desk at 2 o'clock today. I will wire him your description, and he will make the contact. As for the package, it contains some very valuable papers, which Mr. Elliott is afraid his wife will try to intercept.
I see.
He commissioned me to find the best man I could to bring the package to him.
Oh, you must have read my ad.
You'll have to leave immediately. Mr. Elliott is very anxious to get the package. You call me at the Astor when you return, and I'll send over the rest of the money. Good day.
It may be at that.
What?
Forget it. Burton left the package on my desk with the money. He was a thin guy, had a funny pot that made him look as if he'd swallowed a basketball. He pushed it out the door and waddled after it. When a guy insists on throwing money in my lap, I get suspicious. And when I remembered the robbery of the night before, I got that lousy feeling again. Now, paragraph 4, section B, rule A of the Detective's Code of Ethics says, quote, upon receiving money to deliver package, detective must never open same. It is unethical. Yeah, who's ethical? Well, surprise. No wonder basketball had been nervous. At the bottom of the box were 5 pretty little diamonds. About 10 grand worth at a guess. Of course, it may have been that Burton thought diamonds should belong to Diamond, but my bet was on a frame-up. A frame that cost the real heisters 10 grand out of 50. It was aimed to get him a nice picture to fit the frame. Me. Yeah?
Is this Mr. Diamond?
Oh, hello, Burton. Something on your mind?
Oh, I happened to be in the store across the street, and I noticed you hadn't left yet.
You will leave right away, won't you?
Just as soon as I arrange things, Phineas.
Remember, it takes an hour and a half to get to Philadelphia. I don't want you to be late.
I'll bet you don't.
It was just to make sure. You understand.
Oh, yes. I understand. You can dribble your basketball home now.
I beg your pardon.
Skip it. Bye. Burton's call ended nearly all doubts. I was being framed all right, and the trap required my leaving for Penn Station right away. I dropped the diamonds into what was left of a quart of milk I had for lunch the day before, put the bottle on the floor by the wastebasket. Then I took the package, rewrapped it, and went out to hail a cab. I made one stop at a toy shop, then headed for Penn Station. As I entered, I saw a pair of familiar figures.
Rick. Okay, what's the gag? I got the tip, but even you wouldn't joke about this case.
Now, Walt, I might joke about mass murder, but never about the commissioner being robbed. Is he making speeches yet?
Yeah, that's okay, Shamus. This is one time when you're one diamond too many.
Why, Otis, you're becoming a wit.
Why not?
You're halfway there.
Oh, Lieutenant, he's picking on me again.
You deserve it, Otis. Now shut up. Rick, I know the tip was phony, but the commissioner was there when it came in. I had to act on it.
Tip? Well, don't be smug. I've got one, too. Fifth at Hialeah.
Now, don't start that. It was a tip that you were taking the commissioner's diamonds out of town.
Oh, now, Walt.
And don't now Walt me. I said I knew the tip was phony, but with the commissioner taking scouts all down the line, I didn't want to...
No. Don't apologize, Walt. I know. Come on, Sergeant. Show me a good frisk, and I'll recommend you to all my criminal friends.
Oh. Yeah, he's clean, Lieutenant.
Now, Rick, let's see that package, and then you can go.
This? Oh, no, I can't. It's secret.
Don't play games, Rick, please.
Oh, all right, but it's going to spoil my surprise.
Well, okay. Give me your word it's got nothing to do with this case, and I won't bother to open it.
No, I'm hurt. I absolutely insist that you open the package right now.
But, Rick, you know I trust you.
Lieutenant Levinson, do your duty. My purity must not be suspicioned.
Oh, anything to get this over with.
You were,
What? It's only a pair of dolls.
You were expecting maybe my gallstones?
Oh, dolls. The Shamus plays with dolls.
Better read the tag, Otis, before your ears get any longer and they draft you for a mule team.
Tag? Sure. But what... To my beloved Otis from his Ricky. Oh.
Rick. Now, don't be a grouch, Walt. The other one's for you.
For me? Oh, no.
I'm sorry, Walt. I couldn't resist it. Anyhow, you spoiled my surprise to Otis. It was our anniversary.
What? Our anniversary? We ain't even related.
Oh, you don't remember. Oh, Otis.
Lieutenant, can I go back to traffic? I can't stand much more.
Oh, shut up, Otis. Rick, if we weren't such good friends,
Walt. Hey, now you're upset.
Upset? Why should I be upset? Just because two hoods lift 50 grand in ice from the commissioner? Or because it's dumped in my lap with the murder of the gardener? Or that I'm given 24 hours to break the case and then get a tip that leads me to a friend who decides to play games and wreck my Sergeant beyond repair? Now, why should I be upset?
Otis, here you are, Lieutenant. But take it easy. That's a second bottle of bicob today.
Walt, you rate an apology and I make it. I'll do better than that. I'll help you if you'll let me.
Well, I can sure use your help, Rick. I haven't got a single lead. You want to look at the corpse first?
May as well. Has he got a record?
No. And the commissioner swears he was honest. Probably stumbled onto the thieves, and they had to put him away.
How about the rest of the servants?
They were all out. Commissioner and his wife were at a party. They'd given the entire staff the night off, but I guess perhaps the gardener returned a little early.
Yeah, well, let's go down and take a look at him. I've got a personal interest that makes me want to crack this case.
A client?
Call him an ex-client. I'll explain him later. Come on.
Here he is, Rick.
Nasty cut. How was it made?
Well, it could have been a sharp knife, but it's a safer bet that it was a razor.
Remind me not to go to his barber. What safecracker's got enough nerve to pull his job, Walt?
Well, I got 3 guys that could fit the job, but not one of them has ever been known to carry a weapon of any sort, much less a razor.
Correction. One did. That gardener's playing a lousy joke on us.
I suppose this could have been the first time one of them carried a razor.
I don't buy that, neither do you. Give me the names. I want to talk to them. Maybe I can get a lead of some sort.
Sure. Here they are. And please, Rick, call me if you get anything.
If I can find a nickel. Bye. As far as I could see, I had three things to match up. One, the careless barber. Two, the safecracker with nerve enough to rob the police commissioner. And three, the reason why I was picked as the pigeon. I gave up the idea of hunting for Burton, the guy who came into my office. He was probably a flunky and not worth running down. So I checked the names I got from Walt, grabbed a cab, and headed for the Bronx. The first turned out to be an ex-con trying to go straight by working in a Bronx hash house. The second was likely, but he'd kissed his wife with a beer bottle and spent last night in jail. At the third address, down in Greenwich Village, I met a landlady with gin-loaded tonsils and a cute mustache. She tipped me that my third prospect, Vincent Mayer, might be playing pinochle at Pietro's, which turned out to be a cafe with a 30-foot bar, 3 tables, and a back room. Hey, barkeep.
Yeah. What'd it be, friend?
Milk, no chaser.
Milk? Who makes it? Oh, you mean like from cows? Never carried the stuff.
Where can I find Vincent Mayer?
Why don't you ask me, handsome?
Wow. Hello, baby.
Now, do I look like a baby?
No.
My name's Jean. What do they call you?
Take your pick. Call me Rick.
Hey, you talk funny. But you're awful nice. Too nice to be hunting for Vince Mayer. He's a bad boy, Rick.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to be a hero. Where is he?
In the back room. There. The guy with the light hair. But be careful.
Thanks, baby. I'll buy you a palace.
Figure me for 80 mil, Joe, 20 clubs, 20 spades, and 40 pinochle.
What? No diamonds?
Hey. Well, look who's here. What do you want, Shamus?
Vince the Iceman, isn't it? Well, now, let's see. Sing Sing, class of 38. Where's your school tie, Vince?
The name is Mr. Mayer to you, Diamond, and privates are not welcome here. It's a closed game.
Yeah. Move on.
Give me a reason.
You want to play dead?
Oh, come on, Vince. You're not going to get upset just because I think you robbed the commissioner? You did, didn't you?
I told my story to the cops.
I'll bet. But you didn't answer my question. And here's another. Who's your barber?
You're asking for it, Diamond.
I was brought up right. Now, let's get off this cat and mouse kick. I want some answers, Vince.
Do you?
That's right, Junior. I do.
All right. Call him, Joe.
Hey, what?
All right, Joe. Stop it. That's enough, Joe. All right, now drag him out in the alley.
Vince, can I,
Yeah, okay. Maybe it'll teach him not to get so nosy. But keep that razor in your pocket.
I will, honest. This is gonna be real fun. Come on, Shamus. Here's where I do some road work on your liver. Here, Mr. Diamond. I only wish my brother could see you.
When I came to, I was curled up around a round metal object I couldn't see, and I felt as if I was smothered in a mountain of cotton, and getting out of it was like trying to shovel sand with a pitchfork. I finally managed to move and wished I hadn't, for a company of Bengal Lancers began target practice on my side. So I quit trying and lay still for a long moment. Then a voice came fizzing through the cotton at me.
Hey, mister, are you alive?
Now, if I'm not, you're an angel, and this is a harp.
Well, I'm sure no angel. And that's the garbage can. So I guess you're not dead.
Matter for debate, Jeannie. Oh, help me up, will you?
Sure. Here. Can you stand?
Practically anything after this. Ooh.
Hey, you're hurt pretty bad. Come on, lean on me. My place isn't far. I'll take you there so you can lie down.
Best offer I've had today. Lead on, Angel.
There. Now, how do you feel?
I never use language like that in front of a lady.
Oh, I'm no lady. I'm a waitress at Pietro's. I heard the noise in the back room. When you didn't come out, I took a look.
Ooh.
Gee, does your head hurt, baby?
Like all my relatives who are inside digging for gold. With luck, I can open my eyes and they won't fall out.
You know, you might have had a lot of fun together if you weren't all banged up like this.
I'll take that remark up with you later, honey. I'm not usually the kind of guy who runs out on pretty girls, but I only wanted to get my hands on the gonif who tried to kick my brains out. So I took Jean's number, filed it under, for later investigation, and stumbled out into the street. My head was clearing, but it was as slow about it as a dummy doing a striptease. Maybe that's why I didn't notice when I came out of the house that I had two guys for company.
Hello, Diamond.
Huh?
When Pietro told me Jane had run out, I thought I might find you here. She always goes for guys like you.
Well, she has taste. I'm glad you came around. I have a few things I want to discuss with you and Joe here.
Hold it, Chalmers. Or I'll show you how easy it is to get rid of your troubles.
No, that's a pretty little gun. Aren't you stepping out of character, Vince? You're supposed to be a smart one.
You're getting on my nerves.
Yeah? Well, put the gun away and I'll quiet you down a little.
You want me to mess him up again, Vince?
And what's with you? Come to do your job over again?
I may at that.
Yeah? Well, you got 32 teeth, Sonny. Want to try for none?
Why, you...
I got some questions I'd still like to have answered. Why was I picked as pigeon? Why me?
You're getting a little too smart, Diamond. Now, listen. I know you got wise to Burton, so it figures that you still got the package. Now, I got no reasons to give you $10,000 worth of diamonds. I want them back.
Oh, dandy. I've got big news for you, Buster. You're not going to get them.
Don't make any mistakes, Diamond. I'll use this gun if I have to.
Go eat a tombstone.
Joe.
Yeah, how's your stomach ache?
Wait a minute, Joe. Now, Diamond, look, you can have a choice. You bring the rocks to me at Pietro's in an hour and we'll forget the whole thing. Or don't. And I'll send Joe with a few friends to call on you. And for the last time.
For a few sick minutes, I leaned against the wall, wondering if I wanted to live. One thing I was certain of was that Vince Mayer was never going to get those diamonds back. Or was he? An idea began to percolate in my head to the tune of an old rhyme about a goose and the gander. And I got inspired enough to sit up and forget my aching ribs. When it simmered into a full-scale boil, I grabbed a cab, went back to my office, and got the diamonds out of the milk bottle where I'd hidden them. Then I headed for the village fast. I was soon banging on a door there like a drummer playing Bob.
Well, if it ain't my cripple.
I got the bruises to prove it.
Come on in. Are you really recovered?
What? Oh, no, not that much, Angel.
Then?
I need some answers. What do you know about Vince and Joe?
Not too much. Enough to dislike him plenty. That Vince got me canned for leaving Pietro's to take care of you. That's why I'm back home. I know he's a smoothie, and I think he's a big-time jewel thief.
That much I know. How about Joe, the dog-faced boy?
Him, he's just a punk. I think his real name is Fanchi or Franchetti or some such thing.
Franchetti?
Yeah. I don't know why, but they call him Joe the Barber.
Oh, Joe the Barber.
Yeah. Isn't that silly?
If he cuts hair, it isn't. But I'll lay 8 to 1 this guy works on throats. Thanks, Angel. You've tied up my 3 points.
What are you talking about?
Your friend Vince Mayer lifted $50,000 in ice from the police commissioner last night, and his accomplice, Joe, gave the gardener a shave.
You mean murder?
On the button. The gardener's throat was sliced from life to death. And now, baby, look. How would you like to earn $100?
Sure. Is it legal?
Well, no.
I'll take it.
Now, where is he? Will you tell me where's Rick?
I know where I'd like him to be.
I'm worried, Otis. Seriously. Rick is in this thing up to his ears.
You mean he was in on that job?
Don't be stupid, Otis. Of course not. Rick's no crook. But he's mixed up in this case some way, and I'm worried. He should have called me by now.
Gee. Hope he hasn't tangled with that razor guy.
I thought you hated Rick.
Oh, you know I was just talking.
I know. What a mess. Rick in danger, and I can't find him. The commissioner's spouting lava all over the city hall. Why the devil did it have to be the commissioner's house?
You know, it's kind of funny at that. The commissioner himself.
You knucklehead. For 2 cents, I'd... Maybe that's him. Lieutenant Levinson, homicide.
Walt, Rick.
Rick, where the devil you been?
Taking care of some arrangements.
Arrangements?
Never mind, just listen. I was picked as a pigeon, and some of those diamonds were planted on me this morning.
What?
I've traced your hoods. They're Vince Mayer and Joe the Barber Franchetti. Now, you come to Pietro's in half an hour, and you'll catch him with part of the diamonds on him.
Rick, what is this?
Well, Vince had it figured as a double-barrel gag, Walt. First on the cops by raiding the commissioner's house. Second, by dumping a few of the rocks in my lap and tipping the police so I'd take the rap.
But why you, Rick?
Well, Joe's name, Franchetti. You remember, I sent his brother Tony to Sing Sing a few years back.
Oh.
I knew he had a brother, but until now, Joe stayed out of Manhattan.
I get it. Okay, what's the play?
Well, I'm going to take the package back to Vince. Give it to him in Pietro's. The girlfriend plan will be raising so much fuss no one will notice me. Then as Vince and Joe leave, you nail him with the diamonds. And no alibi for having him.
Right. You said half an hour?
In front of Pietro's.
Take a peek, Angel. Through the window. There's my party at the back table. Now, you know what to do.
Yeah. I keep yelling till you get back to me. Right?
As rain. I'll make it a good one.
I got good lungs.
Let's go in. Okay, over to the bar.
Luck, Rick.
There he is now, Joe. I told you he'd show up. Hello, Diamond. You got something for me?
That's right, Vince.
Okay, let's have it. Hey, what's going on over there?
Stop, stupid dame. Yeah, do you want the package or not?
Oh, yeah, give it to me. Come on, Joe. Let's scram out of here before that dame brings the cops.
Yeah. That's an easy way of getting back the 10 grand, ain't it, Vince?
Shut up. Come on. Take it easy now.
Okay.
We're okay now. Let's split up.
Hold it, Vince.
What?
Let's have a look at the package.
The cops.
Levinson, what are you doing
The
here?
package, Vince.
Hey, what are we going to do?
Shut up. You, got a warrant, of course?
Of course. Otis, take the package.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
You can't arrest me. I don't even know what's in that package. It was given to me by a friend.
Now, don't use the term so loosely, Vince. Why, Walt, what are you doing here?
Hello, Rick. I've captured a criminal.
No.
Yes, and he was carrying a package of his loot.
Why, I bet it's part of that diamond robbery.
What is all this? Diamond, you just planted that package on me.
Me? Why, stranger, you're telling a fib. You just know that's downright immoral to something.
This is ridiculous. Lieutenant, he gave me those diamonds and Pietro's not 5 minutes ago. I didn't lift them from the commissioner.
Didn't you, Vince? Why, then I must have made a mistake. You can prove your story, of course.
Sure I can. Bartender saw Diamond slip me the package.
Oh, now, Vince, you think that bartender was going to be watching you when a lovely girl is practically tearing up the joint?
Boss, the dame yelling. She was a plant.
Yeah, but this is a frame-up. Diamond, you can't get away with this.
Please, don't talk to me. I never associate with common criminals.
A frame. You dirty double-crossing copper.
Look out, Rick. He's got a razor.
Oh, my arm.
Now, don't cry, Joe. This is for you.
Ooh. Wow. What a punch you got, Shamus.
Well, that does it. Come on, Vince. Otis, load that killer into the car and pick up that razor.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Want a lift, Rick?
No, thanks, Walt. I'm going to go home freshen up.
Yeah, you look like you could use it.
I left Walt and headed for my apartment, where I grabbed a stomach full of vitamins and planted myself under the hot shower. It felt so good I fell asleep. And if Walt hadn't phoned, I'd have probably become the only man in history to drown in the shower. Walt shocked me wide awake with the news that he was holding a $1,000 reward for me. I gave him my nicest thank you and made a mental note to drop by and give half of it to Jean to make up for her losing her job. Around about 8 o'clock, after I'd taken care of dividing the reward, I steered for 975 Park Avenue, made it with no trouble, and rang the bell to Helen's apartment.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Diamond. Miss Asher's expecting you, sir. She's in the library.
Thank you, Francis. How's your health?
My health, sir, is very good, thank you.
Well, now, this may come as a shock. But, Francis, about the money I owe you.
Oh, don't fret about it, sir. We'll tell.
I'm going to pay you what I owe you.
You're going to? Oh, dear. Perhaps I better sit down. Oh, my word.
Oh, there, Francis.
Rick, darling, is that you?
It ain't Tom Swift, baby.
Come on in the library.
Well, okay. But it'll do you no good, my dove. I'm a cripple, a battle-torn veteran.
I don't want your muscles, Rick. I'm blue, and I want you to sing to me.
Oh, Helen, baby, I don't want to sing. I want
Rick, I'm blue. I need cheering up. Now be nice and sing.
Well, okay, honey. How's this, huh? I can see, no matter how near you'll be, you'll never belong to me. But I can dream, can't I?
Can't I pretend that I'm locked in the den of your embrace? For dreams are just like wine, and I am drunk with mine. I'm aware my heart is a sad affair. There's much disillusion there, but I can dream, can't I? Can't I adore you? Although we are oceans apart, I can't make you open your heart, but I can dream, can't I?
Well, there. Still feeling blue, baby?
Oh, Ricky, come here.
Here I am. Oh, now I'm contented. You in my arms, my bills paid off, and my bills... Oh, for Pete's sake, I forgot Francis.
Francis? What are you talking about?
Come with me. I'll show you. Now, there he is. Francis, you all right?
Oh, yes, sir. I think so, sir.
Rick, will you tell me what's going on in my own home?
Well, honey, I paid Francis off, and the shock of having to give back my gun and badge undid him.
Oh, well, are you feeling better, Francis?
Not very much, Miss Asher. It's that badge and license.
Will you miss him that much, Francis?
Well, sir, to be very honest, there's a waitress in a tea shop down the street with whom I've been, if you'll pardon the expression, having a fling.
Francis, you?
Oh, that's not the worst, Miss Asher. I'm afraid I've been a bit of a fraud with her as well. In fact, with several of the waitresses there.
Now, wait. Where does my badge and license enter into it? Did you hock them for crumpets?
Oh, much worse, Mr. Diamond. You see, to all the waitresses of Miss Tuppingham's tea shop, I am Richard Diamond, private detective.
Oh, no.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg, Gene Tatum, William Conrad, Tal Avery, and Bob Carroll. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Tonight's story was written by Herb Purdom and edited and directed by Blake Edwards. See the Richard Diamond picture story in the December issue of Movie Stars Parade. Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Now, this is Eddie King inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Listen tonight to NBC for a star lineup of entertainment. Every Saturday on NBC, you can hear such stellar programs as Hollywood Star Theater, Ralph Edwards' Truth or Consequences, Your Hit Parade, A Day in the Life of Dennis Day, The Judy Canova Show, Grand Ole Opry, and songs by Morton Downey. There's always a program of interest on NBC, so keep tuned here. Shortcut to Death with Fred McMurray is next on NBC.
Lincoln Airport.
Joe?
Yeah, Emily?
Did you just call me, darling?
No, I didn't, hon.
Oh, the phone rang a minute ago, but whoever it was hung up before I could answer it.
Oh, well, it wasn't me. Probably one of your boyfriends.
Now, is that a nice way for a husband to talk to his wife?
Oh, hon, can't you take a joke?
Sure, darling. I was only kidding, too. Look, I'm going down to the grocer's. Anything special you want me to get?
No, anything you get's okay.
All right. I'll get something I know you like.
Swell.
Bye, darling.
Bye, hon. See you at dinner.
Well, howdy, Joe.
Hello, Tex. Say, I've got
look,
something.
Joe, what's the Aronca out number 2 runway for? You taking a little private trip?
No, Tex. I was just about to tell you. I took that offer Lenny Powell made us. I'm going to fly it to Blancheville.
Well, boy, howdy, that's all right, son. Did you tell Bill we're getting $5,000 for the whole?
No, I didn't, but I'm going to as soon as I see him, which maybe won't be till I get back. Powell's here now.
Oh, he is? Where?
Over in the administration building, making a phone call, I guess. He's going to be right back.
Hey, why is Mike taking the Aronca out? What kind of a freight line are we running?
Howdy, Bill.
I'm glad you showed up, Bill. I wanted to tell you. I'm taking the Aronca out today, and it's going to save our airline for us.
Yeah? What are you going to do, Joe? Sell the thing?
No, I'm flying Lenny Powell to Branchville, and we're going to get $5,000 for the job.
We're going to get 5 G's? Just to haul a guy to Branchville? What, this guy Powell must be nuts.
I don't care what he is. We can use a few more like him.
He said it.
Oh, but look, don't tell anybody Powell's here or that we're taking him anyplace. I promised him nobody but the 3 of us would know this. But he's carrying $25,000 in cash with him.
Wow. $25,000 with him, huh?
Yeah.
We sure could use money like that.
Yeah, Tex, we sure could.
Where'd you say he is, Joe? Over at the administration building?
Yeah, Bill, making a phone call.
Mm-hmm. Well, give him a good trip to Branchville, Joe, and get that $5,000 from him. We need it. See you later.
Yeah, bye.
I gotta run a little errand.
Long, Bill.
Tex, you hold down things at the office, will you? I gotta get something over at the hangar.
Why, sure, son.
You won't be running off now, will you, Tex?
No, stay right here, chum.
Okay, see you before I take off.
Sure, see ya. Well, boy, howdy. Those 2 aren't leaving old Tex here to answer the telephone. Not when he's got something more important to do.
And now, on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Emily.
I'm over here, Tex, darling. Behind the garage.
Well, boy, howdy. You sure know the good hiding places around this airport. Are you, honey?
Oh, Tex.
Oh, baby. Nobody saw you come here, did they, honey?
No. As a matter of fact, I called Joe from across the road. Told him I was at the apartment, just leaving for the grocery store. He thinks I'm still in town.
Boy, howdy, you sure can give that husband of yours a first-class runaround, can't you?
You aren't objecting, are you, Tex? I'm doing it for you.
I'm mighty glad you are, sugar. Oh, I'm all for you. Hey, look, I only got a couple of minutes.
Oh.
I'm supposed to be in the office to answer the telephone.
But, Tex,
I wanted to tell you, we got a big job, so the airline's going to keep running all right.
That's good, but it doesn't help us any, Tex. I'm not going to give Joe the air until we have some money of our own.
Don't you worry, sweetheart. We're going to have money, and a lot of it, and sooner than you think.
Hello, Avery. This is Powell, Lenny Powell.
Oh, hello, Powell. Where are you?
Still in the city, Avery. Been trying to phone you for 15 minutes. I'm just about to leave for Branchville.
Oh, that's fine, Lenny, as long as you get here with that money in 2 hours.
Look, I'll be there in less than 2 hours, Avery. I'm flying up. I've chartered a private plane.
Fine. Now, don't forget to bring the money with you.
Yeah, $25,000. Right here in my briefcase.
Well, you put it right here in my hands inside of 2 hours, Lenny. The deal's closed.
Don't worry. You'll have it. See you in Branchville, Avery.
I'll be looking for you, Lenny. Bye.
Bye. Oh, hello there. Just about time to take off? Hey, what are you doing? No. No. No, don't. Don't.
Sit down. I said sit down, Joe.
I don't have to push, Tex.
I gotta do something. Boy, howdy, somebody's gotta do something. We're in a jam, the 3 of us.
We thought things were tough when we didn't have money enough to keep this airline going. They're really tough now. We've got a murder on our hands.
All right, that's what I'm trying to clear up. Now, looky here, you 2 guys. All 3 of us are in this thing up to our sombreros. We gotta cover it up somehow.
That's no good, Tex, no good. It's like I've been trying to tell you. Sure, that Powell guy was killed out here. Sure, the 25 G's he was carrying is missing, but we got to turn this over to the cops.
You left out one sure, Joe. You forgot to say sure only the three of us knew he was here and carrying that dough. That makes it look like one of us killed him. I say no cops.
Sure, you say that. Why shouldn't you say that? You probably knocked him off. That's why you don't want the cops in on it.
I said before for you to shut up. Maybe this will help convince you. I meant it.
Hey, cut it, fellas.
All right.
Okay, Tex. This has been cooking for a long while. You want to play, I'll play like this.
All right, that suits me if that's the way you want it.
Break it up, will you, Tex?
Joe,
cut it out. Cut it out,
I'll cut his heart out. That's what I'll cut out.
Why not? One murder more or less?
Why, you dirty...
Stop. Both of you.
Quit it now. We've got enough trouble without fighting among ourselves.
Trouble? We don't know what trouble is yet. Bill, look at the facts. Only Tex and you and I knew about Powell. Powell's dead, okay. But if we don't go to the cops, what happens to us? They'll find out he was killed. They'll find out he was here, and we'll all go to the chair.
They gotta find out first.
They'll find out, Tex. The police always do. I go along with Joe.
That's good, Bill. That makes it pretty clear who must have killed Powell, the one that doesn't want the police in.
You know, you're just about asking for something, Joe.
I'm asking for plenty. I'm asking for the police to be let in on this so that nobody slips me a bum rap. I had nothing to do with Powell's death. I got nothing to worry about if the cops show up here at the airport.
None of us has. Except the one that killed Paul.
Okay. This kind of looks like a showdown, don't it, boys? All right, it's a showdown. I'm saying go ahead. Bring the cops in if that's what you want to do. Call them, bring them in. They won't prove nothing against me.
You're too sure of yourself, Tex. We'll call the cops, all right. But I'm going to do something else, too. I'm going to see Boston Blackie. If the cops don't find out anything, I got news for you. Blackie will. That's the way it was, Blackie. Bill went on an errand somewhere, and Tex didn't stay in the office the way he promised.
You sure of that, Joe?
Yeah, Blackie. He was going to stay in the office while Bill and I were out, but he wasn't there when I got back.
And he wouldn't say where he'd been?
No, in fact, he got kind of excited when I asked him. Sort of sore about it.
Mm-hmm. I see.
So do I, Blackie. And you got to help me. Either Bill or Tex killed Powell, and I've got to know which one it is. You will help me, won't you, Blackie?
Don't you think you should go to the police for help?
We called the cops, but we didn't tell them all the details. I knew you'd find the murderer before any cops.
Thanks for the confidence. You say we found the body. Who's we?
Bill, Tex, and me. We went to the administration building to get Powell, and boom, there he was.
With the $25,000 gone.
Yeah, it was gone.
Then Powell was slugged and killed by someone who knew he was carrying that money. Now, who besides you, Tex and Bill, knew Powell had $25,000?
Nobody else. That's why I know it's Tex or Bill who killed him. It's got to be one of those two.
Yes, that's right, Joe. It has to be Tex or Bill. That is, if it isn't you. Tex, Bill, and Joe, all three found the body, Faraday. That's definite.
All three of these guys found it, huh, Blackie?
Well, according to what Joe here told me.
And I guess Joe said it was me. Huh, Blackie?
Yes, I did. I said it was either Tex or you.
Trying to pin this on me, are you? I don't have the daylights out of you.
Well, boy, howdy, you better work on him soon, Bill, because I'm going to take a crack at him, too.
Nobody's taking any cracks at anybody, kids. Right now, all of you listen. Nobody but you three fellas, Tex, Bill, and Joe, knew Powell had that $25,000 with him.
That's right. So it's one of these three who killed Powell.
Marvelous deduction, Inspector. Even they admit that.
You mean Joe here admits either Tex or I killed him?
Okay, Bill, relax. The point is that none of the three of you can prove where you were when Powell was killed.
Anybody mind if I butt in a minute?
Who are you?
For me, I just work here. That's what I want to do, work.
Oh, this is Mike, Inspector Faraday, head of our ground crew. Just stand by, Mike.
Okay. See you later.
Well, Mike, how's your dad feeling?
Oh, not good, Tex. Got another wire this morning. Old man's pretty sick.
Sorry about that, Mike.
Thanks, Bill. I wouldn't worry so much, except he's stuck way up there in Kansas. The doc has to drive 50 miles to get to him.
No hospital in the town, Mike?
Hospital, Blackie? No town. Ever hear of a thing called Plainsville, Kansas?
Can't say I did.
Nobody else has either, except my dad and about 30 other landowners. Oh, well, I'll just sit tight till I get more orders, huh?
Yeah, Mike, sit tight. This thing will be cleared up pretty soon. Don't you think so, Inspector Faraday?
I sure do, Joe. I'll tell you what else I think. Maybe you're all guilty, so I'm going to arrest all three of you.
You're going to do what?
No, Faraday, don't do that. Confine them to the field, if you like. But don't make any arrests.
What?
I'll tell you which of these three killed Powell, and I'll tell you soon.
Yes.
Mrs. Emily Carrington?
Yes.
Joe Carrington's wife?
Uh-huh.
I'm Boston Blackie. You probably know your husband is involved in a murder out at his airfield.
Yes, yes, I know. He called me a little while ago and told me. You want to talk to me about it, don't you?
Yes, about it and about Joe.
Oh, well, come in then.
Thanks. Your husband needed money rather badly, didn't he, Mrs. Carrington?
Yes, he did.
To keep his airline or to keep you happy?
I don't think I like that implication.
And I don't like murder, Mrs. Carrington. Now, suppose you...
Excuse me while I answer the phone.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Hello?
Hello, Emily, honey. This is Tex.
Sorry, Joe. I can't talk to you now.
Emily, I said this was Tex, not Joe.
And I said I couldn't talk.
Here, let me talk to him.
Let go of that phone. You let go of that
Too
phone.
late. Hello, Joe.
Boy, howdy. What's the matter up there? This isn't...
Uh-oh is right, Tex. When a man answers in a spot like this, you ought to hang up, especially if I'm the man. Hello? Hello? Well, I got what I wanted anyhow.
Well, satisfied now, Blackie?
Satisfied and surprised, Mrs. Carrington. Naughty, naughty. Married to Joe and in love with Tex. Tell me, did Tex kill Powell for the $25,000 by himself, or did you go out and help him this afternoon?
Look, I never go out to the airport.
No? That's funny.
What is?
That red on your shoes. That's a peculiar colored mud, Mrs. Carrington. There's only one spot around here where it's found.
Oh? Okay, I was there today. I went to meet Tex, but I didn't have anything to do with killing that Mr. Powell, and I don't know who did.
That's your story. Thanks for telling me that you were at the airport. You see, I don't really know what color mud there is out there. I never bothered to notice. Besides, I'm not very interested in mud. It's the dirty work of this case I want to figure out.
Blackie, for the last time, I'm telling you, get out of my office. Better still, get out of my life.
What life? You don't call that thing you're living a life, do you, Faraday? Nothing doing, pal. But there's plenty doing between Tex and Joe Carrington's wife, Emily.
You said that. So what?
So I know this much. Emily Carrington either killed Powell herself or Tex killed him, and she knows it.
You think so, huh?
I certainly do. She's the key to the whole thing. Get her to talk, and your troubles are over.
If I ever get you to shut up, they'll be over.
Inspector Faraday.
Yeah, Burke, what do you want?
Nothing, Inspector, but here's something I think you'll want.
What is it?
A report just came in over the teletype. There's been a murder up in Northside.
Well, who got it this time? As if I don't have enough trouble with the Powell murder.
Well, this has some connection with it, Inspector. Victim's name was Emily Carrington.
And now, back to Boston Blackie. Tex, Joe, and Bill, pilot owners of a small freight-carrying airline, are chief suspects in the robbery murder of the wealthy Lenny Powell. Each thinks one of the other two is guilty of the crime. Investigating the murder, Blackie sees Joe's wife, finds she is in love with Tex, and was at the airport at the time of the crime. But later, Joe's wife is a murder victim, too. So, as we return to our story, Blackie and his girlfriend, Mary Wesley, walk into the airport hangar in search of further clues.
Blackie, is that the fellow Joe you were looking for?
No, I don't think so, Mary.
Oh.
Looks like Mike, the mechanic.
Hey, Mike! Oh, hi, Blackie.
What are you doing, Mike? Hammering that plane apart?
Me? Nah, trying to hammer it back together.
Where's Joe?
In one of the rooms in back. He'll be out in a minute.
Good. Oh, look, before he comes out, why don't you tell me what you know about Powell's murder?
And about Emily Carrington's murder, too, Blackie. Don't forget that.
I'll settle for finding out who killed Powell first, Mary. What do you know about it, Mike?
For me, nothing, Blackie.
You didn't see Tex or Joe or Bill come out of the administration building about the time of Powell's death?
No, how could I?
Well, if you were here in the hangar, you could look out
Well,
the
what
door.
makes you think I was here in the hangar?
I didn't say you were, Mike. I said if you were.
And that's a big if.
And you're a little girl, Mary, and little girls...
Should be seen and not heard. I know I'll be quiet. Especially if Mike will talk.
Well, me, I ain't got nothing to talk about.
Why not, Mike? You're the most talkative guy on the field.
Oh, hello, Joe. I want to talk to you.
Well, if it's about Powell's murder and Emily's death, you'll be wasting your time. I've already told you all I know.
Well, maybe I haven't told you all I know.
Oh, yeah? You know something?
Uh-huh. Your wife was planning to divorce you and marry Tex.
Oh, is that supposed to be news?
Well, it was to me until Tex told me.
Well, it was to me, too, when I figured it out a couple of months ago. Tex killed Powell to get money for Emily, huh?
Or you killed Powell to get money for Emily.
Blackie. I'm no killer. She deserved what she got, but I didn't do it.
Oh, I see. Then you're not sorry Emily was killed.
I'm not glad, but I guess she had it coming to her. Who killed her? Tex?
Or you?
What about Bill?
I think it's a toss-up between you and Tex.
Why? Because of Emily?
That could be the reason.
Well, Bill needs money as much as Tex and me.
Maybe so, but Bill didn't have the incentive to get it. But don't go away. I'll answer this.
You just take over no matter where you are, don't you, Blackie?
I have to sometimes. Funny, the phone only rang once.
In the airline office with you, Inspector Faraday? No, he isn't. Who's this?
Hey, wait a minute. What's going on here? Is that you, Faraday?
Yeah, this is Faraday. Who's that, Blackie?
Oh, yes. Well, where are you, Faraday?
Up here in the airline's office. Where are you?
Over here in the hangar. How did you happen to answer the phone?
It rang here, that's why. Why did you answer?
Because it rang here, too. Who's on the other end of the line?
I am, Blackie. This is Tex.
Oh, Tex, huh? Oh, where are you calling from?
Lunch wagon across the road from the field.
Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot, Tex.
Thanks. What for, Blackie?
What for, Tex? Well, unless my hunch is wrong, when I answered this phone, I found the answer to who killed Lenny Powell and Emily Carrington.
Look, Blackie, will you quit questioning the three of us blue in the face and find out which one of us did it?
That's really what I'm trying to do, Joe. Now, I want to ask you each just one more question. You first, Tex. Where are you from?
Well, boy, howdy, you can't tell that. I'm from Texas. Orangeboro, Texas.
Uh-huh, and you, Bill, where are you from?
I'm from Halpern, Maine.
You know, I have ways of checking this.
Go ahead, check. Halpern's a small town. Everybody in the county knows me.
All right, I'll take your word for it for now. Joe, where are you from?
Right here.
Local boy, huh?
Yeah, and I figure on making good as soon as you tell me which one of these two guys killed Powell and my wife, and I can get back to work.
Anxious to get in one of your planes and fly away, huh, Joe?
You think I did it, huh?
I've stopped thinking, Joe. I know who's guilty now.
Yeah? How do you know, Blackie?
The evidence is graphic, Bill. Geographic.
Look, Blackie, I got other things to do besides hang around out here on a flying field.
What other things, Faraday? You haven't had anything to do since I came on this case, and you know it.
I don't know anything.
You're not kidding, pal.
No.
Faraday, my friend, you ought to do something constructive with that badge of yours. Use it to pin your suspenders together or something. Certainly doesn't mean anything where it is.
Oh, yeah?
That's what I like, snappy answers. Now, if you'll be quiet just 1 second, I'll tell you what we're waiting for.
Well, it's about time. Hey, here comes that mechanic, Mike. What you have to say is going to have to wait, Blackie.
At least it gives you something to look forward to, Inspector.
Inspector Faraday.
Well, what is it, Mike? What is it?
This telegram I just got, Inspector. Here, read it.
I'll take it, Mike.
You'll take nothing, Blackie. Give it to me, Mike. Thanks.
What's it all about, Mike?
It's from my old man, Blackie. He's pretty sick out in Plainsville.
Plainsville? Where's that?
If you could read, Blackie, you'd know where it is. It says here on the telegram. It's in Kansas.
You're reading the telegram, Faraday. I'm not.
Oh.
Okay, never mind. What's the matter with your father, Mike?
Well, I don't know. He's been sick a long time, and, well, he's getting old. I got to go see him, Inspector Faraday. I ain't seen my old man in 9 years.
Okay, you can go, Mike. But keep in touch with us, and make sure you come back.
Oh, don't worry, Inspector. I'll be back, I promise.
Be sure you do keep that promise, Mike. But I'll tell you a little secret, something even Inspector Faraday doesn't know.
Yeah, what?
I don't have to worry about you coming back. I already know who killed Lenny Powell and Emily Carrington.
Hey, look, Blackie, you forced me to tell those three partners they could come and go as they pleased. All right. Why wouldn't they fly out of town instead of taking a train?
This is a rather odd case, Faraday, so expect a rather odd finish to it.
It's odd, all right. I don't even see the connection between the murder of Powell and the death of Emily Carrington.
It's just a hunch, Faraday, but I think it's a good one. Emily was at the field when Powell was murdered.
Yeah?
She saw the killer. She tried to blackmail the killer for part of the robbery money. The killer wouldn't pay.
So Mrs. Carrington paid, huh?
Yes, with her life. Blackmail's a dangerous business.
And so standing in a railroad station when we ought to be watching that airport.
Oh, no. Hey, there goes our killer, Faraday.
Huh? Where?
There, getting into car 409. Come on.
Hey, that's Mike.
My, what a memory for faces. And names, too.
But, Blackie, you said...
Never mind what I said. Listen to what I say now. Hey, Mike.
Huh?
Wait a minute.
Oh, Blackie, hello.
Hello, Mike. Traveling rather light for a trip all the way out to Kansas, aren't you?
Me, yeah, but I don't expect to stay in Kansas very long.
You're not even going to Kansas, Mike. You're going to jail.
Me? Jail? What for?
Murder, Mike. The murder of Lenny Powell and Emily Carrington.
Are you kidding?
No, I'm not kidding, Mike.
This guy committed those murders? You're nuts, Blackie.
Yeah, tell him, Faraday.
Let me have that suitcase, Mike.
Let go.
Grab him, Faraday, while I take this suitcase away from him.
I got him, but I don't know why.
There's nothing in there but my clothes.
No.
Let go.
Well, yeah, now wait till I open it.
You won't find anything.
Hey, relax.
Well, look what the well-dressed murderer is wearing this season. Folding money. Rather expensive material, isn't it, Mike?
Hey, how much is in there, Blackie?
I don't even have to count it. I think you'll find $25,000 in here, Faraday. The money he took from Lenny Powell. Well, Faraday, I close this suitcase and your case at the same time.
Blackie, why are we taking a plane to Branchville?
To close that deal for Lenny Powell's company with this $25,000. And for the ride, too.
But why did the Powell's company ask you to go to Branchville for them?
Well, I closed a tough case of Faraday. They think I can close a tough deal for them.
Ooh, my, aren't you modest?
No, just lucky. I had no idea Mike was the guilty one until Tex made that phone call, and I answered it in the hangar at the same time Faraday answered it in the office.
Well, what did that prove?
It proved the hangar phone was an extension phone, and any telephone conversation from the office could be overheard by Mike at the hangar.
Oh, so Mike could have heard Lenny Powell making arrangements with the partners to be flown to Branchville, and so he could have known about the $25,000.
Smart girl.
Yes, cleverness must be catching.
Thank you. Yes, Mary. Up until that one little break, I thought only Tex, Bill, and Joe knew about Powell and his money. And if only those three knew about it, one of those three had to be guilty. Catch on?
That I do. Hey, look who's coming across the field. It's Faraday.
And running, too. Wonder what he's excited about.
Hey, Blackie, I want to talk to you.
What's the matter, old pal? You need me to solve another case for you?
No. I want to know something.
Well, if I tell you, it'll be one thing, you know.
Oh, look, you. I called Plainsville, Kansas, where Mike's father was supposed to be sick. He didn't send Mike any telegram today.
Oh, that's right, Faraday. I forgot to tell you about that. I figured Mike killed Powell and Mrs. Carrington, who saw him do it, so I sent that telegram myself.
You sent it?
But why, Blackie?
For a very simple reason, Mary. I had to be sure. And one way was to find out whether or not Mike had stolen the money. I knew he was too smart to hide it here at the field or at his home, and I knew he wouldn't spend any of it here.
Oh, I get it. All Mike needed was an opportunity to get out of town naturally. You knew that his father was sick and had wired him once, and you knew that even Mike wouldn't suspect it was a trick if he heard from his father again.
That's right, Mary. So when Faraday here gave Mike permission to leave town, Mike felt it was safe to pick up the money and beat it out of town.
Well, I'll be. So you tripped Mike with that wire, huh?
Yes, Faraday, and because of that wire, you got a confession from him with no strings attached.
What is it?
It's another case for Nick Carter, master detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective. Presented by the three great Linex home brighteners, Linex Clear Gloss Varnish, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of fine Acme quality paints. Today's curious adventure.
Death goes to the post. For Nick Carter and the mystery of the unlucky jockey.
In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter was able to solve the mystery of what happened to the unlucky jockey and why he failed to win the big race. But now, here's a suggestion for you. It doesn't take folks long to learn what's worthwhile. That's why millions of wise American homemakers have discovered Chemtone, the miracle wall finish. That's why they're now discovering the new magic for woodwork, floors, and furniture. The three great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss Varnish to give lustrous, longer-lasting protection to every wood and linoleum surface. Linex Cream Polish to renew the sleek, gleaming beauty of fine furniture. And Linex Self-Polishing Wax to lend rich, satiny loveliness to any floor, wood, linoleum, or tile. Take the modern shortcut to new home beauty with the three great Linex home brighteners. You'll find them all at your hardware, paint, or department store. Your headquarters also for Chemtone, the miracle wall finish. And now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. As today's story opens, it's near the end of the last racing season in World City. Nick and Patsy are walking back to Nick's office when Nick suddenly seizes Patsy's arm and says,
Hold it, Patsy.
What's the matter, Nick?
That woman coming out of the pawn shop. Looks familiar, but I can't place her.
She's a good-looking woman. Although if that blonde hair of hers is natural, I'm a Chinese grandmother.
She doesn't seem to be connected with crime in any way, yet. And look who's trailing her. Benny Retzel. I know him right enough.
He's a private cop for the Mutual Protective Agency, isn't he?
Yes, and they're a choice outfit not to get mixed up with. Their slogan is, you marry them, and we trail them.
Well, let them go. What do we care who's getting married or divorced? We can just mind our own business and
wait a
go
minute.
on.
I'm going in the pawn shop. I want to ask a few questions.
But why? What's it to us?
Oh, probably nothing. Just curious to know who that woman was.
Go ahead, make a fool of yourself. She's probably nobody.
Well, Mr. Carter here.
Oh, so it's you, Al.
Yeah, I swear to you, though, I ain't guilty.
What's this you're not guilty of?
Whatever you say I done, I ain't.
You'll probably have it that. But that's not why I'm here. Who was that good-looking blonde that just went out of here? Should know her, but I don't.
Such a one she is. The wife of Colonel Pembert, no less.
Colonel Pembert? The big horse race man?
Yeah, that's the one. And you know, if I was a betting man, Carter, which I ain't, I'd see if the Colonel had a horse running at the track this afternoon. And I'd put a bet down on him.
On the Colonel or the horse?
Such a question. The Colonel, he could win a horse race, maybe?
Go on, Al. What's the story?
It's just a hunch, that's all. But when a dame asks me to give her $3,000 on a string of pearls worth maybe $10,000 and swears she'll redeem them in 24 hours, and if she's married to a string of fast horses, well, you can make your own guess.
And it would still be a guess.
Take me to the races, Nick.
Why should I?
I want to win some money by betting on the Colonel's horse. You know the Colonel, don't
Oh,
you?
yes, I know him slightly, but I hardly think that's...
Oh, come on, Nick. It'll be fun out there anyway. I love horses.
All right, but don't expect me to pay your betting losses. You're strictly on your own out there.
Oh, it's always a thrill to me to be in the paddock, where you can see the horses close to. Gosh, they're such beautiful things.
You certainly are. Oh, there's the Colonel and his party. Let's stroll over there.
Yeah, there's his wife, too.
Yeah. She looks more interested in the young man beside her than she does in the Colonel.
Maybe she is. He's much better looking. Not so old, either.
Hello, Colonel Pembert. How are you?
Oh, hello, Carter. Fine, thanks. I believe you know my wife.
I don't, but I'm happy to.
Thank you, Mr. Carter.
This is Miss Bowen.
How do you do, How do you do? Oh, what a beautiful horse. Is that yours, Colonel?
Yes, Miss Bowen. That's Speed Queen, the winner of the next race.
Oh?
How do you know that, Colonel?
Because she's ready. She'll run the legs off every other horse in the race. Better put something down on her.
I'll believe a horse is really going to win when I see her trainer putting up some of his own money.
Well, you'd see that right now, except that I never allow my employees to bet on any race in which we have an entry. Is that right, Dearson?
That's right. It's only that rule of yours that's keeping me from picking up a fortune on this race.
Well, I still say I'll believe it when I see it.
The end of the race is the time to tell how good Speed Queen really is. Shall we go, Patsy?
Mm-hmm. Right to the betting window. I want to put $2 down on Speed Queen. She's too beautiful to lose a race.
Sonny Boy still in the lead with Nimrod and Golden Spur close behind. Sonny Boy's pulling away from Nimrod. Looks like a strong winner, but you can't tell yet, of course. Nimrod's getting a good lead on Golden Spur, who's coming up.
Well,
third.
Patsy, your friend Speed Queen is pretty far back in the bunch, if I can see straight from here.
That doesn't mean a thing, Nick. You know it.
Nothing, except that you're probably out $2.
I am not. I'm going to win. Look at Speed Queen now. She's starting to come up.
Say, she is at that.
But now things seem to be changing. Speed Queen, who's been hanging in the back of the bunch so far, is beginning to pull up. She's passing the other horses as if they were standing still. Sonny Boy still in the lead with Nimrod close behind. Now Speed Queen is third and still growing strong. It's almost incredible the way she's running. Uh-oh. Speed Queen lost ground then when her jockey swung her wide to get around the leaders.
Oh, too bad.
Oh, no, look at that.
She's coming up neck and neck with Sonny Boy. They're coming down the stretch together. Now Speed Queen pulling ahead.
Oh, so I'm a sucker, am I? Look at that baby girl. Oh, Nick, she's going to win. She's going to win. I know she is.
Looks very possible now, Patsy. She's certainly showing her heels to the rest of them. If she can pass Sonny Boy now, she may make it.
She did, Nick. She's out in front. That was awful, Nick. What do you suppose happened to Speed Queen's jockey?
We may never know, Patsy. He wasn't dead when he fell off his horse. The horses coming up behind him trampled him to death.
Do you suppose he had heart failure?
Maybe, and maybe not. When a horse that isn't a favorite suddenly comes up from behind to take the lead away from the favorite, and then something happens that lets the favorite win after all, I'm just naturally a little suspicious.
Oh, hiya, Nick.
Oh, hiya, Tim.
Did you have anything on this race?
Well, Patsy had $2 on Speed Queen, but
That's
you
right.
saw what happened.
Well, she must have gotten the same tip I did. Speed Queen was all set to win, but the big money didn't know it. I was so sure the tip was good that I put $100 on her nose. Well, here's one ticket I'll never cash in on.
Oh, wait a minute.
Huh?
Don't tear up that ticket. If you don't want it, give it to me, will you?
Oh, you want a souvenir? Sure. You're welcome to it and anything you can collect on it.
Thanks.
You know, if Speed Queen had one, that'd be worth $1,300. Now it's just waste paper.
Perhaps you're right, Tim, but I have a hunch. Come on, Patsy. Let's stroll down to the payoff windows. Well, look who's at the $100 window. Pinky Deems. Never had over $5 on a race in his life.
Nick, will you look at the handful of tickets he has? If those are all winners, there must be $5,000 or $6,000 there.
Easily that much. No question about it, Patsy. Somebody knew something was going to happen to make Sonny Boy the winner. And for the sake of the poor dead jockey and Speed Queen, I'm going to find out what it was that did happen. Wait a minute. I'll be right back.
Okay, Nick.
Pinky? Pinky Deems.
Huh? Oh, it's you, Connor. You give a guy that jumps grabbing at him that way.
I didn't think you touts ever believed in your own tips, Pinky. Not enough to bet all that money on them.
You got me wrong, Connor. I didn't have nothing on this race. It was just hanging around. I only got bus fare back to town.
Pinky, I hold a $100 ticket on Speed Queen. I hate to be a sucker.
Sucker? Oh, yeah. You sure was tough about the jock falling dead just when he was winning like that, yeah.
But lucky for those betting on Sonny Boy.
Yeah. Look, Carter, I gotta go see a guy.
At 13 to 1, the ticket I have is worth $1,300. I'm keeping that ticket. Might be a smart idea for somebody to buy it from me.
Huh?
I'll be in my office until 4 o'clock. After 4 will be too late.
Hey, I don't know what you're talking about.
Just pass the word along. That's all. All right, Patsy. That's enough racing for one day. Let's get back to the office.
You really think you're going to hear from somebody before 4 o'clock, Nick? It's almost that now.
We have callers, Patsy.
I'll get it. Yes? Okay, thanks very much. Not a caller, Nick. It's a package.
Package?
Mm-hmm.
What'd I tell you?
Well, I'll be up.
What is it, Nick?
Look,
Somebody's ear. Oh, Nick, how horrible.
there's a note. It says, Pinky, listen too hard. He won't hear you the next time you talk too much. If you do. So I was right. Was murder.
You mean Speed Queen's jockey?
Exactly. Give me the phone.
But, Nick, I don't understand.
You will.
Hello. Daily Globe?
Put Tim Rourke on.
Just a minute.
What are you going to do?
Oh, Tim Rourke speaking.
Tim, this is Nick Carter.
Oh, hello, Nick. What's on your mind?
Got a hot special for your final edition.
Yeah, what is it?
Quote me this way. The death of Speed Queen's jockey in the third race this afternoon was not accidental.
What?
It was murder.
Hey, now, wait a minute, Nick. Are you sure you're...
Run it just that way and quote me. Then you'll be in the clear.
Yeah, but I can't just...
Yes, you can. I've never given you a bum steer yet, have I?
No, but
Well, thanks, Tim. So long. That ought to start something. Maybe somebody will try to buy that $100 ticket for me yet.
Nick, you can't mean you're trying to blackmail somebody into paying you $1,300 for not investigating.
Oh, you know me better than that, Patsy. I hope somebody will try to pay me the money so I can get a lead on where to look for the jockey's murderer. Because it was murder, and no mistake.
Well, we've never known Nick to be wrong when he finally makes up his mind, but this looks like pretty slim evidence on which to make a charge of murder. Is Nick on the right track, or is he sticking his neck out looking for trouble? Can he prove the charge that he's just made? And how will he go about it? We'll see in just a moment. If you're a homemaker, you have every reason to take pride in a home that fairly gleams with the evidence of careful attention. And every wood and linoleum surface in your home will gleam when you use Linex Clear Gloss Varnish. Because Linex Clear Gloss lends a lustrous finish that keeps its beauty a long, long time. It lessens your housework amazingly, too, for it's so easy to keep clean. Dirt stays on the surface, where you can wipe it away in a jiffy. And Linex Clear Gloss is so simple to apply. You just brush it on, and it dries without brush marks to an elastic, transparent finish that wears and wears. A finish which protects every surface to which it's applied. Yes, it's a fact. Linex Clear Gloss protects all the wood and linoleum surfaces in your home against damage by boiling water, hot grease, fruit acids, perfume, even alcohol. In every way, it's truly the super varnish. Ask for it by name at your dealers. Linex, Lin-X. Linex Clear Gloss Varnish. You'll find all three great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the Miracle Wall finish, at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere. Now, back to our story. Nick is convinced that the death of the jockey on Speed Queen was not an accident. In fact, he believes it was deliberate murder. But it's going to be a long, hard road proving it. It's later the same day as we look in on Lieutenant Riley's office at headquarters just as Nick drops in.
Well, how are you, Nick? Haven't seen you around here in a dog's age.
Riley, how many murders does it take to interest you?
Murders? I haven't heard about any murders, but if you'll tell me where you hid the bodies, I'll be glad to look into it for you.
One of the bodies was the jockey in the third race this afternoon. What's your report on him?
Unavoidable accident it was. The doc says it was a heart attack, and the other horses was bunched so close they couldn't get out of his way when he fell off.
Better change that to lead poisoning, Riley.
Lead poisoning? You're nuts. Can you prove it?
No, not yet.
But the doc didn't mention any bullet wounds.
Naturally not. How could he with the jockey's head all smashed up?
But
Another thing. A small-time tout by the name of Pinky Deems won't be doing any more touting from now on.
Why not?
He's dead. Murdered. If you don't believe me, put out a pickup order on him and see if any of your boys can find him.
Do you know anything, Nick, or is this all guesswork?
2 murders in the last couple of hours, Riley, and I may be the third.
Yeah, come in.
Lieutenant Riley, I'm mad, and I want
Why,
you...
hello, Colonel Pembroke. Something bothering you?
Oh, it's you. Yes, you're bothering me. Why do you have to shoot off your big mouth to the papers the way you did?
You approve of murder, Colonel?
No, I don't. I don't approve of rumors of murder either. I demand that you retract your accusations or produce some concrete proof to back them up.
I didn't accuse you of anything, Colonel.
I didn't say you did. It's a reflection on my stable and on the glorious sport of thoroughbred racing.
It's really all your fault, you know.
My fault?
Yes. You recommended Speed Queen so highly that I watched the race much more closely than usual. And what I saw led me to make the statement you see there in the paper.
You say the death of my jockey was murder?
I do.
I say you're a fool.
Maybe. But I'm going to keep on saying it's murder until someone does something about it.
But, Nick, you must have something to back up this claim of yours.
I have, but none of it's evidence yet. For one thing, don't forget that with Speed Queen out of the way, Sonny Boy won that race at very attractive odds. John Gainley, Sonny Boy's owner, made a sweet lot of money on the deal.
Ah, John Gainley's a crafty old bird, but he wouldn't murder my jockey.
Colonel Pembroke, before I go any further with this, I'd like to talk to your trainer. Dearson, is it?
Dearson is no longer my trainer. I fired him a couple of hours ago.
Fired him? Why?
Well, you saw the race. You saw the way Speed Queen's jockey pulled wide on the turn, failed to take the fence.
Probably just missed his cue, that's all.
My trainers are responsible for all such things. I will not tolerate such blunders.
That's a little thin, Colonel. Are you sure you didn't use that as an excuse to get rid of Dearson?
Now, see here, Carter. I don't have...
Come in, come in. Lieutenant Riley, I demand that you... Why, hello, Pembert. Are you responsible for this stuff in the paper?
I am not. What makes you think I'd do a thing like that?
It sounds like one of your
It
tricks.
was entirely my idea, Mr. Gainley.
Oh, well, what's your gripe? Did you have 2 bucks on the Speed Queen's nose?
My gripe, Mr. Gainley, is that a jockey who was supporting his mother and a little sister was killed so somebody could make money. And I don't like things like that. Also, I have a $100 ticket on Speed Queen's nose that isn't worth anything now.
Oh, blackmail. I get it. Just because my horse was a better horse than Pembert's, you kick when he wins.
Your horse was beaten to a standstill when a rifle bullet gave him his chance to win.
If you think you're scaring me...
Mr. Gainley, I'm only trying to do one thing. I want to know who killed Speed Queen's jockey and why.
I was there this afternoon. I saw nothing to indicate murder.
Few men have ever seen a rifle bullet actually at work.
But the medical report,
A
Carter...
steel-jacketed bullet won't leave much evidence of its passage in a skull that's smashed a few seconds later by a dozen iron-shod hoops. Well, Riley, you got enough to start on?
Gosh, Nick, I don't see where to begin. There's no evidence.
Okay. Well, don't blame me if the commissioner gets on the phone and starts asking questions.
But, Nick, I...
Come in, Colonel Pembert.
Just a minute. I want to talk to Lieutenant Riley a moment.
Come on, Carter. I want to talk to you anyway. Privately.
Why, of course, Mr. Gainley. I'll be seeing you, Riley.
So long, Nick.
So long, Colonel.
Now, if you'll step in my car with me for a minute, we can talk quietly.
All right. But I don't see what you and I have to talk about.
It won't take but a minute. Now, all right, Carter. What's your game?
I told you that upstairs.
I don't believe you. You're sore because you failed to win your bet on Speed Queen. You don't really care for the jockey who was killed.
You're welcome to think anything you like, Mr. Gainley.
You think if you talk long enough and loudly enough, somebody's going to pay you to shut up.
Go on.
Unfortunately for me, your accusation points directly at me. As the owner of the winning horse, I profited by the jockey's death. But I certainly didn't murder him.
No one has accused you of murder yet?
But they will. There'll be fingers pointed at me. There'll be investigations by the Racing Commission. How much was the ticket you have on that race?
$100.
At 13 to 1, it's $1,300. Here you are. I trust we understand each other now.
I understand that you've just given me $1,300. And I also understand that a jockey was killed in cold blood.
But, Carter,
I said we had nothing to talk about, Mr. Gainley, and I was right. So long.
Oh, there you are, Nick. Mrs. Pembert's been waiting over an hour to see you.
Hello, Mrs. Pembert. What's on your mind?
Could I speak to you alone?
Whatever you can tell me, you can tell Patsy. We work together.
Well, all right. Mr. Carter, I know everything. My husband told me this afternoon that you've been spying on me.
Yes?
Colonel Pembert was in a dreadful temper. He fired Dick, Mr. Dearson, and then told me about having you follow me.
So that's why he fired Dearson.
Yes. Oh, I don't know what came over me. I really love the Colonel, but Mr. Dearson swept me off my feet. I guess I'm just weak.
Why have you come here now?
I must know, Mr. Carter. Have you told the Colonel that I pawned my necklace this morning?
Why is that important?
If the Colonel knew that I pawned my pearls and gave the money to Dick to bet on Speed Queen, then he must be the one behind the jockey's murder. He wanted to be sure that Dick would lose, because if he won, I was planning to run away with him on the winnings we'd make.
Are you saying that your husband killed the jockey so you and Dearson couldn't run away together?
Oh, it must be that. He must love me very much. I thought he didn't care.
Did the Colonel tell you I'd been following you, spying on you?
We said he'd hired a private detective to report everything I did.
Mrs. Pembert, I'm a private detective, but I wouldn't touch one of those divorce investigations if I starved to death.
Then, these things I've told you, you didn't know them?
Not positively. You give me some valuable information. Thank you. I'd guessed at most of it, but had no confirmation.
Nicholas Carter's office. Mr. Carter's busy just now. May I take a message for him? Very well, I'll tell him. Goodbye.
Well, that was short and sweet. What was it?
It was Colonel Pembroke.
Colonel Pembroke?
Yes, he said to tell you, Nick, that he was sending you $1,300 by messenger. He said you'd know what he meant.
So the colonel's decided that he can't ignore my charges, and he wants me to drop them.
Doesn't that prove what I just said, Mr. Carter?
I don't know. Does it?
He must be behind it. Oh, the poor man. I must go to him at once.
You better not tell him you were here when his message came.
Oh, I won't. Goodbye, Mr. Carter.
Patsy.
Mm-hmm.
Get me the Mutual Protective Agency. Joe Brown.
Okay. Maybe it's not blackmail, Nick, but it's certainly producing results.
Yeah. Originally, I let it be known that I'd lost $100 on Speed Queen just to see what reaction I'd stir up. I wanted to get a lead on the killer. And now the money comes in by itself. Well, we'll give it to the Red Cross. There's no better use for any money than that.
Hello? Mr. Joe Brown, please.
Wish I had more to give them.
Hello?
Just a minute. Nick Carter calling.
Thanks, Patsy. Hello, Joe. Have you finished that job for Colonel Pembroke yet?
What job?
On his wife. His wife and Dick Dearson.
Oh, yeah. Just delivered the final report. Why?
Well, if you're finished with it, you won't mind giving me Dearson's address, will you? He moved from his old place recently, I find, and left no forwarding address.
Just a minute. 47 East Willow Road. You know, the colonel bounced it just a little while ago.
Yes, I know. 47 East Willow Road. Thanks, Joe. Do as much for you someday. So long.
What makes you think Colonel Pembroke's trainer's mixed up in this, Nick? How could he get in on it?
He has some information I want, that's all.
Oh.
For now. So you better drive me out to 47 East Willow Road. And fast.
Mr. Dearson, well, he's left already.
Any idea where he's gone?
No, he packed his stuff and went out. Expressman's coming for his stuff in a few minutes now. He's meeting him at the station.
This is stuff here?
Yes, them 3 bags in the trunk.
Mind if I look at them?
Suit yourself.
It's a new trunk, Nick.
Yes. The bags look quite new, too. I wonder if there are any tags.
Here's a tag on the trunk. William Stewart, 711 4th Street, Evansville, Indiana.
Yes. A new trunk. And yet...
Well, what is it, Nick?
Come on, Patsy. Let's meet Dearson at the station. See this headline, Dearson?
Huh? What? Oh, it's you.
I said, have you seen the headlines? It says Speed Queen's jockey was murdered.
Who said so?
I do.
What do you know about it?
Practically everything.
How come you know so much?
I get around. And I keep my eyes and ears open. For instance, I know that there's some connection between you and a certain William Stewart of Evansville, Indiana.
What? What are you talking about?
The tag on your trunk. Your nice new trunk. The trunk with the bloodstains on it.
I don't...
Keep your hands in sight, Dearson. If you don't, I'll shoot first. That's better. Now, suppose we forget about taking the train and call on Lieutenant Riley instead. He thinks I'm nuts. But when you tell him what you know, he'll find out I was right all along.
Will you get to the point, Carter? You didn't ask us here just to talk about the weather.
Very well. Now that Mr. Gainley's here, let's get on with it. Now, you've each paid me $1,300 to hush up the investigation into the death of Speed Queen's jockey. You thought I was blackmailing you. But if you'd known me better, you'd have known I can't be bribed. I took the money and I'm turning it over to the Red Cross. But I kept on looking around. And now I have the whole story.
Well, if you've got the answer to this business, you can turn my money over to the Red Cross. And welcome. And I'll put as much more with it.
And that goes for me, Carter. Now, what is the story?
Briefly, it's this. Mrs. Pembroke pawned her necklace and gave the $3,000 to Dearson to bet on Speed Queen. She thought Dearson was in love with her, but he wasn't. He just wanted her money. So we bet the money on Sonny Boy to win and arranged for having Speed Queen's jockey shot at the turn if Speed Queen took the lead. Pinky Deems put the bets down for him and collected his winnings. But I saw Pinky do it, and I spoke to him. I told him I should expect some action by 4 o'clock. Instead of what I expected, I got Pinky's ear as a warning to lay off.
And I suppose that when I paid you that $1,300, You thought I was behind it.
No, Gainley, I knew that you paid me to keep the scandal out of the papers if possible. You didn't want racing to get a black eye.
Yes, that was it.
And you, Colonel Pembert, you paid me $1,300 to keep your wife from learning what a fool she'd been, didn't you?
Yes, I knew she'd made a fool of herself over Dearson, and I wanted to protect her. I love her.
And she loves you, Colonel. I know that.
Can you prove any of this, Carter?
Not much of it, unless Dearson confesses, which I feel sure he'll do.
But why should he confess, Nick, if you can't prove anything on him?
Because there's one thing we can hang on him, fairly and squarely.
What's that?
Pinky's death. If you were to look in the trunk which Dearson just bought, you'd find Pinky's body, minus one ear, being shipped to what is undoubtedly a fake address. There were minute traces of blood in the trunk when I examined it. That alone will take care of our Mr. Dearson, who seems to have double-crossed everyone he came in contact with except himself.
Looks to me as if fate had double-crossed him, the way it turns out.
Quite right, Patsy. Fate is a way of double-crossing those who don't obey the laws of right and wrong.
In just a moment, Nick and Patsy will bring you a preview of next week's exciting case. You know that the more home-like the place you live in, the more fun you have inviting folks to share your hospitality. And these days, every home can look its shining best with very little effort when you depend on the three great Linex home brighteners. Take Linex cream polish, for instance. One quick, easy application reveals your fine furniture in all its original gleaming beauty, renews the appearance of the wood, frees it from the dull cloudiness of dust, old polish, and finger marks. You see, Linex cream polish actually cleans as it polishes, cutting your job in half, saving one whole step. And when you're through, you'll find that Linex cream polish has left no oiliness on the surface of your furniture. It dries hard, bright, and dustless. Yes, in every way, Linex cream polish for fine furniture is the modern shortcut to furniture loveliness. Be sure to ask your dealer for it by name. Linex cream polish for fine furniture, which cleans as it polishes. You'll find all three great Linex home brighteners, Linex self-polishing wax, Linex clear gloss varnish, and Linex cream polish at your nearest hardware, paint, or department store. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. Well, Nick, would you care to give us a peek into next week's story?
He'd be delighted to. He's been waiting for just that very question.
Thanks for the build-up, Patsy. Well, it's a story of an actor. An actor who, for some strange reason, seemed to be followed by a constant procession of almost fatal accidents.
He was hurt several times, but always escaped death.
What was it all about?
Well, the manager of the theater, a friend of mine, called me in to find the answer to that same question.
Which Nick found, of course, and just in the nick of time.
Well, what do you call it, Nick?
Death Behind the Scenes.
Or the mystery of the persecuted actor.
Complete details next week. So long.
So long, everybody.
And so long to you both, Patsy and Nick. Be seeing you next week, same as usual. Next week, the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, entitled
Death Behind the Scenes. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Persecuted Actor.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is featured in Street and Smith magazines. Lon Clark is starred as Nick with Helen Choate as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White, and the programs are written and directed by Jock McGregor. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented at this time and over these same stations each week by the three great Linex home brighteners. Linex clear gloss varnish, Linex cream polish, and Linex self-polishing wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme fine quality paints. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is Mutual.
as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Well, hi, baby.
Why, what in the world are you so happy about? Why aren't you at the office?
Now, don't confuse me, dear. One question at a time. Come on in the study, and I'll tell you all about it.
Oh, now stop being so mysterious. You never come over here at this time of the day.
Read some of these.
What are they?
Letters. Read them.
All of them? Well, there must be at least half a hundred.
Well, close. 53, and those are only about 1/10 of the pile that's in my office.
Oh, Rick, are these...
Yeah, the lovely, dear, sweet tenants in that gorgeous building right next to this one.
They like your singing.
Read a couple. Me, 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 ho, 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 dee, 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 dee,
Dear Mr. Diamond.
La, 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 la.
Rick.
Go on.
Well, stop sounding like a whole quartet.
All right.
Dear Mr. Diamond, I live in the building across the way from Miss Asher's apartment.
Right over there.
At least once a week, I sit in my living room and listen to the sounds of your melodious voice. Last week, however, I waited for 7 straight days, but without result. You did not sing. Please, Mr. Diamond, for the sake of my family, continue to sing at least once a week. I'm beginning to nag my husband, and yesterday I took the rubber bone away from my French poodle.
Everybody shall be exalted.
You see, it's getting to be a real problem with me, and if you want to save me the $25 a day, I would have to pay my psychiatrist. Sing. Yours expectantly, Mrs. Louise Cartwright. Rick, are they all like this?
Well, certainly not. Some of them are really desperate. Now, here's the one I saved out. Read this one if you really want to get a charge. Me.
My dearest Mr. Diamond.
Go on.
I have been listening to your beautiful singing.
What?
What do you mean, what?
What you just read.
I've been listening.
No, the last part.
Your beautiful singing?
Yes, I'm in a enchanted evening.
Oh, you show off.
Go on, finish it now. Finish it.
Well, she's been listening to your beautiful singing.
Oh, yes.
And many times I've seen you going into Miss Asher's apartment, and I think you are as beautiful as your voice.
Oh.
Well?
Now, you said that. Turn off the steam and read the last part.
I wouldn't miss it. Last week, I waited and waited, but you didn't sing.
Everybody shall be exalted.
I know you were in Miss Asher's apartment, and you certainly had the chance. If Miss Asher is the one that won't let you sing, come over to my apartment. I have a piano, and I just love it. 977 Park, apartment 303. Signed, your most ardent fan, Ellen.
Mademoiselle from Armitage Parley.
Rick, what are you doing?
Opening your window. Don't you think it's a little stuffy in here?
The air conditioning's on. Rick, now stay away from that piano.
No, I knew it. Ellen's right. You really don't want me to sing.
At 11 o'clock in the morning? No. I want you to sing tonight when it's more romantic.
Oh, shame on you.
Me?
Yes, you. You want to deprive those poor, discouraged people of a little honest, simple pleasure? You want that woman to take her dog's bone away again?
You idiot.
Oh, no telling what'll happen. Those people might not leave their apartments for days. It'll get to be like a prison camp. Think of it. No food. They won't leave the building even to go out and get an orange or a lime or something. And you know what?
What?
Scurvy.
Oh.
They'll be dying like flies.
Well, go on. What's the matter?
Dying like flies. I wonder who thought up that bright little simile. I've got a big green fly in my office that's so tough he carries a man swatter.
Oh.
Well, you think it's funny, do you? Think what'll happen if those poor people stay in that building, withering up with scurvy, you fiend.
I know it.
Yes.
It's just that, well, I don't want to share your tonsils with anyone. I'm selfish.
Me. You're more than that. You're antisocial.
All right.
You mean?
Yes. Sing.
Stop, fellow. 101 pounds of fun. That's my little honey bun.
Rick,
Yes?
did you hear something?
Oh, I think so.
Try it again.
All right. 101 pounds of fun. That's...
Rick,
Yes?
I heard it.
That's that grouch.
Rick,
Yes.
there's an enemy in the camp.
But what do we do? We can't just let those people die over there.
Sink him.
You mean?
Yes, sing. It's your duty.
You're right. It's no longer a matter of personal pride. I must defeat the grouch at all cost. For those 1,000 starving tenants.
1,000?
Big rooms. Stand back.
Good luck.
Thank you. You are my sunshine, you are my sunshine, you are my sunshine, you are my sunshine.
He's
you are
weakening.
my sunshine, you are my sunshine, you are my sunshine, sunshine.
He's
sunshine.
nearly down.
You are my sunshine, you are my sunshine, you are my sunshine, you are my
There he
sunshine,
goes.
you are my sun.
Rick,
Victory?
decidedly.
Bull Run was never like this.
All right. Now sing Honey Bun and save those poor people.
101 pounds of fun. That's my little honey bun. Honey bun. Bun.
Rick!
Good grief. Bun!
Rick, what happened?
I don't know. I can talk all right, but the minute I go up, something happens.
I hope you didn't hurt it.
La, 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 la.
Oh, Rick!
Oh, now isn't that ridiculous?
I can't help laughing, but it isn't really funny. Come on, let's go get you some warm milk or something.
Mimi. Lord, I'm off. Oh.
Now stop that. Give it a rest.
Oh, if that grouch only knew, I may never bother him again.
Well, he's the only one that doesn't like it.
Poor guy.
Poor guy, now, that's a silly thing to say.
Well, honey, he doesn't like it. Let's face it. He'll probably get so desperate he'll have to move.
Okay, let him.
I wonder what he's doing right now.
I'll bet he's planning something fiendish.
You think he's going to start shooting burning arrows?
I wouldn't put it past him. Now, let's take care of that throat.
Well, sometimes silly things like that happen. I come on like a big baritone and lose my voice. Helen has to feed me hot lemon juice and honey for about 3 hours, and the grouch across the way in the next apartment starts thinking up the 10 best ways to eliminate Diamond. Think I'm kidding? Well, let me tell you. I didn't know it then, but that fast course of You Are My Sunshine with my own lyrics started more trouble than a hopped-up mouse in a herd of elephants. While Helen fed me the tonsil cure, old Grouchhead was dreaming up a cure of his own.
Oh, what am I going to do? I work in the daytime, try to sleep at night. He sings at night. I switch to the night shift. He sings in the daytime. Oh, I'll fix him. I'll fix that Diamond. Yeah, phone book. Detectives. Private detail. Ah, look at that. Richard Diamond, private detective. Full page ad. Wouldn't you know it? Yeah, look at that slogan. Whoever you are, whatever you do, if you're too dead to walk, we'll come to you. Ugh. Must be other detectives in here. Oh, here's one. Pat Kosak. You are my sunshine, huh? Oh, Diamond, I'll fix you. I'll fix you good.
Yeah.
Is this Pat Kosak?
Yeah, for employment.
Haven't I heard of you before?
I doubt it. Probably that Shamus in Frisco. He's always stealing my stuff.
Well, my name is Ernest Lumpkin.
Happy Halloween, Mr. Pumpkin.
No. Lumpkin.
Okay. What can I do for you?
Well, I've got a problem. It concerns another person in your line of work.
You mean another Shamus?
Yes, he sings.
You mean Diamond?
Oh, is he a friend of yours?
A competitor isn't a friend. Diamond gets more clients than anyone in the business, so he isn't even a competitor. He's a capitalist. He can advertise. People go to him instead of me. I hate him.
Oh, Mr. Kozlak, you're not alone.
The name's Kosak, Mr. Dumpkin.
Lumpkin.
Lumpkin Dumpkin. You want to hire me?
But you don't even know what I want you to do.
Can you pay me $50 a day?
If you can do the job in one day.
For $50, I'll steal a Chrysler building and bring it over to you on a motor scooter. What's your address?
977 Park Avenue. And hurry.
your throat feel now?
Oh, scalded. I'll be eating Zymo troches for a week.
Oh, now it wasn't that hot.
Wasn't it? Honey, that lime water was so hot Alibaba could have boiled his 40 thieves in it.
Your speaking voice is all right.
Oh, well, I think I've swallowed a bear rug.
Where are you going?
Well, I can't sing, and I'm going to see you tonight anyway, so I think I'll drop down to the 5th Precinct and drive Sergeant Otis out of his mind.
Oh, Rick, that poor man. He called up last week when Lieutenant Levinson was looking for you, and he sounded like he was dying, and you were responsible.
Honey, when Otis dies, everybody will be running around in spaceships. He got through the Stone Age all right, didn't he? Bye. I left Helen, headed for the 5th Precinct Police Station. It was one of those good afternoons. The sun was leaning on 3 o'clock, and now and then a cool breeze would sail through my sinus and pump my lungs full of that easy, good-to-be-walking-around feeling. I had just about everything. Good job, good girl, and a 4-0 report from my insurance company. When I reached the station, I hopped up the steps and bounced into the squad room. Sergeant Otis was sitting over in the corner, making out the weekly report for the commissioner. Hello, Otis.
Oh. What do you want, Shamus?
Well, really nothing. I just came by to see if I could borrow one of your shoes. I'm going sailing.
Oh, that's very funny. You know, someday, Gumshoe, you're going to run out of gags. Then what are you going to do?
Well, I could set you on fire. That's sure to be a good chuckle. Hmm?
Oh, yeah?
Lieutenant in?
Yeah.
Otis, you want to know how to catch a crook?
How, wise guy?
Eat a lot of spaghetti.
Oh? How can I catch a crook that way?
Just open that big mouth and say, oh, yeah. You'll lasso him. Hello, Lieutenant Levinson.
Lieutenant Levinson? Well, how do you do, Mr. Diamond? Now, what's with the formal routine?
Oh, I can't help it. Every time I leave Otis, I feel like I've just stepped out of a gorilla cage.
Oh, why don't you leave that poor guy alone, Rick?
Oh, he's used to it. If I started treating him like a human being, he'd get so confused he'd probably cut off his tail. Think what would happen, Walt, when he wanted to go to sleep at night. No more hanging upside down.
Oh, brother. What's on your mind?
Oh, just thought I'd stop by and chew the fat.
Well, go ahead.
I already did. Chewed a whole pound right off Otis. Walt, are you sure he's a mammal?
Now, you listen to me. Otis is a nice fella for a hammerhead. He can't help it, so stop tearing him down and tell me what you really want.
Walt, I'm surprised at you. I just wanted to stop by and say hello.
Hello. Where's the body?
Now, look, there's no body, just a nice chat, that's all.
Okay, but I warn you, I won't stand for any routines. And if you're mixed up in something and I have to find out the hard way, so help me. I'll put you away so far they'll have to pipe air into you.
Walt, you do.
Do what?
Love me.
Oh.
Would you like to wear my Sig Alf pin?
Rick, for Pete's sake, what's the matter with you? You've been growing poppies in your office? Wait a minute. Yeah, what is it, Otis?
Miss Asher on the phone for Diamond.
Okay. Phone for you, Rick. Helen.
Oh, thanks. 5th Precinct. Remember our motto. A corpse in the morgue is worth 2 in your basement.
Oh, no.
It's true, Walt. It's true.
Oh, I bet Walt just jumped out of the window.
No, honey, there's a caste system around here. When Walt feels like jumping out of a window, he throws Otis out first to see if it hurts.
Ouch.
How are you, baby?
Hi. Rick, Mr. Jones called and said it was very important that he see you at once. Said it was a matter of life and death.
Jones? First name John?
Well, he didn't say. Just gave me an address and asked you to come over immediately. 137 River Street.
He called me at your apartment?
Uh-huh. Hey, I never thought of that. How'd he get the number?
No telling. Well, I'll go on over. Maybe he'll turn out to be a good client. Call you later, baby.
How's your throat?
Oh, la dynamo.
Goodbye, Rick.
Hey, you really sound terrible.
I'll see you later, Walt.
Conversation, Sporty.
Walt, just because I didn't have a corpse hidden out someplace, you get mad. All right, see if I care.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
No, I understand. Well, you can just get someone else to play jacks with. I'll send you Sam Spade.
Now, Rick. Oh. Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Why haven't you got that report in here?
I've been eating spaghetti.
Spaghetti?
Yeah, and that Diamond's a liar. I can't lasso nothing. Maybe you have to be a cowboy.
Thanks, Cabby. Keep the change. "137 River Street," the address Helen had given me over the phone, was an old deserted warehouse. Now, I want to stop right here and say I admit it was pretty stupid to wander into an empty warehouse like that. But I figured that this Jones guy must be in some kind of trouble to leave a message like that with Helen. The place was as empty as a fairground in the winter. I put my hand on my .38 and kept moving toward the back of the building. Then I saw a door. A sign on it said, John Jones, enter. And wouldn't you know it, I did.
Hey, what's going on? Where am I? Let me out of here!
Come on, Mr. Lumpkin, let's get out of here.
Let me out of here!
But I don't understand. He's liable to stay in there forever. I don't want him to stop singing like that.
Somebody will come along, I promise you that. I just want him to stay in there for half an hour, that's all.
Now, wait a minute. I want to know just what this is all about.
You want him to lose his voice, don't you?
Oh, I love it.
Well, when he went through that door, he started losing it.
How? Well, what's behind that door?
An ice box. Come on, Mr. Grumpkin.
Well, that's exactly where I was, in an ice box. Not a very big one, but a very cold one. The kind a company might have to store fresh meat and drinks. I tried breaking down the door, but it was a foot thick. I struck a match and looked around. Lots of ice, no way out. So I turned up my collar and sat down to wait. I don't know how long I sat there, but I guessed it to be about 20 minutes. I could tell because my feet had frozen up about 20 minutes worth. Then I heard that lovely sound.
Rick, you in there?
Yeah. Hand me an ice pick. I want to get my feet uncrossed.
How on the devil did this happen?
Well, I think one of the frozen food companies got a new idea.
What's the matter, Diamond? Forget your sleigh?
Shut up, Otis. You think you can walk, Rick?
Yeah, sure, but I might squeak a little. Ooh, got a Bunsen burner handy?
Otis.
Okay.
How did you find me?
We got a call.
From a guy named Jones?
Yeah. Said he was in danger and that you were coming down to meet him at the warehouse. Said he saw two guys lock you in this icebox.
Oh, dandy. Did he say where he was?
Yeah. Here's the address.
Thanks.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
Well, I feel better now. I'm going over to find Jones.
Well, you might get in trouble.
Well, if I can find the two guys who locked me up, you can bet on it.
Well, I'm going to send Otis along with you.
Otis? I thought you wanted me to keep out of trouble.
Oh, now, wait a minute. I can keep you out of trouble, Diamond.
Oh, Otis, you couldn't find an elephant in an elevator. But come on and bring your head with you.
This is the address where that Jones guy said he'd meet you.
I'm Mandelbaum, Swedish massage. This guy really picks out some great places to hide out. Come on, Otis. Feet first, or the rest of you'll never get out of the car.
Oh. Hey, Diamond. You think while you're talking with this guy Jones, I might get me a rub down?
Otis, to rub that stomach of yours, it would take a gallon of baby oil and an octopus to get anywhere.
Hey, it smells kind of good, don't it? Like a pine tree, maybe.
Otis, how would you remember? The last time you smelled a pine tree was when you used to run with a pack.
Now listen here, Diamond. You gotta lay off. I don't go around...
Yeah, what can I do for you?
Holy cow. Get the biceps.
Oh, I'm looking for a guy named Jones.
Oh, yeah? Who wants him?
The name's Diamond.
Oh. Well, Mr. Jones is expecting you. I think he's back in the steam.
Which way is it?
Straight back. I'd show you when I gotta give a guy a rub.
Come on, Otis.
You must be at the end of the hall.
That's a pretty bright observation. Seeing as how there's only one door and it's at the end of a hall.
Yeah, that's the steam room.
How do you know?
Oh, by this little window in the door.
What do you see?
Steam.
Then, by golly, it must be the steam room.
Hey, I can't see nothing.
Mr. Jones?
Hey, ain't that some guy lying over there on the bench?
Looks like it. Mr. Jones?
He don't answer.
No. Otis, look, I'm going over there. Keep the door open. I don't want anyone to lock me in this place.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Jones, Well, hey, Otis, it's just a bunch of towels rolled up to look like somebody.
Yeah? Hey!
Otis, what's the matter?
Diamond.
Yeah, where are you?
Right over here.
Well, what are you doing there? I told you to stay by the door and keep it open.
Well, I did stay by the door until I got pushed.
Pushed? Oh, no.
You know something?
What?
I think we're locked in.
Oh, shut up, Otis.
Ah, but I don't feel so good. What are we going to do?
Oh, why don't you be happy? It's the only chance you'll ever get to sort off some of that blubber.
Yeah, you want I should look like one of them atrocity pictures?
Otis, you could lose 300 pounds and still weigh in with King Kong.
Yeah, there's no time to get nasty.
Well, relax. Read a magazine or something.
What do you mean?
Just what I said. Read a magazine. Isn't that one right over there?
Yeah. Oh, for Pete's sake. How can I read this thing, Shamus? The pages is all stuck together.
You couldn't read the first line of an eye chart anyway. Just look at the pictures and shut up.
Okay. Hey!
What's the matter?
This magazine. Take a look at this.
What is it?
It's one of them movie magazines, Movie Stars Parade.
So what?
Well, get a load of these pictures. Ain't that you?
Let me see. Well, how about that? Some guy acting like Richard Diamond, private detective.
Well, it looks like you.
No, it's that Powell guy, that actor. Tear it up.
Oh, no, it's a good magazine.
Give me that.
Oh, hey, what'd you do that for?
If it hadn't been for that juvenile, I could have been in pictures myself. Now try kicking in that little window again.
It's no use. That glass must be bulletproof.
Oh, swell. First an icebox and now a steam bath. I'm going to start thinking I'm in California.
Well, don't just sit there sweating. Do something. My uniform's shrinking.
Well, maybe now it'll match your head. I just can't figure this. If someone wants to get rid of me, why did they do it the old-fashioned way?
Oh, don't say that.
Oh, how long do you think we've been in here?
I don't know. Hey, Diamond.
Yeah?
My socks just disappeared.
Well, go kick on the door again. It's your turn.
I don't think I can make it. We've been in here for days. Hey, look at your watch.
It's all steamed up. I can't tell.
You think there'll be anything left?
Just your shoes, Otis. It'll take a blast furnace to get rid of those. Oh, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
I thought I heard somebody outside.
Yeah? Hey, help! Help!
Shut up.
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on in here? Who closed the bolt on the door?
We're saved?
Would you mind helping us out, old man? We seem to be a little limp.
Hey, where's Mr. Jones? Hey, what are you doing in here with your clothes on?
Trying to get him steam cleaned.
Oh, fresh air.
Now, would you two guys mind telling me what this is all about?
Maybe you better tell us, Buster.
I don't know what you mean.
Who locked the door on us?
How do I know? I give a guy a rub. When I come back, I find the door bolted. Hey, where's Mr. Jones?
You sure he was in the steam room?
Sure. He comes in, says he wants a steam. You should show up. I should send you back. I told him I was going to give a rub to stay in long as he liked.
Did he ask you how long the rub would be?
Yeah. Matter of fact, he did. I said it'd be about half hour.
I don't get it. He wanted me in that steam room for just a half an hour. He wanted me in that icebox for about the same time. What's with this?
Diamond, look at this uniform.
Oh, I think it's lovely, Otis. You should always wear knickers.
Rick, this is stupid. Didn't the guy at the steam room tell you what this Jones guy looked like?
Well, from the description, could have been anyone. Look, I'm just as mixed up as you are.
Well, we'll keep after it. Just don't worry, that's all.
Hey, Diamond. Miss Asher just called and I told her what's been happening.
You mean you know?
No, but I told her anyway. She said you should come right over because she had dinner for you. She wanted to take care of you.
Isn't he lovely, Walt? Think what that head is going to look like in a bottle.
Oh.
Now you got him sore. It's going to be horrible around here.
Well, isn't it always? Now, I'm going on over to Helen's. Keep after that Jones guy and let me know if you run across anything.
How are you, Mr. Klumpkin?
Lumpkin.
Okay, how are you?
Come in. Well, what happened at the steam bath?
Diamond and a friend boiled for a while.
You think it did the trick?
Look, when Pat,
Cossack.
Yeah, Cossack. Well, when I do anything, the results are guaranteed. I just tailed Diamond from the station. He went into his girlfriend's apartment across the way.
Oh, goody. Let's see what happens tonight. I'm staying home from work just to hear him not sing.
Yeah. About my $50.
Oh, look, he's never in that apartment more than 10 minutes before he starts singing. If he goes over 15, you get your 50. Come on.
What are we going to do?
Raise the window. I don't want to miss the lovely silence when he opens that big bazoo.
Okay, should see Otis.
I'm sorry.
Well, you should be. You don't know what I've been through.
Oh, yes, I do, and Mommy's going to make it better. Here's a nice drink.
I don't want a nice drink.
Oh, it's strong enough.
Well, put it in a dirty glass.
You just drink it.
Okay. Oh, wow, my throat.
You hear something?
No, why?
Nothing. Your throat's still pretty bad.
Don't know. Me, oh. Hey, it's pretty good.
That sounds great.
Oh, no!
Now, I heard something then.
Yeah, so did I. It's that grouch again.
Give it to him.
Oh, you bet. I feel mean. 101 pounds of fun. That's my little honey bun. Get a load of honey bun tonight. I'm speaking of my sweetie pie, only 60 inches high. Every inch is packed with dynamite. Her hair is blonde and curly. Her curls are hurly-burly. Her lips are pips. I call her hips twirly and whirly. She's my baby. I'm her pap. I'm her booby. She's my trap. I am caught and I don't want to run 'cause I'm having so much fun with honey bun. What's going on over there?
Your Cossack.
Okay, but don't hit me again. You can keep the $50.
Said he wouldn't sing again, huh? Said you fixed it. Well, I'll fix you.
No, not that. Put down that chair.
Go on, get out of here. That vulture is singing better than ever.
Okay, only don't hit me again.
Helen.
Yes, Rick?
You know, that ice box and that steam bath were the best things in the world for my throat.
Yes. After you lost your voice this morning, I didn't think anything was going to help. But that ice box and that steam bath really did.
Diamond,
Oh, hello, Mr. Lumpkin.
did I hear you say you lost your voice this morning?
That's right, Mr. Lumpkin. Then didn't think I was going to get it back either.
Good night, Mr. Diamond.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg, Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Jack Crucian, and Stephen Dunn. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written and directed by Blake Edwards. Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Now, this is Eddie King inviting you to be with us again at this same time next week, when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Saturday night brings some of the week's best radio entertainment when you tune for the stars on NBC. Stay tuned every Saturday for a great lineup of programs, including Hollywood Star Theater, Ralph Edwards' Truth or Consequences, Your Hit Parade, A Day in the Life of Dennis Day, The Judy Canova Show, and Grand Ole Opry. All the best on NBC.
Excuse me. I beg your pardon.
Huh? What's on your mind, mister?
Can you tell me where I can find Bill and Harry Reese?
What do you want to find them for?
Well, I talked to Bill Reese on the phone. He said to come down here and he might do business with me. This is 819 Brewster Street, isn't it?
Yeah. And you'll find Bill and Harry in that room back there.
Oh, thank you.
Come in.
Reese?
Yeah.
Thanks. My name is Otis, Mr. Reese. I talked to you on the phone
No,
about...
you didn't. You talked to my brother Bill. He's not here now, but he told me about your call. Sit down.
Thanks.
Yeah. Now, what's the proposition?
A very simple one, Mr. Reese.
Simple for you to think up, maybe, Mr. Otis, but maybe a little harder to carry out?
Well, I don't think you'll find that at all. Now, my wife has a diamond necklace worth $50,000.
How do you know it's worth $50,000?
Because 10 years ago it was insured for that amount. In fact, it still is.
Uh-huh. So?
So I need cash. A lot of it. Right now.
Say, $50,000, huh?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, what do you want us to do about it?
I want you to steal my wife's necklace.
For how much?
Well, the necklace is worth $50,000.
Yeah, I know you said that. Only we won't get that much for it. And anyhow, we like some sort of payment in advance.
Well, I don't have much with me. How about $100?
Make it $100 each for me and my brother, and we'll see what we can do.
All right. Now, the best time to steal this necklace...
Don't bother, Mr. Otis. Thanks, just the same. Bill and I'll decide when and where to steal the necklace.
You don't trust me?
Oh, sure, we trust you, Mr. Otis, but you see, stealing things is our business. We don't try to tell you how to run yours. Now, do we?
And now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy, friend to those who have no friend.
You must have a good show in that nightclub there, Bill. Otis and his wife have been in there for 4 hours.
Yeah, hear it's a good show, Harry, but it can't be going on all this time. They ought to be coming out soon.
Yeah, and alone, I hope.
Well, if they're not alone, we just let them go. We'll do it some other time.
Yeah, I know. If we don't do something soon, Otis will think we're not keeping our promise and come back for his $200.
Yeah, we're going to keep our promise and the 200.
There's Otis and his wife now.
Oh, yeah, and they're alone, too. Go on, get up there to them. I'll pull up alongside you in a few seconds.
All right.
Well, Jim, this air certainly feels good. How long were we in that club?
Oh, quite a while, dear. But I felt a
I
little
hope you don't feel like yelling, mister.
Huh?
Jim, the man has a gun.
Sure. But if you behave yourself, I won't use it.
What do you want?
Nothing much. Get in the car that just pulled up. Come on, both of you.
Why, you ought to be...
Jim, don't argue with them. They won't harm us if we do as they say.
Now, that's what I call being smart. Now, get in, both of you. Come on, come on.
Well, we're getting in as fast as we can.
Well, not fast enough to suit me.
But you have to shove.
Yeah. I want to get this over with. Okay, step on it.
You bet.
What do you men want?
We'll talk business when we're around the block.
Anybody following us?
Nah, nobody in the street knew what was happening.
Well, will you tell us what's happening?
Sure. Bill.
Yeah?
Turn left at the next corner. Stop down the block.
Okay.
All right. Now, let's have that necklace the lady's wearing.
Oh, Jim, my necklace.
You better give it to him, dear.
Jim.
Look. You told him not to argue. Now, don't you start it. Now, give me that necklace and we'll let you go.
All right. I guess there's nothing else I can do.
Oh, yeah. Okay, there's one thing more. When we let you out, you can forget to call the police for 30 minutes. But the next thing you'll call is an ambulance.
We were held up by those two men just a little after midnight last night, Inspector Faraday.
A little after midnight, huh, Mr. Otis?
Yes.
And you didn't get a good look at the men, huh?
No, it all happened too fast.
Those planned things usually do.
You think this was planned, Inspector Faraday?
I sure do. They had a car waiting for you, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
And all they asked for was your wife's necklace?
Yes.
Then it was planned, all right. And there's probably a third person involved, too. Somebody who spotted you in the nightclub and saw your wife wearing the necklace.
Well, I don't know about those things, Inspector. All I know is that necklace is worth $50,000. And even though it's insured, I want it back.
Don't worry, Mr. Otis. You'll get it back. And fast.
You mean it'll be easy?
Sure. From the description you gave me, that necklace is going to be hard to get rid of. And, I have another reason for thinking this will be easy.
What's that?
Boston Blackie isn't mixed up in it. And when Blackie's not around to bother me, nothing bothers me.
5-ball next. That's your money ball. Back up, boys, and watch your man shoot. Hi, Harry. Hey, Harry, what's your hurry? Hey, you're flowing here like a shot.
My brother in the back room.
Sure, Harry. Bill's back there. Hey, what's the rush? Who cares? I got me a 5-ball to make.
Bill.
Hi, Harry. Hey, what's got your head up? Did you take the necklace we heisted down to Mike's?
I sure did. Bill, I got news for you.
Good news?
Figure it out for yourself. You got to double cross from here to China.
Huh? Hey, what are you talking about? You go down to a fence to get rid of some rocks, and you're nice and calm. You come back, and you're ready to eat iron. What gives?
You'll find out. Give me that phone book.
Yeah, sure. Here. What are you looking for?
What?
I said, what are you looking for?
2 things, Bill. A certain party's address and Boston Blackie's phone number. I got to call him in an hour.
Hello.
I want to speak to Boston Blackie.
Well, go ahead. This is Blackie.
Good. Look, Blackie, I want to explain something about that diamond necklace.
What diamond necklace?
The one you have.
Sorry, pal, but I haven't worn a diamond necklace in years.
You don't understand, Blackie. This necklace isn't yours.
And maybe this phone call isn't mine either. Who are you?
That doesn't matter. I just don't want you to get excited when she brings you that necklace. All you have to
When
do
she
is
brings
to...
me that... Who's she, and what necklace are you talking about?
The necklace stolen from Mrs. Jim Otis last night. And the she is your girlfriend, Mary Wesley.
What?
I said don't get excited. It's okay.
Miss Wesley has stolen the necklace, and you say it's okay.
Sure it's okay. We just gave it to her. She had nothing to do with stealing it. A pal and I stole it. But now we don't want to have anything to do with it either.
So?
So you take over from here, Blackie. My pal and I are going to take off.
Hello, Mary.
Oh, hello, Blackie. Come on in.
Thanks.
I didn't expect you so soon. Our dinner date isn't until 7:30, is it?
No, it isn't. But I didn't come to take you to dinner just yet. Well, let's have it.
Have what?
That necklace.
What necklace?
That diamond necklace.
What diamond necklace?
The one they gave you.
They gave me?
Yes, 2 men.
Blackie, do you feel all right?
Fine, but I'll feel a lot better when I return the necklace to Faraday.
I don't know what you're talking about.
2 men gave you a necklace, Mary, a diamond necklace. I don't know why or when or where or how, but they gave it to you. Maybe to give to me. So now suppose you give it to me.
Blackie, what's the matter with you? Has this been such a dull week that you're trying to dream up some excitement?
I didn't dream that phone call I had a little while ago.
Well, then somebody else has been doing the dreaming. I don't have a diamond necklace.
You sure?
Now, you know I wouldn't lie to you.
No, but you might tell a little fib.
You can't tell a little fib about a diamond necklace. I think somebody's trying to kid you.
Oh, maybe. That somebody isn't you?
Mm-mm. Well, I guess you'll just have to believe me.
Oh, all right. You have an honest face.
And a date tonight?
Sure. I'll be back at, 7:30.
And not to ask me about a necklace I don't have.
Forget about the necklace. I think you're right. Somebody was trying to kid me. See you later, Mary.
Bye.
Bye.
Faraday speaking.
Hello, Inspector Faraday. This is Mary Wesley.
And this is police headquarters. Don't bother me.
I'm not going to bother you, Inspector Faraday. I'm going to help you.
Oh, you are you? Well, I'm looking for a $50,000 necklace that was stolen last night. I suppose you know who has it and where it is.
Yes, I do know, Inspector. I have it, and it's right here in my apartment.
Miss Wesley! Miss Wesley, open up! It's Inspector Faraday. Up! Well, it's about time.
Oh, come in, Inspector Faraday.
You bet I'll come in, Miss Wesley. Say, what's the matter with you? You look as though you've been in a fight with a wildcat.
Well, I did have to put up a struggle, Inspector.
Yeah, with what? Your conscience? Where's that necklace Blackie gave you?
Blackie didn't give it to me, Inspector. I found it here when I came home this noon.
Well, no matter who gave it to you, let's have it.
I can't give it to you.
No? Why not?
It's gone?
Oh, I see. It found out it was in the apartment, so it just walked out. Come on, Miss Wesley, give me that necklace.
I don't have it anymore.
That's no reason.
Now, look, Inspector Faraday, just a half an hour ago, the doorbell rang. I opened the door because I thought it was you. I had the necklace in my hand because I wanted to get rid of it right away.
Uh-huh. Go on, make it good.
Well, I did get rid of the necklace, all right. There was a man at the door with his collar turned up to his chin and his hat way down over his eyes.
This is getting better every second.
Well, what happened didn't last more than just a few seconds. I tried to close the door, but the man was too fast. He forced his way in, he grabbed me, and then he grabbed for the necklace.
Oh, come on. You can do better than this.
Well, I didn't do so well as a fighter. The man was too strong for me. Before I knew it, he had the necklace and was out the door again. When I got out into the hall, he disappeared.
Just like that, huh?
Just like that.
Well, let me tell you a little story, Miss Wesley. I think you're lying. Just like that.
But, Inspector Faraday, it's the truth.
That's what Blackie told you to tell me, isn't it? You don't have the necklace. You never had it. And this is all a big thing you and Blackie cooked up to annoy me.
That is not true. I did have the necklace, and I did try to keep the man from getting it, only he got it just the same.
I'm getting it, too. Only it's nothing but a gag.
Oh.
You and Blackie are just Hey, what's that on the floor there?
Where?
Here, this shiny piece of stuff here on the rug. Hey, look. It's a small diamond.
Oh, yes, it is, isn't it? Well, there. Doesn't that prove my story? That diamond must have fallen out of the necklace when I was fighting with that man.
It proves something to me, but not your story. It proves you did have the necklace, and that's all I need to put you in jail.
In jail?
That's right. Come on, Miss Wesley. You're under arrest.
And now back to Boston Blackie. Jim Otis hires Harry and Bill Reese to steal his wife's $50,000 necklace. They steal it, but for a reason not apparent, they give it to Mary Wesley, whom they think will give it to Blackie so that Blackie will give it to the police. But Mary tells Blackie she doesn't have the necklace. Later, when Inspector Faraday comes to Mary's to get it, she tells the inspector it was just stolen from her. But Faraday finds one of the diamonds in Mary's apartment and arrests her. As we return to our story, Blackie is in Faraday's office.
Faraday, you let Mary out of jail.
Will you quit pounding my desk, Blackie?
You let Mary go, you'll be pounding a beat.
Oh, you will you?
Yes, and if your feet are as flat as your head, you'll be a flop at that, too.
Well, I'm not letting Miss Wesley out of jail.
But you can't hold it just because you found one tiny diamond in her apartment.
No? Why not? She admits it was part of the stolen necklace.
She says a lot of crazy things. She told me she didn't even have the necklace.
She told me she did, until it was stolen from her.
I don't care what she told you. You've got to let her go.
I can't let her go.
Why not?
Because, she isn't even in jail.
She's not?
No. I'm just holding her here to teach her a lesson. Just for a couple of hours.
You're not smart enough to teach anyone anything in 20 years. Now, I want to know why, if that diamond was part of the stolen necklace, why didn't you arrest her?
Because it wasn't part of the stolen necklace.
How do you know?
Because I know a phony diamond from a real one.
The diamond you found at Mary's was phony?
Yeah. And the necklace stolen from Mrs. Otis was real. Insured for $50,000.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah? What's interesting about it?
Oh, nothing much, Faraday. But if you'll just tell me where I can find Mary, maybe I'll tell you where you can find that stolen necklace.
Blackie, did you like it in that phone booth? Or did Shorty have a lot to say?
Shorty said enough to give me a start, Mary.
Oh, Blackie, you aren't going to get mixed up in this, are you?
I'm not in it far enough to be mixed up in it yet.
But
Mary.
I lied to you about having that necklace just to keep you out of trouble. Now, please don't.
Get into trouble? I won't. And don't you ever lie to me about anything again. Or you'll end up with Faraday again.
Yeah, I guess I did do wrong, didn't I?
Well, you didn't do right. Shorty says he's sure the Reese brothers stole that necklace, but he doesn't have any idea where I can find
Well,
it.
good for Shorty. Now we can go home and just forget all about the whole thing.
Mm-hmm. You go home. In fact, I'm sending you home.
Oh.
Because Shorty told me something that gave me an idea.
What?
He told me where to find Grace, Harry Reese's girlfriend.
Well, if that gave you an idea, then I don't like it.
Never mind what you don't like. You go home. I'm going down to see Grace. See if I can get some information gracefully.
Yes?
Hello, Grace.
Hello yourself. Handsome?
You don't know me, do you?
No, but I think I ought to.
Then you ought to let me in.
Sure. Why not? Come in.
Thanks. We'll get acquainted faster if I tell you I'm Boston Blackie.
Boston Blackie, huh? Aren't you sort of on the wrong side of the tracks down here?
I don't pay any attention to tracks except when I hear trains coming.
Yeah. You look like an all right guy. But you didn't come down here to talk trains to me. What do you want?
I want to find Harry Reese.
And why come to me?
Because you used to be Harry Reese's girlfriend.
Wait a minute. Where do you get that used to be?
Well, I don't think Harry has two girlfriends at a time, or have you always shared him with somebody else?
I don't share anything with anybody. I'm strictly for Grace, and so is Harry. Or I'll know the reason why not.
Well, I'll tell you the reason why not. It's Mary Wesley.
Who's she?
She used to be my girlfriend until Harry came along.
Are you on the level?
Sure. And I'm also on the lookout for Harry.
So he's gone for your girlfriend, huh? Why, that
Look, you let
two-timing
me
double...
take care of him, will you?
Okay. You look like the guy who can do it, too.
I can. But I've got to find him first.
I'll tell you where you can find Harry. At 819 Brewster Street. Just ask one of the boys in the pool room in front where the Reese brothers are. They'll tell you.
Thanks a lot.
Okay. But look, don't tell Harry I tipped you off. I want him back when you get through with him.
Don't worry, Grace. You can have him back. What's left of him. Say, you.
Huh?
Where can I find Bill and Harry Reese?
Who's looking for him?
I am.
Who are you?
Someone smart enough not to answer foolish questions. Where'll I find him?
In that room back there?
Thanks.
Yeah, sure.
Back to 6 ball, cross side.
Hello, boys.
Hey, don't you know how to knock?
Sure, but I didn't want you to hop out the back way. Well, I did.
Hey, Harry. Who's this guy?
I don't know, Bill. But I got a pretty good idea.
I'll save you the embarrassment of guessing wrong, Harry. I'm Boston Blackie.
I thought so. How'd you find us?
I just followed my nose and somebody else's news.
Boston Blackie, huh? What do you want?
Maybe your brother Harry can tell you that, too.
Guessing your business is a little out of my line, Blackie.
That's odd. You ought to know why I'm here. You telephoned me.
I telephoned you.
Hey, Harry, what's this guy talking about?
I doubt if he knows himself.
Oh, you fellas don't understand, huh? One of you phoned me this morning about a necklace.
What makes you think so?
Oh, come on, kid. Stop clowning.
All right. So I called you about the necklace. So what was wrong with that? I wanted you to give it back to the police.
That's what you wanted when you called me. But a little later, you changed your mind. But I haven't changed mine.
What are you talking about?
About how one of you took the necklace away from Miss Mary Wesley.
What? Are you crazy?
No, just a little confused. What made you change your mind?
We didn't change our minds. We planted that necklace on your friend Mary Wesley because we didn't want it anymore. We knew she'd give it to you, and you'd give it to the police, and the police would give it back to the owner. And that's exactly where we wanted it. Only we didn't want to take it back.
Why did you want it returned? Because it was hot?
No, because...
Never mind that, Bill.
Well, I was...
Oh, shut up. We've answered enough questions.
You haven't answered one important one. Which one of you went to Mary Wesley's and took back the necklace? And where is it now? Well? Look, am I going to have to beat it out of you?
Get out of here.
I'll handle him, Harry.
Oh, yeah? When you get up off the floor, be a good boy, Bill, or I'll have to knock you down there again.
Yeah, what are we going to do with this guy, Harry?
Not what you're thinking, Bill. We don't have the necklace. Why should we do anything we'd be sorry for? Look, Blackie, if you want to search the place, go right ahead.
No, never mind. Somehow you seem to be on the level. Maybe you don't have the necklace. But when I find out who does, he'll get it in the neck.
Get out of my office, Blackie. I'm not holding Miss Wesley now.
I know that, Faraday. And don't hold your breath until you find that missing necklace.
Oh, so all of a sudden you're worried about my health.
Yes, I was just thinking how dull life would be if you got sick and a smart cop got your job.
Well, you listen to me, Blackie.
No, you listen to me. We'll both hear something worthwhile. I know who stole that necklace from Jim Otis.
Oh, you do you?
Yes. Bill and Harry Reese.
Oh, they did they? I suppose they told you all about it.
Yes, but they don't have it now. They got rid of it by giving it to Mary.
Well, now, isn't that nice? Two professional crooks lift a $50,000 necklace, decide they don't like it, and so they just give it to Miss Wesley. Now, what kind of sense does that make?
It makes a lot of sense if you can guess why they didn't like it.
I don't make dumb guesses.
Well, they aren't originally. They just come out that way. I guess you're going to let me use your phone, aren't you?
No.
All right. So once in 30 years, I guess wrong. Pick up the receiver on that other phone there. I want you to hear this conversation I'm going to have.
Who are you calling?
Listen and find out.
Okay. But if this is another one of your...
Quiet. In case you want to know how I know this fellow's number, I looked it up in the phone book outside.
I don't want to know anything about you.
Good. Then you won't care if I pretend to be Harry Reese for a few minutes.
Harry Reese? Why do you want...
Shh. Just listen.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Otis.
Yes?
Mr. Otis, this is Harry Reese.
Reese? I told you not to call me again.
Sorry, we aren't through doing business yet.
Oh, yes, you are.
Oh, no. I think the police would like to know why Bill and I wanted to get rid of that necklace and who has it now.
What is this, Reese? Blackmail?
Now, that's an unkind word, Mr. Otis. You shouldn't treat us that way. After all, Bill and I lifted that necklace for you, and then we told you we slipped it to Mary Wesley, didn't we? You wouldn't have wanted the police to have seen that necklace, would you?
You know I wouldn't. But I wouldn't have had to go to all the trouble I did if you and your brother hadn't been such fools and tried to return it.
You paid us to steal a necklace worth $50,000, but the necklace we stole was a phony, and you know it. You crossed us up. We didn't want any part of it.
Well, what are you going to do about it now? Go to the police and tell them you stole it?
No. But I could call and tell them you hired somebody to steal it, and it was a phony, and that you stole it from Miss Wesley so the insurance company wouldn't find out it wasn't real.
Look, Reese, what do you want?
You get $50,000 from the insurance company if they don't find out what you've done, don't you?
Yes.
All right. Bill and I will take a half of that $50,000, that's all. I'll let you know when and how. Goodbye. Well, Faraday, what do you think? Hey, where are you going?
Where do you think I'm going? Otis hid the real necklace, hired the Reese brothers to steal a phony, and he's trying to collect $50,000 insurance on it. I'm placing him under arrest. I just figured this whole thing out. Well, what are you laughing at?
My own stupidity, Faraday. I thought I figured it out.
So once again, Inspector Faraday claims that he figured it all out, Blackie?
Yes, Mary. But even I was wrong in one respect.
You were?
Uh-huh. I thought Otis had hidden the real necklace, actually. He'd broken it up and sold it a stone at a time over a period of years.
Oh, I see. And his wife had been wearing a paste copy for a long time.
Uh-huh. Too bad. Otis neglected to tell the Reese brothers they were going to steal a phony necklace. When they discovered it wasn't real, they thought Otis was double-crossing them. That's why they decided to turn it over to the police, through us, so they wouldn't be involved.
I understand you did quite a job imitating Harry Reese's voice, Blackie.
Adequate, my dear. Just, adequate. You know what I was just thinking?
I'm not that smart. What?
I was just thinking that because Mr. Otis fooled with a phony necklace, Faraday put the bracelets on him.
matter? What is it?
Another case for Nick Carter, master detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Presented by the three great Linex home brighteners. Linex clear gloss varnish, Linex cream polish, and Linex self-polishing wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of fine Acme quality paints. Today's curious adventure.
Poison with a past. Or Nick Carter, the mystery of the Vedanta killings.
In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter was able to solve the mystery of the Vedanta killings and prevent the strange poison from claiming any more victims. But first, here's a good tip. Millions of American families are happier these days because women who run their homes wisely have learned about Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, which makes every home more bright and inviting. Now those same wise homemakers are learning the modern way to new beauty for woodwork, furniture, and floors. The three great Linex home brighteners. Linex clear gloss to give lustrous, longer-lasting protection to every wood and linoleum surface. Linex cream polish to renew the sleek, gleaming beauty of fine furniture. And Linex self-polishing wax to lend rich, satiny loveliness to any floor, wood, linoleum, or tile. Take the modern shortcut to new home beauty with the three great Linex home brighteners. You'll find them all at your hardware, paint, or department store. Your headquarters also for Chemtone, the miracle wall finish. And now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. As we join Nick and Patsy in Nick Carter's office, we find Nick talking to Riley on the phone.
But look here, Riley. I can't drop everything I'm doing and help the police department out every time somebody gets killed.
Well, I'm not asking you to, Nick, but this is something special. I think you'll enjoy working on it.
Yes, you always say that, Riley. Every time you get stuck, you tell me it's an unusually interesting case.
But this time it is, Nick. Honest it is.
All right, give me one reason why it's not just a routine murder case.
Well, because the guy was killed while a lot of other people was around, and nobody knows what's happened. The medical examiner is here, and he swears it's a poison case, but he's stuck completely. It's some queer stuff he never ran into before. Now, you're an expert on poisons, Nick. You ought to look into this.
An unknown poison, huh? Was it given him externally or internally?
We don't know. There's not a trace of evidence to show how it was done at all. And you know old Doc Buck is no slouch when it comes to poisons.
No, Doc Buck knows his stuff, all right. And he can't figure it out?
He's tried every trick he knows, Nick, and nothing seems to work. Look, will you take a run over here and see what you can make of it?
Okay, Riley, what's the address?
The Hamilton Apartments on Riverside Drive, apartment G4. I'll be right here waiting for you.
Be there in 20 minutes, but it better be good.
Oh, it is, Nick. You won't be sorry. So long now.
So long.
So he managed to rope you, did he?
I don't know whether he's roped me or not, as you so elegantly put it. He's got me interested enough, so I'm going over and have a look at it. Want to come?
Do I want to come? You don't think I want to sit around here when there's a murder case to be solved, do you?
I suppose not. Okay, get your hat and let's be on our way.
Welcome to our little gathering, Nick. And you too, Patsy.
Sure, and it's nice of you to invite us, Floyd.
All right. Let's dispense with the preliminaries, Riley. Get down to business right away. Who's dead and where's the body?
Oh, it's raring to go you are now, eh? Okay. The corpse is Frederick Shelby, the explorer.
Shelby? Well, that fellow's got more lives than a cat.
Well, he must have used up all 9 of them if he's dead now.
The body's right in here, Nick, in the library.
If you look at all the books, most of them pretty old, too. French, German, Russian. What are these, Nick?
That one's Sanskrit, Patsy.
Oh.
Those there are Hindu. Who lives here, Riley? Is this Shelby's apartment?
No, Nick. It belongs to Professor Alexander Travers.
Travers. Oh, yes, a specialist on Hindu literature and philosophy.
Yeah, that's right. Him and some of his friends was talking about that Hindu stuff when Shelby was killed. Well, here's the body here.
Been dead long?
Oh, not over an hour, the doc says. And that checks with what the others tell us. We're holding him here for now.
Look at the expression on his face. He must have died in terrible agony.
No doubt of that. And there's no doubt of its being poison either. Not with that look on his face.
Doc Buck said the same thing, but not one of his tests showed him what kind of poison was used. He said it could be most anything.
Patsy, shift that light over here a little closer, will you?
want to see something.
Sure, Nick. Here.
Yeah. Look at the carver skin.
Practically blue white. He looks almost like a marble statue, Nick.
Yeah. All right, Riley. Where's the rest of the party? Say you're holding them here?
Yeah, they're in the next room. There's Professor Travers. This is his apartment, like I said. A good-looking dame by the name of Mary Devine and Dr. Paul Starr. He's a college teacher. Now, they didn't know what happened when the Shelby passed out, so they phoned for an ambulance. The intern took one look at him and called us.
Anything else before I talk to them?
Yeah, they told the doc that none of them had eaten or drunk anything before or after they came here. So the doc figured maybe Shelby was poisoned by the cigarettes he smoked. So we sent all the butts and ashes down to the lab for analysis. They sent down the pack of cigarettes, too.
Only one pack?
Yep, they was all smoking out of the same pack.
Any report yet?
No, I told them to call me here as soon as they finished.
All right. Let's have a look at your witnesses.
Okay, Nick, right in here.
Let's see why they keep us...
This here is Nick Carter, folks. Nick, this is Mary Devine here.
Devine?
Over here is Professor Travers. That's Dr. Starr.
Glad to know you, Mr. Carter. First, let's get straightened out who you all are. Mr. Travers, what do you do?
I teach Oriental literature at the university, Mr. Carter, but I don't see what
You
that
will.
has to...
Dr. Starr, what do you do?
I'm a botanist, Mr. Carter. I'm connected with the university, too, indirectly.
See? You, Miss Devine?
I'm just a student at the university.
But a very fine student, Mr. Carter. Miss Devine won a fellowship in Oriental literature. She's done some excellent work.
Any of you know any possible motive for Shelby's death?
I know. We've been talking about it, and we're as much in the dark as you are.
What do you know about Shelby?
Not very much. We have only one common interest, the Vedanta. As a matter of fact, we first met him at a meeting of the Vedanta Society.
Shelby feeling all right this afternoon?
As far as we know, he said nothing about feeling ill.
Mm-hmm. Now, tell me what happened here this afternoon, as near as you can recall. You say you were all sitting around talking?
That's right. We were discussing the Vedanta.
What is this Vedanta, Nick?
Professor Travers can probably explain that better than I, Patsy.
It's a philosophy of life. It was first put forward 1,500 years ago by Hindu scholars. It has to do with controlling the bodily expression so as to heighten the powers of the mind. Why don't you come to a meeting of the Vedanta Society with us someday? That would explain it better than I could, perhaps.
Thanks. Maybe I will someday. But now, what happened here?
Why, we were all seated around, smoking and chatting, when suddenly Shelby started to get faint. In a few minutes, he passed out. That's all.
You were all smoking?
Yes. Why?
I understand you were all smoking the same brand of cigarette. Whose were they?
They were mine, Mr. Carter. Shelby forgot to bring his pipe, and Starr was out of the private brand he smokes. I had a full pack, so I used mine. Even Starr smoked one. He usually wouldn't look at any cigarette that wasn't his own private mixture.
Anything else you can think of?
No, I think not.
Well, that's all I know.
Nothing happened that was really unusual, except that Mr. Shelby died.
All right. Give your names and addresses to Lieutenant Riley. And don't leave town until we tell you you can. That's all.
Good.
All right, Mr. Carter.
Well, Nick, what do you make of it?
I don't know. No apparent motive, no suspects, unknown poison. Of course, it's too early to know definitely.
Couldn't be suicide, could it?
No, I don't think so, Patsy. I'm pretty sure it's murder. But I'm also sure the murderer covered his tracks very thoroughly.
Yes, Lieutenant. Yes, I got it. Of course, I'll tell him. Well, what did you expect? Oh, you. Goodbye.
I gather that was Riley you were talking to?
You gather right. He said to be sure and tell you that the laboratory reports absolutely nothing wrong with the cigarettes or the butts or the ashes. All normal and natural.
Too bad. Sort of hoping that... Well, never mind. There's an answer somewhere, and I'll find it yet.
He also said to tell you that Mary Devine was coming in to see you very shortly now.
Did he say what for?
No, just said she was coming.
Maybe she's remembered something.
Oh, I'll get it, Nick. That may be Miss Devine now.
Or a bill collector.
Oh, come in, Miss Devine. Mr. Carter is expecting you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Miss Devine.
Good morning, Mr. Carter. I don't know that what I have to tell you is of any value, but I'll let you decide that.
Fair enough. What is it?
Do you know what this is?
Oh, what a beautiful flower. What is it?
In India, they call it datura. It has other names, too.
Datura? That's poison.
Yes.
Patsy, look at my notes on poison.
Oh, they're right here, Nick. Here you are.
Thanks. There. Yes, here we are. Taste is pleasant, given in small doses. It intoxicates strongly. 2 grams will prove fatal at once. It can be mixed with food or drink and will kill without leaving a trace. It cannot be isolated unless the chemist knows what he's looking for.
Gosh, that's a nasty poison, isn't it?
Yes. In India, mothers feed it to unwanted girl babies.
Miss Devine, where did you get this flower?
Well, I got it special delivery this morning. Dr. Starr got one, and Professor Travers got one, too, the same way.
I see. In other words, the murderer warns you that he's going to kill all 3 of you. Same way he murdered Shelby.
It looks that way.
Why would he want to kill all of them, Nick?
Probably because he's afraid that they noticed something when Shelby was killed yesterday that would give him away if they told anyone about it.
But I don't know anything, Mr. Carter. Neither do the others.
Perhaps you do, Mr. Devine, and don't realize it. It often happens. At any rate, the killer's taking no chances. Patsy, call Riley. Have him tell the lab what to look for. Maybe they can find some traces of it that way.
Of course, Nick.
What do you think I'd better do, Mr. Carter?
Be very careful of what you eat or drink and with whom you associate for a few days. In the meantime, I'll be busy finding out what I can. You have any plans for the immediate future?
No, not especially.
And you're sure nothing happened at Professor Travers' apartment yesterday that would help us?
No, Mr. Carter. Not a thing.
I better see Starr and Travers. Maybe they can tell me something they overlooked before.
Well, Mr. Carter, they'll both be at the Vedanta Society meeting this morning at 11. Swami Atulanada is speaking, and he's the favorite lecturer. Why don't we go to the meeting, too? You can talk to them there.
An excellent idea, Miss Devine.
Riley says he'll take care of notifying the lab.
Thanks, Bessie. Miss Devine and I are going to a meeting of the Vedanta Society. You better stay here in case Riley does learn anything. I'll call you later. You ready, Miss Devine?
Yes.
All right, let's go.
I really don't know much about them, Mr. Carter.
I see, but perhaps you could tell me this. How close to Shelby were Travers and Starr?
Well, Paul Starr barely knew him. As a matter of fact, he met Shelby for the first time yesterday.
And Professor Travers?
Oh, he and Shelby were pretty chummy. They had a common interest in the Vedanta, and they each have a collection of rare Sanskrit manuscripts, which they will to each other when they die.
You mean whoever dies first bequeaths his manuscripts to the others?
Yes, that's it.
How valuable are these manuscripts?
Oh, they're priceless, I understand.
And what about you? Where do you fit into this picture?
Well, I met them because of my interest in Oriental languages and literature. I feel that after the war, with the world made so much smaller by the use of airlines all over the globe, I may be glad to know all I can about the Orient.
Oh, yes, of course. How much further is this place where the meeting's being held?
Oh, just across the next avenue, in that old brownstone house. I'm sure you'll enjoy the meeting with Swami Atulanada being the lecturer. He's wonderful.
Perhaps so. But I think I'm going to enjoy talking to Starr and Travers even more.
Well, Mr. Carter, wasn't he wonderful?
Yeah, just very interesting. Much more intellectual than I expected.
Well, Mary, I see you've managed to convert Mr. Carter. That's fast work.
Well, I wouldn't call it conversion, Dr. Starr. My main reason for coming here was to talk to you and Professor Travers.
Yes, you want to talk to me, Carter?
I do, just for a few minutes.
Well, suppose we have lunch first and then talk later.
Oh, good idea. Where shall we go?
Let's go to the Bombay Curry Shop, the best place of its kind in town.
Oh, excellent. I'm starved. How about you, Mr. Carter?
I could certainly eat something.
Well, come on then. The Curry Shop it is.
Mr. Carter, this is the main dish, this curried rice and vegetables. And then over there in the center of the restaurant, on that long table there, those are the special seasonings, like hors d'oeuvres.
I see.
You help yourself to those, whatever you want to go with this main dish.
Such as what?
Oh, Bombay duck, dried saltfish, tamarind, and other spicy things. See, Dr. Starr is getting his now. Shall we try some?
Oh, by all means.
Well, come on. Some of these things are really delicious.
Here, Professor, how about some of this tamarind? Have you learned to like it yet?
I ate tamarind before you were born. Give me a good helping of it, will you, Starr?
Here you are. More?
Certainly. It's delicious.
Take anything you like, Mr. Carter. You never know what's good until you try it, you know.
Certainly looks appetizing. Now, let's try a little of everything. certainly was good. I enjoyed that meal.
Yeah, I thought you would. Cigarette, Carter?
No, thanks. I don't smoke.
How about you, Star? Care for one?
No, thanks. I prefer my own special mixture.
Dr. Starr is a cigarette fiend, Mr. Carter, but he won't smoke anything but his own brand. Says any other kind makes him sick.
Well, gentlemen, now that we've taken care of the inner man, I'd like to ask you a few questions about Shelby.
Sure. Sure, ask away. What we don't know, we won't tell you.
Why, Professor, I believe you're drunk.
Drunk? No, sir. I never touch a drop of liquor. It's too it's not good for you.
Well, you are drunk, Professor. Don't try to kid us.
I'm not. I know what's eating you. You're jealous. I'm the better man than you, and I proved it, didn't I?
I don't know what you're talking about.
No? You're a liar, Star. You know all right. But she...
Professor Travers. Travers! Why, he's dead.
Mr. Carter, that's just the way Shelby died.
Well, here's another clue for Nick in his effort to find out who killed Shelby and how. Will he be able to track down the murderer before any more killings can take place? We'll see in just a moment. Do you youngsters track in slush? Do those umbrellas drip puddles in the hall? Does the dog leave muddy paw marks on all your shining floors? Never mind. When you keep your floors protected with beautiful Linex clear gloss varnish, you'll find that it keeps both dirt and water right on the surface, where they're easy to clean away. And that same sturdy protective finish gives sparkling beauty as well to linoleum, floors, and woodwork. For Linex Clear Gloss has a gleaming, transparent luster that gives all your household things renewed attractiveness. And how well Linex Clear Gloss wears, resisting damage by hot grease, boiling water, fruit acids, perfume, even alcohol. Use it on tabletops, on bathroom tile, on linoleum throughout your home. You'll find it the most satisfactory household finish you've tried, as thousands of other successful American homemakers have. What's more, Linex Clear Gloss Varnish is easy to brush on. So ask your dealer for Linex, L-I-N-X, Linex Clear Gloss Varnish. You'll find all three great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere. And now back to our story. We left Nick Carter in the Bombay curry shop where he has been lunching. Suddenly, Professor Travers uttered a few strange remarks and fell over dead. Later that same afternoon, Nick is talking to Lieutenant Riley in the latter's office.
You say, Nick, that that tour, whatever it is, killed him, huh?
Well, obviously, Riley. All the symptoms were present, although I didn't realize it until after it was all over.
No, but, Nick, Lieutenant Riley's chemist has analyzed all the food in the restaurant, and nothing out of the way was found. You all ate the same food, didn't you?
Yes, Patsy, we did.
Then how is it that Professor Travers died and none of the rest of you were even sick?
I don't know yet.
Well, I think you're nuts, Nick. Now, look, you said Travers and Shelby was got to leave each other their collections of manuscripts now, didn't you?
That's what Mary said.
Well, then, Travers invited Shelby to his apartment and killed him so as to get Shelby's collection. Then when you started questioning him today, he got scared and committed suicide. It's as plain as anything.
No, Riley. That's impossible. A man of Travers' type wouldn't kill himself to escape arrest. He'd try to kill me instead. He was an egotist, as his conversation proved. Egotists consider suicide a sign of weakness.
But if it was murder, how was it done, Nick? Answer me that.
I'm not ready to answer that yet.
Well, have you got even one little clue that says it's murder? Just one.
Yes, Riley, I have.
You have? What is it?
Why did Dr. Starr smoke one of Professor Travers' cigarettes when they were at Travers' apartment? When Mary tells me he'd rather go without smoking than to smoke anything but his own particular mixture.
But they all smoked the same cigarettes that day, Nick. Only Shelby was killed. Where does Starr come in?
And today, Nick, you said the Starr did smoke his own mixture.
Yes, but facts are facts, Patsy. You can't get away from that. Dr. Starr did something unusual. It probably was done for a reason. The fact that I don't yet understand the reason doesn't make it any less important.
Nicholas Carter's office.
Is Mr. Carter there, please? This is Mary Devine's mother calling.
Oh, surely, just a moment. For you, Nick, Mary's mother.
Oh, thank you. Hello, Mrs. Devine. What can I do for you?
Well, I just want you to know that Mary will be a little late in meeting you.
Meeting me?
Yes, she expected to be there by 8 o'clock, but she'll be delayed 15 or 20 minutes.
Just a minute, Mrs. Devine. She expected to be where?
Why, at Dr. Starr's apartment, as you asked her to.
When did I ask her to meet me at Dr. Starr's apartment?
Why, you phoned an hour ago.
I did
Didn't
not.
you?
I did not.
Well, whoever phoned said it was you, and said you or he had something important to tell her, and asked her to be at Dr. Starr's apartment by 8 o'clock.
I'm glad you called, Mrs. Devine. I'll take care of it right away.
Oh, what's wrong, Mr. Carter? Mary isn't in any danger, is she?
Not yet, but she might have been if you hadn't called.
Oh, Mr. Carter, please don't let anything
Now,
happen to
don't
Mary.
worry, Mrs. Devine. I'll take care of her. And I'll take care of him, too.
Come in, Maria. Carter.
Yes, Dr. Starr. Carter. You expected me?
I know. I thought...
You thought I was Mary Devine, didn't you?
Why do you say that?
Mary's mother told me. You were the one who phoned her, weren't you?
Clever, aren't you? Yes, I phoned her. I had something I wanted to show her.
Well, suppose you show it to me instead.
I don't think you'd be interested.
Well, you're wrong. I'd be interested in anything about you. For example, why you smoked one of Professor Travers' cigarettes yesterday at his apartment, when you'd usually prefer to go without rather than smoke anything but your own particular mixture.
Why, I
Can I answer my question for you? You wanted to kill Travers. It was bad blood between you. Probably over that woman Travers mentioned in the curry shop this afternoon. So you prepared a cigarette full of datura, dry, ground fine. And when you took one of the cigarettes from the pack Travers had, you substituted the one you prepared. You knew Mary was safe because she didn't smoke. But you made a mistake in your calculations somewhere, and Shelby got the poisoned cigarette instead of Travers. Isn't that it?
You're very clever, aren't you, Mr. Carter? I've changed my mind. I do have something here I want to show you. This.
A gun. Was that what you were going to show Mary when she got here?
No, but I can't take any chance on you. No, just stay where you are. How do you know it was Datura killed Shelby?
I recognized the symptoms as soon as Mary told me what they were. And they were the same symptoms as Travers showed when he died this afternoon. Died from eating tamarind sprinkled with datura powder, right?
You seem to be always right, Mr. Carter. Yes, I got to the condiment table first, sprinkled the poison on some of the tamarind. Then I made sure Travers got it.
Star, why did you hate him so?
Because he took my girl away from me. Took her away from me just because he wanted to prove he could do it. He didn't want her. In fact, after he got her, he refused to marry her. It broke her heart. And she killed us. He's an egotistical beast.
And having got rid of Travers, you felt you had to get rid of Mary, too, because she might unconsciously betray you some way, right?
Quite right, my omniscient detective. Now that you've cleared up all the mystery, I'm afraid I shall have to get rid of you, too. Because I can't have you going around. Mary.
Come in.
No one gets in here until after I've taken care of you.
Well, you're wrong, Star. I left the outside latch off when I came in earlier.
You left the latch off?
Come on in, Mary.
Why, you...
Don't take it.
No, you don't. I'll tell you when I'll fight you.
I don't like having anyone try to finish me off, Star. I prefer to do the finishing off myself. Just a minute. Come on in, Mary.
Are you all right, Nick?
What happened? Did you get him?
What happened, Mr. Carter? Patsy wouldn't tell me.
Dr. Starr's in no condition to ask you in, so I will. Come on in, all of you.
What's the matter with
Did you have to kill him, Nick?
Oh, Riley, you know me better than that. No, he's just temporarily out.
Oh, well, let me get the cuffs on him before he comes to. Yeah, that'll hold him.
Well, you were right, Nick. It was Dr. Starr.
Yes, Patsy, it was. I felt pretty sure of it from the first. Because being a botanist and a specialist in Oriental plant life, he'd know all about the datura plant. But I couldn't figure out any motive for him to want to kill Shelby. And that stopped me. Until Travers was killed. Then I realized that maybe Starr didn't intend to kill Shelby at all. This turned out to be the case.
But, Mr. Carter, how did you know that it was Dr. Starr even when Professor Travers was killed?
It was Travers himself who gave me the clue I needed. You remember what he said in the curry shop about having proved himself a better man than Starr?
Yes, but I thought he was just raving.
Oh, no, Mary. He was doing that deliberately. The Vedanta philosophy teaches control of the body to sharpen the mind, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
I feel sure that when Travers knew he was dying, that's just what he did. By an extraordinary effort, he kept his mind clear enough to accuse Starr by giving me Starr's motive for killing him. But he did it by insinuation, so as not to warn Starr what he was doing.
That's sure a new one on me. Using a Hindu philosophy to accuse your murderer.
Yes, Riley, that is a new one. Just shows you how you can get something valuable out of anything you study. Every religion, every system of thought, every philosophy has something worthwhile in it, no matter how peculiar it may seem to us at first.
In just a moment, Nick and Patsy will give you a preview of next week's exciting case. Thousands upon thousands of American men are fighting overseas, fighting for home as they remember it. One of the most important things we can do is to keep home as they remember it. And the most satisfactory way to care for your home is with those 3 modern shortcuts to household loveliness. The 3 great Linex home brighteners. Linex cream polish, for instance, renews the original gleaming beauty of your fine furniture, reveals the handsome grain of the wood, frees it from the unsightly cloudiness of fingerprints, dust, and old polish. And it accomplishes this result in one quick, easy application. For Linex cream polish actually cleans as it polishes. It cuts your job in half, saves you one whole step in your cleaning day routine. And when you've finished, you'll see that Linex cream polish has left no oily film on the surface of your furniture, for it dries hard so that no dust clings to it. Linex cream polish is truly the ideal method of caring for fine furniture, so use it regularly. Ask your dealer for it by name, Linex cream polish for fine furniture. You'll find all 3 great Linex home brighteners, Linex self-polishing wax, Linex clear gloss varnish, and Linex cream polish at your nearest hardware, paint, or department store. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. Well, Nick, what's your story about this next time?
Black widows, Ken.
What kind of widows are black widows?
The spiders, Ken. Poisonous spiders.
But they spin very lovely webs that are used by the Army and Navy for making precision instruments.
The web of black widow spiders is unexcelled for making hairs and sighting devices used by our armed forces.
Well, who got into trouble, the black widows or the armed forces?
Neither, Ken. It was the killer who wanted to steal a large shipment of spider web, and to do so was forced to kill 2 people.
But a black widow stopped him with Nick's help.
Well, what do you call this cheerful little tale?
Webs of Murder.
Oh, the mystery of the black widow spider.
Complete details next week. So long.
So long, everybody.
And so long to both of you, Nick and Patsy. We'll be waiting for your story next week as usual. Next week at this same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, entitled
Webs of Murder. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Black Widow Spiders.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is featured in Street and Smith magazines. Lon Clark is starred as Nick with Helen Choate as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White, and the programs are written and directed by Jock McGregor. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented at this time and over these same stations each week by the 3 great Linex home brighteners. Linex clear gloss varnish, Linex cream polish, and Linex self-polishing wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme fine quality paints. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is Mutual.
Here's Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Diamond Detective Agency, surplus homicide, surplus hand grenades, black market embalming.
Oh, Rick.
Oh, Helen, what's with you?
It's what's with you I'm worried about.
What do you mean, what's with me?
You know what's with you.
Now, you stop that. That's my routine.
I want that which you pilfered from the living room the other night, and I want it back, and I want it right away.
Oh, but Helen, baby.
Don't you baby me. Now, you get it down here.
But I can't leave the office. I just got in. I haven't even washed out one sock.
Rick, it wasn't fair when you stole that picture, and I've been embarrassed about it ever since. Now, I want it back.
Oh, but, honey, don't be that way. It looks lovely.
Can you see it?
Well, sure. Got it right on my desk.
Now, Rick, I won't have it.
Now, look. If anybody asks about it, I'll say it's me.
You never were a baby. You started with a beard and a low whistle.
Honey, I had a baby picture just like it once, and believe me, from the way you're facing in the picture, you couldn't tell the difference between us.
I'm lying on a rug. You probably had yours taken on spikes. Now, you bring that right over, or I'll tell everybody your middle name.
Helen.
I'll see you in 20 minutes, or I'll take a full-page ad in the Times.
You wouldn't.
20 minutes. With the picture. Bye.
Helen. Oh, dandy.
Mr. Diamond?
Yes, but I'm afraid you'll have to come back. I've got to take care of something that might mean my whole future as a private detective.
I'm sorry. I won't keep you, but... Well, could you tell me the name of another good detective?
There aren't any. Goodbye.
Oh, please. I don't know where to go.
Oh, now, well, wait a minute. I'm sorry. Something's really wrong, isn't it?
Oh, well, that's all right, Mr. Diamond. You go on. I'll find someone.
Look, I really didn't know you were in a tough spot. I've got enough time to listen.
Oh, thank you.
Who recommended me?
My son. Oh, I've heard about you for several years. My name's Kirby, Mrs. Lenore Kirby.
How do you do, Mrs. Kirby? Just how did your son know me?
Well, he didn't know you well, only by reputation. He was a private detective also.
Kirby? Bill Kirby?
Yes.
Wow. Now, tell me what's worrying you, Mrs. Kirby.
Well, I don't know quite where to start. Bill has been acting strangely for the last month or so.
What exactly do you mean by strangely?
Well, he's changed. He's begun to act nervous and irritable. When his sister or I would try to find out what was wrong, he'd get angry. He got steadily worse. And then one morning, Gloria...
Gloria?
My daughter, Bill's sister.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, she went into his room. He was asleep, so she started to hang up his trousers. When she turned them upside down, a lot of money dropped on the floor.
Oh? Well, what do you mean, a lot of money?
Gloria said there must have been several $1,000s. Mostly $100 bills.
Did he have another source of income? I mean, besides the private detective business?
Oh, no. At least nothing I know of. We're not wealthy, Mr. Diamond. Bill supports us with what he makes, and Gloria works as a secretary in a law firm, and I try to keep my house in order. Of course, I haven't been terribly well since the children's father died 10 years ago.
I see. Then what happened?
Well, Gloria started to put the money back in Bill's trousers, and he woke up. They had a terrible argument. Bill accused her of snooping, and she accused him of doing something illegal. The next day, Bill packed his clothes and left the house. He took a small apartment on 110th Street.
Now, what is it you want me to do?
Oh, well, there's more to the story. Bill continued to send me money to keep the house going, much more than he'd ever contributed before. I went over to his apartment several times and asked him about the money, and every time there'd be an argument.
Did he give you any kind of an excuse?
No, he just said he'd run into a good thing, and that as long as it was helping out with the house, I shouldn't ask any questions.
All right. Then what happened?
Well, 3 days ago, Bill came over to the house. I could tell he was terribly worried about something. He gave me a package, told me to hide it until he came for it and not to open it. Then he disappeared. He didn't go to his office or his apartment, and I haven't heard from him since.
Did you call the police?
Well, I didn't want to. He's mixed up in something. Oh, Mr. Diamond, I'm sure something's happened to my boy. I just know it has.
Look, Mrs. Kirby, I admit it sounds a little fishy, but you never can tell. Maybe it's a girl. Could be a lot of things. Where do you live?
984 Amsterdam Avenue. Oh, thank you.
Now, you go on home. Take it easy. I'll let you know if anything turns up.
All right. I'm sorry I don't usually cry like this. Oh, Mr. Diamond, about your fee.
Mrs. Kirby?
Yes.
Do you cook?
Why, yes, I'm considered quite a good cook.
Well, if I do anything for your son, I'm a sucker for corned beef and cabbage. Now, go on home, and I'll keep in touch with you.
Goodbye, Mr. Diamond. And God bless you.
I'm afraid he knows me too well. Goodbye, Mrs. Kirby. Funny how you can run into a situation like that. Any other time, it's got to be $100 a day in expenses. But that's because trouble doesn't usually bother me. There's too much of it around, and everybody's a stockholder. Then the little old lady walks in with a bucket full of heartache, and you realize the $100 a day in expenses is only the difference you carry around to make up for that big, cold world outside. I put my merit badge away, grabbed Helen's picture off the desk, and headed for 975 Park Avenue.
Well, you're late. I was just going to call the papers, but I wasn't quite sure how you spell your middle name. It's, C-H-O...
Here's the picture.
Thank you.
I didn't know you had a mole in your...
Rick. Aren't you coming in?
No, I'm not. I'm mad. Won't even let me keep your little baby picture. Now, about that mole...
Now, you stop that. Why can't you come in?
Well, I got a client right after I talk to you. I got to go down to the 5th Precinct and do some checking.
Will I see you tonight?
If you'll tell me about the mole.
Now, Rick.
See you at 8. Bye, mole. Sam, a baby. I left Helen and started down Park Avenue. Every private detective must get a license before he can operate, and the police department has to issue it. So I headed for the 5th Precinct Police Station. When I walked in the squad room, I spotted Sergeant Otis looking like he was headed for the elephant's graveyard. What's the matter with you, Otis? You're greener than a new lawn.
Oh, hello, Shamus. I don't feel so good.
No, as a matter of fact, you don't. A little pudgy around the shoulders.
Ah, come on, lay off. I tell you, I feel sick.
Let's see your tongue.
Huh? Oh,
Mm-hmm.
Well, how's it look?
I don't know. But be careful who you show it to. Somebody's liable to think it's poisonous and kill it with a stick. Hello, Walt.
Oh, no. Okay, I'm too tired to be scared off today. Who's dead and where?
Not today, Walt. And what are you so tired about?
We had a killing this morning. I've questioned every suspect in the whole state. Nothing.
Who got dead?
Maybe you knew him. A Shamus.
Kirby?
What? Hey, how the devil did you know that?
Just a guess.
Guess my 38. You know something?
I didn't know anything, Walt. Kirby's mother was just at my office.
Oh.
Yeah, oh.
Well, you don't have to get sore.
I'm not sore. Just wondering who's going to tell Mrs. Kirby.
Otis went over there a little while ago. He saw the sister. The mother wasn't home yet.
Oh, that's why he looks so bad.
Yeah, I guess so. Wouldn't you?
Okay, where's the body?
Downstairs. You want to take a look?
Not especially. I told his mother I'd do something for him, and right now I don't seem to be able to think of a thing.
Get the killer. Help me.
Okay, let's go down and take a look.
Right over here.
Been in the river.
Yeah. Put 4 slugs in him first, though.
What kind of a gun?
12-gauge shotgun. Used a deer load.
Anything on him?
Just the usual identification.
Okay, let's put him back.
I don't know why he got knocked off. No motive, no nothing.
The mother has quite a story.
Yeah?
She told me your son...
Hey, Lieutenant! Lieutenant!
Oh, no. Yeah?
And here comes Malicious.
Hey, we just got a call. Kirby's mother and sister just got beat up. Something awful.
What?
Come on, Walt.
Oh, this is crazy. First the son gets it for no apparent reason, then the rest of the family get beat up.
I think I can tell you why the mother and sister got beat up.
Yeah, why?
Probably the package Kirby left with his mother.
What package?
I'll tell you about it on the way over in the car.
Okay, Otis, okay. Come on, step on it.
Lieutenant.
Yeah. This time you can use the siren.
Oh, boy.
Hello, Mr. Diamond. Come in.
Hello, Mrs. Kirby. The doctor tells us you won't allow them to take you to the hospital.
No, I'm not leaving my house. It'll take more than 2 cheap hoodlums to drive me out of my house.
Well, the doctor says you'll be all right, but I think the hospital might be safer for a few days.
This is Lieutenant Levinson, Mrs. Kirby.
How'd you do,
How do you
Lieutenant?
do? I know you don't feel much like talking.
Oh, no, that's quite all right. I'll be glad to help in any way that I can.
Were they after the package your son left with you?
Yes, but I didn't give it to them. I almost did when they started to hit Gloria, but I knew they had something to do with Bill's death.
And you knew the package was important, too.
Yes,
Well, where is the package, Mrs. Kirby?
in the bread box, in a bread wrapper.
Pretty cute.
Otis,
Yeah, Lieutenant?
go in the kitchen and bring me the loaf of bread in the bread box.
You want some sardines, too?
Otis, just the bread. Please?
Oh, okay.
Mrs. Kirby, the 2 men who came here, do you think you could identify them?
Oh, yes, it would be hard to forget them.
You're sure you don't have any idea what kind of trouble your son was in?
No.
Here's the bread, Lieutenant.
Yeah. Well, I'll be...
Hey, it's a shoe.
Is this one of your son's shoes, Mrs. Kirby?
No, he wears a much smaller size. No, that isn't his shoe.
I don't get this. Nothing in it, just a shoe.
A big one. What size is it?
Hey.
What's the matter?
Well, the shoe size on the inside. It says 6B and then 5 numbers after it.
Well, if that's a 6B, Otis wears matchboxes.
Oh, yeah?
Otis.
Oh, okay.
I don't understand. Why would Bill leave a shoe and act like it was so important?
Because it probably was very important.
You think these numbers?
Could be. Let's see. Well, if these numbers do mean anything, it sure isn't going to be easy finding out. Here's something, Walt.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. Shoe's got new heels on it. It's been half soled.
Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Take the shoe down at the station. Give it to the lab. See what they can find out. And then get the boys out and check every shoe repair shop in the city. I want to know where the shoe was half sold.
Okay.
Mrs. Kirby, you're sure you can't think of a thing that might give us a tip about your son?
No, nothing, Mr. Diamond.
Rick, I'm going down to the station. Find out about that shoe. Then I'll send our rogues gallery over so Mrs. Kirby can try and pick out the 2 guys who worked her over. Oh, check with me if you find out anything, will you?
Right, Walt.
Mr. Diamond, there's no reason for you to go on with this case. My son's dead. You can't help him now. I'm sure your business is very important.
Mrs. Kirby, I said I'd do something for your son. Well, I was a little late. Now I'm going to do something for me. There's a killer loose, and 2 slobs who beat up women. I'm a little unhappy, Mrs. Kirby, so I've got to square this beef the only way I know how. First, I'd like to talk to your daughter. Now, look, Gloria. It's tough, and I don't like to stick my big nose in when it is. But you want something done about it, don't you?
Yes.
Then think real hard. Can you tell me anything about your brother that might be connected with his death?
No, Mr. Diamond. I've thought. I just can't understand it.
Well, you may have been looking for the wrong thing, a reason or a motive. That's not what I want.
What do you want?
Something you might not even realize, something that might not seem important, but is very important. Now, try to think. When you first began to suspect that your brother was in trouble, did he mention any names, talk about any places?
No. Not that I can remember.
What did he do when he wasn't at his office?
Oh, please. Please, I don't know. I just don't know.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mom and I appreciate what you're doing, Mr. Diamond. Right now it's hard for me, but I'll try.
Okay. No places? No names? Did he have a girl?
No, he didn't have a girl. He led a fairly simple life. Had a regular routine.
Routine?
Mm-hmm. Mom used to worry about it sometimes. Said he didn't have enough fun. Didn't know anybody.
What kind of a routine was this?
Well, the usual thing around the house in the morning. He'd go to work. On his way home, he always stopped at a bar on Columbus Avenue for a beer. Then home. Dinner. Read until 10:30 or 11. Go to bed.
Nothing else?
No, he did that every day. At least up until the time when he started acting funny and I found all that money.
I see. Well, thanks. I'll let you know if anything turns up, Gloria.
Thank you, Mr. Diamond. I hope you...
Yeah. I left the Kirby house and walked out on the street. It was getting near 6 o'clock, and a light breeze was blowing the night in. It was turning cold, so I flipped my collar up and started for Columbus Avenue and the bar that Bill Kirby used to stop in for a beer. I turned down 88th Street, picked up speed to shake the chill out of my ankles.
Hey, you.
Yeah?
You Diamond?
So what?
So where's this shoe?
Oh, you're going to find it harder working me over than a couple of women.
Working you over, maybe, yeah. Killing you? Everybody dies easy. Give me the shoe.
Where's your friend?
Move in this alley. I'll give you an introduction.
I'm busy.
You're going to be busy getting dead if you don't get in the alley. I got my gun in my pocket.
I bet you shrink 4 feet when you aren't carrying it.
What? Okay.
Did you get him?
Yeah. But it don't look like he's got the shoe on him.
Yeah, but he knows where it is.
Tell me, boys, is it fun beating up women?
More fun beating up those gumshoes. Ain't it, Danny?
Sure. You want to tell us where the shoe is, Shamus?
Right now, it should be in the police lab.
Hey, Danny, you think those cops really took it out of the house?
I don't know. I couldn't see. Diamond, I still think the old dame gave it to you when she went up to see you at your office this morning.
What did you kill her son for?
Who said I killed him, friend? Kirby got smart about the shoe like you did. He got dead for his trouble. How do you feel about your future, friend?
Pretty good. The cops will figure that shoe out.
Not unless they know what they're looking for. He ain't got the shoe on him, Bart. I think he's telling the truth. Let's go tell the boss.
Yeah, what do we do with the gumshoe?
Oh, I'm surprised at you, Bart. Give me your sap.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
For what?
Okay. You gonna knock him off?
I get a salary for killing. The boss ain't paying me to knock this guy off. I want to save him in case he thinks I should later on. Let's go.
It isn't easy coming out of a fast beating. When the guy works you over slow, you don't go to sleep right away. Not until he wants you to, anyway. Then he taps you with a good one, and that's it. When he does it in a hurry, the first one's enough to stun a dragon, but for some reason he decides you need a few more. And, friend, that's when coma sets in. When I finally pulled myself out of it, my watch said 7 o'clock, and my head felt like a balloon with rice in it. I finally came around to a reasonable way of thinking and headed for the bar on Columbus Avenue.
Yes, sir? Holy Ike.
Give me anything with nerves in it and tell me where your phone is.
Sure. You're a mess.
Yeah, I know. Been advertising a popular cigarette. Been stepping out of thousands of store windows all over the country. Now, where's your phone?
Right over there, the end of the bar. Hey, you want I should put some plasma in this drink?
Oh, that was a Jim dandy.
Lieutenant Levinson, homicide.
Walt, Rick,
Rick, where the devil you been?
playing patty cake with the 2 gonniffs who worked over Mrs. Kirby and her daughter.
Well, we've been trying to get you. Otis been calling blondes all over town. Mrs. Kirby and her daughter identify the 2 hoods.
First name's Bart and Danny?
Yeah, Bart Franchetti and Danny Miller. We have a pickup out on them now. They hurt you bad?
Oh, I'll make it, but I'm going to ache for a while. What did you find out about the shoe?
Well, we really got some fast action on those half-soles. Figured if Kirby picked him up in a shoe repair shop, it must have been somewhere in his neighborhood. We were lucky. We were right. Little shoe shop on Columbus Avenue.
Columbus Avenue? What address?
695. Why?
Because I'm in a bar right across the way.
Huh?
Can't see the shoe store now because it's too dark, but Kirby's sister told me you used to come in here for dinner. He could have watched it then.
Oh, stay there. I'll be right over.
Here you are, mister.
Thanks. Did you know Bill Kirby?
The Shamus? Oh, sure. What do you mean, did I know him?
He's pretty dead.
Oh, no.
He came in here every day, didn't he?
Yeah, for a beer. But come to think of it, I ain't seen him since he left...
Left you what?
Nothing at all.
Now, wait a minute. If Kirby left you anything, let's have it.
If Kirby's dead, I'll turn it over to the cops.
You want the badge?
Oh, well, okay. Why didn't you say so? I got in the cash register. He told me if anything happened to him to turn it over to the law. Okay. Here. Just an envelope.
Thanks.
What is it?
The name and address. Look. Lieutenant Levins will be here in a few minutes. Tell him I've gone to this address, 18 North River.
That's down near the docks.
Yeah. And tell him I've gone to find a guy named James Willis.
Continental Shipping. Mr. Lund, one moment, please. Continental Shipping. Mr. Willis, who's calling? One moment, please.
Honey, is Mr. Willis in?
Yes. The emergency hospital's on the second floor.
I always go around this way. It makes people notice me. Which is Mr. Willis's office, dear?
Right over there, but I'm afraid you can't...
Here's the badge, baby.
Oh,
And don't ring him.
yes, sir.
Yes?
Well. James Willis. When did you change your name from Kozlik?
Now, look, Diamond. I've got a good job here. I never could have gotten it if the company had known I was James Kozlik and I'd done time.
In the shipping business, huh? What's an old-time safecracker like you doing in the shipping business?
You're not a cop anymore, Diamond. You helped put me away once, but I've quit the rackets, and I'm doing fine in a legit way. Now you can leave.
What does your company ship?
We're in export and import firm. We ship and receive everything. Now get out.
What does your company import that might interest two professional thugs like Bart and Danny?
What? I don't know what you mean.
Where do you have your shoes fixed? Little place on Columbus Avenue, maybe?
I don't know what you're talking about, and I don't intend to sit here and listen to you and your riddles. Miss Williams, will you please have one of the watchmen sent in to show Mr. Diamond out?
Yes, sir. But two gentlemen wish to see you. They say it's very important.
Well, I can't see anyone.
Well, I think maybe you better. They seem very definite.
Miss Williams, I don't...
What's the matter, Mr. Willis?
Diamond, let go my hair.
Tell her to show the gentleman in, or I'll make Sitting Bull look like a piker. Go on.
Send the two gentlemen in, Miss Williams.
Okay. I'm going over here behind the door. You be a good boy.
You nearly pulled all my hair out.
Well, what's the difference? The way things look, the state might have to shave your head anyway.
Hey, Willis, we want to talk to you.
Well, what's the matter? You sore because we came up here?
Yeah, what's with the guy? He just sits there holding his head.
Good evening, boys.
Hey, look who's here.
Yeah, it's the shamus. Doesn't he look pretty?
You fools, you two blundering fools.
Now, wait a minute. If you're worried about Diamond, we'll take care of him.
I told you I could never be seen with you. You know how we're all watched when the gold shipments come in?
Oh, that's it. That's what the shoe was all about.
Yeah, you're a smart one.
Shut up. I've got to think.
You got the confidential shipping report and put it in that shoe in some kind of code so it could be picked up. Then your dear little boys were going to try to hijack the gold. Well.
I mean, to shut him up.
No, you crazy. That secretary saw him come in. Take him out the same way.
I'm going to be stubborn.
Yeah?
Oh, okay. Isn't it silly what a little 38 can do?
Let's go.
All right. But look, as long as I'm probably going to end up in the river, would you mind telling me one thing?
Yes, I do.
No, that's swell. That's really swell. Kirby recognized you going into that shoe store. He remembered you had a record, so he probably tailed you. Found out where you worked and went back to take a look at that shoe. He found the same thing wrong that I did. The numbers weren't his shoe size, and he probably thought it was crazy when you left only one shoe. So he took the shoe.
You always were a pretty smart cop, Diamond. Danny.
Yeah, boss.
Before you kill the smart cop, pull his hair out.
Pull his hair out?
By the roots. Now take him out of here.
Was Kirby blackmailing you, Willis?
Yes. Being stupid, he didn't know what the shoe was for, but he knew it was worth something. Now, please, Danny, get Mr. IQ through that door.
Move.
Okay.
I'm looking for Mr. Willis.
Yeah, what's funny, shamus?
You boys are in for a big surprise.
Oh, Mr. Willis must be free. Here they come now.
Just keep walking, Shamus. Nothing's wrong.
Oh, are you gentlemen through with Mr. Willis?
Yeah, Fatso, go on in. He'll see you.
Thank you.
Let's go, Shamus.
Oh, one more thing.
Yeah, now what?
Duck, Rick.
Thanks, Walt.
And you take it easy, Bart.
I ain't going from the gun. I ain't doing nothing. Please, don't shoot.
Walt, James Willis is really James Kozlik. I'm going in after him.
Well, here, Cat, you'll need a gun. Is he in there?
Out the window. I went over to the window fast and spotted my man just dropping down off the fire escape. The building fronted on a long dock, and Willis had 50 yards to go before he could find cover. Then I said that stupid thing. Willis! In the name of the law, stop! Well, he didn't stop in the name of the law, so I rested my arm on the windowsill and led him about 2 feet. At 50 yards, a running man can be hard to hit with a .38. Sometimes.
You get him, Rick?
Yeah. See you down at the station.
How do you like it, Rick?
No cream. 12 lumps.
All right. Say, I had a phone call from the president of Continental Shipping where that Willis guy worked.
Oh, what do you make this coffee out of? Gunpowder?
He says there's always been a standing reward of $1,000 for the apprehension of any person attempting to rob their shipment.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Diamond, Miss Asher phoned. She wants you should call.
Thanks, Otis.
Thanks. What's wrong with you?
You heard him, Otis. He said thanks.
Okay. He must be sick.
More coffee, Rick?
Yeah, I'll have another cup.
Hello?
Hi, honey.
Rick, where are you? I thought you were coming over.
Well, baby, I've got to stop by and see a nice old lady named Kirby. Her son got killed.
Oh, I'm sorry. Will I see you later?
No, I don't think so, honey. I'm a little tired.
All right, Rick.
Well, don't sound too unhappy. I'll see you tomorrow night.
Well, all right. But you always sing to me, and I wanted you to sing tonight.
Well, I haven't gotten any letters from the apartment building next door yet, so I'm going to lay off 1 week and see if the tenants miss the singing.
All right, Rick. I'll see you tomorrow night.
Goodbye, baby.
Bye, Rick.
Well, I think I'd better get over to Mrs. Kirby's, Walt.
Oh, don't you want your coffee?
Yeah, give it to Otis.
What are you going to tell Mrs. Kirby? I mean about her son and the blackmail.
Well, what are you going to tell Continental Shipping?
Well, you caught him. You get the 1,000.
Oh, Mrs. Kirby's pretty broke.
Uh-huh.
Kirby was the one who really spotted the play.
Yeah, but if I say anything about the blackmail...
What blackmail?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Yeah, come to think of it, that was another case, wasn't it?
See you later, Walt.
Rick.
Yeah?
Oh, nothing. Be a good boy.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg, Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Stephen Dunn, Peggy Weber, and William Johnstone. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards and directed by Richard Sandell. Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Now, this is Eddie King inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Saturday night brings some of the week's best radio entertainment when you tune for the stars on NBC. Stay tuned every Saturday for a great lineup of programs, including Hollywood Star Theater, Ralph Edwards' Truth or Consequences, Your Hit Parade, A Day in the Life of Dennis Day, The Judy Canova Show, and Grand Ole Opry. All the best on NBC.
I've got a gal who's a beautiful gal, but she ain't got a brain in her head. Come in.
Hello, Martin.
Well, Boston Blackie. Come in. This is sure a big surprise.
Surprise, Martin? Have you lost your memory? You phoned and asked me to come down here.
Yeah, I know, Blackie, but frankly, I didn't expect you to show up. Sit down.
No, thanks. I move faster when I'm on my feet.
Oh, Blackie, there's nothing to be afraid of. All I want is to ask you a favor. I I want you to lend me 10 grand.
Oh, that's nice of you.
Oh, what's the matter? You think I'm a bad risk?
No, a bad boy. Is that all you wanted to see me about?
That's all. You won't lend me the money?
How did you ever figure that out? Is that why you got me down here?
That's right.
That's wrong. So long. Keep your head underwater.
I've got a gal who's a beautiful gal, but she ain't got a brain in her head. She's the belle of the ball with no trouble at all, but up between the ears, she's dead. Hey, Tom, he's gone.
I know, Jim. I heard the door close.
Did I keep him here long enough for you to get a good idea what his voice sounds like?
Look, why do they call me Tom Jenkins, the man with everybody's voice? I've been a stage headliner for 20 years.
Yeah, I know all about that, Tom. When you do Blackie, will you be good?
Good. I'll be perfect. Just before Blackie went out the door, he said, like this. So long. Keep your head underwater.
No. That's not quite right, Tom. It's close, but not close enough. Now, try it again.
Well, maybe a little lower, huh? More like this.
So long. Keep your head underwater.
Perfect. That was perfect, Tom.
Sure it was. I told you it would be. Now what happens?
Now what happens? Now we go to work.
And now back to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
I've got a gal who's a beautiful gal, but she... Well, did you find Mike's new phone number, Tom?
Yeah. Here it is, Jim. You want me to call him now?
Right now. Are you sure you remember how to do Boston Blackie's voice?
Just listen to this.
You want me to call Mike now, Jim?
Oh, that was perfect. All right, go ahead, call him now. This is going to be something.
Here goes.
I've got a gal who's a beautiful gal. She's a real perfect model, you'll note. She looks good in mink, but when she starts to think, her mental control is remote. Oh,
Shh, quiet, it's ringing.
Oh, great. Make this good, will you, Tom?
Good? It'll be perfect.
Hello?
Hello. Let me speak to Mike Burns.
Speaking.
Mike, this is Boston Blackie.
Oh, Boston Blackie, huh? Well, what is it?
I got news for you, Mike. Jim Martin is out to kill you.
So? What's it to you?
A lot. I know you don't like Jim. Well, I don't like him either.
What's that make us? Fraternity brothers?
No, not quite. You see, I'd like to get Jim myself, but I think you have a priority. Now, if you'd like to surprise Jim, you'll find him hiding in that abandoned gas station on Route 20 at 9 tonight.
Are you leveling, Blackie?
Go on out to the gas station and see for yourself.
Thanks. Maybe I will. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, Tom?
He thought I was Blackie, all right. No doubt about that.
All right. I get on that phone and make the second call, just the way I told you. You know his private phone number?
Sure. You gave it to me this morning.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I've got a gal who's a beautiful gal. One look and you know she's perfection. She walks like a queen in the movies I've seen, but she thinks in just every direction. She's not the kind of... Well, is it ringing yet?
Yeah, just started.
Make this good for sure. This is the most important part.
Good? It'll be perfect.
Faraday speaking.
Hello, Faraday, old pal. This is Blackie.
I know it. And this is police headquarters. Goodbye.
Never mind a goodbye just yet. Be a good boy right now, and you'll be a happy kid later.
I'll be a happy kid when they pass the law to keep you from bothering me.
Look, when I stop bothering you, you'll have to start thinking, and you're so out of practice, Faraday. Listen, you want to get hold of Mike Burns, don't you?
Do I? I'll say I do.
Well, I know where you can find him.
Yeah? Well, I know where I can find Lana Turner, but I can't get near her either.
Look, Faraday, I know you can't get to Mike in his hideout without losing 10 cops doing it. But I happen to know he's going to be at that abandoned gas station on Route 20 at 9 o'clock tonight. It's your one chance to get him.
I still think this is a joke. But enough people have died because of Mike Burns. And 2 of those people were policemen. So maybe I'll take a chance.
Do that, pal. That gas station at 9 tonight. You can set a trap for him. So long, Faraday.
Well, good?
Good. It was perfect. He thought I was Blackie, and he's going to have cops out there when Mike arrives.
Great. You begin to see what's going on now, don't you, Tom?
Yeah. This fellow Mike Burns has threatened to kill you, hasn't he?
Uh-huh. So, to save my own skin, I have to pickle his. All right. You go back to the theater, Tom. Thanks to you, I don't have to kill Mike myself. The cops are going to do it for me.
There's the gas station, Mike. The road past those bushes there.
Yes, I know, Tony. I know my way around this place. I think I'll leave the car here. I'm getting out and walking the rest of the way alone.
You want me to take the wheel now?
Yes. Be ready to get going fast. Blackie said Jim would be here alone,
Hey,
but
Mike,
you never...
look in those bushes.
Where?
I caught the flash of something shiny moving up there.
Where?
Over there. Hey, over there, too.
All right, Mike.
What?
It's
the
cops. Get going, Tony.
Come on, get going.
There we are.
No! Mike, what's the matter?
I stopped the slug.
Bad?
No, just in the arm. Keep this crate rolling.
Should be wide open in a second. Are you all right?
Yeah, sure. Takes more than a lame wing to bother me.
I'll get you to a dock right away.
Never mind the dock. Take me to Boston Blackie's place.
Blackie's? Why?
Why? Because he's the lowest, dirtiest rat that ever lived, that's why. He set me up here to get Jim.
Yeah, I know, but
You see what he really set me up here for, don't you? To walk me into a police trap. I get the whole thing now.
And those cops almost got you, Mike. I'll take you to a dock and you'll
Oh,
be...
no, you don't. I'll let the doc fix my arm after I fix Boston Blackie.
Hello.
Hello, Blackie. This is Mary. Are you standing me up?
Oh, no, Mary, I'm just a little late. In fact, I was just going out the door. Uh-oh. There's someone at the door. Come on in.
Well, how soon are you going to be here?
In 10 minutes, Mary, I promise. Put on your hat and coat and... Oh, hello there.
Hello, Blackie. Know me, don't you? Mike Burns?
Yes, sure, I'll be right with you.
Blackie, who are you talking to?
Just the maid, Mary. She wants to clean up in here, I think.
The maid has a very husky voice.
Oh, she's got a cold. I'll see you in 10 minutes, just as I promised. Bye.
All right, bye.
Well, Mike, as long as you're here, come on in. Only I have a date. Suppose I get a girl for you.
Look,
It'll be a nice...
The only date you're having tonight was with me and this. You see what this is?
It looks like a gun.
That's just what it is. And you know why I've got it on you, too.
Do I? Well, that's news to me.
Don't try to go innocent on me, Blackie. I don't like phonies.
I don't like them either, Mike. And I really don't like not knowing what you're talking about. What's this about a trap?
You know all about it. You sent me out to that closed-up gas station to get Jim Martin, the way you said on that phone.
The phone? I didn't say anything to you on any phone.
You called me at 4 o'clock this afternoon, you know it. There were cops waiting for me out at the gas station. You know that, too.
Oh, so that's it, is it? Mike, I think I know what's happened.
Yeah?
I was up at Jim's about 4 this afternoon, but it wasn't to call you. Jim said he wanted to borrow money from me. But what he really wanted to do was borrow my voice.
Look, that was your voice on the phone. I know it.
You think it was, Mike. But believe me, it wasn't. Somebody was imitating it, and there's only one guy around who's that good an imitator, Tom Jenkins.
I don't know anything about any Tom Jenkins. All I know is that you phoned me and told me to go out to that gas station.
Jenkins is on the stage at the City Theater, Mike. He's the one who talked to you. He's the one...
Oh, forget about Jenkins and everybody else. I know you made that phone call and set me into that trap. So come on. You and I are going for a little ride out in the country.
But, Mike, I have a date with my girl. If I'm not at her apartment in 10 or 15 minutes, she'll have the police out looking for me.
So what?
So unless you want to be followed out into the country, let me phone her and tell her I'll be delayed.
All right. One word about this, Blackie, and I'll blast
Don't
you.
worry, I won't tell her anything. In fact, you can stand right there and listen to me.
Oh, don't think I won't. All right, go ahead and pick up the phone and call your girl. And let's get out of here.
All right, I'll pick up the phone and clip you with it. Oh! So, I was saved by the bell. The Alexander Graham bell.
Oh, this Tom Jenkins is a marvelous imitator, isn't he, Blackie?
The best, Mary. That's why we came to this theater, just to see him.
Yes, I know.
Folks, you got that one a little too easily. And I don't think you'll have much trouble with this one either.
I know I don't.
Now listen, all you guys and babes out front. If any one of you run into Bacall, I want you to tell her I was up at the theater tonight, not clowning around.
That was Humphrey Bogart, wasn't it?
Wasn't Shirley Temple. No wonder he could imitate my voice. He can do anybody's.
And then there's a fellow who isn't quite as tough, but is certainly is just as unpleasant when he wants to be. He usually says to his frightened victims,
"Don't worry, little girl. I'm not going to hurt you. I just want to give you this lollipop."
Oh, Blackie, that was wonderful.
No, it wasn't Mary. It was Peter Lorre.
Any time you want to apologize for that, it's all right with me.
Thank you very much, and good night.
Oh, shucks, it's all over.
Well, his act is finished, yes. Let's wait till he gets a chance to take off his makeup, and then we'll go back and have a little chat with him.
Blackie, please tell me why we're backstage to see Mr. Jenkins.
Well, Mary, it's not because I want his autograph, I assure you. Wonder why he doesn't answer.
Well, maybe he's not in his dressing room. Oh, Blackie, you're up to something. I just know it.
I'm up to something, all right, Mary. My neck in trouble. Oh, why doesn't he answer?
Well, I certainly don't know.
Listen, Mary, Jenkins imitated my voice and got me in trouble with Mike Burns.
Yes, you told me that.
I wish somebody would tell me why Jenkins doesn't answer my knock. I guess I'll try the door.
Well, nice try. It opened.
Let's walk in and wait for our friend.
Good enough. You know, I always... Blackie.
Yes, I see him, Mary. It's Jenkins.
Well, is he?
Uh-huh. He is.
Dead, huh?
Very.
Oh! The door slammed.
No, it didn't, lady. I slammed it.
Mike.
Blackie, is this Mike Burns?
Yeah. I'm Mike Burns, lady. Take a good look at me if you want to. Because as soon as I get through with your boyfriend here, I'm going to polish you off for good measure.
And now, back to Boston Blackie. Gangster Jim Martin hired a mimic to imitate Blackie's voice and trick another gangster, Mike Burns, police killer, into a trap set by Inspector Faraday and his men. But Mike escaped from the trap, and believing Blackie double-crossed him, he goes to Blackie's to kill him. Blackie, however, escapes and goes to see the well-known mimic, only to find him dead. Then Blackie and his friend Mary Wesley are both trapped by Mike. As we return to our story, Blackie tries to reason with the killer.
Look, Mike, use your head instead of your gun for a change. Do you know who this dead man was?
Yeah, sure I know who he was.
Who?
Tom Jenkins, headliner on the show.
You saw his billing, huh? Good. Now, what did Jenkins do?
He imitated voices.
Go to the head of the class. Jenkins could have imitated my voice, couldn't he?
Yeah, he could have.
He not only could have, he did. That's why he's dead. So put your gun away.
Not yet, I won't.
Oh, look, Mr. Burns,
quiet,
even
lady, will you? This is between Blackie and me.
You heard what the man said, Mary.
I'll be quiet.
Now, Mike, don't you see it was Jenkins here, hired by Jim Martin, probably, who made that call?
Yeah, it could have been at that, only it was you who crowned me with that telephone.
I had to do that. You wouldn't listen to me. Look, give me time and I can prove it was Jenkins here who called you and sent you into that trap. Give me some time, will you, Mike?
Wait a minute. Sure sounded like you on the phone, Blackie.
Sure it did. Jenkins was good, Mike. The best impersonator in the business.
Uh-huh. Makes sense, all right. Okay, Blackie, I'll give you a chance to prove what you're saying, but listen. Wherever you go, I'm going too, see? And wherever you go, you're going to go in my car, see?
Fair enough.
And get this too, Blackie. First place we go is where I want to go.
Where's that?
Pick up my pal Tony. I think he ought to come along with us. He'll be insurance against you doing anything I don't like. You see, Tony likes to use a gun, and I kind of like to see him use it. Remember that, Blackie.
Come in.
Here's that report on the murder of Tom Jenkins, Inspector Faraday.
Well, it's about time, Stewart. Any dope on the gun?
Yeah, it was a 32.
Uh-huh. Anything else?
Two very interesting things, Inspector. The doorman at the theater described the guy who came to see Jenkins just before his body was found.
Yeah?
Yeah. There's only one guy that the description fits. Guess who?
I don't want to play any games.
Who was it?
Boston Blackie.
Blackie. I might have known he'd be mixed up in this somehow. Okay, send out an alarm for him. I want Boston Blackie picked up. And I don't care in how many pieces.
Look, Mike, you'll guarantee Mary will be safe if I leave her here in your car while I go in to see Jim Martin.
I'll be all right, Blackie. Don't worry.
You'll be safe, Blackie, as long as you play it safe and don't pull anything fancy while you're in with Jim. All right, here's his place. Pull up here.
I know where he lives.
All right, Blackie, get going.
Okay, relax, Mary.
I'm so relaxed, I'm limp.
I'll be right back.
You better be. Keep a gun on the lady, Tony.
There's a gun on her, okay.
I'll be back. Don't let those two mugs scare you, Mary.
Okay.
Perfectly swell, but I'm here to tell. Come in.
Hello, Jim.
Ah, hello, Blackie. Decided to lend me that 10 grand?
Not this time. I'm here because I got a tip that Mike Burns is looking for you.
I don't think I have to worry about Mike.
No? Well, go to the window there and tell me whose car that is parked just up the street.
Ah. What you got, Blackie?
That red sedan up there. Do you recognize it?
Yeah, that's Mike's.
That's right. And in a minute, Mike will be coming in here to see you.
What for?
You know what for. To get even with you for a lot of things. If I know Mike, he'll come in the back way and through this door back here. You better get your gun out and be ready for him.
You're a nice guy for tipping me, Blackie, but I don't own a gun. How about lending me yours?
I'm not that nice a guy.
Maybe I can find one in a drawer over here.
You'd better hope you can.
Yeah. I got a gal who's a beautiful gal. She's perfect, I gotta admit. There's gold in her hair, but just under there isn't one half of a width. Ah. This looks like a gun, doesn't it?
Yes, it looks like the one I want, too. Look, it's something like mine.
Put your gun away, Blackie, fast.
I think not, Jim. I need it to help me get what I want. Your gun. In fact, that's the reason I'm here.
What? Mike's not on his way up here?
No, he's waiting outside for me. I'm going to prove something to him.
Whatever it is, I don't want any.
Drop that gun, Jim. Drop it.
Sure, I'll drop it, Blackie, as soon as... Oh.
Knocked it right out of your hand, didn't I? Don't ever try to outshoot me, pal. Just leave the gun where it fell, Jim. You didn't own one, huh? Well, you don't now, because I'm taking it.
Look, what do you want my gun for?
I think it's the gun you used to kill Tom Jenkins. So he could never admit he imitated my voice.
Oh, you figured out the Jenkins angle, huh? Try and prove it.
Oh, I'm not going to try to prove it, Jim. I'm going to leave that up to the police. But I think I'd better make sure that the cops will know where to find you when they want you. Come here.
What for?
I've got a present for you. Here.
Oh.
Sleep well, Jim. Because I'm going to put some rope around your hand so that later on the cops can put a rope around your neck. Well, Mary, I see your two boyfriends are still in the back seat.
Yes, Blackie?
Didn't they think you'd be lonely up here?
Oh, they reminded me often enough that I wasn't alone.
Start the car, Blackie, and start to drive. Slowly.
Backseat driver, huh, Mike?
Yeah. Well, Blackie, what did you get out of Jim Martin?
Enough to prove he killed Tom Jenkins, I hope. And if I can prove Jim killed Jenkins, won't you be convinced Jenkins was imitating my voice on that phone call?
Maybe.
Well, where do we go from here?
You tell me, Blackie.
Well, I got Jim Martin's gun. I'm pretty sure it's the gun that killed Tom Jenkins.
You got Jim's gun, huh? You hear that, Tony? Blackie took Jim's gun away from him.
Yeah, I heard him, Mike. Ain't that too bad?
You know, Blackie, your time's running out. You ain't convinced me yet.
I will. I have an idea.
Hey, what's wrong with his car?
I don't know.
Mike, we're running out of gas. We've been driving around a couple of hours.
What? Wasn't the tank full?
I ain't sure. Uh-oh. We're stalled.
Sorry, Mike, and right in the middle of a boulevard, too.
Cop!
Don't worry, Mike. I won't say anything to him, except that we're out of gas.
Hey, what's the matter with you? Don't you know better than to park in the middle of
Put
the
your gun away,
boulevard?
Tony.
I got it.
I'll get out of the car and talk to the cop. He might recognize you, Mike.
Yeah, he might at that.
Mary, you better get out, too. We may need a little feminine charm.
Well, all right, but it didn't help any with those two.
All right, now, what's the matter here? What's the matter?
Come over here to the curb, and I'll tell you all about it, officer. Mary, maybe you can explain to the man.
Hey, what's the lady doing with a gun?
Hey, Tony, can you hear what they're talking about?
No, I can't, Mike. And I don't... Hey, Mike, look. Blackie left the ignition turned on. Look what the gas gauge says.
What? Hey, we still got half a tank. Blackie stalled his car.
Yeah. And I bet there's something wrong with what Blackie's telling that cop. We'd better get out of here.
And fast, too. Climb up in the front seat. Let's get going.
I'm practically in the front seat now.
Come on, hurry. Get this buggy going.
Hold on. Here we go.
Hey, wait a minute, Mike.
Push that pedal down and it goes through the floor. And keep it there till we get out of sight.
Attention all cars, attention all cars. Be on the lookout for a maroon sedan. License plates 7Y602. License number 7Y602. A maroon sedan. Driver is Tony Leeds, and other man in car is Mike Burns, wanted for murder. Approach vehicle with caution. Use extreme care. Burns killer. Attention all cars. Attention all cars.
Mike, what do we do now? Just drive around like this?
I'm trying to think, Tony. Maybe we did wrong. A wrong thing skipping away from Blackie. Maybe he wasn't crossing us when he talked to that cop.
No? And why did he say we were out of gas when we had half a tank?
He didn't say that, Tony. You did.
Hey, Mike, look, it's behind us, a police squad car. Look, we just pull out of that side street there. Another squad
Yeah,
car.
you're right, Tony.
Hey, that ain't all. There's a third one coming out of another side street.
There. There's a fourth, pulled away from the curb just behind us. Blackie's still that cop, all right?
That dirty double-crosser.
Never mind about that guy now. Drive. Let's get out of here.
Okay.
Turn the corner onto the speedway here.
All right. We'll get Black if it is, huh?
Never mind about him. We'll get him sure, but later. Come on, faster.
She's wide open now.
Well, keep it that way. Those cops can drive almost as fast as we can.
Yeah, but not so good. They got to slow up to make the turn out of that bridge up there, but I'm not gonna.
Hey, take it easy, will you?
Sit still. I know how to make it without slowing down.
Tony, it's a sharp turn. Look out, you fool. Slow down.
Slow down, nothing. Hold on. Here we go.
Tony, we can't make it. Let go.
Keep your guns ready, men. They may not be dead.
I don't know why they aren't dead, Inspector Faraday. They hit that wall head on.
Yeah, I know, Stuart. But we don't want to take any chances.
We don't need to worry about chances, Inspector. Tony and Mike took one themselves, and look at them. They're both dead.
Too bad.
Too bad?
Yeah. The end for these guys should have come up the river, not on a bridge crossing it.
Yeah, I know it. Hey, look who's here.
Hello, Faraday.
Beat it, Blackie. I can look at just one bad accident at a time.
Oh, now, Faraday, don't tell me that you saw because I solved the Tom Jenkins murder for you, too.
You didn't solve anything, Blackie. If Mike Burns killed Jenkins, he also killed himself trying to get away from me.
Faraday, you mean you haven't received the gun I sent you?
Sure, I got it. I sent it to the lab the minute it was given to me by the cop you gave it to. It's the gun that killed Jenkins, all right. But where did you get it?
From the killer, Jim Martin, and I'll tell you where you can find him all tied up and waiting for you.
Yeah?
Yes. But I've got to leave now because Mary Wesley's at home, all dressed up and waiting for me.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective, presented by the three great Linex home brighteners, Linex Clear Gloss Varnish, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax, created by Acme, America's great producer of fine Acme quality paints. Today's curious adventure,
4 Rings of Death, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Tory Islands.
In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter solved the mystery of the 4 rings. But first, do you realize that millions of homes are now brighter, more beautiful than ever because so many American homemakers have come to depend on Chemtone, the miracle wall finish? Now they're discovering the way to new beauty for woodwork, furniture, and floors with the 3 great Linex home brighteners. Linex Self-Polishing Wax, which beautifies your floors with a satiny yet tough anti-skid finish that resists wear, water, and dirt. Linex Cream Polish, which cleans as it polishes, leaving no oily film on your furniture. And Linex Clear Gloss Varnish, the durable super varnish that dries to an elastic, transparent surface which protects all wood and linoleum in your home. You'll find the 3 great Linex home brighteners at your hardware, paint, or department store. Your headquarters also for Chemtone, the miracle wall finish. And now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. As our story opens, we find Nick and Patsy on board a small motorboat headed for Tory Island, a small island just off the Long Island shore.
If I'd known the weather was going to be like this, I never would have accepted this job.
Why are you doing it, Nick?
Oh, special favor to Colonel Howard. A friend of his, Andrew Jessup, asked him to find the best code expert he knew. And he said I was the man for the job. So when the colonel called me, I agreed to do it.
Just what is it you're going to do?
Well, it seems that back in 1776, 4 wealthy Tories who were afraid that Washington was going to capture Manhattan Island got all their valuables together and went to this little island where we're going now.
Uh-huh.
They buried everything somewhere on the island and recorded the burial place in a secret code or cipher. They lived there for a while, and later were all lost in a storm while trying to get back to the mainland.
That sounds pretty fantastic, Nick. Is there any real truth in it?
And his lawyer, Andrew Jessup, recently came across something that convinced him the story's true. So he rounded up the heirs of the 4 original Tories and arranged for them to meet on the island this afternoon. If I can decipher the code, they'll dig up the treasure and divide it.
This is some night to dig up anything, I'd say. Oh, gosh, Nick, I wish you hadn't let that boat leave us here like this. This is the loneliest looking island I ever saw. Especially on a nasty night like this.
It's all right, Betsy. We'll go back with Jessup when he goes.
Okay, you're the boss.
Ah, that must be the house up there.
Uh-huh.
Oh, might as well go.
Nick, listen.
Yes, I hear it. Wait here, Patsy, in the dock. I want to see what's wrong.
Hey, you! Stay where you are. Get your hands up. Stop, I said.
Oh, got away. Well, here, let me help you. Why, dead. He's murdered.
Nick, what is it?
I'm okay, Patsy. This man isn't. He stopped a bullet with his head.
Who is it, Nick?
I don't know. Let's see if he's any identification on him. Ah, here we are. Cyrus J. File. Why, that's one of the heirs, Patsy. I remember the name.
One of the heirs?
Yes.
Nick, what's that shining in the mud at your feet?
Where?
Right there.
Oh, yes. Why, it's a napkin ring.
A napkin ring? Out here? What in the world?
I don't know, Patsy. But let's get this man's body up to the house. They may know what it's all about.
What in heaven's name?
Are you Jessup?
Yes. Who are you?
Nick Carter.
Oh, come in, come in.
You know this man?
Great heavens, that's File. Put him down here. What happened?
Well, I heard him call out, and then I heard a shot. I found him dead. Are all your people here with you?
Why, yes. File was here a few minutes ago, but discovered he'd left his glasses on my boat and went down to get them.
Anyone else on the island?
Only Matt Odell, the caretaker for the fishing company that owns the island. We're expecting Peter Brady, the personal representative of the owners, to arrive shortly, but he hasn't come yet.
Where are the others?
In the living room. You're sure File was murdered?
You don't get a shot through the head the way he was, accidentally. You ever see this ring before?
That's Files' ring. It's his part of the clue to the treasure.
How could a napkin ring be a clue to a treasure?
I can't tell you that. I simply know that each of the 4 heirs has a napkin ring like this, and that the 4 rings together give the key to the hiding place of the treasure.
Ah. And it's possible that whoever killed this man wanted to get hold of the ring for himself.
Oh, who'd want to do that?
Where does this Matt Odell stay?
He has a shack just below here where he lives. Why?
I think I'll have a talk with him. I'll be right back. Now, this must be Odell's shack. It's the only one around here. No, not here. You'd think it'd stay home on a night like this. Well, no one's... Who's there? That... Fine way to start on a case. Ow. Who the deuce would want to...
Carter! Carter!
Over here. What's up?
Hey, what happened to you?
I don't quite know, except that somebody knocked me cold when I was looking for Odell.
You see anybody?
No. Did you?
No. I came down here to tell you that Odell's at the house. Came in just after you left. I thought you might be searching for him.
How long after I left did Odell show up?
Why, about 5 minutes, I should say.
I want to talk to that man. I think... Hey, wait a minute. The ring. Biles' napkin ring.
What about it?
It's gone. I had it in my pocket when I came down here, but it's gone now.
So that's what your assailant was after.
It looks that way. Well, let's be getting back. Fine business. One of the rings missing before we can... Hey, hold on. There's a hole in my coat pocket. Maybe I...
There it is. I just caught the glitter of it in the flashlight.
Oh, you're right. That's it. The murderer has missed again.
Hello there. That's you, Jessup? Yes, who is it?
Peter Brady.
Oh, hello, Brady. This is Nick Carter, who's going to solve the cipher for us.
You hope. Well, the way things are going now, there may be no cipher left to solve. Well, let's get back to the house. I want to talk to Odell.
Well, Carter, did you learn anything from Odell?
No. But I'm pretty sure now he had nothing to do with what's been going on here.
You mean he wasn't the one who hit you?
No. I'm quite sure he knows nothing about that or about Files' death.
Oh, by the way, Carter, I want you to meet the other 3 heirs. This is Cecil Whittemore.
How do you do, Mr. Carter?
This is George Oldman.
How are you, Mr.
And that's Kurt Sturtevant for the fireplace.
How do you do, gentlemen? I understand that no one of you men said anything to anybody about the search for the treasure you expected to make here tonight.
I didn't, for one.
Did Brady know what this is all about, Jessup?
Oh, yes. We had to tell the owners of the island what we intended to do here.
Did you mention it to anyone, Brady?
No, certainly not. That is, except for a chap who used to work here on the island as Odell's assistant.
You mean Charlie Vane, Brady?
Yes, I thought he might be interested, having worked here.
Ah, there's the man, Carter. He worked here on the island up until about 6 months ago. He was a fanatic on the subject of the Tory treasure. Hunted for it every spare moment he had. He got so he felt the treasure was his because he spent so much time looking for it.
You think he'd be crazy enough to come out here and start a private war to get hold of it?
He might. He's practically cracked on the subject.
All right, we'll see. But first, where are the other napkin rings?
Each man has his own ring, Carter.
Right, I have mine. And there's no doubt at all but the treasure is still here on the island?
This island hasn't been tenanted for nearly 100 years, except for the caretakers. It's used as a tie-up and stopover for the boats working for the fishing company who owns it. Brady can tell you that.
That's right, Mr. Carter. There's every reason to believe the stuff is right where the original owners buried it.
How much is it worth? Any idea?
Oh, something over $2 million, as far as I can gather.
Gosh, if it's worth all that, how come the whole island hasn't been dug up before this? That's a lot of money.
The whole island's practically one big rock, and without some idea of where to look, it'd be an impossible job.
I see. Well, whether the killer is Charlie Vane or someone else, he's probably on this island right now. First thing to do is to see that he doesn't get off the island. Then we can catch him.
Sounds logical. How can we do it?
Odell.
Yes, sir?
Will you come in here, please?
Yes, sir. What do you want?
I want you to go down to the dock and take the spark plugs out of each of the company boats. Then no one can use them.
Yes, sir.
Jessup, you and Brady do the same with the boats you came in.
All right. Come on, Brady.
Right. I'm going to make a tour of the island to be sure there are no other boats here. Then we can sit tight until morning and catch whoever's behind us.
I'll go with you, Nick.
It's a nasty night outside, Patsy. It's very dangerous.
I don't care. I'll feel safer where you are than I would anywhere else. So let's go, and no argument. out. It's a little more comfortable out here.
Well, there's the house, Patsy, right up there.
Uh-huh.
We've been almost round the island, and we haven't found a trace of another boat. Maybe. Wait. Aha! Look here, Patsy. On this rock.
Well, there's been a boat drawn up here recently, Nick.
Right. That's the only possible explanation of those scrape marks and the barnacles there. But since there's no boat here now, the killer may have left the island already.
I certainly hope so. I've had enough for one night. If he got drowned in the...
No!
Well, what's happened now? A killer loose on the island on a black, stormy night promised more trouble, and that scream sounded as if the promise has been fulfilled. How is Nick going to find the murderer of one and possibly two men before he does any more killing? And what's the riddle of the old Tory's treasure? We'll see in just a moment. Whatever your family's preference may be in home decoration, your home is bound to be more beautiful when its floors are well kept and shining. And with Linex self-polishing wax, floors always look their very best without tiresome rubbing or polishing. Yes, with Linex self-polishing wax, which is simply wiped on, your floors are handsome for a long time because Linex self-polishing wax dries to a rich, satiny, long-lasting finish that really wears, thanks to its high content of genuine Carnauba wax. And the finish may be renewed wherever you like without re-waxing the whole floor. What's more, Linex self-polishing wax is easy to keep lovely, for you whisk surface dirt away in a twinkling with a damp cloth. And Linex self-polishing wax is the anti-skid floor finish, for the underwriters' laboratories have proved by test that wood, linoleum, and rubber tile floors are actually less slippery after Linex self-polishing wax has been applied. Be sure to ask for Linex, Lin-X, Linex self-polishing wax. You'll find all three great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere. And now back to our story. We left Nick and Patsy on the beach near the house hunting for the mysterious killer. Suddenly...
No! Nick,
Come on. That came from the house.
That you, Carter?
Yes. You hear that scream, Jessup?
Yes, I was just leaving my boat and I...
Here, help! He fell off the roof.
Coming, Brady.
Yes. He landed on his head.
Yes, he's dead, all right.
Why, Sturtevant. Sturtevant dead, too.
What's going on here?
Quiet, everybody. How can we find out what happened when you all try to talk at once? Quiet, please. Now, Brady, what do you know about this?
I was just coming back from my boat when I heard a scream. I looked up, and silhouetted against the sky were two men on the roof. One of them pushed the other over the edge and screamed again as he fell. It was awful.
Did you see anything else?
I was looking at the body when I heard the back door slam. Then it sounded as if somebody ran off through the brush.
Well, why didn't you go after him?
I'd chase after a murderer in the dark, unarmed? Do you think I'm crazy?
I don't know. Whittemore, what do you know about Sturtevant's death?
Why, we, Sturtevant, Ullman, and I, are waiting in the living room for you and Jessup and Brady to come back. Sturtevant got the bright idea that he'd go up to the roof and see if he could see anything. A little later, we heard him yell, and we started up the stairs to see what was wrong.
You hear anything after he was killed?
Why, we thought we heard someone dash down the back stairs and out the back door.
Well, you better get Sturtevant's body inside. I'm going to have a look at the roof, see what I can find there. Come on, Patsy.
Right with you, Nick.
Find anything useful, Carter?
No tracks in the ground outside that mean anything. The ground's too cut up. There's a sort of stone platform, though, up there in the roof that the Tories must have used as a lookout platform. The faint marks of two men up there. But still not good enough to help us any. There's no question, though, that Sturtevant was thrown from there.
Well, what do we do now?
If we had more guns, I'd suggest we all get out and try to find whoever's doing this killing. But with only one gun, mine, it's hopeless.
Nick, are you going to try to solve the cipher?
I'm afraid we can't, Patsy. Because the killer got away with Sturtevant's ring.
No, he didn't, Carter. Sturtevant gave it to me to keep for him.
Oh, well, we still have all four rings. Our murdering friend is having all this trouble for nothing.
Then let's get started.
All right, let me have the rings.
Here are, Carter. All four of them.
Good. Now, let's see. Each of these rings has a different inscription.
Excuse me, dear. Mind if I go back and eat my supper? I ain't had time to eat yet, and I'm getting a mite hungry.
No, Adele. Go right ahead. We'll let you know if we need you.
Thank you.
The only answer to this is that the inscriptions on the rings constitute the cipher itself. The only question is how to arrange the rings to get the correct interpretation.
Nick, did you notice that there are little notches filed in the edges of the rings?
Mm-hmm.
2 of the rings have the notches on both the top and bottom, and these other 2 have them only on one edge.
Yes, Patsy. I believe that if the rings are put together with the notches matching up, we'll be heading in the right direction.
You mean stack them, one on top of the other?
Exactly. With the notches matching up in each case. The rings with the single notches will go on the top and the bottom, respectively.
I see. Like this.
That's it.
Well, now what?
You notice, Patsy? There were 2 lines of inscription on each ring.
That's right.
And from the uneven way the letters on the inscriptions are engraved, I feel sure it was done so that with the rings stacked on top of each other, the way you have them, certain of the letters in the inscriptions will come directly under each other.
There are only 3 or 4 places where they do that, Nick.
As a matter of fact, Patsy, there's only one place, if you look closely, where the letters are really directly under each other.
Yes, you're right.
Write these letters down as I read them.
Okay, go ahead.
H-A-E-T-M-L-I 3.
Did you say 3?
Yes, one of the rings has the date 1730 on the second line.
Oh, yes, of course.
Hey, wait a minute. Right under the 3 on the bottom ring is another number. Looks like... Yes, it says 251. Write that down, too.
You think that's part of it?
I believe it is. Now, what have you got there?
Nothing that makes sense. H-A-E-T-M-L-I 3, 251.
Maybe that's in cipher, too, Patsy. Maybe... No. We've got the right ring on the top and the right ring on the bottom. The notches prove that. But we've got the 2 rings in the center in the wrong order. We just transpose them, Why, of course.
You're way ahead of me, Nick.
It refers to a book. A book just as well known to those old Tories as it is to us. Now, where can I find a copy of it here? Ah, Matt Odell. He has quite a collection of books in his shack. He must have a copy there.
Oh, but Nick, do you think...
I'll be back in a minute, Patsy. Just long enough to get the book. He must be here. His lights... Odell! Odell! Poison. I know those symptoms. Strychnine. Odell! Oh, it's no use. He's too far gone. Yes, Odell, what is it? Who poisoned you? Did you see him, Odell? He's going too fast. Odell, can you tell me who did it?
Killed Charlie. Saw him. He did it. Spade. House down in the...
Oh, poor fellow. So that's it. I should have known.
Connor! Connor!
Jessup, what's happened? Why'd you call me?
Upstairs! Carter, quick!
In here, Carter. He went out this way. Through the window.
Who did? What happened?
The killer. Altman and I surprised him. He came up here. We followed him. Must have waited for us in here. Shot Altman.
As I'll say he did. Must have killed him instantly. Go on.
Then he shot me through the arm. Went out the window. Climbed down that big tree outside and ran off into the woods.
Carter! Come here, hurry!
More trouble?
I just found her, Carter. In the room where the rings were.
The rings were? Oh, Patsy. Patsy, are you hurt?
Oh,
Patsy.
My head. Oh.
What happened, Patsy?
Well, I was sitting here waiting for you when suddenly the ceiling fell in on me.
Somebody hit you?
I guess so. I didn't see anybody or hear them. Oh, Nick, the rings.
They're gone. But it makes no difference. I have the notes we made. I took them with me to be sure.
I guess whoever hit me wanted the rings for himself. Did I hear some shooting?
Yes, you did. Ullman is dead. And Brady shot through the arm.
Oh, did you get back in time to catch the murderer?
No. Brady says he went out the window and down a tree. I'm going outside to see if I can find anything that might be a clue.
Did you find anything, Carter?
I think so. Now tell me what happened here.
Well, we were all sitting in the living room. when Brady heard something outside in the hall. He went out to look, and a moment later we heard him call out to someone to stop. Ullman ran out, and they both dashed up the stairs. There were several shots, and I called to you. You know the rest.
I see. Brady, did you get a look at his face?
Why, no. No, I didn't. It was dark in the hall, and I couldn't see.
All right. Never mind. Let's get finished with this cipher.
But, Carter, shouldn't we do something about this
Plenty
now?
of time for that. Plenty of time. Cipher comes first. Oh, by the way, I found Matt Odell dead in his shack. Poisoned.
What?
Somebody put strychnine in his food.
Odell's dead? But why would anyone want to kill him? Matt didn't have any of the rings.
Right. Odell was killed for an entirely different reason. Well, now let's get this cipher finished. I found this book in Odell's shack, and it gave me the answer.
That copy of Hamlet told you where the treasure was buried?
It did. You remember, Patsy, we had the letters HAETMLI 3251?
That's right.
Well, if you transpose the two rings in the middle of the stack we made, you get these letters. HAMLET 13251.
That's wonderful, Nick. Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 3, line 251. Is that it?
Exactly, Patsy. I looked it up, and the clue gives us this line. Deep in the cellar, seek for our remains.
And the treasure's buried in the cellar of this house.
Apparently. So let's see what we can find down there. We'll probably have some hunting to do around here. But it shouldn't take too long to...
Hey, don't shine that light in my eyes. I can't see.
Oh, sorry, Brady. Now we'll see...
Look out, Nick.
No, you don't, Brady.
Oh! Carter, why did you knock Brady out?
He was trying to kill Nick.
He was afraid I was getting too close to his secret.
His secret?
Brady is the murderer we've been looking for.
Brady? But what about Charlie Vane?
Vane existed only in Brady's imagination. He's been dead 6 months.
Vane dead?
Yes. And you'll find him buried in that corner over there, where Brady buried him after he killed him.
How do you know where he's buried, Nick?
When I flashed the light in your faces a moment ago, I saw where Brady was looking. Naturally, he'd looked toward the spot which held his secret. He was afraid I might accidentally stumble on the body if we started digging down here.
But how in the world did you know that Vane was dead and buried there?
Odell lived long enough to give me a clue to that. And with what I already had figured out, it all made sense. That's why Brady killed Odell, to keep him from talking.
Absolutely incredible, Carter. It's like a nightmare.
Except that it makes sense. Vane and Brady together found the treasure when they were working here 6 months ago. Brady killed Vane so he could have the treasure for himself. Then when you, Jessup, organized this trip to solve the napkin ring cipher code, he determined to kill you all off so as to prevent your discovering it. Before you knew he was here on the island, he killed File, then went out again and came into dock. It was Brady who threw Sturvenet off the roof, and later knocked Patsy out and killed Ullman. And he also shot himself. The powder marks on his sleeve prove that.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Well, now let's find the treasure.
But if the treasure's buried in the cellar, Nick, what are we looking up here on the roof for?
Oh, didn't I tell you, Patsy? The treasure isn't buried down there. It's up here.
What?
Up here? But the quotation from Hamlet, Carter, that said...
The quotation I read you was not the right one, Jessup. Now, let's see. You see those large flat stones forming the platform on that side?
Yes, what about them?
Count off the first 11 and lift the next one up.
Lift it up? Why, it's cemented down, Nick.
I doubt that. Go ahead, Jessup. Try it. Give him a hand with him, more.
All right, if you say so. You seem to be right about everything so far, even to finding Vane's body where you said it was.
Now, Whittemore. Lift.
Oh, Nick, you're right. The stone is coming up.
Well, will you look at that? The old Tory's treasure.
Nick, look at those gorgeous rings and necklaces and gold coins.
Yes, Patsy. If Jessup is right, you're looking at about $2 million worth of gold and jewels.
But how did you know it was here, under this particular stone, Carter?
Because the quotation from Hamlet, the correct quotation, not the one I made up to fool Brady, reads like this. Upon the platform, twixt 11 and 12. And there was no other solution possible.
In just a moment, Nick and Patsy will bring you a preview of next week's exciting case. But first, let's face the facts. Everybody's days are busy. We've all filled our daily schedules full to overflowing, doing our home front jobs and helping with the all-out effort toward victory in every way we know how. So we appreciate more than ever before what it means to relax. and how much easier it is to relax when a home is pleasant and inviting. American homemakers are learning how much easier it is to keep a home that way with the 3 great Linex home brighteners. For example, they're learning that Linex cream polish restores the original handsomeness of fine furniture in one quick, easy application. Banishes messy fingerprints, helps conceal ugly scratches, does away with cloudy old polish and dust. You see, Linex cream polish for fine furniture actually cleans as it polishes, saving one whole step in the cleaning day routine of busy homemakers, cutting their work in half. Let your fine furniture regain its loveliness with Linex cream polish. Remember always to ask your dealer for Linex cream polish, which cleans as it polishes. It's the streamlined way to furniture care. You'll find all 3 great Linex home brighteners at your nearest hardware, paint, or department store. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. Well, Nick, what's on the program for next week?
Next week, Ken, I want to tell you about a man who was killed by an unknown poison, and apparently without opportunity or motive.
4 people were gathered for a discussion on Hindu philosophy, and suddenly one of them fell over dead. None of the others had any idea what had happened.
Sounds pretty blind to me. How'd it work out?
Well, what clues there were uncovered accidentally and unexpectedly. And it wasn't until the second murder that things became clear.
And even then, nobody but Nick could figure out what anything meant. But he got the right answer, and the murderer.
What's the name of the story, Nick?
I call it Poison with a Past.
Or the mystery of the Vedanta killings.
And that's all about that for now. So long.
So long, everybody.
And so long to you both, Nick and Patsy. We'll be looking forward to seeing you again next week. Next week at this same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, entitled
Poison with a Past. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Vedanta Killing.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is featured in Street and Smith magazines. Lon Clark is starred as Nick, with Helen Choate as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White, and the programs are written and directed by Jock McGregor. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented at this time and over these same stations each week by the 3 great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss Varnish, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme fine quality paints. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is Mutual.
Here's Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Hello there, this is Diamond. You know, I like to say that. Hello there, this is Diamond. I don't know why. Maybe it's just because I say it all the time. Hello there, this is Diamond. You know, I think it sounds kind of, well, pretty bad. Of course, I'd rather say, hello there, this is I've got a sponsor, Diamond, but that's silly, too, because if I had a sponsor, I wouldn't have time to say, hello there, this is Diamond. I'd be overshining his shoes. Confused? Well, so am I. Want to get really mixed up? Let me tell you what happened last week. This is real silly. So silly, it wound up with murder. I was sitting in my office thinking about June Allison when the phone rang. Diamond Detective Agency. No other corpse can make that statement.
Oh, Rick.
Don't believe it? Just listen to what one of our satisfied customers has to say about Diamond. I've been buried now on the 30 years.
Rick.
Hello, Helen.
You idiot. What are you doing?
I know this will throw you. Nothing.
No washing today?
Finished an hour ago. Oh, by the way, I got a beef.
A beef?
Yeah, those socks you knitted for me shrunk so much I need 4 more pair.
Well, if they shrunk, what do you want with 4 more pair?
Going to start a new fad. Going to wear 'em on my toes, you know, toe socks.
Well, if I knit you 4 pair, that'll only give you 10 altogether.
Oh, by George, you really pulled off a speedy, didn't you?
Well, howdy. Wasn't half as bad as some of those ghastlies you come up with.
All right, Smarty. Now, what's on your rural mind?
Want you to do me a favor?
Like, for instance?
No, for instance. I told you a friend of mine would come up and see you, and I want you to do what you can for him.
Mr. Diamond?
Hold it a minute, honey. Yeah?
Mr. Diamond, I was told to look you up. I am Renee.
Rick, what is it?
Helen,
Yeah, what's the matter?
something just tiptoed into my office. I got a hunch you know about it.
Oh, maybe that's Renee.
That's what it says.
If you are Mr. Diamond, I wish you'd please pay a little attention to me, or aren't you interested in a potential client?
Hold it a second, honey. Sure, I'm always interested in a potential client. What did you do, lose your wedges?
I beg your pardon?
Forget it. I've got Miss Asher on the phone now. She just told me you were coming up.
Oh, well, please say hello to Miss Asher. She's such a darling.
Yeah. Honey, Renee says to say hello. Says you're a darling.
Oh, well, say hello to Renee. He makes my hats for me.
I'll get the story from him. Call you later. Now, Mr. Renee.
The full name is Benet. Renee Benet. How do you do?
How are you, Mr. Benet?
Mr. Diamond, I have a problem, and Miss Asher seemed to think that you could help me with it.
Well, depends. Cigarette?
No, thanks. I never use them. Depends on what. You don't even know my problem yet.
Look, I don't care if you swipe John Frederick's toupee. For $100 a day in expenses, I'll grow a mattress on his skull.
Mr. Diamond, I can see that you don't know much about hats.
You are so wrong.
Oh, am I? Well, it may interest you to know that John Fredericks are 2 people. Mr. John and Mr. Fredericks.
Look, Mr. Benet, I don't care if they're patrol number 3 of the Brownies. Can you afford $100 a day in expenses?
Mr. Diamond, I am the new sensation in hats.
You must look lovely. Okay, Mr. Benet, I take it you can afford me. Now, what's your problem?
I want you to prevent the theft of my 3 latest creations.
Hats?
Creations, Mr. Diamond.
Okay, creations. Why do you want them protected?
Why, because someone is going to steal them before my fall showing.
How do you know that?
Because on similar occasions, the same thing has happened. Twice, to be exact. The designs were stolen, and 2 weeks later, that lowlife George Marchand had his showing, and my hats were the high point of his show.
What did you do?
What could I do? I couldn't prove it. If I attempted to expose him, he would have said that I was lying. Everybody knows how much we hate each other. I'd have been a laughingstock.
Do you think he had the hat stolen?
I'm sure of it. And I'm also sure that someone in my salon is responsible for the actual theft.
You know definitely?
No, but I suspect my partner, Gerald Winters. He's always been jealous of my ability. Oh, Mr. Diamond, couldn't you open a window or something? It's frightfully hot.
Oh, it's the air conditioning. I keep a bag of red lip jumbos up in the vent. Sometimes they get stuck.
Red lip jumbos?
Pistachio nuts. You like hats? I get hung up on pistachio nuts.
Perhaps you should see a psychiatrist.
I did.
What happened?
I sent him 5 pounds of pistachios just yesterday.
Oh, well, here's my card. I'll see you at my salon, Mr. Diamond, in about an hour. Oh, and something else. I don't want my partner or the help to know that you're a private detective.
What am I supposed to do, buy a hat?
Well, I'll tell them that you're a designer from Hollywood. That way, whatever you say will be all right. See you in an hour.
Richard of Hollywood is coming here to look at our new line.
That's correct, Lillian.
Never heard of him.
Well, that's not so surprising, Gerald. There are a lot of people I'm sure you've never heard of, especially the more famous ones.
I don't like that.
Oh, don't you? Well, I'm overjoyed that you're sure of one thing, at least.
Now, don't you two start fighting again. I've never heard of this Richard of Hollywood either.
Well, he's a new man, works for the studios. Has made quite a sensation the last year or so.
Well, I'm sick and tired of temperamental artists. I'm going back to my office.
Well, why don't you do that, Gerald? Keep the books in the black, dear partner, while I work to pay for your salary.
You know, Rennie, someday I'm going to strangle you with one of your own hats.
Why don't you buy yourself a barbell instead? Then the next time you get into a bathing suit, there'll be no doubt that you have muscles. Oh, this boy.
How can you two continue like this? It's frightful.
Lillian, my love, I would rather join forces with a Cobra than to keep on with Gerald. But he has an iron-bound contract that assures him of at least $50,000 a year. I'm helpless. Yes, come in. Oh, Richard, come in.
Thanks. You better go out and pour some water on your partner. I just ran into him.
Gerald, what do you mean?
Well, I was looking for you, and he came up and introduced himself.
You told him your name?
Told him I was a hat designer from Hollywood, so he pointed out your office and said something about my lily white hands.
And what happened?
I didn't like the remark, so I shoved one of them down his throat.
Oh, wonderful. This I'll have to see.
I put a feather in his mouth. You can't miss him.
Renee, don't you think...
I'm sorry, stupid of me. Lillian, this is Richard of Hollywood.
What? Oh, yeah.
Is something wrong?
Oh, no. How do you do?
This is Lillian Richmond, my junior designer and chief model. Now, you two think of something clever to talk about. I want to see Gerald, bloody nose, feather, and all.
Cigarette? You look nervous.
Oh, thanks.
So, Gerald was the victim of a collision?
Yes.
Do your friends call you Richard?
Well, it depends on how friendly they get. Then sometimes they come up with some real hair curlers. What do your friends call you?
I prefer Lillian, but sometimes they call me Lil.
Well, Lil sounds more interesting.
That's when they call me Lil, when things get interesting. You don't act much like a hat designer, Richard. More like you should be playing football.
Oh, well, I started by designing helmets for Notre Dame.
I understand you work for the movies. You with any particular studio?
No. I'm with an independent company. Real Square Productions. We make training films.
Training films?
Oh, that was simply wonderful. I had to pour a vase of water on him. Several customers were so frightened they left, but it was worth it. And how are you two getting along?
Richard was just talking about football. He was explaining the merits of a short pass.
Oh. Well, if you don't mind, Lillian, Mr. Richard and I have some business to talk over.
Not at all. Get him to tell you how he started by making helmets. Maybe you'll get some new ideas, Renee.
Helmets? Oh, my goodness.
See you later, Richard.
I'll wear my muzzle.
Isn't she lovely? She has about as much conscience as a tiger in a chicken coop.
Okay, now, what about our business?
Oh, of course. Now, here's a retainer. I trust that $500 is enough to start on.
My landlord will think so. What do I do?
Well, I've told everyone that you're going to be with us until the fall showing. You want to see how I work, perhaps take some designs back to Hollywood with you. Now, all you really have to do is to get to know the people that work for me. Now, be here from 9 in the morning to 6 at night and keep those designs from being stolen.
Oh, by the way, where are the designs?
In my safe here. Tomorrow they go to the designing rooms, and that's when the situation becomes acute. We'll have nothing to worry about until tomorrow, so I'll see you tomorrow in the morning at 9, Mr. Diamond.
Okay. Oh, in case you need me, here's my card. I'll write my home number on it. For some reason, when I get a client, they always run into silly little things like murder or something. You just might need me. See you in the morning. I left Renee and headed for my apartment. I had suddenly found myself in the horrible position of a man with a steady job. 9 in the morning until 6 in the evening. Now, I'm a guy who can get along without too much sleep, especially when the situation calls for it. Like the little blonde dancer that works over on 52nd Street. There was a situation. But this time, I figured a good night's rest wouldn't do me any harm, so when I got home, I fixed a bite to eat, took a hot shower, and climbed into my little old shack. Okay.
Diamond?
Oh, hello, honey.
Now, you stop that. Wake up.
What? Oh, no. Who is it?
It's Lieutenant Levinson.
Oh, well, bully for you. What time is it?
It's 4:30 in the morning.
Goodbye, Walt.
Now, you wait a minute. I'm just trying to make things easy on you. And what was that hello, honey, for?
Oh, I was dreaming. What do you mean, make things easy for me? At 4:30 in the morning, nothing's easy.
I wanted to let you get here under your own steam. I know what a shock it'd be if I send Otis down there to drag you out of bed.
Oh, yeah. Horrible. That old lady ate the fire. The Dracula was loose again. Hey, what do you want me there for?
Well, I know you won't be surprised, but there's been a Rittero killing.
Well, so what?
So you're mixed up in it. Now get down here.
Now, wait a minute. Who's dead?
A guy named Benet, auto accident.
Rene Benet?
Yeah, I guess that's the way you pronounce it. You see, Otis, you mallet head, you were wrong. It's pronounced Benet, not Benny. That idiot was calling him Rennie Benny.
Walt, how did you know I was working for Benet?
Your card was found in his pocket. I'm at 125th Street, so come on up as fast as you can.
Well, as soon as I get my football helmet off.
Football helmet? You sleep in a football helmet?
Well, I do. Don't you? Bye. I left the apartment and took off the address Walt had given me. It was way uptown on Riverside Drive. It was cold, and the fog had begun to drift in. I found Walt over near the prowl car, and he briefed me. Rene Benet had been killed in an automobile accident. His car had crashed over a 100-foot viaduct.
He went through the guardrail up there, Rick.
Oh, wonder what he was doing way up here. Certainly wasn't headed home.
Maybe he was going to see someone.
Well, maybe. Better check and see if he knew anyone out this way.
Now, you wait a minute. You think something's wrong?
Could be, huh? He had a partner who might want him out of the way. Oh, it's a mess, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty badly burned before the fire boys got here. Wait a minute. Otis is over there with him. Otis!
Probably warming his feet.
He couldn't warm those big things on an atom bomb. Otis!
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Yeah, Lieutenant. Yeah, Lieutenant. Did you find anything?
Yeah, there's been a fire.
Oh. Get over here.
Walt, what about that card you found in his pocket? Why didn't it get burned?
It was in one of his suits over at his apartment. I put in a call, checked his license plate, found out who he was, where he lived, and sent a couple of boys over. They came up with your card. You know how they all love you.
Anything else in the apartment?
Nothing yet. We'll get a report.
Here I am, Lieutenant.
He's getting smart.
Oh. Hello, Shamus.
Otis, get the car started. We'll go back to the station and wait for a report about this accident.
Yeah. Lieutenant.
No.
No?
That's right. You touch that siren and I'll throw you out of the car.
Guy can't have any fun anymore.
Walt, when are you going to get that report? It's 6:30 in the morning.
I know it's 6:30. I always yawn like this when it's 6:30.
Oh, maybe this is it. Yeah?
I got that report, Lieutenant.
Take the marbles out of your mouth. What did you say?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm a little sleepy.
Maybe you'd like me to sing you a lullaby.
Oh, that'd be silly.
Well, then make sense.
I got that report. Benny...
Benet.
Okay. He died from the fire. Autopsy showed he had a slight concussion, but not serious enough to kill him.
What about the car?
It wasn't tampered with. There was something funny, though. A steering wheel was smeared like someone had been wearing gloves. No prints. Benny didn't have on any gloves.
How'd the fire start?
Cigarette in the upholstery.
Cigarette in the upholstery. Okay, Otis, I'll call you if I need you. Go on back to sleep. Did you hear?
Yeah. Benet was murdered.
What makes you so sure?
Walt, Otis said he had a slight concussion, but not enough to kill him, right?
Okay.
You're going to tell me that he was unconscious the whole time it took that fire to start? Ordinarily, a cigarette smolders a long time.
Then why didn't he get out of the car?
Because he didn't have time to wake up. Someone helped that fire along, got it burning in a few minutes, and then pushed the car over the viaduct.
That isn't enough.
Okay. How's this, then? Benet didn't smoke.
Now, that I'll buy. But how do you know?
He told me. I offered him a cigarette in my office this morning.
Well, who do you think did it?
Well, I know he had two enemies. His partner, Gerald Winters, and another hat designer, George Marchand.
I'll have them picked up.
No. Let him alone for a while.
Huh?
Let's have some breakfast first, and then go down to Renee's salon when it opens.
Quite a store.
Yes? Oh, good morning. How's Richard from Hollywood?
From hunger.
Richard from Hollywood.
All right, Walt.
Oh, I wish Otis was here. He'd love this.
Well, whose side are you on? Now, Walt, this is Lillian Richmond, Walt. Lillian, this is Lieutenant Levinson.
Lieutenant?
Homicide.
Oh, well, I hope he's just in to buy a hat for his wife.
I'm not married, Miss Richmond.
Well, to buy a hat.
Lillian, I just called Renee's apartment to... Oh, what do you want?
Walt, this is Gerald Winters.
Who split his lip?
He ran into a fist.
Where were you between 3 and 4 o'clock this morning, Mr. Winters?
What do you want to know for?
Gerald, this is a lieutenant from Homicide. I think maybe something's happened.
What could have happened? I was in bed from 11 o'clock till 8. Besides, what's a policeman doing with the great Richard from Hollywood? Did someone see one of his creations and strangle to death?
Where were you around 4 this morning, Lillian?
Also in bed, but I can't prove it. Why?
Benet's been killed.
What?
You don't seem too upset, Mr. Winters.
No? Well, you're right. As a matter of fact, I'm not.
How did it happen?
Car went over the viaduct. burned to death.
Well, then why ask us where we were? It was an accident, wasn't it?
No, it was not an accident. Mr. Winters, what happens to you now? You take over the firm?
Well, yes. It all goes to me.
I think you'd better come down to the station. Answer a few questions.
Oh, no, you don't. Well, this is absurd. I hated Rene, but I'd never kill him.
Rick, do me a favor and go over to this George Marchand. Talk to him until I can send Otis down to pick him up.
You aren't a hat designer, are you?
Bingo. You win another split lip.
No, not.
Lay off him, Rick. Come on, Mr. Winters. Let's go.
I knew he wasn't. I just knew that man couldn't be famous in Hollywood or anywhere else.
Well?
Mm-hmm.
Police?
Private detective. The name's Diamond.
Mm-hmm. Did you ever play football?
Yeah.
Stop back after you see Marchand. I'd like to find out more about the game.
Strong line and a good backfield. You've played it.
Good morning. What can I do for you?
George Marchand?
Yes.
Well, I'm from the police, Mr. Marchand.
The police?
Your competitor, Rene Benet, was killed last night.
What?
He was burned to death in his car.
Oh, but this is horrible. But what has Rene's death to do with me?
Well, we think he was murdered, and we're trying to find a good motive.
Mr. Diamond, it's true that Rene and I were enemies. Everyone knew it, but to think that I would take his life is utterly absurd.
Yeah. Where were you about 4 this morning, Mr. Marchand?
Well, I was in bed, asleep.
Everybody sure had a dull evening. How well do you know Gerald Winters, Rene's partner?
Oh, just slightly.
How about Lillian Richmond?
By reputation only.
One more question. When's your fall showing, Mr. Marchand?
In 2 days.
Well, be sure to be around for it. The police get very unhappy if a murder suspect catches the first plane for the border.
Murder suspect?
See you later, Mr. Marshall. I left Marchand counting his pulse and wondering just how much I did know. And if he could have seen what was going on in my little old mind, he might have grown a few white hairs. I grabbed a cab and headed for the 5th Precinct Police Station in Walt Levinson. Needless to say, he was not happy.
Oh, now, you wait a minute, Diamond. I'm satisfied with Gerald Winters. He's the only one who had a motive.
The only one who had a motive that you can see. Too many things point to someone else.
Give me a for instance.
Oh, you always want a for instance.
Well, hang it, you're trying to convince me that Winters isn't the killer, aren't you?
Yes, I am, Walt.
Then I want a for instance. I want to know your reason.
Well, Winters and Rene hated each other. Even as partners, they really wanted each other out of the way.
Are you crazy? You just gave me the best reason for hanging on to Winters.
Walt, when Rene was killed, he was 10 miles away from his apartment going in the other direction.
So what?
Did you find out if he knew anyone who might live out that way?
Even if he didn't know anyone out that way, I still say so what? The killer went for a drive with him, got out there, hit him over the head, poured gasoline on the seat, and dropped a cigarette. Pushed him off the viaduct. And Winters smokes. I know. I sent a whole carton down to his cell to make sure.
You're right about how the killer did it. But do you think Rene would have taken a drive like that with a man he hated, knowing how much a man hated him? Huh? And another thing. It was pretty warm yesterday, last night, wasn't it?
It certainly was. Lousy weather.
Okay. The killer wore gloves. Isn't that a little strange on a warm night?
So he slipped on some gloves. Didn't want to leave any fingerprints.
No. The killer was driving. The report said there were absolutely no fingerprints on the steering wheel. If Rene was in the driver's seat, there would have been a few of his anyway.
We couldn't tell whether he was in the driver's seat. He could have been thrown aside when the car crashed. But I don't get this glove angle.
You want to catch a killer?
Oh, what kind of a remark is that?
Well, come on.
Oh, where are we going?
Down to Rene's shop. We can get in through a window I noticed in the alley. There's some designs in his safe, and Walt, the killer has to get them out tonight.
There you are, Lieutenant. It's Jimmy.
Rick, I don't like this. Busting into a place without a warrant.
Oh, go on. Climb in and watch out for the burglar alarm.
All right. Come on, Otis.
Okay. Here, I'll give you a hand, Diamond.
Oh, well, that ought to be easy for you, Otis.
Yeah, why?
Well, you could hold on with the other 4 and still have one left over to grab me.
Oh, is that so?
You two lay off. Come on, Rick. Show me where to go.
Right over here, in Rene's office.
What makes you think the killer hasn't already stolen the plans?
I wouldn't have done it the night of the murder. That would have shown a motive. Wouldn't have done it today. Too many people in the shop. Go on in.
Gee. Spooky. I can't see a thing.
Walt, watch this.
Boo. For Pete's sake, Sharp.
Now, lay off, Otis Diamond, and where do we hide?
Just sit down anywhere and be quiet. The first person through that door is our killer.
That clock is going to drive me crazy.
You want me to shut it off?
How do you shut off a clock, stupid?
Busted.
Oh. Rick.
Yeah?
I still don't understand why that glove handle is so important.
Well, as a single item, it's not so important. But along with the rest, it was the first thing that gave me an idea of the killer.
Lieutenant.
Yeah?
I think I got it. I did.
Oh. Rick, it's 3 o'clock. I don't think your killer's going to show.
Yeah, I'm getting stiff.
Hold it, Walt. I think we have a customer.
Otis, get up and stand next to that light switch. Flip it on when I tell you.
Yeah, right.
Okay, Otis.
Oh, hello, Lillian.
Oh, you startled me. What's this all about? What are you doing here?
Waiting for you.
For me? I don't understand. I was just coming over to pick up some of my sketches. I forgot them this afternoon.
So you waited until 3 in the morning?
I had a date.
Yeah. Otis, go out and drag in her date.
Now, you wait just a minute. I don't know what this is all about, but
Go
you
ahead,
know
Otis.
right to...
All right.
Mr. Diamond, would you mind telling me what this is all about?
Sure, Lever. Point by point, it goes something like this. Rene Benet was killed by someone he knew and trusted. He never would have gone for that riot otherwise. Benet didn't smoke, so the killer was an amateur and started the fire with a cigarette. The killer wore gloves, and it was too hot that night for a man to wear them without looking suspicious.
Are you saying that you think
That you killed Benet? Sure you did.
Come on, you get in there. Your dirty hands off of me. Yeah, here he is, Lieutenant. This is the guy in the car. Lil, what is this all about?
You better ask Mr. Diamond, although I don't think he'll make much sense. He just accused me of killing Rene.
What?
Good morning, Mr. Marchand. I thought you didn't know Lillian.
Well, prior to this evening, I did not. I called her because I wanted to talk to her about Rene's death.
Ah, you're lying. Today at your shop, you call me Mr. Diamond. How did you know my name?
Well, you told it to me.
Oh, no. You're fibbing again. I just said I was from the police. Only one person who knew both of us could have called you, and she also knew I was on the way over to your shop. Didn't you, Lil?
The name is Miss Richmond. Now prove that I killed Rene. You've got no motive.
Well, the designs are enough to start with. You probably suspected I wasn't a hat designer. And you knew you had to work fast if you were going to get those designs to Marchand here before this fall showing.
That's not true. Lillian never gave me any designs from Rene.
You know, of course, Mr. Marchand, that if we stick your girlfriend with a murder rap, you're an accessory before and after the fact.
What?
Sure, maybe you'll get to sit in a nice electric love seat and hold hands.
Oh, but I had nothing to do with the murder.
Well, you knew about it, and you knew who did it. That's enough to put you away for 20 years. Being mixed up in the actual motive might get you life.
No. She was the one that did it. She knew Winters would be blamed for it.
George!
Yes, she stole the designs for me because she wanted to ruin Benet and take over his salon, but I did not know she was going to kill him.
Why, you dirty little man. You did know it. You You helped me plan it if I got the best sketches for you. I'll tear your eyes out.
Get her away from me.
Come on, lady. Let's go.
Okay, haul them both out to the car. Rick, I don't know how... Rick. Oh, no. Rick! Oh, why does he always disappear like that?
Rick, what's that you're playing?
That's a new thing. Kind of pretty. Don't Cry, Joe.
Well, sing it.
All right, but you know that gripey neighbor in the other apartment building.
Oh, don't pay any attention to him. You don't hear any of the other tenants yelling for you to shut up.
Well, maybe they're not as forceful as the Grouch. You see, honey, I got a couple of letters.
Letters?
Mm-hmm, from the people in that building. Most of them like the singing, but a couple feel the same way the Grouch does.
Well, there's only one way to find out what all the people in the building think.
How's that?
Open the window and sing so they can all hear you.
Okay. I'll buy it. You open the window. Don't you think maybe this is silly?
Rick, I like you to sing when you come over here, but I don't want you to do it if no one else does. Now, go ahead.
Okay. Don't cry, Joe. Let her go. Let her go. Let her go. Don't cry, Joe. Let her go. Let her go. Let her go. You've got to realize this is the wind-up. You'll feel much better once you make your mind up. Don't cry, Joe. Let her go. Let her go. Let her go.
No reaction yet. Maybe they all took poison.
Well, give them time. We'll find out soon enough.
I guess so.
Come on, let's go to the kitchen and case the icebox.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg, Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Hy Averback, Kay Brinker, Clark Gordon, and Jay Novello. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards and directed by Richard Sandville. Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Now, this is Eddie King inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week, when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Saturday night brings you some of the week's best radio entertainment when you tune for the stars on NBC. Stay tuned to NBC every Saturday evening for a great lineup of programs, including Hollywood Star Theater, Ralph Edwards' Truth or Consequences, Your Hit Parade, A Day in the Life of Dennis Day, The Judy Canova Show, and Grand Ole Opry. All the best on NBC. Stay tuned for Irene Dunn and Hollywood Star Theater on NBC.
That you, Tom?
Yeah, Bob. We on time?
Sure. We just highballed through Danville.
Oh, we're coming to that bad curve, huh?
It's not the curve that's bad, Tom. It's the grade crossing just around it I don't like. Hope they make an underpass out of it pretty soon. Where you been?
Back in the baggage car. And I've never seen so many armed guards in my life. What are we carrying?
Gold, and plenty of it. They gave it to us to carry because we go non-stop from the capital all the way to the city.
Gold, huh?
Yep.
Ah. Well, I guess if this was in the days of Jesse James, we'd be worrying about being stopped, huh? Hey, Bob, we're coming to that curve.
Yeah, and then that crossing. Better whistle for it.
Okay. Carrying a load of gold, huh?
That's right.
Boy, it must be some load. All the guys they got guarding it. Wish I had some of it. Hey, Bob, look.
Yeah?
There's a car stalled at grade crossing.
I know, I see it.
Well, the whistle, quick, quick. Bob, did we stop in time?
No, we couldn't see it till we rounded that curve. We're going to hit that curve. We're going to hit it hard. Hold on, Tom. Hold on.
And now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Well, Harry, there she goes.
That's right, Jeter.
And here he comes, walking towards us just as if he knew we were hiding here. Then again, why shouldn't he know? He had his instructions, same as we had ours. He knew we'd be in these bushes.
Yeah, I know.
This is going to give 100 people a headache. Wait till they try and find out what this is all about.
I got news for you.
Yeah?
I don't know either.
You don't have to know. All you got to know is you're going to get paid. You can't figure this out. Nobody's going to figure this out. But somebody is going to be very happy. Believe me, somebody's going to be very happy.
Hello?
Hello, Mary. This is Blackie.
Oh, hello, Blackie. Are you back in town?
No, Mary, I'm not. I'm still down here in Danville.
Oh.
And what a metropolis. It's nothing more than a crossroads with a railroad station.
You must love it down there, then. When are you coming back?
Well, that's why I called you, Mary. I've just finished my business here, but there's not another train out of here for 6 hours, so I won't see you until late tonight. Come in.
What did you say just then, Blackie?
I said come in. There's someone just knocked on the door. I'll see you tonight then. Late, Mary. Bye.
Bye.
Boston Blackie?
Mm-hmm. Well, hello, beautiful. Are you Miss Danville or Mrs. Danville?
I'm Margaret Perkins, Blackie. I've heard about you, and I need your help.
That's what I like. The subtle approach. But I'm sorry. I'm a little out of my territory in this town of yours.
You've got to help me, Blackie. I'm afraid my brother is in some kind of trouble.
Sounds to me like he's the one who needs the help then. Sorry, Miss Perkins. I couldn't.
Blackie, please.
And that's the kind of logic I like. You think your brother is in trouble?
This note he left me when he disappeared yesterday morning.
What does it say?
Please read it.
Okay. Says, goodbye, Margaret. I'm leaving this town for good and with enough money to keep me going for a long time. Don't try to find me. You never will. Signed, Harry. Well, you noticed what this note was written on, I suppose.
Yes, the back of a railroad timetable.
Mm-hmm. There's a ring drawn around a special train, the Metropolitan Flyer.
Well, yes, I noticed that.
Well, it's obvious, Miss Perkins. Your brother is going to the city. There's no point in looking for him around here.
Well, that's what I thought. Danville's too small for him to be here without my knowing about it.
I'll tell you what I'll do, Miss Perkins. I can't get a train out of here for another 6 hours. But I'm going down to the railroad station to pick up my ticket. Maybe that's a good place to pick up something on your brother, too. One-way ticket to the city, please.
Yeah, to the city, young fella. And the train out of Danville today again for another 5.5 hours.
Yes, I know that, but I'll get my ticket now. That is, if you don't mind.
Yeah, the only thing I mind is my rheumatism. One way, you say. That'll be $1.50.
$1.50. Okay, here you are.
Thank you. And here's your ticket, young fella.
Thank you. Say, by the way, you didn't see this young lady's brother in here yesterday, did you?
Hello, Mr. Washburn.
Oh, howdy there, Margaret. Didn't see you. Looking for Harry, are you?
Yes.
Nope, I ain't seen him.
We think he took the Metropolitan Flyer out of here yesterday.
Flyer? You mean the non-stop from the capital?
Yes, I have an idea.
The idea's bad, Sonny. Flyer don't stop here. Never has in 50 years. Nearest it ever came was yesterday when it hit an auto up at the crossing, 1.25 miles past here.
Oh, how terrible. Was anyone in the car hurt?
Anybody hurt? Nope. And you know that was the funny thing about it. There weren't nobody in the car. There weren't nobody around even. This auto was just sitting on the tracks all by itself.
And no one ever claimed the wreck?
Nope. Guess whoever owned the thing just walked off and left it. Mighty funny place to leave it, though, on the main line tracks with the Metropolitan Flyer coming through.
Apparently it stopped the Flyer, though, didn't it?
Oh, sure did. Flyer was standing out there in the middle of nowhere for 20 minutes. But that don't have nothing to do with your brother, Margaret. I ain't seen him, not in a couple of days.
Well, thanks, Mr. Washburn.
Thanks a lot.
Yes, thanks, old timer.
It's all right, young fella.
And say, Miss Perkins, is there a place in town where we can borrow a car?
Why, yes, we can use my uncle's.
Good. Let's get your uncle's car and go have a look at that wreck that stopped the flyer yesterday.
Well, if you want to, but I don't
Miss
see...
Perkins, your brother put a ring around the Metropolitan Flyer on the timetable for a reason. I'd like to take a flyer at looking at that wreck for a reason, too.
There's the wreck, Blackie, in the ditch beside the track.
And what a wreck, too, Miss Perkins. Good thing there was no one in it. Well, let's get out and have a look at that car.
I don't know what it has to do with finding my brother, but if you say so...
I don't say so. I just have a hunch, that's all. Something very strange about an empty car being left on a grade crossing. If it were out of gas, it could have been pushed off before it was abandoned. Whew. Look at this mess.
It's hard to believe it was once an automobile, isn't it?
I don't think that it's been classed as much of an automobile for a long time. Must be 10 or 12 years old. Say, here's a door frame with a body number on it.
Does that mean anything?
It means I might be able to find out who owned this car. I think I'll write it down. 732.
Good heavens, what's this terrible mess?
That, Miss Perkins, was the engine. The motor number's still visible. I think I'll write that down, too.
Why, I thought license plates were the best means of a car identification.
They're fairly good, but not much help in this case. This car doesn't have plates.
Oh, so it doesn't.
That convinces me more than ever that... Say, look at this.
Look at what?
See this round hole in the motor block here?
Yes.
Well, that's where the carburetor belongs. And this engine had no carburetor.
Is that bad?
Well, it isn't good. If you expect to do any driving, an engine can't run without one.
Oh. Well, maybe it was knocked off in the accident.
Oh, no, this motor hasn't had a carburetor for years. The place it should be attached to is all rusted over here. This car was pushed or towed here and purposely left on the tracks.
Well, that means someone wanted it to be hit by the train. But why?
Why? To stop the train, of course. But why did someone want to stop that flyer?
Well, I'm sure I don't know.
Well, I don't either. This might have nothing to do with your brother, but it has me puzzled. The first thing I want to find out is who owned this car. There's an automobile dealer in Danville, isn't there?
Yes, Mr. Boswell.
Well, Mr. Boswell knows a lot about cars, I'm sure. Let's go see how much he knows about people who buy them.
Yes, Blackie, I sold that car yesterday morning at 9 o'clock.
At 9 o'clock yesterday morning, Mr. Boswell. And the Metropolitan Flyer comes through Danville at 10.
Yes, sir, like clockwork.
That means the car was bought just 1 hour before the flyer hit it and wrecked it. This is getting more interesting every minute.
Well, that means the car was bought to stop the train, doesn't it?
It wasn't bought for any cross-country tour. Wasn't even in running condition, was it, Mr. Boswell?
No, it wasn't, Blackie. The two men who bought it had to tow it away.
2 men bought the car, huh? Did you know them?
I knew one of them. It was your brother Harry, Miss Perkins.
My brother?
Yes, he came in with a fella I've seen before, but don't know by name. I think your brother called him Skeet, though, or Pete, or something like that.
Well, so Harry and his friend bought that car to stop the Metropolitan Flyer. Okay, here's where I start finding out why that train was stopped. Give me your keys, Miss Perkins. I'll unlock the door for you.
People in small towns never lock doors, Blackie. You'll come in a while?
Yes, it's still several hours before my train leaves, and there's nothing I can do about your brother till I get to the city.
You think that's obviously where he's gone?
I think that more than ever now. I think he used the car to stop the Metropolitan Flyer and got on it. Let's go in and talk this over.
Oh, yes, of course. Harry!
Oh, he's been shot several times.
Harry, what's happened? Who did this to you? Oh, tell me, darling, who did this? Harry. Harry, what is it?
I got to tell why we stopped the train. I got to... Oh.
Harry!
It's no use, Miss Perkins. I'm awfully sorry, but he's dead.
Yes, I know he is, Blackie.
Go ahead. Cry if you want to. It'll do you good. What's this in his shirt pocket here? Looks like a newspaper clipping. This is what Harry was trying to tell us. This newspaper clipping says the Metropolitan Flyer was carrying gold. $1 million in gold. I thought it was something like that.
Number, please.
Operator, get me Inspector Faraday at police headquarters in the city right away.
Faraday speaking.
Hello, Faraday. This is Blackie. I have the case you're working on solved for you already.
Oh, you have you? Well, what makes you think you've solved it? And how did you even know I was working on a case?
Oh, I didn't say you were working, pal. I don't expect miracles. I just said you've got a case that probably has you stopped.
Well, for once, you know what you're talking about. It's the toughest, biggest case I've had in years. And if I don't crack it soon, the commissioner's going to make a traffic cop out of me. Oh, who did it, Blackie?
Harry Perkins and a fellow named Skeet or Pete.
Perkins? A fellow named Skeet? Who are they?
The two men who robbed that shipment of gold.
Gold? What gold?
The gold that was supposed to come in from the Capitol on the Metropolitan Flyer yesterday morning.
You must be crazier than I thought, Blackie. That gold arrived on schedule yesterday and is safe and sound in the National Bank.
No.
Yes. I'm not looking for any gold, begged, borrowed, or stolen. I'm looking for the guy who killed Roger Lane.
Roger Lane, who's he?
He's the guy whose murderer you aren't letting me find. Because you're bothering me, that's who.
No gold is missing?
Oh, if you had any in your teeth, it'd be missing. Because I'd knock it out. Now hang up and don't bother me, Blackie. I got something on my mind.
On it, but not in it. Okay, Faraday. Maybe you do have a problem, but believe me, trying to figure out when a train was stopped has me stopped, too.
And now, back to Boston Blackie. Harry Perkins and a man not yet properly identified bought an old automobile and placed it on a grade crossing, where it was hit and demolished by a non-stop railroad train carrying a shipment of gold. But though the train was stopped, it was not robbed. Later, Harry is shot to death by an unknown assailant. And Boston Blackie, working on the case for the dead man's sister and searching for a reason why the train was stopped, comes to the city in search of clues. With him, as he knocks on Mary Wesley's door, is the dead man's sister.
Hello, Mary.
Oh, Blackie, come in. I'm so glad. Oh.
Oh, it's not what you're thinking, Mary. Miss Perkins, Miss Wesley? Well, I don't have to say it the other way, too, do I?
Oh, of course you don't. How do you do, Miss
How do you
Perkins?
do?
Miss Perkins is the girl I told you about on the phone just before I left Danville, Mary.
Oh. Oh, I see. Oh, Miss Perkins, I'm awfully sorry about your brother. And I know that Blackie will find out who killed him.
I hope so.
Won't you come in, both of you?
We will. And, Mary, I'm going to ask you a favor.
Of course, Blackie.
I want you to keep Miss Perkins here with you for a day or two until I find out who killed her brother. I'm sure his death had something to do with the stopping of that Metropolitan Flyer. Harry and his killer stopped that train together for a reason I can't understand. Yet.
Well, maybe the train was robbed.
Well, that's what we both thought, Miss Wesley, until Blackie found out the gold it was carrying wasn't stolen.
Yes, I wondered about that. Maybe it was stolen, and Faraday just won't admit it. Well, make Miss Perkins comfortable, will you, Mary? I'm going to make Inspector Faraday uncomfortable.
So you think the shipment of gold was stolen off that train, do you, Blackie?
Yes, Faraday, and I think it's such a big case the authorities decided to leave you out of it.
Oh, is that so? Well, let me tell you something, wise guy. This afternoon I talked to the bank that was supposed to receive that dough, and they got it. Do you hear? They got it. Now, beat it, Blackie. I got problems.
You always have problems. Now, listen to me.
I'm not listening to anything. I've got a murder to worry about. Roger Lane was killed this morning at about 7 o'clock, and I know who killed him.
Well, that's fine. Arrest the killer, and then let's try to figure out the thing that's got me stopped.
Forget it, will you? I've got a killer, and I know his name, Sam Baldwin. I know he killed Roger Lane. Yet I can't break his alibi.
Maybe that's because he isn't your killer.
Oh.
Look, Faraday. There was the Metropolitan Flyer standing out there in the country with $2 million in gold in the baggage car. It was stopped on purpose, but it wasn't for the gold. What was it stopped for?
I don't know, and I don't care. Maybe it was on the wrong track. All I know is that if you think that flyer was stopped for the gold, you're on the wrong track, too. Look, Baldwin, sit there and smirk till your face freezes in a grin if you want to. But I know you killed your partner.
You know it, huh, Inspector Faraday? Then why don't you arrest me?
Because I don't make arrests until I have proof. Until I can slap a charge on a man and make that charge stick.
Then why do you bother me? Can you prove I killed Roger?
No, but I can prove you had a motive.
No, can you?
Yes. Lane embezzled from the company. He stole plenty from you.
Mm-hmm, so he did.
I can also prove it was your gun that killed him, can't I?
Yes, you can, Inspector. I admit it was my gun that killed him. But does that mean that I was the one who fired that gun?
I say it does.
Oh, but how can that be, Inspector? You forget I was in the Capitol. Or I was on my way back from the Capitol when Roger was shot, wasn't I?
Yeah, you were. That's why you aren't under arrest. Yet.
And why I'll never be under arrest? Do you think a jury would believe that I shot and killed Roger Lane this morning at 7 o'clock when I boarded the flyer in the Capitol at midnight last night and arrived here at 11? Why, man, I was 4 hours outside the city when Roger was killed. You checked with the conductor. He told you when I got on and off.
Yes, he remembered you getting off. That's why... Say, Boston Blackie said something about a train that gives me an idea. You think you have a foolproof alibi, do you, Baldwin?
Well, it does prove I couldn't possibly have murdered my friend Roger.
Oh, it does it? Well, I'm going to find Blackie, and when I do, I think maybe I'll find a hole in that alibi of yours. I'll see you later, Baldwin.
Mm-hmm. You will, huh?
Hello?
Jeter Johnson, please.
Speaking.
Oh, Jade. Inspector Faraday was here again.
So what, Baldwin? What are you worried about?
Plenty.
But why? I took care of the only guy who could rat on us. Harry Perkins is dead.
Yes, I know you took care of him all right, and that was good work. But, Jeet, you're going to have to take care of somebody else the same way.
Oh.
Boston Blackie.
Boston Blackie? I don't want to mess with that guy.
Look, you want to go to the chair for killing Harry Perkins?
No, but what does Blackie know about who killed Harry?
Nothing yet, but he will pretty soon, because he seems to know something about why you and Harry stopped that train near Danville this morning.
What? He knows why we stopped it?
I think he does. And if he gets to the police with it, they'll be able to prove that I killed my partner.
Uh-oh.
And, Jeet, if I go to the chair for killing Lane, you'll go there, too, for killing Harry. I'll see to it. So, don't you think you ought to take care of Blackie? Huh?
I'll get it, Margaret. It's probably Blackie.
All right. You don't think he has any news, do you, Mary?
He might. Blackie solves very difficult cases awful fast sometimes.
Yes, I know. Hello, Blackie. Oh, hello.
Hiya. You're Boston Blackie's girl. Is he here?
No, he's not, but he's expected any minute.
Good. I got a tip if he wasn't home, he'd be here at your apartment. I'll wait for him.
Well, all right, come in.
Thanks. Hey, nice place you got here.
Why, Jeter Johnson, what are you doing here?
Well, Margaret, what are you doing out of Danville? I thought you weren't ever going to leave the place.
I'm here because of Harry. He was murdered this morning, Jeter.
Murdered? Oh, say.
I know how you feel, Jeter. You were one of his best friends. Oh, excuse me, Miss Wesley. It's Mr. Johnson.
How do you do, Mr.
All
Johnson?
right.
Jeter and I are old friends. He lives in Thomasville, just 3 miles from Danville.
Oh, I see. And you're an old friend of Blackie's, too.
Yeah.
Well, this is all very chummy.
You don't mind if I wait for him, huh?
No, not at all, Mr. Johnson. But do you have to wait for him with a gun?
A gun?
The outline of a gun is pretty evident in your coat pocket.
Okay. So what if I am packing a gun? Just stand right where you are, both of you.
Jeter.
I'm waiting for Blackie.
And what do you want with him?
I just want to find out what he knows. My boss thinks it might be too much. That's why I'm waiting for him with, like you say, Miss Wesley, a gun in my pocket. Now, if he doesn't know anything, the gun stays there. Simple, isn't it?
Well, what is it that Blackie is supposed to know about?
Why the Metropolitan Flyer was stopped.
Oh, I'm sure he doesn't know a thing about that. Now, believe me, he doesn't.
Sure, I'll believe you right away.
There's
Blackie now. He'll tell
Look,
you
Miss
that
Wesley, I'm getting behind that door in the other room. Let Blackie in, but don't say I'm here. I'll let all three of you have it. Don't forget.
Don't worry, I wish I could.
Okay, let Blackie in.
Yes, but in for what? Margaret, cross your fingers that Blackie doesn't know anything.
They're crossed.
Good.
Hello, Mary.
Oh, come in, Blackie. My goodness, you don't know...
Mary, I've got it. I've got the answer to the whole case.
Oh, for goodness sakes, you mean the Afghanistan case, don't you? That's wonderful.
Afghanistan?
But I...
What are you talking about?
Afghanistan, Blackie, you know.
I do not, but I do know why that train was stopped just north of Danville this morning.
That. Who cares about that?
Who cares about it? I do, and Faraday is going to care about it, too. Look at this clipping I found in the afternoon paper. It says Thomas Baldwin of the Capitol, brother of Sam Baldwin of this city, bought a small building today.
Blackie, that doesn't mean anything. It really doesn't, does it?
Mary, stop making those silly faces.
But-
I'm serious about this. It's a clue to the whole thing. I know why that train was stopped this morning, to let Thomas Baldwin get off and go back to the Capitol and let Sam Baldwin get on in his place.
Oh, but Blackie, that doesn't make any kind of sense. Don't you see that...
I certainly do see, Miss Perkins. Sam Baldwin phoned his brother in the Capitol to take the Metropolitan Flyer to the city at midnight last night.
Oh.
At 7 this morning, he killed Roger Lane.
Blackie, you don't know what you're saying.
Don't I, though? Listen, by 8:39, he was near Danville, 50 miles from here, where Harry Perkins and his friends stopped the Metropolitan Flyer with that old jalopy.
Oh, Blackie, I don't think my brother had anything to do with that.
Look, let me finish, will you? The whole thing works out perfectly. When the train was stopped and the passengers got out to look at the wreck, Thomas Baldwin got off and went back to the Capitol by bus or car. And his brother Sam Baldwin got on the train in his place.
That's right, Blackie.
Who's that?
Blackie, I tried to stop you.
Oh, a man with a gun.
Yeah, a man with a gun. And you're a man with no future.
You're the man who killed Harry Perkins, aren't you?
That's right. I bought the jalopy with him, only the dealer knew him, so I had to knock off Harry. The name's Johnson. Jeter Johnson.
Blackie, I tried to warn you that he was here and tell you not to let on you knew anything about that train.
Oh, that was the Afghanistan gag, wasn't
You're
it?
gonna wish you were in Afghanistan in a minute, Blackie. Come on, out the door. You gals, too. We're all going bye-bye.
No, they're not, pal. But you are, Johnson.
What goes here?
Drop that gun, you.
Oh, no, copper. Not without dropping you first. Why, you
both miss Faraday, but I've got Jeter.
Oh, no, you haven't, Blackie.
Blackie, look out, he's getting away.
No, he isn't.
Oh, Blackie, what a suck.
Mary, please, such language. Well, here he is, Faraday, all yours. And Sam Baldwin is going to be yours, too. You know that?
Yeah. I came looking for you, Blackie, to get more information about that train. I heard it all while I waited outside that door.
Then you know how Baldwin could have murdered his partner at 7 this morning and still come in on the Metropolitan Flyer at 11 o'clock.
Sure. But don't forget, you thought the flyer was stopped because it was carrying gold.
Yes, I did. And one of these days, somebody's going to mistake me for a train. I've been carrying you for years.
the matter? What is it?
It's another case for Nick Carter, master detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective, presented by the three great Linex home brighteners. Linex clear gloss varnish, Linex cream polish, and Linex self-polishing wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of fine Acme quality paints. Today's curious adventure,
Mind Over Murder, or Nick Carter and the mystery of the missing John Doe.
In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter found out who John Doe really was and who was behind the murders of the two men John Doe thought he had killed. But first, here's a tip for good homekeeping. Millions of American homemakers have discovered how Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, keeps their walls fresh and lovely. Now they're discovering how the three great Linex home brighteners bring sparkling cleanliness to furniture, woodwork, and walls. Linex clear gloss varnish gives lustrous, longer-lasting protection to every wood and linoleum surface. Linex cream polish renews the sleek, gleaming beauty of fine furniture. And Linex self-polishing wax lends rich, satiny loveliness to any floor, wood, linoleum, or tile. Take the modern shortcut to new home beauty with the three great Linex home brighteners. You'll find them all at your hardware, paint, or department store. Your headquarters also for Chemtone, the miracle wall finish. And now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. Today's story starts in Nick's office as Nick and Patsy are interviewing a stranger, a young man who has just called to consult Nick.
Well, how did you happen to come here? Well, I asked a policeman where I could find a good detective, and he gave me your name.
Suppose you tell us what's bothering you.
Well, 3 mornings ago, I woke up in a strange bed in a strange apartment. Until the young lady whose apartment it was told me, I had no idea where I was.
Well, judging by the bandage around your head, you must have had an accident. Was that before or after you woke up in this strange bed?
It must have been before. I don't remember anything about it. The girl whose apartment it was told me she found me on the steps of her apartment house last Friday night. Or rather, Saturday morning as she returned from a party. Well, she saw I was injured, so she managed to get me up to her place and called her doctor. Well, he said my injury wasn't serious, but I had to be quiet for a few days. So she let me stay there for the night. But the next morning, even though I was able to answer her questions, I knew nothing about myself. I had to tell her something, so I invented a name, and I told her some story about being from out of town, having had a bad fall, and so on.
What name did you give him?
John Powell.
That name doesn't mean anything to you?
No, I just picked it out of the air.
What makes you think you may be a criminal?
This. Look.
Good grief, Nick. Look at all that money.
Yes. There's over $10,000 there. And look at this.
Oh.
Well, diamond lavalier. One like that, even though it's pretty old-fashioned, must be worth at least $5,000 or $6,000.
And those diamond eardrops are pretty special, too.
Did you find anything in your pockets that might help you establish your identity?
No. The suit I was wearing the night she found me was bloodstained, so I bought this suit and hat this morning at a small store I passed. I left the other suit at the cleaner's, but I went over it thoroughly first. All I found was this.
A calling card. Warren McAllister. No address or anything.
Does this mean anything to you?
Not a thing. I looked in the telephone book and found there is a Warren McAllister on East 81st Street. I thought maybe I was he, so I called up and asked for him, but whoever answered said Mr. McAllister was just leaving for the country and couldn't come to the phone.
What do you want me to do?
Find out who I am, if you can, and especially find out whether or not I'm a criminal.
Come on, Nick. We've got nothing better to do. Why don't you help him out?
All right. First, what's the girl's name and address?
Her name is Laura David. She lives at 7684 Windsor Road.
And what about the doctor?
Well, Miss David called him Dr. Bourne. That's all I know about him.
And where'd you leave your other suit to be cleaned?
Here's the claim check for it. I'm sure he won't find anything.
You never can tell.
Where are you going to be?
I don't know, but I'll let you know as soon as I get settled.
Very well, Mr. Powell. Meanwhile, Patsy and I'll start by calling on Miss Laura David.
Apartment 3D, David. Well, he told us the truth about this, anyway.
Come in.
Riley, what are you doing here?
I was just going to ask you that. What do you know about her?
About who?
The dame who rents this apartment, wise guy.
We never even heard of her until half an hour ago, Lieutenant.
Oh, you don't say. You just stopped in to pass the time of day, I suppose.
We came to see her about a client of ours.
Hey, look here, Riley. What's this all about? And why are you here?
Right now, I'm asking the questions. What's the name of this client of yours?
He told us his name was John Powell.
And what did he want you to do for him?
He wanted us to find out who he is. He has amnesia from a sock on the head.
Oh, so that's what that note meant.
Well, what note's that, Riley?
We found it on the table here with a $100 bill pinned to it. Here it is.
Dear Miss David, thanks for all you've done. I can impose on your hospitality no longer. Please reimburse both the doctor and yourself for any expense you've been put to on my account. Gratefully yours, John Powell. Well, doesn't say much.
The David girl will tell us what it means once we start working on it.
Why, where is she?
In the jug. A cop on the beat found her trying to hide a gun in an ash can on her way to work this morning. He brought her and the gun down to headquarters. She claims she found it on her steps last Friday night and was trying to get rid of it.
Well, maybe she's telling the truth, Riley. People do that, you know. Anything wrong with the gun?
Plenty. In the first place, it was a Swedish gun, a Bofors .32 caliber. Now, you just don't find them on your doorstep. In the second place, we checked it and found it was the gun used to knock off a stiff who was killed near the waterfront last Friday night.
Oh, is that so?
So you better kick in with what you know about this so-called client of yours.
Well, I'd be glad to let you talk with him, Riley, but I don't know where to find him.
For the love of... You got a client and you don't know where to find him?
Just as soon as he gets in touch with us, we'll let you know. In the meantime, how about letting us talk to the David girl?
Sure. Anything I can do for you, Mr. Carter, will be a pleasure, even though you won't do nothing for me. Come on.
Well, Patsy, we certainly didn't get much out of that David girl.
No, she just told us the same thing she told Riley.
Yes, please.
We want to see the suit this check calls for.
Oh, yes, sure. Just a minute. I'll get it for you. I ain't sent it out yet. I knew that stuff on it was blood. Said he had an accident, if it is.
Thanks. No. No. Pockets all empty. Just as he said they were. No labels. Oh. Look here, Patsy.
A hole right through pocket, lining cloth, and everything. Smells of powder, too, Nick.
Yes. He fired the gun right through the pocket. Didn't have time to draw it.
Nick, is this part of the lining of the jacket, or is it something in the lining?
Let me see.
Here.
Feels like something in the lining, I should say. Yes. There's a hole in the pocket here. Just a second. Here it is.
But what is it, Nick?
It's one of these small labels you paste on your baggage showing the ship you sailed on.
Oh.
This one came from the Abercrombie.
Well, does that help?
It may. We'll find out later. Well, that's all we can do here. Now let's call on Mr. McAllister.
The lieutenant is expecting you in the library.
Hey, Nick, what's the...
Hold it, Patsy. We'll find out fast enough.
Well, what took you so long, Nick? You get a flat tire, maybe?
Thanks for the welcome, Riley. Hey, what's going on here?
As if you didn't know.
But I don't. Well, Riley, what is it?
Uh-oh. Look there, Nick.
Is that McAllister?
Yes, it's McAllister. And dead as a doornail. And don't tell me you don't know nothing about it, because I wouldn't believe it.
Well, so McAllister is dead, too. How is this going to affect Nick's efforts to learn who John Powell really is? Or does John Powell know more about this than he's told Nick? We'll see in just a moment. Folks have a habit of forgetting to use the doormat, whether they come home through winter snow and spring rain or from summertime swimming pools. And the water they track in certainly spoils the appearance of shining, freshly clean floors. But those floors look spick and span again in a twinkling when you keep them protected with Linex clear gloss varnish, because it keeps both dirt and water right there on the surface where they're easy to whisk away. That same protective finish gives sparkling beauty to woodwork and furniture as well. For Linex clear gloss has a gleaming, transparent luster that provides a background of distinction for all your household things. And how Linex clear gloss wears. It resists damage by hot grease, boiling water, fruit acids, perfume, even alcohol, which means it's as fine for use on tabletops as for wood floors and linoleum. What's more, Linex clear gloss varnish is so easy, so smooth to brush on that it's no job at all. And once applied, it gives your home the handsome, well-kept appearance in which you take such pride. So ask your dealer now for Linex, Lin-X, Linex clear gloss varnish. You'll find all three great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere. And now back to our story. We left Nick and Patsy facing an angry Lieutenant Riley, who was accusing them of knowing more about the murder of Mr. McAllister than they pretended.
Yes, it's McAllister, and dead as a doornail. And don't tell me you don't know nothing about it, because I wouldn't believe it.
But we don't, Lieutenant, honest.
Of course we don't. Now, what happened, Riley?
He was just about to learn the details when you drove up, so we waited for you to join us.
Well, thank you, Riley. I knew I could count on you to do the right thing.
What? Why
Watch
you...
your blood pressure, Lieutenant.
I ought to throw you both in the clink for 99 years.
All right. Now, how about finding out what happened to McAllister?
All right. Now, you, chauffeur.
Yes, sir.
What's your name?
Barry, sir.
All right, Barry. Tell us what you know about this, and don't leave nothing out.
Well, I was driving Mr. McAllister home from the bank, and I stopped in front of the house, same as always. I was just going to get out and open the door for him when a man came up to me with a gun in his hand. He told me to keep my hands on the wheel and to look straight ahead, not to pay any attention to what I heard.
Go on. What happened then?
Well, I heard the car door open behind me. Mr. McAllister started to say something, and then I heard a shot. Then I heard a man say, "Come on, Mike," and they ran up the street. I turned around, saw Mr. McAllister slumped down in the back seat and two men running toward a car.
Where was this other car?
In the middle of the block on the other side of the street. The men got in, and it drove off.
You got any idea who them men were, what they was after?
Oh, no, sir.
All right, Barry. That's all for you for now. But don't go away. We may want you again in a few minutes.
Oh, sure, Lieutenant. I'll stick around.
Now, you. What's your name? What do you know about this?
The name is Stover, Lieutenant. I was Mr. McAllister's butler, sir.
Oh, just a moment. Stover, did a man named John Powell call here today?
Yes, sir, he did. Just as Mr. McAllister was leaving, sir. But Mr. McAllister said he didn't know anyone by that name, so he didn't speak to him.
Did you recognize the voice?
No, sir. But I'm almost sure it was the same person who called about an hour ago and asked if Mr. McAllister had returned yet. I told him I expected him in about half an hour. I asked him his name, sir, but he hung up.
So, Mr. Detective Carter, this guy Powell didn't just happen to call you two up and tell you he knocked off this guy, too, now, did he?
He couldn't have called us, Lieutenant. We haven't been back to the office since we left you.
Then how did you happen to show up here just when you did then?
We found McAllister's card in Powell's wallet.
That's right, Lieutenant. Powell asked us to see if McAllister knew anything about him, who he might really be.
I'd sure like to get a look at this client of yours. He seems to have a finger in every murder that goes on around here. You wouldn't let me just take a little peek at him, would you, Nicky? Just for the sake of our long and lovely friendship?
Riley, I mean it. I haven't the
Hey, what's going on?
Nick, there goes McAllister's chauffeur.
I told that guy to stick around here.
He'll be right back, sir. He's just taking the car round to the garage on the next avenue, the same as he always does when it's not being used.
But we got to go over that car for fingerprints as soon as my men get here. I'll go get him. I'll have him back here before you can say John Joseph Michael Riley.
Stover, what do you know about that chauffeur, Barry?
Why, not much, sir. He came to work here about 3 months ago. Mr. McAllister hired him himself.
Did you see any part of what happened when Mr. McAllister was shot?
Just the end, sir. I heard the car drive up, and I went to open the door. Just as I did, I heard a shot and saw the two men start toward the other car.
And Barry was sitting in the front seat, the way he said?
Yes, sir. He was sitting there with his hands on the wheel. As soon as the men started running, he called me, and I went to see how badly Mr. McAllister was hurt.
I see. Oh, by the way, Stover, do you happen to know where the chauffeur Barry lives?
I think he has a room over in the next avenue, sir. Number 7612, I believe it is. It's over a bakery.
Thank you. Well, Patsy, I think that's all for us here.
Where to now, Nick?
I think we'll take a trip down to the waterfront. I want to call on the purser of the Abercrombie.
Did you say the Abercrombie, sir?
Why, yes. Why?
It's probably only a coincidence, sir. But Mr. McAllister was very much worried last Friday night because a man he was expecting on the Abercrombie failed to show up.
That's so. Who was this chap who didn't show up?
I don't know, sir. Mr. McAllister was looking forward to seeing him. He was bringing him something important, I believe. He sent his car down to the pier to meet him, but Barry reported that he wasn't on the boat.
Was Mr. McAllister interested in anything besides his bank?
Oh, yes, sir. He was the head of several committees which were acting against enemy propaganda in this country.
Combating enemy propaganda, huh? Oh, this thing is beginning to make sense, Patsy. Now I'm more anxious than ever to talk to the purser of the Abercrombie. Will you tell the purser I'd like to see him, please?
This doesn't look like an American ship, Nick, even though it is named the Abercrombie.
It isn't, Patsy. It was originally the Prince Knut, a Danish vessel. It was
Oh.
taken over by the English when Hitler rolled over Denmark. Now sails for Sweden, I believe.
You think that the label we found in John Powell's clothes may mean that he came in on this boat?
I hope so, Patsy. And there's another thing makes me think that may be true. The gun that Miss David found, the one that Powell must have dropped on the steps of her apartment house, was a Swedish gun, remember?
Yes.
A Bofors 32?
Mr. Carter, you want to talk to me, yes?
Yes. Was there a passenger on your boat this last trip by the name of John Powell?
Jan Powell? No, we have only 3 young gentlemen traveling alone. I remember well. One Swedish-American, Mr. Lars Sjöström from Michigan, one Norwegian, Mr. Halverson, and the young South American, Mr. Richard Vallon.
Richard Vallon, huh?
Doesn't sound much like Powell, Nick.
You are from the police, maybe?
Well, yes, in a way. Why?
Then I think maybe this Mr. Vallon could be the one you are looking for. We had trouble with him on the way.
What kind of trouble?
Oh, it was not serious. Just his room steward report to me that he was armed, that he had seen pistol on his dresser. So I call on him and ask him to give me pistol for the trip. It is rules, you know.
Yes, I understand.
But he did not want to give it to me. He talked about it for a long time. Then at last he gave it to me, and I put it in safe. And when we dock, I give it back to him.
Very interesting. Did you notice the make of it?
Oh, yes. It was Bofors 32 caliber.
The Bofors 32.
Could you describe this Richard Vallon for me?
He was young man, slender, good-looking, blonde hair, about my size.
That's Powell, all right, Nick.
Oh, purser, did you happen to notice if a car met him at the dock?
But yes, when he leave the boat, he get into big black limousine. They start away, and then about the block from the dock, the car stop again. It was too dark to see what was happening. I think maybe there was trouble with the engine because I hear a backfire, and then the car go on again. But that was same place where police find dead man next morning.
Nick, it all adds up, doesn't it?
Yes, Patsy, I think it does. Well, thanks for your trouble, purser.
Oh, it's no trouble, thank you.
Patsy, I think we'll have a look at this room where Mr. McAllister's chauffeur lives.
Do you expect to find Barry here, Nick?
I rather hope not. I'd like to get a look at his room without his knowing it.
Oh.
Are you looking for someone?
Yes. We have an appointment with Barry, Mr. McAllister's chauffeur. He told us to come here and wait for him. Said you'd unlock his door so we could wait inside.
I don't unlock no roomers' door for no strangers.
Oh, yes, you do. See this?
Oh, sure. Sure, I'll open it for you. Don't have to act like that about it, though.
Go ahead, open up. Is it on this floor?
Yeah, right over here. There you are. Hurry up, will you?
Now, sit down inside here where I can see you.
Okay.
That's it. All right, Patsy, shut the door.
Okay.
Now, let's see what we can find here.
Hey, look. Hurry up, will you? I got work to do. I can't sit here forever.
You'll sit there till we finish this search.
Nick, what do you suppose is in this little can? I can't open it.
Huh? Hey, Patsy, let me have that.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yes, the cover is on pretty tight.
Well, that's movie film, isn't it?
Certainly is. Well, let's see. Oh, boy, look at that.
Well, what is it, Nick?
Looks like pictures of German atrocities and destruction in some of the conquered countries.
Oh.
Oh, these are brutal. Where did you find this, Patsy?
In the bottom drawer, wrapped up in some long underwear. There's a briefcase there, too.
Briefcase. Let me see it.
Here it is.
Yes, that's it, all right. Come on, Patsy.
No, but Nick...
No time to lose. We're going to take this stuff down to Riley to be turned over to the FBI. They'll be very happy to get it.
Maybe they would, but they ain't gonna.
Barry.
Now, Carter, take a look at this gun of mine and then hand over the film and the briefcase. I'll take care of them myself.
Barry, I'd like to make a deal with you.
Yeah? What kind of a deal?
Excuse me, do you mind if I get my handkerchief?
Never mind the funny business. Give me the stuff you found here.
Very well. Here. May I get my handkerchief?
All right, but I'm watching you, so don't try anything.
I don't carry any guns in my breast pocket. I just want my handkerchief. There.
Hey, what was that? Why, you... Oh.
All right, Patsy. You can stop holding your breath now. We get out of here fast. Find a cop and bring him up here quick.
Right, Nick. Gee, I'm glad I realized what you were doing in time, so I didn't get knocked out, too.
That little flask of quick-acting knockout gas comes in handy sometimes. Now, my unconscious friend, I'll just collect the film and the briefcase and turn them over to Riley to be forwarded to the FBI. They'll be glad to get evidence like this.
So Barry was only working for McAllister so he could keep an eye on him, huh?
Yes, Riley. McAllister was very active in combating enemy propaganda, and Barry was on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that as soon as he, Barry, found out the names of the men McAllister was working with, he had him killed. Well, with the pictures and other data in that briefcase, the FBI should be able to make short work of the whole crew.
Yeah. Oh. Lieutenant Riley, homicide speaking. Oh, sure, send him right in.
Something interesting, Riley?
Could be. Well, Schultz?
I was on my beat tonight when a big car goes around the corner fast and the guy falls out. Lands with his head up against one of the L pillars, out cold. I got an ambulance and took him to the hospital.
Well?
Well, I found these things on him, Lieutenant. That's why I come direct to you.
Nick, Powell's lavalier and eardrops.
Yes. And there's McAllister's card and all the money.
You mean that guy could be John Powell?
Certainly could be, Riley.
So he wasn't no crook, eh? Well, this sure looks like it.
Well, I'm sure he wasn't, Riley.
I'm going to the hospital and have a look at that guy. You want to come?
Right you are. Grab your hatchet, Patsy, and let's get going.
It's wonderful, Nick. When you ride with the police department, you don't have to watch out for traffic or red lights or anything.
That's more. You save gas when you don't use your own car. That's mighty
Calling
important.
Lieutenant Riley. Headquarters calling Lieutenant
that
Riley.
calls for me. Hold everything. Schultz, this is Lieutenant Riley. Go ahead.
We just got a call from the guy we took to the hospital last night, Lieutenant. He says he saw a car used by McAllister's killers. Says car license is KX56-7D. I checked that number and it belongs to Gussie Lang.
Gussie Lang? Schultz, send out some men at once and pick up Gussie and his gang and bring him in and hold him for questioning. Get going fast. That's all.
Right, Lieutenant.
We'll take care of him fast enough. Well, step on it, Rice. What's holding you back?
So, Powell, you actually saw McAllister killed last night.
Yes, plain as I see you now. I was waiting for him to come home in the hopes that he could identify me. When the killers started off, I jumped on the rear bumper of their car, but when they went around a corner, I got thrown off. Hit something, I guess.
You hit your head on an L pillar. Best cure in the world for amnesia. Practically never fails, Mr. Vallon.
Vallon? How'd you know my name? I only knew it myself a few minutes ago.
We find out things. Now, suppose you tell us what happened when you landed off the Abercrombie last Friday night. That is, if you can remember now.
I remember, all right. I got off the boat, and McAllister's chauffeur met me. We drove a block or so from the dock, and he stopped. Two men opened the car door and started to get in. I saw they had guns, so I fired at one of them. Then something hit me on the head, and that's the last I knew.
Now, look here, Powell or Vallon or whatever your name is. Where'd you get all that money we found on you? Them sparklers. They don't look honest to me.
The jewels belonged to my great-aunt Miriam. I took them across to have them recut in Amsterdam. Then the Germans took Amsterdam, so I had to bring them back. The money belonged to a refugee I met who asked me to deposit it to my account until he could get over here. But I still don't see why those men tried to hold me up. Nobody knew I had the jewels with me.
It wasn't the jewels they wanted, Valen. It was the roll of film and the envelope of documents you had in your briefcase.
Were they important?
Where did you get them?
Well, a friend of my father's gave them to me. Asked me to give them to Mr. McAllister when I got over here. But what were they, Mr. Carter?
The film showed Nazi atrocities in conquered countries. The documents were pictures, descriptions, and names of active workers in anti-American activities here in this country. McAllister's chauffeur, Barry, was one of the head workers. When you prevented those men from getting what they wanted, Barry dumped you out of the car and took the film and the papers to his room to hold until he could dispose of them safely. But we got there first.
Well, Lieutenant, are you satisfied that Mr. Powell, or I should say Mr. Valen, is innocent?
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, come on, Riley. Cheer up. You've got the film and the anti-American data. You've got McAllister's murderers.
Yeah.
And you're going to get all the credit for solving the case.
Huh?
What more do you want?
In just a moment, Nick and Patsy will bring you a preview of next week's exciting case. But before they do, think this over. The more home-like the place you live in, the more fun you have inviting folks to share your hospitality. And these days, every home can look its shining best with very little effort when you depend on the three great Linex home brighteners. Take Linex cream polish, for instance. In one quick, easy application, it reveals your fine furniture in all its original gleaming beauty, renews the appearance of the wood, frees it from the dull cloudiness of dust, old polish, and finger marks. You see, Linex cream polish actually cleans as it polishes, cutting your job in half, saving one whole step. And when you're through, you'll find that Linex cream polish has left no oiliness on the surface of your furniture. It dries hard, bright, and dustless. Yes, in every way, Linex cream polish for fine furniture is the modern shortcut to furniture loveliness. Be sure to ask your dealer for it by name. Linex cream polish for fine furniture, which cleans as it polishes. You'll find all three great Linex home brighteners, Linex self-polishing wax, Linex clear gloss varnish, and Linex cream polish at your nearest hardware, paint, or department store. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. Well, Nick, how about a peek into next week's story? Got a few hints for us?
Well, next week's story, Ken, is about one of the wildest and most exciting nights Patsy and I ever spent.
I should say it was.
What happened, Nick?
4 rich old Tories during the Revolution buried all their valuables in a small rocky island. Their heirs had found a clue to the burial place of the treasure and called me in to solve the clue, which was in code.
But they didn't figure on the one man who wanted it all for himself and who was willing to kill to be sure he got it.
What do you call the story, Nick?
It's called 4 Rings of Death.
Or the mystery of the Tory Island murders.
I hope you'll be with us next week. So long for now.
So long to all of you. See you soon.
And so long to both of you, Nick and Patsy. We'll be here waiting for you next week. Next week at this same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, entitled
4 Rings of Death. Or Nick Carter and the mystery of the Tory Island murders.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is featured in Street and Smith magazines. Lon Clark is starred as Nick with Helen Choate as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White, and the programs are written and directed by Jock McGregor. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented at this time and over these same stations each week by the 3 great Linex home brighteners, Linex clear gloss varnish, Linex cream polish, and Linex self-polishing wax, created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme fine quality paints. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is Mutual.
as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Hello there, this is Diamond. I've got a little office near 53rd Street on Broadway, 8th floor. My business? Trouble. What kind of trouble? Well, take your pick. If you come up with something unusual, a new kind of trouble, drop around and see me. Because I'm known along the big street as a shamus, a gumshoe, or to the guy on Park Avenue as a private detective. If you happen to be stuck with your problem, for $100 a day in expenses, I'll chase it around until I can catch up and break its back. I average about 20 fast rounds a week with old man Trouble, and so far the decision's been on my side. But don't misunderstand me. It's my business to beat him, but I respect him. Trouble goes to work with every trick in the book. So I play it the same way, and believe me, when I put him away for the count, I don't clap my little hands in glee. I know he's just taking a rest, and he'll be back again with some new stunts. Want to know how he works? Well, the other day, I was on the way to my office. I stopped at the corner newsstand, 53rd and Broadway, to buy a paper and to say hello to an old friend.
Hi, Mr. Diamond.
Well, hello, Jeff. How's the newspaper business?
Oh, swell. How's the detective racket?
Oh, swell.
Hey, you don't sound too happy.
Jeff, I couldn't be happier if my hair was on fire. Take my advice, son. When you grow up, be sure and get a job that pays off every week in that little white envelope. Don't ever become a private detective. It's like a penny getting lost in a gum machine.
Well, I'm going to stick to the newspaper business.
Good for you.
Say, I was just about to go across the street to Mary Lou's and get some ice cream. How about it? Can I buy you a cone?
Now, that is a beautiful idea. Let's go.
Aren't you coming to work a little late, Mr. Diamond?
Well, you see, Jeff, I was up kind of late. Research, you know.
Yeah, I know. I see him going into your office all the time. That blonde last week stopped traffic all the way to 42nd Street.
Yeah, she was lovely. Got tired of social standards and shot her husband right through his morning cup of coffee.
Was that the one in the headlines?
That's the one.
Hello, Jeff.
Hi, Mary Lou. Take a seat, Mr. Diamond.
Well, what do you and your friend have?
Well, I'm going to have a double strawberry. How about it, Mr. Diamond?
Sounds great.
2 double strawberries.
This is Mr. Diamond, Mary Lou. His office is in that building across the street.
Oh, how do you do?
How are you, Mary?
All right, I guess. Business could get better, and I wouldn't mind at all. Here are your cones.
This is on me, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, no, now put it away.
Oh, now, come on. I asked you over, and that makes it my treat. Here's a 5, Mary Lou. Mr. Diamond's money isn't any good today.
Tell you what I'll do, Jeff. Give me a 5 a minute.
Sure, here.
Now, if you can tell me whose picture's on this bill, you can buy the cones.
That a deal?
That's a deal.
Lincoln. Well, what's the matter? That's right, isn't it?
Hmm? Oh, yeah.
What's wrong?
Where did you get this bill, Jeff?
Well, I just made change for it a few minutes. Hey, what's the matter with that dough?
You two act like you'd never seen a $5 bill before.
Well, this thin's counterfeit.
What?
That's right. Good job, too.
You sure?
Yep. One of the best engraving jobs I've ever run across. Paper's not too good.
Oh, that's swell. That's real great. I get just out of a whole $5.
Who gave it to you?
I remember the guy, all right. He came by just before you did. Made change for him, the heel.
Yeah. $5 is a lot of papers.
I'll say it is.
Well, maybe you're wrong. You could be.
Not Mr. Diamond. He's a private detective. Used to be a cop.
Look, Jeff, mind if I take this bill along with me?
Nah. What good's it going to do me?
Oh, it's not so bad. Here, I'll give you a good 5 for it.
No, sir. You only learn by mistakes. I made a big one, so I'm out 5. I'll get along.
Look, it's worth the 5. I'm just buying it from you.
Sure, Jeff. Go ahead and take it.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Diamond, but I just can't.
Okay, Jeff. Maybe I can find the guy who slipped this to you. Maybe we can get your 5 back.
What are you going to do?
Take a run down to the 5th precinct. See how much of this stuff is floating around New York. Now, I want you to do something for me, Jeff.
Sure, anything.
I want you to keep an eye out for the guy who gave you this phone.
I'm way ahead of you.
Well, now, that's what I'm afraid of. I want you to promise me, if you do spot him, not to do anything until you get in touch with me. Promise?
Yeah, okay.
And I'll be at the station. Ask for Lieutenant Levinson's office.
Right.
Here's for the ice cream, Mary Lou. Good ice cream, too.
Oh, thanks. I make it here, right in back. Take a quart home some night.
I always do, but it generally has a cork in it. I left Mary Lou's ice cream parlor and headed for the 5th Precinct Police Station. I don't usually start something like that, but when a kid gets fleeced out of a whole day's pay, I get a little hot under the collar. I walked into the squad room and spotted Sergeant Otis putting shine on his big shoes.
Oh, it's you, Diamond.
Now, what good is that going to do you, Otis? You can lose a whole can of polish in the cracks.
What do you mean? My shoes ain't cracked so bad.
Well, maybe not, but I've seen bacon that look better.
If you want to see the lieutenant, go on in.
Thank you, Sergeant. Until we meet again.
Why don't you stop trying to be so funny?
Sergeant, I'll do it if you'll do something for me.
What?
Cut off your head. That face could start a Harry-Carry epidemic. Hello, Walt. Now, what the devil's the about?
What do you mean?
That bilious explosion you just popped up with. Sound like you just swallowed a whole pineapple.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Who's dead?
Huh?
The body you said you found.
The body I said... No, Walt. You're not built for it.
Who?
No, Walt. It's my routine. It won't work for you.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, sure you do. You wanted to know who's dead. Well, I'm not going to tell you.
Huh?
Don't try to be cute with me. You know what it's all about. I'm not going to be the fall guy. You just hunt for the body.
Wait a minute. I don't know anything about a body.
You wanted to know who's dead, didn't you?
Sure, but that was just a gag.
Okay, have your fun, but I'm not going to tell you.
Tell me what?
Who's dead?
You mean somebody really is?
What are you talking about?
Well, I'm talking about what you just said. Now, who's dead?
That's a stupid question.
Why is it?
Well, if you don't know who's dead, what the devil are you doing in charge of homicide? Go on over to the robbery detail.
Now, you wait a minute. You said...
Yes, Walt?
Oh, get out of here.
I did not. I never said, oh, get out of here. When I came in, I said, hello, Walt, and you said, uh-huh. Then I said, what do you mean, uh-huh? And you wanted to know where the body was.
I did not. I said, who's dead?
Why?
Oh, no, please. I'm an old man.
Oh, Walt, get away from that window and take a look at this.
Oh, please. Do I have to? It'll probably explode.
Now, be a good boy and open your little eyes.
Oh, all right, but I just know I'll be sorry.
Here.
You don't owe me any money.
Well, if I did, I'd make sure to pay you off in this stuff.
Why, what's wrong with... Where'd you get this?
Some guy slipped it to Jeff, the newsboy. He got change for it.
Oh, that certainly is a nice stunt.
Well, maybe the guy didn't know he was passing counterfeit.
I doubt it. You don't give a newsboy $5 for a paper.
Okay, tell me about it.
The stuff has been flooding the city. You can't get a lead. Picked up a couple of passes, but they won't crack.
How do they work?
Look, Rick, this isn't my department. The Treasury boys are working on it right now. Why don't you go over and talk to them?
Well, if you want to be snooty about it.
Now, you wait a minute, Diamond. Yeah? Lieutenant Levinson, homicide.
Is Mr. Diamond there?
Now, wait a minute. Rick, it's for you. Yeah, wait just a minute. Here, Diamond, and if you're mixed up in something.
Walt, be quiet. Hello?
Mr. Diamond?
Yeah, Jeff?
Yeah. I just spotted the guy who slipped me the phony bill. He went into the bar next to the ice cream parlor.
You stay where you are. I'll be right over.
I'll be at the stand.
Rick.
Yeah?
Please.
Walt.
Yeah?
Bye.
Paper, latest issue paper.
Jeff.
Oh, Mr. Diamond. He hasn't come out yet. He's still in the bar.
Come on.
Where are we going?
Leave your papers for a second. I want you to point him out.
Okay. He's a big guy. You better be careful.
Big guys always make me careful.
You want me to go in with you?
Just stick your head in the door and point him out, and then go on back to your papers. If I start bleeding, I'll scream. See him?
No. Yeah, there he is. Over in that booth.
Well.
You know him?
Yeah. Go on back to your stand.
Oh, golly, Mr. Diamond, can't I?
No, Jeff. Go on back.
Okay.
Hello, Walker.
Huh? Oh. What do you want, Shamus?
Well, I'll have a talk. Mind if I sit down?
Does it make any difference?
Not much.
Then sit.
You passed a phony 5-spot this morning.
I did? Well, shame on me.
How many more you got on you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You want me to turn you upside down and shake it out of you?
Diamond.
Yeah?
Bo.
Walker.
Yeah? Oh, hey, you. Let go. Oh, you busted my arm.
You want it back?
Yeah.
Now, let's see your pockets.
Okay.
Get on your feet. I want to see what you're doing.
All right.
Okay, dump them.
Hey, what's going on here?
Just relax, bartender. I'm taking care of some business.
Well, ain't going to be any rough stuff in my joint, so you better relax, Sonny. Yeah, make this guy take his big paws off of me. He's trying to shake me down. Oh, yeah? You want me to call the cops, Sonny?
Maybe that's not a bad idea. How about it, Walker? You want him to call the law?
I don't care who he calls. Just get out of my way, Diamond.
You're not going anywhere.
Now, I told you to lay off, Sonny, and I meant it. Now, let him go, you hear me?
Look out, he's making a break.
Just let him be.
Get out of my Pop. You're too old to lose another set of teeth.
I ain't turning you loose until that guy makes the street.
Sorry, Pop. You better take a chair.
Mr. Diamond, what happened?
You see which way you went?
Yeah, there it goes around that corner.
Stay at the ice cream parlor, Jeff, so I can get you if I need you. I took off like a seagull in a hurricane. I turned the corner and spotted my man jumping into a cab, so I did the same. He led me across town to a little dive on 13th Street and got out of his cab. My boy parked up the block, and we watched while Walker looked around for a tail. When he was satisfied he'd given me the shake, he went in. I paid off my cabbie and followed. It was another bar, and Walker wasn't anywhere in the room. I sat down, ordered a beer, and waited. After about 10 minutes, I saw a couple of guys wander out of a door in the back. A couple of minutes later, a couple of more wandered out. So I wandered in. It was a small-time gambling setup. The kind you can throw in the back of your car if the cops come. I started getting that lousy feeling again. You don't just walk into a place like that unless someone wants you to. And if they do, it's usually because they got it fixed so you stay around. Maybe permanently.
What are you tailing me for, Diamond?
Why? Make you uncomfortable?
Yeah.
That's cozy setup. Good way to get rid of bad money. Pay the winner off with counterfeit.
I think we'd better go back to my office.
Oh, I don't know. I might have a little fun here. I'll bet if one of those guys at the table knew he was going to be paid off in counterfeit, he'd just about tear this place apart. And you, too.
Diamond, don't be stupid.
Oh, something new's been added.
Yeah, and it makes so much noise when it goes off. Let's go back to my office, huh?
For some reason, I just can't think of a good argument not to.
This way. Have a seat.
My ankles get lumpy when I sit down. Bad circulation.
And stand on your head.
It doesn't work. I keep talking to toes all day.
How'd you get onto this setup?
Oh, luck. You passed a bad bill to a newspaper boy. He spotted you for me.
You know what happens to you?
No. As a matter of fact, I was thinking what's going to happen to you.
What do you mean?
Treasury boys, homicide, 5th Precinct. And tomorrow we're taking a full-page ad in the Times. You should do a big business.
You're lying.
Okay. I think I'll sit down while you wrestle with it.
You mean the team know about this place and me?
The only way they'll get to know you any better is when they give you a room number at Sing Sing. Oh, you mind if I put my feet up?
Oh, go ahead.
He kept asking questions, not waiting for answers. He was good and worried. And as long as I could keep him that way, the longer I was going to keep on breathing.
I don't believe one rotten thing you said, Diamond.
Okay. He kept trying to convince himself that I was lying. He wanted to shoot me in the worst way. He moved around behind his desk and sat down. Bless his little heart. I had both feet on the front of his desk, so I shoved out as hard as I could. I pinned him against the wall with the desk and jumped up to get better leverage. I shoved so hard the front of the desk nearly cut him in two. He was stuck and he couldn't use his arms.
I can't breathe.
You want to tell me about it?
I don't know a thing.
Okay. You look pretty silly from the waist down. Come on, Walker. If I mash you anymore, they'll be able to use you for wallpaper.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, leave the gun in your pocket. When I pull the desk back, put your hands on top of it. You try a stunt and you end up in halves.
Okay. What do you want to know?
Who's the big wheel behind the counterfeit ring?
You give me a chance if I tell you?
No deals.
Can't blame me for trying.
All right, you tried. Now, you want back in the vice?
No. I'll tell you.
Walker! He died with his head rolled back and his eyes staring up like he wanted to starve for trying. Whoever shot him had been out in the alley and had nailed him through the window. I looked out, but the killer had disappeared, so I put in a call to homicide, and finally Walt and his boys arrived.
Diamond, don't you ever get tired of corpses?
Well, of course not. I just do my bit and then try to make you happy.
Hey, you want me to call the wagon and get the coroner down here, Lieutenant?
No, Otis. I thought we might all sit around and wait for the dead man to say something.
Oh, I was only asking, Lieutenant.
Well, start using that mallet head of yours, you mallet head, and make a report.
Okay.
Now, Diamond, I want to know how you got mixed up in this thing.
Well, the dead man was the one who slipped the paper boy the $45. I tailed him, and he was just about to tell me who was behind the ring when he got a hole in his head.
Oh, he was going to tell you, was he? Just like that. What did you do? Set his clothes on fire?
No. We were playing truth and consequences, and he fibbed, so I...
Now, you stop that. This guy was the only link we had on the counterfeit ring. And you have to fix it so he dies. Rick, there's enough phony money floating around New York right now to start another Black Friday. This is the best setup we've run into since Dad Foster operated in 1937.
Dad Foster?
Yeah, Dad Foster. You remember hearing about him?
Yeah, is he still doing time?
No, he served his sentence and he's gone straight ever since.
How do you know? Where is he?
He runs a little saloon on 53rd Street.
53rd? Thanks, Walt.
Oh, now, you wait a minute. Who the devil are you calling?
A quiz program. I want to win an electric chair.
Oh.
Mary Lou's Ice Cream Parlor.
Is Jeff the newsboy there?
Why, yes. It's for you, Jeff. Thanks. Hello?
Jeff, this is Mr. Diamond. I want you to do me a favor.
Sure, anything for you.
Okay, now, you know the saloon next to the ice cream parlor?
Yeah?
You know the bartender?
Yeah, old guy. Buys a paper from me every night.
All right. Now, stay in the parlor and keep an eye on the front of the saloon. If the bartender comes out, find out where he goes. But for Pete's sake, be careful.
Sure, Mr. Diamond. I'll do what you say. Is something up?
Well, could be. Now, if anything happens before I get there, call Lieutenant Levinson. I'll tell you all about it when I see you.
You're getting to be a pretty important fellow, Jeff. Phone calls now.
Oh, that was Mr. Diamond. He wants me to stay here and keep an eye on the front of the saloon. Okay?
Oh, sure, of course. But why does he want you to do that?
Oh, it's something big, I think. Something to do with the bartender that works there.
The bartender?
Yeah. I'll just sit up in front here and keep an eye out.
Look, Jeff, watch the store for me, will you? I've got to go in back and pack some ice cream to be sent out.
Sure. Mary Lou! Mary Lou! Guess I'd better get it myself. Mary Lou's Ice Cream Parlor.
Can I talk with Mary Lou?
And she went in back. I'll get her for you. Just a minute.
Thank you.
I tell you, it's getting too risky. That Diamond's a private detective.
Yeah, he came in the bar and started to rough up Walker.
Well, that stupid Walker should have been more careful about passing out that money. What if Diamond catches him and makes him talk?
He caught up, but he didn't make Walker talk.
What do you mean?
I took care of Walker. I got a good shot at him from the alley.
Well, maybe it's better like that. But look, if we don't...
Hello?
Yes?
Mary Lou isn't here. Get off the line.
What? What?
Yeah, get off.
Operator.
Get me the 5th Precinct Police Station. It's a matter of life and death.
I'll connect you.
Oh, golly, please hurry.
I'm ringing.
5th Precinct.
Is Mr. Richard Diamond around there? He said to call Lieutenant Levinson.
Oh, Diamond isn't here. That is the lieutenant.
You know where I can reach them?
Yeah, but that's about it all. Who's this?
I'm a friend of Mr. Diamond's. I'm in an ice cream parlor.
Ice cream parlor. Look, son.
No. I just heard someone say that they'd killed a man named Walker, and I think I know who's behind the counterfeit ring.
What's the address?
It's...
Hello. Hello, kid. What's wrong? Hello.
Lucky we came out this way.
I wonder how he hurt us.
Walked back and opened the door. What are we going to do with him?
Well, tie him up and gag him. There's a closet in the back, and we can put him in there until it's safe to take him out.
Hey, but he's making too much trouble the way he is. Okay.
I can get him back there. You better go on over to the bar in case someone shows up.
All right. Later tonight, I'll take the kid down to the river and teach him how hard it is to swim when he's dead. Now, you listen here, young fella. If you're back here for trouble...
Dad, I'm back for a lot of trouble, and I think you're going to help me out.
You'd better leave, Sonny, or I'll call the law.
Why don't you?
What do you want?
I want to know how long you've been back in the counterfeit racket.
Now, look, Sonny, I've been going straight for a long time.
You know something, Dad? I don't think so. Let's get down to the station and talk about it.
You got a warrant, Shamus?
I got a nasty disposition. You want me to show you?
No.
You want a gun, Dad?
Why, what difference does it make?
I want to look at it. A guy named Walker got dead from a gun. Now, let's see it.
Sonny.
What is it?
I can't show it to you.
Yeah, why not?
Because I got it under the bar, pointed right at your belly. If I drag it out, it might scare the customers.
Oh, it's like that, huh?
It sure is. You see that door there in the back?
I know.
That's a good boy. You just keep walking along your side of the bar and don't try anything. I just had my floor scrubbed. It'd be a shame to spill you all over. Okay. Open the door. Go on out. Up the alley.
You shoot Walker?
I might have.
Oh, where you got your printing presses?
You're just full of questions, aren't you, Sonny? Okay. Stop here.
Behind the ice cream parlor, huh? Well.
Mary!
Make mine hot fudge with the nuts.
Mary!
Just a minute. Say, what's the idea? I thought you... Oh.
Good afternoon. I'm selling a new brand of Indian nuts, great for banana splits.
What's the shamus doing here?
He's too smart. I gotta cut off his education.
Are you crazy? This guy's got friends. That kid was calling the 5th precinct, remember?
Kid?
Yeah, your little news hound.
What did you do with him?
He's all right until tonight. We got him locked up.
Dad, I think I'll make you eat that 38.
I don't think so. No difference if I kill you right here.
Oh, hold it, Dad. We can't have a gun going off back here. Even if we could hide the shamus, they'd find the presses.
Oh, so that's it. Those ice cream machines, the cover-up.
Ain't he smart?
What do? Ship the stuff out in ice cream cartons?
What's with you? You want a tour of inspection?
Come on, now, take it easy. He won't be smart for long.
Well, how are you going to do it?
We're going to take a walk, aren't we, Shamus?
Oh, I have the most horrible instep. I'll never make it without skates or something.
You'll make it. Come on, the car's around front.
Hi. Hey, what's happening in the street?
Dad.
Yeah, it's only some drunk come out of the bar the wrong way. Funny, I didn't see him in
Oh, this is very confusing. If this is 53rd Street, somebody's stolen some buildings. Oh, hi. Hello.
No, take it easy, Shamus. I'm putting the gun in my pocket, but it's still right in line with your belt.
I'm going back inside.
No. Play it straight. Just like we were talking.
Well, you're pretty unsociable, to say the least. What's the matter? Can't you even say hello? I'm lost.
Sure. You're in an alley. The entrance is right out there.
Oh, yeah? Oh, would you mind showing me? I seem to be a little confused.
Now, look, it's right up there. Just keep going.
Hey, where'd you go?
Oh, no.
Oh, there you are, Lieutenant.
Lieutenant.
The cop.
Look out, Walt. Get the girl, Walt. Come on, Dad. Give me that gun.
Now, let go of me. Let me go, you lousy copper.
You got him, Rick? He won't play. There. Now he will.
Just take it easy, lady.
Hey, what's going on?
Otis,
Yeah?
go out and start walking around the block.
Huh?
You hear me? Go on.
Okay, but I don't get it. What do you want me to walk around the block for?
I want you to get used to it, because that's what you're going to be doing for the rest of your time on the force. In Flatbush.
Flatbush?
Yes.
No.
Gee, Mr. Diamond, thanks for the dinner invitation, but where are we going?
Well, I'm going to introduce you to Miguel. She's a redhead, Jeff, so no cracks about my office research.
Oh, sure. But don't you think you should have called her first? How do you know she's got enough dinner?
Jeff, this girl's got more steaks in her deep freezer than a bullfight arena sees in a year. Here we are.
Yes? Oh, good evening, Mr. Diamond.
Good evening, Francis. This is Jeff, Francis. He's going to have dinner with us.
Hi.
Oh, hi. Come right in. Miss Asher's in the study, Mr. Diamond.
Thank you, Francis.
Mr. Diamond.
Yes?
You know the various items that you've left with me for safekeeping?
Look, Francis, I promise I'll get them out of hock as soon as I get a paying client.
Oh, no, it's not that, sir. I didn't really want to hold them as security in the first place. But as long as you insisted in such a fine collection, I'd like to show them to, well, to my girls, sir.
Why, sure, Francis. I didn't know you had a girl.
Oh, yes, sir. She's the upstairs maid in the apartment below us.
Oh.
I'm afraid I told her a wee fib to get acquainted, as it were. She thinks I'm an undercover agent, and I'm afraid I'm going to have to prove it.
Well, my gun and the badge should do the trick. And if it doesn't work, just get under a cover.
Oh, by George, that was a real... Yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
Come on, Jeff. We're not appreciated.
Rick. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Helen, this is Jeff, the boy who's helping me send Dad Foster and Company back to prison. Jeff, this is Helen Asher.
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you, Jeff.
They had him locked up in the closet for a couple of hours, and he looked kind of hungry when he got him out. How about it, honey? You think you can grind up another cow?
Oh, well, there's plenty for Jeff and me, but you've got to make up for 3 things.
3 things?
Yes. First of all, you haven't called me in 2 days. Second, you're half hour late for dinner. And third, well, I'll tell you later.
I'll leave the room if you want me to.
No, Jeff. You stay right here. You're going to literally see a man sing for his supper.
Helen.
All right. Come on, Jeff. We'll go dig into those nice, fat, juicy steaks.
Oh, boy.
Steaks? Wait a minute. My taste buds just started whipping each other. My vibrato may sound like a machine gun, but I'll do it.
Oh, I thought you were kidding. Is he really going to sing, Miss Asher?
No, I'm not going to sing Miss Asher. I'm going to do a little song I used to sing with hip boots on a gondola. You're breaking my heart 'cause you're leaving. You've fallen for somebody new. It isn't too easy believing you'd leave after all we've been through. It's breaking my heart to remember the dreams we depended upon. You're leaving a slow dying ember. I'll miss you, my love, when you're gone. I wish you joy, though teardrops burn. But if someday you should want to return, please hurry back, and we'll make a new start. Till then, you're breaking my heart.
Mr. Diamond, did you really sing in a gondola with hip boots on?
Yeah, that's right, Jeff.
Well, I know you don't need the hip boots anymore. Will you loan them to me?
What for?
I want to wade out of here.
Well, get him.
For that, you get 2 desserts.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg, Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Tommy Bernard, Sammy Hill, Lou Krugman, and Parley Bear. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards and directed by Richard Sandville. Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Now, this is Eddie King inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Saturday night brings you some of the week's best radio entertainment when you tune for the stars on NBC. Stay tuned to NBC every Saturday evening for a great lineup of programs, including Hollywood Star Theater, Ralph Edwards' Truth or Consequences, Your Hit Parade, A Day in the Life of Dennis Day, The Judy Canova Show, and Grand Ole Opry. All the best on NBC. Stay tuned now for Victor Mature and Hollywood Star Theater on NBC.
Now, look, Carl, don't feel too bad because the doc says you're not in great shape. Why, you're liable to live to be 100.
Oh, I'm not worried about it, Rainey. All the doctor said was for me to take it easy, not to do anything too strenuous.
Sure. And you know what that means?
What?
You're just as good as you ever were, maybe better. But you've just got to slow down, Carl. And I'm going to see to it that you do.
thanks, Rennie. My cleaning shop isn't too strenuous for me. Oh, it's good to have a friend at a time like this.
At a time like what? Look, things are going to be the same for you as they always were. Golf, swimming, gym, everything. Only not as much as before. I tell you what, we'll go down to the gym a couple of nights a week, just the two of us. Shoot baskets or toss a medicine ball around, something like that, something easy.
All right.
Let's make it starting tomorrow night. How about that?
Tomorrow night? Sure, that's fine. Wanda won't be coming home till the following morning.
Oh, your wife out of town?
Yeah, up in Port Smith. So we can go to the gym if you want.
Right. And as long as Wanda won't be in town, how about dinner together after we work out?
Swell, I'd like that.
Well, it's a date, then. I'll see you at the gym at 5. After that, we'll go to a restaurant downtown and... Oh, excuse me.
Sure.
Hello?
Hello, Rainey. This is Wanda.
Oh. Hello there. How are you?
Fine. Do you miss me, darling?
You bet I do. Where are you?
Still in Port Smith. You, want me to stay here, don't you?
Uh-huh.
You're going to go through with it.
Well, sure I am.
Please don't get cold feet, darling. He's the only thing that stands between us. You know that.
Don't worry. I'll do everything just as we planned.
Tell me you love me, darling.
I can't.
Oh. Oh, is he with you now?
Yes.
I better hang up then. Remember, I come back to town day after tomorrow.
I know. It'll all be done by then. I'm going to take care of everything tomorrow night.
And now, on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Hey, you.
Just a minute.
Come on. Press them pants later, Bud. I want to talk to you.
All right. Now, what can I do for you, sir?
Where's the guy who owns this pants pressing joint?
I own this place.
Oh, yeah? Your name Carl Brown?
Yes.
Okay, Bud. And you're just the guy I want to see. Nice place you got here. Makes you good living, huh?
Well, fair living. I'm satisfied.
That's great. Like to know a guy's satisfied. That means he wants the other guy to be satisfied, too.
Well, yes, I like
Look,
to think...
you. It's going to cost you $100 a week to run this place from now on. $100 a week? Or the place gets mussed up and you along with it.
Hey, what is this, anyway?
It's just a little business deal, Bud. You give me $100 every week and you can stay in business. And don't think I'm kidding. I'm going to make an example of you. A sort of Exhibit A for the rest of the small shop owners around town.
What do you mean?
I mean, I'm just starting in business. Jerry Buck is the name, in case you're interested. You've heard of me, haven't you?
Yeah. Yes, I have. The police would like to get hold of you.
They can get hold of me anytime they want. Trouble is, they can't pin anything on me. And look, don't you get any idea of going to the cops about this. Because, as I said, I'm going to make an example of you in case you don't kick through with that 100.
What kind of an example?
A dead example, Bud. See you tomorrow. See you around 10 in the morning. And, I'll see you $100 then, too. Won't I?
Hello, Blackie.
Well, hello, Carl. Come on in. What have you done? Promoted yourself to delivery boy?
Oh, no, Blackie, but I happen to be passing your way, so I thought I'd deliver your suit to you myself.
Oh, thanks. I think I can use it tonight, as a matter of fact. Here, I'll take it.
There you are. I'll put it on the bill.
Do that, will you, Carl? Say, and by the way, how is everything?
Oh, not so good, Blackie, not so good.
Well, what's the matter? You cleaners being taken to the cleaners?
Well, I don't know. Had a couple of bad experiences the last 2 days.
Oh, what's happened?
Well, first of all, my doctor says I'm not in such good shape.
Oh, I'm sorry, Carl.
And I have to take it easy.
Well, I wouldn't worry about that, Carl. Taking it easy will do you good.
Yeah, I suppose it will. But it's what happened in my shop this morning that really has me worried.
What happened?
A fellow named Jerry Buck came to see me. Wants $100 a week from me, or else.
Uh-oh.
What'll I do, Blackie? I can't afford to give this guy $100 a week. And if I go to the police, he'll kill me.
We'll contact the police, Carl. We have to in a case like this, but not yet.
Yeah, but...
What this fellow is trying to do to you is one of the crimes I hate most. What time tomorrow is he coming for his 100?
10 in the morning.
10 in the morning, huh? All right. I'll be at your shop at... No, better still. I'll pick you up at your house and go to your shop with you.
Well, I go down to work at 8. Will that be too early for you?
No, I'll be there. Now, don't worry about a thing, Carl. We won't let this guy get away with this.
Thanks, Blackie. I'm not in any danger tonight. No one saw me come here. Later on, I'm going to the gym, and then to dinner with a friend of mine.
Well, go ahead and have fun. By tomorrow, your troubles will all be over.
That was a great meal we had, Randy. We got to eat there every time we get through at the gym.
That's okay with me, Carl. You feel good.
Oh, great. That little workout gave me an appetite. The meal was... Hey, look, I'm home already. What are you trying to do, Randy? Get rid of me?
No, Carl. I just thought you'd like to hit the hay early tonight.
Oh, but not this early. It's only 8 o'clock.
Well, I'll come on in and shoot the breeze with you a while. How's that?
Swell. Oh, it'll be good when Wanda gets back to town tomorrow morning.
I guess you miss her, don't you?
I sure do. Can't understand why she stayed in Port Smith so long. A boyfriend, maybe?
Not in Fort Smith, Carl. Her boyfriend is right here.
I guess he is at that, Rainey. Oh, Wanda's a swell girl. Wonderful wife. Well, come on in. Let's chat a while.
Sure.
Well, say, you don't have to stay if you have something to do, Rainey.
I have only one thing to do tonight, Carl, and that's to stay with you a while.
Thanks a lot. You're a terrific guy. You know, I don't know what I'd do if... Hey, Rainey, what are you doing with that gun?
Just holding it, pal.
And pointing it at me. Oh, put it away, Randy. We don't want to have one of those I didn't know it was loaded accidents around here.
It's not pointing at you by accident, Carl, old pal.
Randy.
Surprised, huh? I don't blame you much. I'd be rather surprised myself if my best friend said he was going to kill me.
Hey, Randy, what is this? Some kind of a joke?
No, Carl, this is no joke. This is murder.
But, Randy, why? Why do such a crazy thing? You know you can't get away with it.
Get away with it? Oh, yes, I can.
Oh, no, Randy.
No one will ever know you were murdered.
Randy...
Because when I get through with you, the coroner's verdict will be death from natural causes.
Hello, Mrs. Brown. I'm Boston Blackie. Is your Mrs. Brown? What is it? Something happened to your husband?
He's in the bedroom, in bed, just as I found him this morning.
Dead, Mrs. Brown?
Yes. I've called the doctor, but he hasn't come yet.
When did he die?
I don't know. I got home from Port Smith very early this morning and found him. I thought he was just asleep.
In other words, he might have died in his sleep?
Yes. Yes, he might have. He was under doctor's care.
Yes, I know. Well, let's have a look at him, huh?
If you like. How did you happen to call on him, Blackie?
Well, we had an appointment to go down to his shop together this morning to meet a man named Jerry Buck.
Jerry Buck? I never heard him mention anyone by that name.
No, I don't imagine you have. This is just the way you found your husband, Mrs. Brown, in bed, just as he is right now?
Yes. Just as he is now.
Not a mark on him. No sign of disturbance in the room, no bruises on him to show his death wasn't natural. But just the same.
Who are you calling?
The police, Mrs. Brown. I think your husband was murdered.
Murdered?
And in an amazing way, too. I don't know how, but he was murdered, I'm sure.
Who'd kill him?
Probably Jerry Buck. He came to see me yesterday about that shakedown Buck was trying to pull.
Shakedown?
Yes, but that's not important right now.
Faraday speaking.
Hello, Inspector. This is Blackie.
I'm out alone. Things were too quiet here at headquarters. Goodbye, Blackie. Whatever you want, I'm not interested.
Well, I have a murder you might be interested in, Faraday.
A murder? Whose? Yours?
No, I'm sorry, pal, but the only thing that could possibly kill me is your stupidity. The dead man is Carl Brown, and I think he's been murdered. Maybe poisoned, or maybe killed some new way by a man named Jerry Buck.
Jerry Buck? Now, isn't that nice? Why did Jerry Buck kill him?
For $100 shakedown money, Brown wouldn't pay.
Oh, no, Blackie. I know Jerry Buck and his work. He's a no-good guy, and I'm going to get him one of these days. But it won't be for murder. He's not the murdering kind.
That's what you think. Better send somebody up here and have a look at the body.
Sure. I'll send up the coroner and a couple of men. What's the address?
909 Evergreen Street, apartment 2.
Okay. You think Brown was poisoned, huh?
Well, there are no marks on him. He wasn't shot or stabbed or killed by any visible means.
Or by Jerry Buck or anybody else. It's murder, huh?
Yes.
I bet this one turns out to be death by natural causes. Goodbye.
Blackie, are the police coming?
Yes, Mrs. Brown. They'll be here in a little while.
May I
Then
come in?
Huh?
Oh, Rainey, please do come in.
I got here as soon as I could, Wanda. I'm awfully sorry to hear about this.
Well, it must be a shock to you, too. Oh, Rainey, this is Boston Blackie. Blackie, John Rainey.
How do you do, Miss Rainey?
I phoned Rainey to come over as soon as I found Carl this morning.
No.
Rainey's almost like one of the family.
You knew Brown well, Mr. Rainey?
Yes, we've been the best of friends for years. I think I know how he died, too, Blackie.
How?
Overexertion.
I'm afraid that's what it was, too.
What makes you think so, Mr. Rainey? Did you see him last night?
Yes, I did. We went to the gym for a light workout. Carl was an active guy. I thought it was better to taper off the strenuous stuff rather than drop it cold.
Well, that's sometimes wise, yes.
But this time, I'm afraid it wasn't, though he seemed to be in good spirits at dinner.
Oh, you had dinner with him last night, too?
Yes, about 6:30. Then he left to come home and relax.
And he was all right then?
Yes, seemed to be. Oh, the poor guy. Guess he died in his sleep.
Well, if he had to die, I suppose it's best this way.
Yes, if he died, as we think. Did your husband always sleep with his wristwatch on, Mrs. Brown?
What? Oh, yes, he did.
Say, this is strange.
What's that?
His watch. I noticed it when I first came in. It was running, and it's kept perfect time since we've been in here.
Well, it's a very good watch. Carl was awfully proud of it.
Good watch, is it? Well, maybe so. It's keeping time all right now, but it's exactly 2 hours slow.
2 hours slow?
Yes. And I wonder why.
And now back to Boston Blackie. Carl Brown, who has been ill, is told by gangster Jerry Buck that unless he pays him $100, his shop will be wrecked, and he'll be killed. So Carl goes to see Boston Blackie, and Blackie agrees to be with Carl the next day when the gangster comes for payment. That night, however, Carl's friend, John Rainey, pulls a gun on Carl and announces that he is going to kill him. Next morning, Carl is found at home, dead, without a mark on him. Death is attributed to natural causes, but Blackie is convinced Carl was murdered. As we return to our story, Blackie and his friend Mary Wesley wait in the dead man's cleaning establishment for the appearance of the gangster, Jerry Buck.
10 o'clock already, Blackie. If Mr. Buck is going to come here, he should be here by now.
He may be stalling just to worry his victim a little.
A lot poor Mr. Brown has to worry about now.
Yes. I wish Jerry Buck would show up. He'd certainly help me prove something.
I know what. That he didn't kill Mr. Brown.
Smart girl.
I don't see what's smart about it. If he killed Mr. Brown, he'd know there was no point in coming here to collect money from him. Blackie, what kind of poison killed Mr. Brown?
None, Mary. I realized that after I told Faraday I thought poison had killed him. Right after. There would have been some evidence of death by poison if he'd been killed that way.
But there were no marks on him, you say? He couldn't have been killed any other way.
I still think he was murdered, Mary. Murdered in a new and clever way. That watch, 2 hours slow. It's a clue. I know it is. But I can only figure out what it means.
Maybe it just means his watch doesn't keep time.
It keeps perfect time, Mary. I checked it myself and didn't lose a second. Now, why is that watch of Brown's running 2 hours slow? How does it prove Carl was murdered?
Please, Blackie, don't ask me.
I'm just asking myself, Mary, and I'm telling myself the hands of that clock point to Brown's murderer. I'm sure they do.
Well, the hands of the clock in here point to well after 10. Obviously, our friend Mr. Buck is not going to show up here.
No, obviously not. So I think I'll show up at his place.
Hey, Jerry.
Yeah?
you hear over the radio about that guy, Carl Brown, you was going to see this morning?
Come in, Maud. Yeah, I heard just now.
Guess you got to pick another sucker to get the business started.
Uh-huh, but... Oh, somebody's at the door, Maud. Go see who it is.
One of the boys, maybe.
Yeah, but maybe not. Open the slide panel and see who it is first.
Yeah. Yeah? What do you want?
I want you to open this door.
Ah, get lost, character. Hey, let go my necktie. Let go, will you?
Not till you open this door.
Hey, Jerry, make this guy let go my necktie.
Open the door for him, Maud.
Let go, you.
I think I know who he is.
Do what the man says, pal.
All right, but let go of me first.
Sure. I'm coming in the door fast, just so you won't change your mind and close it on me.
What do you want?
Close the door and I'll tell you. That's a good boy. Now, you just be quiet. I've come to see your pal, Jerry.
What do you want me for, Blackie?
Oh, you know who I am, do you, Jerry?
Yes.
Good. Why didn't you come to see Carl Brown this morning as you promised you would?
2 reasons.
You said you'd be there at 10. What's one reason?
Well, first of all, I was going to be late anyhow, just to worry the guy a little. But then I heard over the radio a little while ago there wasn't any reason to see him at all.
You expect me to believe you didn't know he was dead until you heard it over the radio?
That's right.
That's also a lie.
Look, I don't like to be accused of anything, Bud. Lying or murder.
Maybe I should take this guy apart for you, Jerry.
Yeah, Maud. Maybe we should teach this rover boy a little lesson.
You mean maybe he had a punch like this?
Hey, now, Blackie, you don't hit a pal of mine like that without getting hit yourself.
Hold him, Jerry. I'll take care of this guy.
Just open the door, Maud.
Okay.
Conversation's closed, huh?
Okay, now, Maud, let's slap him around and toss him.
Oh, no, you don't.
Here, I'll get him with this chair, Jerry.
That got him. The door's open, so let's toss him out. Grab him, Maud.
Yeah, I got him. Right.
Yeah. Now, close the door and let him lie out there a while.
Sure, Jerry. Look what I'll be able to tell my grandchildren. That I tossed Boston Blackie out on his ear.
John Rainey must be an important man, Blackie. He's kept us in his waiting room long enough.
The secretary said he'd be ready in a little while, Mary. He's a pretty busy man.
Oh. Well, I guess I'll read this magazine or something.
What's the matter? Do I bore you? Don't answer that.
Silly. Oh, maybe this is Mr. Rainey now.
Yes, it is.
I can see you now, Blackie.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Rainey. Come on, Mary.
I'm coming.
I'm sorry I kept you waiting so long, Blackie. I was on the long-distance phone.
That's all right. Miss Wesley, Mr. Rainey.
How do you do, Mr. Rainey?
Now, what can I do for you, Blackie?
I'm convinced your friend Carl was murdered. Maybe you can help me prove it.
But, Blackie, it's obvious that Carl died of a heart attack. In fact, I feel partly responsible.
You do?
Yes, I took him to the gym with me last night, and even though we just had a light workout, I'm afraid even that was too much for him.
I don't think he died of overexertion, Mr. Rainey. And I'd like you to help me prove he didn't.
All right.
Now, what do you know about Carl and his wife?
About Carl and Wanda? What do you mean?
I mean, did they get along?
Of course they did.
Are you really sure, though? Isn't it strangely convenient that Carl's wife was out of town the night Carl died?
Why, no, she... Look, are you trying to say Wanda had something to do with Carl's death?
I'm saying she might have wanted him to die. It's just a hunch, though.
But Blackie's hunches are usually right.
I don't like any part of this. Wanda Brown is...
Wait a minute, Miss Rainey. Don't get excited. I didn't mean what you're thinking. I'm sorry I said it.
You shouldn't be.
Well, I am. Come on, Mary.
All right, Blackie.
Thanks, Mr. Rainey, but I don't know what for.
Sorry I couldn't have helped you. I'm sorry I got angry, too.
Forget it. Coming, Mary?
Yes, I'm right here. Goodbye, Mr. Rainey.
Goodbye.
Well, we certainly got plenty of nothing out of him.
Yes, didn't we? Well, let's get back uptown and concentrate on that watch.
That watch again?
Yes, I'm still absolutely certain that Carl was murdered. And that watch is the clue. Why was it 2 hours slow?
Well, you keep asking the same question, so you get the same answer. I don't know.
Say, wait a minute, Mary. You know what kind of a place we were just in?
Well, according to that sign up there, we were in the John Rainey Ice and Fuel Company.
That's right, and it gives me an idea. We're coming back here tonight to prove that John Rainey killed Carl Brown and how he killed him, too.
So you want to look look around my ice plant this morning, dear Blackie?
Yes, if you don't mind. Miss Wesley here has been pestering me about it ever since we left here yesterday.
Well, I'm flattered. We have about the best plant in the city, Miss Wesley.
So I've heard. I hope you'll show us through it.
Be glad to. Right this way. Through this door here, we can go right into the main freezing room.
Good.
After you, Miss Wesley.
Thank you.
You should really be here late in the afternoon when you lift the big ice blocks out of the vats and
Oh.
Well, maybe you'll let us come back then.
Any time, Blackie.
What's that humming noise?
The generators that run the pumping machinery here. That odor you smell is ammonia, of course.
Oh, yes, I recognize that.
Miss Wesley is a nurse.
Oh, a nurse. Well, Miss Wesley, this is where most of your ice packs come from. We supply most of the hospitals in town.
Miss Wesley is a private nurse. Most of her cases are in homes.
Yes, but people in homes have headaches, too.
By the way, Mr. Rainey, what's behind that big, heavy door over there?
That's the newest addition to my plant, Blackie, the deep freeze room.
Big unit, isn't it?
Biggest deep freeze room in the state.
Can I see that, too, from the inside?
Oh, may I, too?
Well, I wouldn't advise it, Miss Wesley. I'll just open the door and give you an idea of how cold it is in there.
Okay. Ooh, oh. It is cold. I give up. I'll wait out here.
I thought you would. All right if I go in, Mr. Rainey?
Of course, Blackie, for a minute or two. Here, I'll go in with you and show you the mechanics.
Fine. We'll be out in a minute, Mary. Then we can hold hands.
No, thanks. I'll wait till you thaw out.
Say, it is really cold in here.
Yes, we'd better not stay in here more than... Blackie, what did you just pick up off the floor?
My watch.
Your watch? But how did it get in here?
I put it in here. I came back after we left you last night.
Last night, but the door. It's closed. We can't open it from here. We can't get out.
Oh, yes, we can. When I give Inspector Faraday the signal.
The signal? Inspector Faraday? A policeman?
Yes, in a manner of speaking.
But what's he doing here?
He's helping me with a little experiment, and it's worked. My watch has stopped, all right, just as I thought it would be, frozen stiff.
Why, of course it stopped. It's so far below zero in here
that a man would freeze to death in less than half an hour. And his watch would freeze, too, and run again after it was thawed out.
Well, sure, everybody knows that.
Sure, but not everybody knows that Carl Brown died by freezing, and in here, where you put him...
Are you kidding?
Don't pretend to be surprised, Rainey. All I needed to prove that Carl was murdered was to find out why his watch was running 2 hours slow. The works were frozen for 2 hours, that's why.
Why, you...
Put that away. Put away that gun. It's not going to do you any good.
It's not going to do you any good either, because I'm going to kill you with it.
I don't think so, Rainey. Have you forgotten we're locked in here?
What? We've got to get out of here. We'll freeze to death in a few minutes.
The way Carl froze to death in here?
Blackie, we'll freeze. Open the door! Open the door!
No use pounding, Rainey. Faraday won't open the door till I give the signal.
Then give the signal. I'm freezing.
This is the way you killed Carl, isn't it? You locked him in here.
No! Let me out! Let me out! Open the door! Open the door!
It won't open till I give the signal, and I'm not giving the signal till you give me that gun and start talking.
All right. Here, take the gun. Take it. Now give the signal.
You admit you killed Carl by putting him in here?
Yes. Now give the signal. I'm freezing.
I'm freezing, too, but first, why did you kill Carl?
Because Wanda and I wanted to get rid of him. Now, have them open this door. I'm dying. The cold is too much. It's too much.
Too much for Carl, too. Much too much. There's the signal.
Oh, Blackie.
You get what you want, Blackie?
Yes, Faraday. You admitted everything. Better let Rainey lie down. I think he's about to pass out. He has passed out.
Well, Blackie, your face and hands are almost blue. Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right, Mary, but this is the first time I ever got hot on a case by getting cold.
The Linux Show, starring Nick Carter, Master Detective. Presented by Acme, America's great producer of fine quality paints. This is the story of a man known the world over as one of the most daring and resourceful characters in the history of detective fiction. A man whose name has become a symbol of the triumph of right and justice over the sinister forces of crime and lawlessness. A man recognized as one of the great masters of deduction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Today's baffling case, The Mystery of Hangman's Wood. Another exciting chapter dramatized from the life story of Nick Carter. In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter discovered what caused the ghostly shadow of a long dead pirate to appear at full moon upon the side of a deserted barn and why, and what he did about it after he found out. You know, Mom is a person who's entitled to real consideration, not only on Mother's Day, but the whole year round. She deserves the most attractive home, the greatest convenience, the utmost leisure modern living can provide. And now American science has given her the modern shortcuts to happy homemaking. For example, the 3 great Linux home brighteners. Linux self-polishing wax, Linux cream polish, and Linux clear gloss, which work such magic in the care of furniture, woodwork, and floors. Linux self-polishing wax, the amazing new wax product, beautifies floors with a satiny yet tough anti-skid finish. Linux cream polish for fine furniture cleans as it polishes, leaving no surface oil to attract dust. And Linux clear gloss, which is brushed on, dries to an elastic, transparent surface that protects all wood and linoleum in your home. Give your home a new, easy beauty treatment now with the 3 great Linux home brighteners. You'll find them all at your hardware, paint, or department store. Your headquarters also for Chemtone, the Miracle Wall Finish. And now for today's exciting case from the life of Nick Carter. As we join Nick Carter and his secretary, Patsy Bowen, this week, we don't find them in the old house in the corner of 5th and 4th. Instead, they're watching the sunset on the terrace of a little inn overlooking the placid waters of the Potomac. But it's only a busman's holiday. They've come in answer to a frantic telegram sent by Professor Markert. That famous archaeologist is explaining his problem to them in cultured but slightly agitated tones.
You know, it's extraordinary, Mr. Carter. I might even say fantastic. Never have I come across a more curious manifestation of local superstition. As you know, I've been investigating the so-called pirate caves of the Potomac.
Doesn't sound like a very cheerful thought, does it, Nick?
Well, there have been many conjectures as to the origin of these holes, Patsy, but the most logical explanation is that they served as hiding places for pirates in the times when they preyed on Virginia shipping.
As we believe, they were also used as hiding places in which to store their loot.
But you didn't send for us to discuss these pirate caves, did you, Professor?
Oh, good grief, no. Mr. Carter, I want to see if you can solve the mystery of the specter of Hangman's Wood.
Spectre? Well, that sounds promising, Professor.
I hope you're right, Patsy. Now, Professor, you say it all started night before last. You and your assistant, what's his name, had been working later than usual.
Yes, Mr. Carter. Harvey and I had become so absorbed in our search that we pursued our digging until long past supper time. In fact, the moon was just rising above Hangman's Wood when we emerged into the open air.
Look, Professor, the moon's rising above the treetops.
Oh, yes. I had no idea we'd work so late.
Oh, I had, Professor. I'm starving hungry.
You know, so am I, now that you mention it. Well, let's pick up the shovels. We'll be getting back to the inn.
Yes.
Ah, the moonlight is beautiful, isn't it? Turns the trees to silver with long, mysterious shadows stretching out below.
Well, it's eerie, if you ask me, sir. I wonder why they call this place Hangman's Wood.
Because it was here that they hanged many of the pirates and robbers who waylaid ships coming up the river. That great gnarled and leafless oak that stands over there, Harvey, between us and the deserted barn, that's supposed to have held as many as 7 bodies suspended from its branches at one time.
No wonder it died off. Out of sheer horror, I'd say.
Oh,
good Lord, what's that?
Oh, just an owl of some kind. Well, as I was saying, Harvey, during the full moon, the spirits of those hardy buccaneers who were hanged there on the gallows tree are supposed to return.
Professor, look.
Huh?
Over there.
Where?
Where the shadow of the tree is thrown against the side of that barn. There's a shadow of something hanging from one of the limbs. Look. It looks like the body of a man.
Yes. Yes, Harvey, it certainly resembles the shadow of a body hanging from a rope with its head bent sharply to one side as if the neck were broken. The interesting thing about it is that there isn't a body hanging from the limb of the tree to cast that shadow.
Uncanny. The shadow of a man who'd been hanged, but no body to cast the shadow.
You investigated, Professor?
Well, no, as a matter of fact, Mr. Carter, Harvey was rather upset by the whole thing, and, well, I'll admit he didn't have to argue too hard to persuade me to leave the vicinity.
You say that local superstition says these manifestations occur when the moon is full.
That's right.
But you saw that shadow 2 nights ago. Wasn't that a bit previous? The moon isn't full until tonight.
Exactly. That's why I wired you that it was imperative for you to come this evening. I propose to return to Hangman's Wood and see if the phenomenon will repeat itself.
All right. How about you, Patsy? Want to come along?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. I'd love to.
Well, here we are, Mr. Carter. Now, this is the gallows tree, and there is the old barn on which the shadow appeared. Everything is just as it was the other night.
I don't see a blessed thing, do you, Nick?
Wait till the moon rises above the treetops.
That should be any moment now.
Yes. Yes, here it comes. The shadow of the tree begins to form on the side of the barn. I don't see any hanging body, Nick.
There's a breeze rising.
Yes, it often comes up with the moon, they tell me, Mr. Carter.
Ah, yes. The full moon rides clear of the top branches of the old oak tree. The wind freshens, the branches murmur.
Oh, goodness, Nick, did you hear that?
Yes, Patsy. The screech owl.
Oh.
And a screech owl in this vicinity, Mr. Carter, is supposed to be a harbinger of ill fortune.
I rather suspect that particular screech owl, Professor, is even more ominous than that.
What?
There. Look at that shadowy shape slowly materializing in the moonlight on the barn door.
Oh, Nick, it's just as the professor said. The shadow of a man hanging by his neck.
Yes. And as you can see, there's nothing hanging from the tree which would cause that shadow. Nothing at all.
Well, that's not too significant, Professor. The interesting feature of that shadow is that it doesn't sway in the breeze.
What's that?
Yes, this breeze is strong enough to move any object hanging from the limbs of that tree, provided it were hanging.
Oh, I do wish that bird would go away.
He's probably got a nest somewhere in that old barn.
I think we'd better investigate that barn, Professor. Particularly that door that frames the hanging shadow. Oh, Patsy, while we investigate the barn it rests on, you wouldn't care to climb the gallows tree and see if you can discover the origin of the shadow?
I would not. Not that I think there isn't a perfectly normal explanation of some sort for that apparition, mind you.
Well, then.
But nobody in his right mind has any business to go climbing trees in the dark.
Okay, Patsy, we'll come back tomorrow in the daylight for the tree. But the barn door, I think we'd better investigate that right now.
Very well, Mr. Carter, if you think it best.
Let's see. This barn door is interesting. Very interesting. This old lock is rusted with age, and unbroken cobwebs cover all the hinges and lintels.
Well, that means no one's been inside the old relic for a dog's age.
On the contrary, Patsy. Someone has been inside, and very recently.
What?
He was driving a horse and wagon. Look here, the ruts in the soft earth.
Oh.
The ones going into the barn are rather light. But here, look at these that are superimposed on the first ones.
Yes?
Notice how much deeper they cut? How the horse coming away from the barn dug his hoofs in as though pulling a heavy load?
Oh, good heavens, Mr. Carter. You don't mean there's another mystery besides the shadow of the hanging man? Oh, dear. Now we have a horse and wagon that can drive through a barn door that's been locked for years.
Maybe the driver just said open sesame and the door disappeared into thin air.
No, the trick is slightly more obvious, Patsy. I'd like to have a look a little higher up. Professor.
Yes?
Bend over so I can climb up your back. I want to stand on your shoulders.
Like this?
Yes, that's it. All right, now steady.
All right. I've got you.
All right. Yes. Yes, I was right. There's a long crack. running parallel with the ground. That means the hinges are on the inside. The whole wall swings inward. All right, steady, Professor. I'm coming down.
Right you are.
Now, let's see what happens if we push the bottom of the wall right about here. All right, all together now.
Oh, Nick, it's swinging up. It's open.
Say, that's neat. Must work on a system of pulleys and counterweights.
Oh, gosh, Nick, it's dark in there.
Well, it's not too dark when you get used to it. I've got an idea there may be something interesting hidden in here. Something that someone has gone to great pains to keep secret. The hidden door, the bodiless shadow are all part of a plot to keep interlopers from...
Oh, Nick, something swished at me.
Calm yourself, Patsy. It's only a bat. Old barns are usually full of them. Yes, there's another.
I definitely don't like bats. They get in your hair.
Oh, nothing here. Nothing but a bit of old hay in this corner. Oh, there's nothing in it. Nothing. Here, wait a minute. Hold on. Huh?
What is it, Nick?
There's a hole under the hay. A hole leading down. Give me the flashlight, Patsy.
Here.
Thanks.
Great Scott, look there. It's the entrance to another pirate hole, with a ladder leading down into it. That looks like one of the deeper ones.
Oh, Nick, you don't expect us to crawl down there.
No, Patsy. Whatever was hidden down there was removed in the heavily laden cart whose tracks we saw outside the barn. See? Here's the imprint of kegs that have been rolled across the soft ground. And here one was stood on end.
Yes.
And look, here one of them sprung a leak. There's a small trail of blackish powder. Well, what do you make of that, Patsy?
No sort of acid, Nick, like gunpowder.
Right.
Oh, good grief, Professor, put out your pipe.
What for?
Oh, it's dangerous to smoke a pipe in a place that's bulging with gunpowder.
But it's not bulging with it, Patsy. There isn't enough left here to fill a firecracker. Someone's got wind of the fact that Professor Mackert called us in, and the whole lot's been removed.
Yes, but where, Mr. Carter? For what purpose?
I wish to heaven I knew. The amount of explosive that was carried away in that heavily laden cart can do a great deal of rather serious damage.
Nick, what do you suppose they're planning to blow up?
I don't know yet, but I hope to find out shortly. First, we send off 2 telegrams.
Okay.
One to the FBI asking for any information they may have regarding Dynamite Joe Porter and his gang.
Dynamite Joe. Yes, I've heard of him. He's the notorious English criminal who specializes in blowing up banks.
And also Rex railroad train. If he thinks they're carrying anything that might interest him.
Where's the second telegram going?
To Annapolis.
Well, why Annapolis?
Because Annapolis, which is a bare 5 miles up the river, is the site of a government powder magazine. I want to know if they've missed any of their stores lately. Yes, and I think I may even send another telegram to the Port Authority at Norfolk. Come on. We better hurry back to the telegraph office before it closes. There are a great many things to do, and too little time to do them.
Well, Nick must suspect that big things are afoot from his reaction to what he found in the old barn. Will he be able to find what these things actually are and put a stop to them before any damage has been done? We'll see in just a moment. If you want new beauty, new protection, new skid resistance for all your floors and linoleum, it's high time you use the new Linex self-polishing wax. Until you do, you don't know how different, how perfect a quick-drying wax can be. For the formula of Linex self-polishing wax is completely new, the result of extensive research by leading chemists. It contains the greatest possible amount of genuine carnauba wax to lend satiny appearance, lasting protection, real anti-skid finish to every floor surface in your home. Yes, the Underwriters Laboratories have proved that linoleum, hardwood, and rubber tile actually are less slippery after the application of Linex self-polishing wax. You can feel the difference when you walk on a floor to which it's been applied. And Linex self-polishing wax takes only a jiffy to wipe on, drying quickly to a handsome luster without tiresome rubbing. So choose genuine Linex self-polishing wax, the finest product of its kind. And when you want the modern finish that's brushed on for even longer lasting protection, get Linex Clear Gloss, which dries overnight to a beautiful gloss finish that protects your floors and linoleum for months. Whether you choose Linex self-polishing wax or Linex Clear Gloss, ask for it by name, Linex, and get the finest. You'll find all 3 great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish that dries in 1 hour, at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere. And now, back to our story. As we rejoin Nick Carter and his assistant, secretary, and right-hand man, or should we say woman, we find them at breakfast the following morning. They're at a little hotel near the site of Hangman's Wood, and it's somewhat later than their customary hour for breakfast, as Nick well knows.
I knew I should have ordered another poached egg. I'm hungry as a bear this morning.
Must have been the night air, Patsy.
Nick, I wonder what caused that shadow of the hanging man we saw last night.
This neat little device I have here,
What in heaven's name is that?
a little tube I found fastened in one of the lower branches of that dead tree. I took a stroll out to Hangman's Wood before you were up this morning.
Well, I'm certainly glad you didn't wake me. I hate early morning walks.
Precisely why I didn't wake you. This gadget I found out there is an ingenious telescope-like lens with a small black silhouette inserted somewhere in the middle. When the light of the moon shone through, at a certain angle, of course, the silhouette was projected and made a shadow on the barn door.
Well, how could you know what to look for?
It had to be something like this, Patsy. Anything hanging from the trees would have moved in last night's breeze. The moment I saw the shadow was stationary, I knew the answer. Oh, pass the muffin, will you, please? Good morning, Professor.
Oh, good morning. The innkeeper gave me these telegrams for you, Mr. Carter. They just arrived.
Oh, thanks. Oh, yeah. Dynamite Joe Porter released from Sing Sing prison beginning of last month, believed to have left the country.
What makes you think that Dynamite Joe is in back of this, Nick?
Oh, I just have a hunch that this is one of his jobs. Well, now let's see what Annapolis has to offer. 24 kegs, latest super gunpowder, missing since Friday week. Have you located it? I wish to heaven I had.
But what is there in this neighborhood that would interest Dynamite Joe?
It has to be something big to tempt that hyena. I know Bank's worth his trouble. You can't be planning to blow up a train. 1 keg of gunpowder would be more than sufficient for that job. Now, what in this neighborhood would take 24 kegs of this deadly stuff?
Maybe he's going to blow up Annapolis.
No. In that case, he'd have finished the job when he stole the kegs.
Great Scott. Maybe he's going to blow up the Capitol.
No, Washington is upstream. He wouldn't have hidden the dynamite 5 miles downstream, if that was what he had in mind.
Oh, of course.
Besides, neither of those blastings would interest Joe. He only dynamites for personal profit. Now, what could that be between here and Annapolis?
Well, there's nothing between here and Annapolis, Mr. Carter, but the Smithfield Marshes. About the dreariest stretch in the whole Potomac Valley. As you know, the ocean's tides are still in evidence in this district, and from here to Fort Whitney, the flats or marshes behind the river wall are well below the level of the river at high tide. You know, the last time the river wall broke, the water level of the river dropped so fast that several boats were left stranded on the shoals.
That's it. Of course, the river wall. Eh? Oh, what a fool I was not to have thought of it before. There must be some boat coming up the river with a cargo valuable enough to attract Joe's attention.
But, Nick...
Professor, get your hat.
Yes.
Patsy, tell the innkeeper to provide us with a small boat suitable for rowing. We'll need 2 pairs of oars, 1 for you and 1 for the professor.
What are you going to be doing while we row?
I'll be doing the investigating. Now, come on. Oh, if only we had a reply to the wire I sent to Norfolk, we might have the answer. But in any case, there's no time to lose. We must keep Joe from blowing up that river wall. Faster, you two. Faster.
I'm pulling as fast as I can.
If you wouldn't insist on hugging this river wall, there's a nice breeze out in the middle of the stream.
No signs of the dynamite yet. We've got to find it. Sent for the river patrol to help us, but it'll probably take hours before their speedboat can get here.
Oh, Nick, I just remembered something.
What?
Another telegram. Came for you while you were seeing about the boat. Must be from Norfolk.
Oh, let me have it, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, Nick, but you rushed us off in such a flurry, it went right out of my mind. Here you are.
Thanks. The Nancy Conliff, carrying cargo of captured German gold found in salt mines due to reach due to the point at 10:30 this a.m.
What?
So that's what Dynamite Joe is after. Quickly, both of you. Back to your oars.
Right.
Now, wait a minute. Here's something. Something in a cylindrical tin container, tucked into the side of the wall just above the waterline. And here's a wire connecting it to another. And another.
Yeah.
Professor, this whole section of the wall is mine. You want to set it off by an electrical charge running along this wire.
What time is it now?
10:21. If that boat is due at 10:30, the explosion is due any minute.
Then let's get out of here.
No, Patsy, we got to go on. All right, slowly. Slowly. There's something I've got to do. Got to find out where this wire leads. Where he's hidden the machinery with which to set off this explosive.
Yeah, it seems to lead to that little shack half overhanging the water, doesn't it? The one over here at the end of the river wall.
Yes. Yes, this is the place. All right, stop, Betsy.
Okay.
Tie us fast so we won't drift away. No granny knots, please.
You can depend on me, Nick. I used to be a Girl Scout.
Let's see. Now, there's a little trapdoor in the floor of the shack where it hangs over the river. I hope it's not locked. Open. I'm going to take a look inside. If I stand up, I should just about be able to see. Yes. Yes, this is the place.
Oh, Nick, you're rocking the boat.
I'm going to pull myself up. You two can follow suit. Steady.
You next, Professor.
You'll just give me a hand, Mr. Carter. I'm not as agile as you are. Oh, thanks.
All right, come on, Patsy. I think we can pull you through between us.
I can make it myself, thanks.
Maybe, but I'll give you a hand anyway. Now, up you come. There.
Oh, well, you didn't have to be so rough about it. I'd have made it.
Righto. Now you're all here. Get your hands up in the air.
Nick, look.
Yes. This, unless I'm mistaken, would be Dynamite Joe Porter.
Stick him up, as you say on your side of the ocean.
Seems to be determined. All right, Joe. They're up.
That's better. What kept you blokes? I've been waiting for you all morning. I hoped you wasn't going to be late for the big event. I wanted to show this Mr. Nick Carter how it's done on our side of the big pond.
Well, now, that's right neighborly, Joe. But aren't you going to search us first to see if we're armed?
Not me. In the first place, I ain't giving nobody a chance to do me dirt whilst I'm busy with another chap. Besides, weapons will do you no good. But don't take your hands down, because one false move and you're a goner.
What are you going to do with us, Mr. Dynamite Joe?
I got that all planned out, sister. There's a little steamer coming up the river in a few minutes, the Nancy Cunliffe. Not much to look at, but she's got a cargo of gold bars in her hold that'll make me as rich as Mr. Rockefeller.
Delightful.
You and me and Mr. Carter here are going to wait right here until this here Nancy Cunliffe runs round the bend. You keep your hands in plain sight all the time and we don't have no trouble, see? When the boat shows up, I blows up the river wall, the water rushes out across the lowlands, and the boat finds she ain't got water enough to sail in and runs aground. Then my lads have a launch all ready and waiting. They knows what to do. They takes over while I finishes off you nosy snoopers so you won't never bother no one again. Understand what I'm getting at?
I'm afraid I do, but I don't quite like it.
Or maybe something will happen to prevent him from carrying out his unpleasant little scheme. Don't get discouraged yet, Patsy.
Spoken like a man, Carter. You don't disappoint me, you don't. I've heard you was a gameman.
Thank you. How much longer do we have to wait for the Nancy Cunliffe to appear?
Only a few minutes more, matey. Just make yourself comfortable while you're waiting. I'd finish you off now, but the boat might heave in sight in the middle of the execution. And I can't let nothing interfere with that part of the plan. First the boat, then you blokes. That's the way I planned it, and that's the way it goes.
Nick!
Yes, I heard it.
I heard it too, mates, and the time's come. When she gets a little further upstream, I'm going to press this here lever in this box. And when I do, it'll be the biggest racket you ever heard. All right, now, here she goes. And I can't tell you how happy I am to have you here as audience. Now then, 1, 2, 3. What the?
Something gone wrong, Joe?
What could go wrong? I'll fix this up myself. It's got to be right. What the...
All right, Joe, get your hands in the air. Fast.
You,
get him up
you,
my side.
way
up. That's better. I'll keep him that way.
Oh, good for you, Nick.
Oh, that was excellent, Mr. Carter. I feel much relieved.
Oh, so do I.
Now, Professor, get that rope over in the corner and tie up this big shot from overseas. I think the authorities would like to take care of him for the rest of his life.
In just a moment, Nick will return to tell us about the clues which enabled him to solve the mystery of the Hangman's Wood. A lovely home adds to the joy of living, and the 3 great Linux home brighteners add to the ease of keeping your home lovely. Linux Cream Polish, for example, renews the original gleaming beauty of your fine furniture, the handsome appearance of the wood grain itself, in one quick, easy application. For Linex Cream Polish actually cleans as it polishes to save you one whole step in your cleaning day routine. Yes, that cloudy look left by dust and previous polish is erased in one quick process that also removes blurry fingerprints and helps conceal scratches. And what's more, Linex Cream Polish leaves no surface oil for dust to cling to. So do as many wise modern homemakers do. Take the streamlined way to furniture care. Linex Cream Polish, which cleans as it polishes. Ask for all three great Linex home brighteners, Linex Cream Polish, Linex Self-Polishing Wax, and Linex Clear Gloss at your nearest hardware, paint, or department store. Your headquarters also for Chemtone, the modern wall finish that beautifully decorates the average room for only $2.98. Tomorrow marks the beginning of the mighty 7th War Loan Drive. And the most important thing you can do to support our fighting forces is to invest in war bonds. An investment in final victory, an investment in peace, an investment in America's future, and yours. 85 million Americans hold war bonds, and 85 million Americans can't be wrong. Get your extra bond now. Now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. Well, Nick, that was a pretty close call you and Patsy had.
Well, not as close as you might think, Ken.
No? Why, if something hadn't gone wrong with Joe's apparatus, the gunpowder would have gone off, and you wouldn't have had as good a chance to capture him the way you did.
But I knew the gunpowder wouldn't go off.
But how could you possibly know that, Nick?
Well, it was this way. As we rode along the sea wall, I punched a hole in each can of powder with my knife. And as the tide came in, the water flooded the cans and soaked the powder so it wouldn't explode.
Oh, Nick, you're wonderful.
I'll say, but suppose the tide had been going out instead of coming in.
Wouldn't have made any difference, Ken. Because just to be sure, after I punched holes in the cans, I also cut the wire.
You always think of everything, Nick.
Oh, thanks for the vote of confidence, Patsy.
Nick, tell me, when did you first suspect that it was the work of an English gangster?
When we heard the voice of that screech owl, which was the way that Joe's gang warned each other. You see, our screech owls are quite a different species from those in Great Britain.
Oh?
When I heard that peculiar, eerie call, I realized it was an imitation of the British screech owl, which is a bird definitely not found in the woods of Virginia.
Well, well, live and learn, I always say. And now, how about a hint or so about next week's story?
I don't see why not, Ken. It's a story about one of New England's most famous possessions, the rocking chair.
Rocking chair has a good homey sound, hasn't it?
But this rocking chair only rocked at certain times, certain very definite times, just before some member of the family was to die.
Has a nice homey sound, doesn't it?
Well, there was nothing homey about the deaths. They happened in all sorts of ways.
Until Nick took over the case. Then both the rocking and the death stopped, suddenly and for good.
And what do you call this exciting story, Nick?
I call it The Haunted Rocking Chair.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick, with Helen Choate as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White. The programs are written by Edith Miser, and any resemblance therein to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. The entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented at this time and over these same stations each week by the three great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme fine quality paints. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers all over America, and saying so long until next week. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Ethel Merman Show, previously scheduled for this time, will be heard at a new time and date to be announced shortly. transcribed is Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Hello there. This is Diamond. Hey, I got a beef. I went shopping for my girl Helen Asher the other day. You know, stuff for dinner. This town's gotten hotter than a blast furnace in Death Valley, so you got to pick out things that make for a cool meal. Like salads, cold cuts, beer. Real picnic style. Well, I figured I could whip up a fancy tossed salad or something. Until I got around to the tomato counter. Have you glommed onto the price of tomatoes lately? Now, what's with that? So the cost of living is inflated. So a T-bone makes like it just arrived direct from the Sultan's classiest cow. Okay, a T-bone I can understand. But what's with a tomato? When it costs so much, it should be hanging from a charm bracelet instead of lying in a salad bowl. Who needs it? So I bowed from the waist and figured you could still do a lot of things with a plain head of lettuce. I got another beef, too. Why can't people start their killings in December when it's cool? Now, about a week ago, I got mixed up in a case, and before it was over, I took so many salt tablets, I am now the best seasoned private detective in New York. It started last Tuesday morning about 11 o'clock in an apartment on the Upper East Side.
Ginny?
Yeah, genius.
No cracks.
No cracks. We're both waiting for old Gibson to turn us into the cops, and you say no cracks. This whole rotten mess is your fault.
Well, how did I know the old goat wouldn't fall for it?
Well, he didn't, so we better start packing.
What for?
Because I don't want to play hostess to a lot of little men in blue. I'm allergic to handcuffs.
Relax, will you? They won't find us.
They can trace me from the other apartment.
How? Gibson don't know your real name. Did you leave anything in the other place that will lead him here?
No. Cleaned out everything except the clothes. I didn't have time to move them.
Notice you got away with the mink.
What do you want me to do? Leave it behind?
No, we can hock it.
Hock it?
Yeah. You want to blow town? Takes cash. Cash I ain't got.
You're telling me.
Look, baby, if Gibson does go to the police, I'll have to hock the coat so we can blow this joint, see?
All right. You go get rid of it, and I'll start throwing some things into the suitcase.
Who's that?
How would I know? Maybe it's the landlady.
Oh, I forgot. They're painting this floor today.
Yeah, I saw the painters in 206. They'll probably start in this room in a couple of hours.
Okay. Duck that coat. I don't want the landlady to spot it.
Yeah.
Yeah, what? Gibson.
So you really are married, huh?
Who is it, Harv?
Hello, Virginia.
Mr. Gibson?
Yes, I waited around in front of the other apartment and followed you here. I wanted to be sure to send the police to the right place.
Look, Mr. Gibson, look.
You look, whatever your real name is. I don't like being blackmailed or threatened.
But please...
No, Virginia, my mind's made up. In a way, I'm sorry for you, but you didn't think about me. I'm past 60, and I'm tired of being made a fool.
Look, why don't you give her a break, Mr. Gibson? Now, I'm not asking for
That's
me.
very noble of you. You should have thought about that a few hours ago when you accused me of making love to your wife. You're not really married. There is no need of displaying your indignation. There'll be plenty of time for that when the police arrive.
Harv?
Yeah. Come in.
Only how dare you? Take your hands off me.
Look, you ain't calling nobody. You want to listen to me?
You take your hands off me.
What are you going to do, Harv?
I'm going to change this old goat's mind about calling the cops.
You can't threaten me.
No.
Oh, you struck me.
How'd you guess?
Harv, take it easy. He's an old man.
Your concern is misplaced, my dear. I can take care of myself. What?
Why, you... Give me that can.
I'll be glad to give it to you across your shoulders.
Give me that.
Harv, be careful.
Hit me with a can, will you?
No, young.
I'll shut you up for good.
Harvey! Harvey! You idiot.
Huh?
You big, stupid idiot. Look what you've done.
All right, so what? No better next time. Throw some water on him. Well, did you hear me? Throw some water on him. What's wrong? Come on, Gibson. Come on. Holy cow.
Listen.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Gotta get him out of here.
Why'd you have to hit him with a cane? Now you're in trouble.
I'm in trouble. We're in trouble, baby. We. Stop that crying all over the place. Help me get him out of here.
How are we going to do it? It's broad daylight.
Yeah. Can't get him out of the building like this. We'll have to wait till night.
We can't leave him in here.
Why not?
The painters.
What do you mean? What?
They'll be here in a little while.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Now what genius.
Shut up, will you? I've got to think.
Diamond Detective Agency, murders financed while you wait.
Oh, you idiot.
Oh, is this Toodles Asher, the belle of Park Avenue?
This is Helen Asher, the girl that goes steady with the Diamond Detective Agency.
Sounds like a fine organization. Are they reliable?
Very seldom.
Oh.
I'll tell you better as soon as I find out what I'm going to do tonight.
You're going to give your butler the evening off, and the Diamond Detective Agency is going to march through your front door, single file, and show you a shortcut to spend the bottle.
What time does all this begin?
How long will it take you to pucker?
About 2 seconds.
Well, I won't get there until 8. Don't hold it, or you'll end up looking like a Ubangi.
You're terrible.
Yeah, but I'm pretty.
So's a baboon.
Oh, what you said.
You won't be late, will you, Rick?
I don't know. After that last crack, I think I'd better start going steady with King Kong.
Rick.
No, I'm mad.
Ricky, I love you.
Only because I can hang by my tail and my fangs have that toothpaste smile.
I think you're the most wonderful man in the world.
Well?
I think you're the handsomest, the strongest, the smartest.
Well, all right. Now tell me something I don't already know.
Rick.
Bye, baby. See you at 8.
Bye.
A, I'm adorable. B, I'm so beautiful. C, I'm... Now, look, honey, I can't make it till 8 o'clock. I got a fan dancer who's a client. She wants to go out and trap an ostrich this afternoon.
Is this the Diamond Detective Agency?
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Is this Mr. Diamond?
Yeah, what's the matter? You sound like you're standing on a body.
Oh, Mr. Diamond, please, you've got to help me. I just don't know what to do.
Now, take it easy. Who is it? What's wrong?
I thought it moved.
What moved?
The man sitting in my chair.
Well, that happens now and then. Why shouldn't he?
Oh, well, because he's dead.
What?
Yes. I came home this afternoon from girls' camp, and when I unlocked my door and went in, I found this, corpse sitting on my Hepplewhite.
On your what?
Hepplewhite? I don't know how he could have gotten there.
Hepplewhite?
No, the dead man.
What about Hepplewhite?
Who?
The guy this corpse was sitting on.
Oh, no. That's a chair. Hepplewhite's an old antique chair.
Oh.
Oh, now I'm so confused.
Well, move over, honey. Now, take it easy and give me one thing at a time. Who's the dead guy?
Well, I don't know. I never saw him before in my life.
Okay, now why haven't you called the police?
Well, I thought about that, but I'm a school teacher, Mr. Diamond, and I was afraid of the scandal. I read a lot of detective stories, and the first thing that came to my mind was calling a private eye.
Private eye. Mm-hmm.
You had the biggest ad in the phone book, so naturally...
Naturally. Well, give me your name and address, and I'll be right over.
Oh, Esther Blodgett, 419 East 79th Street, apartment 108.
Okay, Esther. Now, don't let anyone in and don't touch anything.
Oh, I know that, silly. After the initial shock wore off, I found myself in complete control.
What's the matter?
I'm so nervous. I just lit a cigarette. It tasted so good, I offered one to the dead man.
Well, if he takes it, remember how you did it. I'll be right over. Hepplewhite. Oh, is Walt going to have fun with this?
Homicide, Sergeant Otis.
Hello, Otis. Let me talk to the lieutenant.
Diamond?
No, this is Black Beauty. I just did a mile in 1:12, and I want to report that I've been doped.
Very funny.
I thought so. I didn't win the race, but I was the happiest horse on the track. Now, put the lieutenant on the phone.
Lieutenant Levinson.
Diamond, Walt.
I don't want any. You take your killings to another precinct.
Oh, now, don't be a sorehead. Giving you business is just my way of showing my friendship.
Can't we just be buddies at a distance? I'm getting tired of chasing corpses.
Well, grit your teeth and get over to 419 East 79th Street, apartment 108.
Homicide?
Yeah. A dame named Esther Blodgett reported it. She lives there.
Who's dead?
Well, I don't know. Oh, yeah. A guy named Hepplewhite.
Hepplewhite?
You ask Esther about it. She'll put you straight.
Are you coming over?
Yeah. Bye. As I went out of my office, I thought about Esther Blodgett and wondered how mad she would be when the police turned up. I had to call them whether she wanted a scandal or not, because homicide comes first in my book. I'm an ex-cop, and I still follow the rules. It's not a conscience. I just like staying in business, so when someone turns up with a killing, I always let Lieutenant Walt Levinson know about it. I grabbed a cab, and 20 minutes later, I was standing in Esther's apartment along with Walt, the dead man, and Hepplewhite.
Oh, you're a swell fella, you are.
What's the matter, Walt?
I've been going through that Hepplewhite routine for the last 10 minutes.
I just found out it was a chair. That one right over there, the one that stiffs in.
Mr. Diamond, why did you call the police?
I thought you'd ask that.
Because that man's been murdered, Miss Blodgett. That's what good citizens do when they find a dead man in the apartment.
But the scandal. I'm a school teacher. What will my students' mommies and daddies think?
Honey, just confuse them with that Hepplewhite routine. What did you find out, Walt?
Not much. The coroner will be here in a few minutes.
Looks like someone gave him a pretty good beating. What's that all over his clothes?
Isn't that blood, Mr. Diamond?
Yeah, he's been bleeding all right. I mean that brown stuff, Walt. Looks like lint or something.
I noticed that, too. I don't know what it is. We'll have the lab analyze it.
Tell me, Esther, you said when you came in you unlocked the door.
Yes, that's right.
Are you sure it was locked?
Why, yes, it has a catch lock. Besides, you have to turn the key and then use the other hand to turn the knob.
Did you touch anything? Open any windows?
I touched nothing.
Oh. Well, there's a good one, Walt.
Yeah, a corpse sitting in a room with the door and all the windows locked. Do you always lock the windows when you go out, Miss Blodgett?
Well, I've been away for several weeks at a girls' camp.
Aren't you a little old for that sort of thing?
Oh, I've been counseling. One of the teachers who goes along to take care of the young girls.
What do you think, Rick?
Well, he wasn't killed in this apartment.
No signs of a struggle.
There's only blood around the chair and on the body. He must have been carried in.
There would be blood trails on the floor.
Not if he was carried in something. You say you never saw this man before, Esther.
Never in my life.
Any identification in his wallet?
Yeah, name's Gibson. Leland Gibson. No money taken either, so that eliminates the robbery angle.
Any address?
Yeah, he's got an old driver's license. 12 East 64th Street. Pretty classy district.
Judging by his clothes, he was well fixed. Tailored. Good store.
As soon as the coroner arrives, I'm going to check this apartment building. Maybe somebody heard something or saw something.
Walt, let me check the 64th Street address for you.
This is a police job. Why do you want to check it?
Oh, because poor Miss Blodgett looks so unhappy.
I am, Mr. Diamond. I am very unhappy.
See, Walt?
So she's unhappy. If you want to check the place on your own, go ahead, but I'm sending some men over anyway.
Mr. Diamond, I like you.
Well, thank you, Esther.
No.
I want to hire you to catch the killer and free me from this awful policeman.
Awful policeman? Do you know how I got this way, Miss Blodgett?
Oh, I'm sure it wasn't easy.
Good for you, Esther.
I got this way because of this private detective.
Just call me Blue Eye.
Ever since he stopped working with me and left the force, I've gotten mixed up in more screwy cases than an alcoholic in a whiskey truck. There isn't 1 week that he doesn't turn up with 1 or 2 killings.
My, he gets excited, doesn't he, Mr. Diamond?
And in his spare time, he intimidates my sergeant.
Just call me Rick, dear.
I've taken enough bicarbonate in the last year to stop Vesuvius erupting. And if he doesn't give me a little peace and quiet, I'm going to end up solving a killing of my own.
Rick, my, that's a nice name.
How did you ever get to be a school teacher? You don't look the type.
Are you listening to me?
Oh, what makes me so different?
I've seen signs on highways that say it better than I can.
What are you two babbling about?
You mean the ones that say, danger, stop, look, and listen?
Well, that fits, but I was thinking about curves and soft shoulders.
Oh, no. Now, you listen to me, Diamond. This is serious business. A man's been killed in Miss Blodgett's apartment. If you want to take her on as a client, go ahead. But any questions from here on in will have to be gotten down at police headquarters.
You are taking me in, Captain?
Lieutenant. Yes, you'll have to come down for questioning.
Rick?
You go along with the big bad policeman, dear. I'll have you out in no time.
Well, all right, if you say so, but this has never happened to me before.
Oh, that's unfair. Walt, stop blubbering. Yes, what is it? Oh, you get out of here.
Oh!
Otis! Where the devil is Otis?
I left Walt jumping up and down in front of Esther and the corpse and headed for 12 East 64th Street. It was an old brownstone in one of the wealthier districts. And when I rang the doorbell, I got another surprise.
Yes?
Yes. Don't tell me you're a school teacher.
I beg your pardon.
You forget it. It's the landmarks that threw me.
What do you want?
Well, do you know a Mr. Leland Gibson?
Yes, he's my father. Now, just who are you?
Name's Diamond. I'm afraid I've got some bad news for you, Miss Gibson.
It's Father. Something's happened to Father.
May I come in?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, yes. Now, please, what is it? What's happened to Dad?
Well, he's dead.
Oh, no. No.
Look, I know this is tough, but you've got to help me. The police will be here in a minute.
The police?
Yes, your father was murdered.
Oh, I knew something like this would happen.
You did? Well, tell me about it.
Well, I don't mean that I expected Dad to be...
Okay, now, just take your time. Cry it out.
I'm sorry. Have you a handkerchief?
Sure, here.
Thank you.
Now, think you can talk about it?
Dad left the house about 3 weeks ago and moved into a hotel.
Did you have a fight or something?
Oh, no. Everything was fine, but
No, hang on.
things couldn't have been better, and he was in wonderful spirits when he left.
No arguments, no hard feelings? He didn't leave mad?
Oh, no, nothing like that.
Then, have you got any idea why he suddenly packed and moved into a hotel?
Well, I'm not sure, but I think it was a woman.
A woman?
Yes, he told me one day that he'd met someone he liked very much. The day after that, he moved to the hotel, but I never saw her, and he never said anything more about her.
Weren't you a little worried?
Naturally. Father isn't a young man anymore. I mean, wasn't.
Just one more question. What hotel did he move to?
It was the Adams on Madison Avenue. He used to go there 3 nights a week for dinner and a game of bridge before he decided to move in.
Well, thank you. Are you all alone?
Yes.
Got any friends you can call?
A few, I guess.
Well, call them. It's better not to be alone. And bawl your head off. It'll do you some good.
I'll send you your handkerchief, Mr.
Diamond, Richard Diamond. It's in the book. For some reason, I've got a talent for leaving people emotionally disturbed. Walt hops around like a rabbit in a cabbage patch, and Otis always tears his hair out by the handsful. Miss Gibson was less active about it. She just tried to smile and shed enough grief to fill a tub. I grabbed another cab and headed for the Adams Hotel.
Yes, sir. Do you wish to register?
No, but I want to find out about someone who did 3 weeks ago.
Oh?
Yeah, Mr. Leland Gibson.
Why, yes, he's staying at the hotel.
From now on, that's past tense.
I don't understand. He hasn't notified us that he's leaving.
Well, that might be a little difficult. If you'll run down to the morgue, I think you'll find out you're stuck with an empty room.
The morgue?
Yeah. Mr. Gibson has taken over one of the slabs, rent-free.
Oh, my goodness. What happened?
He's kind of dead. When did you last see him?
Early this morning. He left the hotel around 10.
Know where he was going?
Why, no.
Do you remember him having any visitors in the last 3 weeks? A girl, I mean.
No. Are you looking for a girl?
Yeah. Mr. Gibson's daughter seems to think he was running around with a woman since he moved into the hotel.
Oh.
You say that like you knew what I was talking about.
It was common gossip around the hotel.
What was?
Well, Mr. Gibson has been coming to the hotel for many years. He used to eat dinner here 3 nights a week and then play bridge with some of the hotel regulars. Now, about a month ago, we took on a new waitress.
Uh-huh.
Now, it was very obvious that Mr. Gibson was quite taken by her. So much so that he moved into the hotel and ate at her table every night.
Oh, what was her name?
Virginia Pelgrim. Quite good-looking. About 5'3", dark brunette, very well,
I'd like to see her.
That's impossible. She left the hotel about a week after Mr. Gibson arrived.
Oh, swell. Wasn't Mr. Gibson unhappy?
Oh, no. He was rather happy, in fact. I believe he wanted her to move so he could see her more often.
Now, what makes you say that?
Some of the things she said in the kitchen to the other girls.
Do you know where she might have moved?
No. But, you might check with the flower shop. Mr. Gibson used to send flowers every day.
Well, thank you. Well, I wasn't sure just where I was going, but Virginia Pelgrim was my best lead, and maybe she could tie the Gibson murder up with a silk ribbon. I talked to the flower clerk, and he gave me the address that the flowers had been sent to every day. It was a nice apartment in the village, and the landlady stuck her nose out like she was trying to smell me instead of see who was calling.
Yes?
I hope that door doesn't slam shut sometime. You'll have a bloody nose for weeks.
What do you want?
Roll out an eye with that nose, and I'll show you my badge.
Aren't you cops ever polite to anyone?
Well, there's a face that goes with it. I'm looking for a girl, about 5'3", dark brunette.
You're in the wrong place.
Her name's Pelgrim.
Oh, hush. She lives upstairs.
She does, huh? Is she in now?
No. Went out this morning. Hasn't come back.
And she probably won't. She have many visitors?
Only a couple. Men.
That figures. Ever see an elderly man, gray hair, about 60?
Sure, every day.
Know his name?
No.
You said she had a couple of visitors. Who else?
Another man. Younger, kind of greasy. Only came around a few times. Old man was there this morning, had an argument.
Could you hear what they said?
I don't snoop.
Anyone else?
No.
Who paid her rent?
She did. Cash.
Mind if I take a look at her apartment?
Got a search warrant?
No.
Then you can't.
Okay, thanks. You've been charming. I left the old bat and headed back to the schoolteacher's apartment. If I was right, I'd seen setups like this before. But there was still the problem of finding out how Gibson was killed and how he got into a locked room. When I pulled up, I saw the wagon, complete with corpse and coroner, pulling away for the morgue. And when I went in and knocked on the door, I was certain that they'd forgotten one of the bodies.
Oh, it's you, Shamus.
Why, Otis. They're leaving without you.
Who is?
The hearse. Shouldn't you be lying down or something?
Now you stop that Rick and get in here.
Hello, Walt. What's new?
Well, Rick.
Well, Esther, has Otis been using his rubber hose on you?
Oh, no, but I was getting lonesome. I'm glad you got back so soon.
You are.
As soon as you two stop rolling your eyes, maybe you can tell me what you found out, Mr. Diamond.
Yeah. Walt, send Otis down to the station for a search warrant. Then tell him to get over to 9 West 12th Street and see what he can find in the Miss Virginia Pelgrim's apartment.
Who's Virginia Pelgrim?
The only person who was mixed up with a murdered man. There was another man who used to see her, but I can't find out who he was.
All right. Otis, go get the warrant.
Yeah, Lieutenant. Thanks, Diamond.
A pleasure, Sergeant. What did you find out, Walt?
There were 11 people in the building at the time of the killing. None of them ever saw the guy before. Here's a list of the names. 3 people on this floor, 5 on the second, and 3 more on the third.
Have you talked to the landlady?
Certainly. She doesn't know any more about it than the rest.
What about that funny brown lint on the dead man's clothes?
We're checking on that right now. The lab said they'd call me.
Did the landlady say she had a key to this apartment?
Sure, but she hasn't used it but once since Miss Blodgett was away at girls' camp.
When did she use it?
3 days ago, when she had let the painters in. And she says that the windows and door were definitely locked, because after she aired the paint smell out, she locked them herself.
Painter, huh?
Yes, and I've been looking. You know, I think they did a terrible job. Why, the kitchen alone...
Esther.
Yes, Rick?
Later, dear.
Yes, Rick.
Walt, did they paint the whole building?
They finished the second floor today. Oh, I'll get it, Miss Blodgett. Probably the lab.
Rick,
Yeah?
do you know who did it?
Yeah.
I got a hunch.
Oh,
I see.
you're wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Lab, Walt?
Yeah. That lint you spotted on the dead man's clothes is from the mat that they put under rugs.
Mm-hmm. Walt, you were on all the floors. Did one of the apartments have a rug missing?
They're all missing from the second floor. The tenants took them down to the basement when the painters moved in.
Any off this floor or the third?
No, just the second.
Well, your killers are on the second floor, Walt.
How do you figure?
Well, let's look at what we've got. Dead body in a locked room. Blood on body and floor around body, but nowhere else in the room. Carried in a rug. Bullseye.
Oh, this is so exciting.
Esther.
Sorry.
Yeah, but how does a dame called Pelgrim figure into it? There's no Pelgrim listed in this building.
Well, there shouldn't be if I'm right. The dead man met Virginia Pelgrim while she was working as a waitress in his hotel. She gave him a pitch and he fell. He put her up in an apartment so he could see her more often.
So what?
I think she was working with another man. A man who was seen around her apartment by the landlady.
Then how did the body get over here?
The guy the dame was working with probably lives here.
What about the motive?
Well, my guess is that Gibson was being blackmailed, and he followed the girl here. He was probably going to yell cops, so they killed him.
Okay, now what about the locked room? Explain that.
I'll let the landlady of this building explain it, Walt. Go ask her one question. Who had this apartment before Miss Blodgett?
Esther.
Oh, I'm sorry, Esther.
Well, I can tell you that. A Mr. and Mrs. Austin, they moved to a smaller apartment and let me have this one. It's more rent, and they couldn't afford it, I expect. This is a better apartment, though. It has very...
Esther, what apartment did they take?
Oh, it's on the next floor, apartment 209.
According to this list of people who were on the second floor at the time of the killing, the Austins are the only couple. What did Mrs. Austin look like, Walt?
Oh, about 5'3", dark brunette, very well.
Oh, say no more. Come on, Walt.
May I come?
No, Esther. You stay here. I'll be back later and discuss the better features of your nice little apartment.
Yeah?
I want to talk to you again, Mr. Austin.
Why? Told you everything I know.
Where's your wife?
In the back.
We're coming in.
Okay, you don't have to shove.
Who is it, Hog?
Them cops again.
Well, hello, Virginia.
Do I know you?
Where's your rug, Mr. Austin?
What? It's down the basement.
Miss Pelgrim, how long have you been married to this man?
About 3... Hey, how'd you know me?
Shut up.
Know your name? You might as well tell the lieutenant everything. Why did you lie about knowing Mr. Gibson?
I didn't. I never saw him before in my life.
I didn't tell you the dead man's name was Gibson. How'd you know that?
Don't answer that.
Oh, shut up. You and your husband killed Mr. Gibson and carted him downstairs in a rug.
Why'd we do that?
Because the painters were on their way to paint your apartment. You had to get him out without being seen. You dumped him in Miss Blodgett's apartment because you knew she was out of town. And you used to live there, so you still had a key.
You shut up. We've got enough to hold both of you on. The rug will have bloodstains on it.
Oh.
Get out of my way. Get out, Walt.
Why, Walt, you're so rough.
Yeah.
I didn't kill him. Harvey did. I didn't kill him.
Okay. You can tell me all about it down at the station. Hey, where are you going?
Well, it's 6:30. I got a date.
What about Miss Blodgett? She's going to get lonesome again.
Ah, she was born that way. I've got to see a girl who's going to hold a pretty interesting class of her own. Bye. Hi. Well, don't you look comfortable? Where's Francis?
I gave him the night off, like you suggested.
You're cute.
I've got a cool dinner in the library.
School day, school day.
You sound happy.
Well, I was just thinking about a school teacher I knew once. That looks mighty toothy.
Sing for your supper.
What?
Got a new tune on the piano.
Oh, honey, I'm hungry.
You sing first, and then you can eat.
Oh, all right. What is it?
Right here. So in love.
Oh, okay. Strange, dear, but true, dear. When I'm close to you, dear, the stars fill the sky. So in love with you am I.
Oh, keep going. I'll get it.
Even without you, my arms fold about you. You know, darling, why so in love with you am I.
Was some girl asking for you.
Oh, some girl. Wow.
I told her there was no one here but the piano tuner.
Oh? She leave her name?
Uh-huh. Hepplewhite.
Hepplewhite.
Yes. Who's she?
Come here, baby.
No. I want to know who she is.
I said come here.
No, Ricky.
Mm-hmm.
Who's Hepplewhite?
Oh, just a chair, baby. A cute blonde chair.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell, transcribed. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg, Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Georgia Ellis, Tony Barrett, Joan Banks, and Norman Field. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards. Now, this is Eddie King reminding you that Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the bestseller novel, Mrs. Mike, and inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Saturday night brings some of the week's best radio entertainment when you tune for the stars on NBC. Stay tuned every Saturday for a great lineup of programs, including Hollywood Star Theater, Ralph Edwards' Truth or Consequences, Your Hit Parade, A Day in the Life of Dennis Day, The Judy Canova Show, and Grand Ole Opry. All the best on NBC.